At the gate of Modu First Hospital, the midsummer heat rolled in suffocating waves. Chen clutched a few crumpled bills so tightly that his knuckles showed a sickly pallor. His cheap white t-shirt was already soaked through with cold sweat, clinging damply to his back. The payment notice from the intensive care unit was still crushed in his palm, its edges already pulped by sweat. That long string of icy numbers was like a towering mountain pressing down on him, until even his breath tasted of blood. His foster father Yi Jiangwo's uremia had suddenly worsened. If he failed to pay the $300,000 for the surgery before noon today, the hospital would forcibly stop the medication. Chen lifted his head, bloodshot eyes fixed unblinkingly on the end of the road. He was waiting for the money that could save a life. A sudden screech ripped through the air as tires skidded violently against asphalt, shattering the suffocating silence. A brand-new Porsche Cayenne shot brutally over the speed bump, stopping with its bumper almost grazing Chen's knees. The exhaust blasted scorching air straight into his shins. The car door swung open, and a piercing wave of Chanel perfume invaded his nostrils. A woman stepped out from the passenger seat in diamond-studded high heels, burgundy wavy hair cascading over her shoulders. She wore sunglasses and carried the latest LV handbag. It was Chen's girlfriend of 2 years, Lu Meyer. The emptiness in his eyes instantly lit up like a drowning man seizing a piece of driftwood. He strode toward her, his voice hoarse to the point of breaking. "Meyer, you finally came. Did you bring the $300,000? My dad is waiting to be taken into the operating room. This is his only chance." 2 years ago, when Lu Meyer's younger brother was buying a marital home and was short $300,000 for the down payment, Chen had without a second thought lent her all the blood and sweat money he had saved, delivering food by day and doing ride-hailing at night. Now his foster father was hanging by a thread, and that money was the only hope. Yet Lu Meyer recoiled from him, as if from the plague, stepping back in disgust, terrified that the stench of his poverty might stain the hem of her expensive haute couture dress. At that moment, the driver's door opened. A young man in a tailored Armani shirt stepped out and casually wrapped an arm around Lu Meyer's slender waist. His name was Zhao Tianyu, eldest young master of the second-tier Zhao family in Modu, notorious as a frivolous playboy. Meyer, this is that broke ex-boyfriend who drives ride-hail for a living. Zhao Tianyu glanced down at Chen from on high, his eyes filled with the same pity and ridicule one reserved for a stray dog. Ex-boyfriend. Chen's pupils contracted sharply, his heart gripped as if by an invisible fist. "Lu Meyer, what do you mean?" Lu Meyer nestled into Zhao Tianyu's arms and shot Chen a coquettish yet impatient glare. "Exactly what it sounds like." She leisurely unzipped her LV bag, pinched out 2 red banknotes, and tossed them lightly at Chen's feet. The 2 bills flipped in midair and landed, picking up the dust from the ground. "Chen, let's break up." Lu Meyer looked down at him from above. "Take this 200 yuan and grab yourself a cab. Don't come pestering me again." 200 yuan, as if tossing scraps to a beggar. The families waiting around the hospital all stopped in their tracks, pointing and whispering as they watched. "That young guy's really pitiful. The green on his head is practically glowing." "Sigh, that's how society is now. Those with money end up together, those without get to watch it happen with their own eyes." "That woman is vicious. His dad is still lying in the hospital, and she chooses this moment to kick him when he's down." The scattered comments scraped across Chen's eardrums like knives. His chest heaved violently, veins bulging and throbbing at his temples. He ignored the 200 on the ground and fixed his stare on Lu Meyer. "We can break up, but that 300,000 was my dad's life-saving money. Give it back." His voice carried a bone-chilling obstinacy. Lu Meyer rolled her eyes and let out a short, derisive laugh. "What 300,000? Do you have an IOU? Any transfer record? You voluntarily chipped in to help my brother buy a house. How is that a loan? Young Master Zhao can buy me a random handbag worth more than that." Her counterattack came with brazen righteousness, not a hint of shame on her face. Zhao Tianyu clapped his hands and laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. "Kid, face reality. Trash at the bottom, like you aren't even fit to carry her shoes." As he spoke, he lifted his handmade Italian leather shoe and ground it viciously onto the 2 red notes on the ground. His sole scraped hard, mashing the bills into the muddy water. "A pauper like you belongs in the sewers. Don't crawl out here to embarrass yourself." Zhao Tianyu spat a thick glob of phlegm at Chen's feet, raising his chin in open provocation. A searing sense of humiliation shot straight to the top of Chen's skull. He clenched his fists, joints popping like cracking bones, his nails digging deep into his flesh. Just as he was about to throw caution to the wind and smash that arrogant face with his fist, an icy mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Ding. God-tier subsidy system has been bound. Host has been subjected to ruthless humiliation by a gold-digging woman. Activating critical hit subsidy protocol. Subsidy reward 1 Emperor Yuan no. 1 hilltop villa worth 1 billion. All related property documents have been placed in the host's pocket. Subsidy reward 1 God-tier medical skill card capable of bringing the dead back to life and restoring flesh to bone. Subsidy reward, 100 billion yuan in liquid cash, has been transferred into the host's black card account source, absolutely legal, exempt from tax investigation. His pocket suddenly grew heavy. Right after the battered Android phone in his pants let out a crisp text notification tone. The veins on the back of Lu Chen's hand twitched once as he slowly pulled out the phone and glanced down at the screen. ICBC, your account, ending in 9527, has received an interbank transfer of RMB 100. Current balance. The endless row of zeros made his vision swim. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He slowly lifted his head and drew a deep breath of the scorching air. The bloodshot in his eyes cleared away, leaving them crystal sharp. His taut shoulders relaxed, and his bloodless fists gradually loosened. When he looked at Zhao Tianyu and Lu Meyer again, there was no anger left in his gaze. Only the cold indifference of a god gazing down upon ants. You're using 200 yuan to break up, and you still intend to default on my dad's life-saving money. Lu Chen's voice was so cold it seemed to crystallize in the air, dropping the temperature around them by several degrees. Zhao Tianyu felt an inexplicable chill under that gaze. How could a penniless nobody dare to look at him with the eyes of someone staring at a corpse? Humiliated and furious, he roared, "What? You planning to hit me?" With a wave of his hand, two burly bodyguards in black climbed out from the back seat of the Porsche. The onlookers recoiled in fright, scrambling backward for fear of being splattered with blood. Lu Chen stood his ground, without even blinking, his fingers lightly pinching a single coin. Just as the situation was about to explode, a deafening roar of 12-cylinder engines split the street's clamor apart like thunder. Small stones on the ground trembled and hopped from the vibration. Everyone turned in horror toward the source. At the far end of the street outside the hospital gate, a pitch-black motorcade surged forward like a steel behemoth. 10 stretched Rolls-Royce Phantoms, all jet black, with consecutive license plate numbers lined up in a row. A tidal wave of pressure swept over the street. Even the sunlight refracted into blinding halos against the car bodies. With a unified screech, the 10 Rolls-Royces braked in near-perfect formation, sealing off the entire street. The intersection was blocked so thoroughly that not even a fly could have slipped through. In front of this fleet, the once arrogant Porsche Cayenne instantly looked like a cheap plastic toy. Gasps rippled through the onlookers. Within moments, the hospital entrance fell utterly silent. Even the two bodyguards who had been about to strike froze where they stood, legs trembling. With 3 heavy bangs, the car doors swung open in unison. 30 bodyguards in immaculate suits and white gloves, their auras cold and ruthless, stepped out and split into 2 lines. They stood like statues, carving out a wide passageway with their presence alone. From the second Rolls-Royce, a stunning woman in a pure black tailcoat stepped down. Her beauty was breathtaking, her figure tall and elegant, yet her aura was as frosty as ice. In high heels, she ignored everyone else and walked straight toward Lu Chen, under the disbelieving stares of the crowd whose eyes were about to pop from their sockets. This tailcoat-clad beauty with a lethal aura bowed to 90 degrees before the man in the cheap t-shirt. "Young master, this old servant is late." Her clear, cool voice crashed onto the asphalt like thunder from a clear sky. Zhao Tianyu felt his knees go weak and collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. His kneecaps struck the pavement with a muted crack. Lu Meyer's face drained of color. Her pricey sunglasses slid down to the bridge of her nose, and her exquisite makeup twisted into something almost comical under the strain of sheer shock. "Old servant. Young master." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, but before he could speak, the door of the central bulletproof Rolls-Royce bearing the plate, Hu 88888, slowly opened. A long, snow-white, flawless leg stepped gracefully into everyone's line of sight. Then Modu's #1 Ice Queen CEO Xia Bingning, controller of a 100 billion yuan conglomerate, appeared before them all. She wore a perfectly tailored haute couture business suit. Her long hair pinned up her presence, so overpowering that no one dared meet her eyes. In the eyes of outsiders, she was a decisive, untouchable queen. Yet the instant her gaze fell upon Lu Chen's face, the 10,000 fathoms of ice in her eyes melted into spring water. She unconsciously gripped the hem of her blazer, her fingertips whitening with the force. She bit her red lip, her gaze even carrying a hint of timid evasiveness, like a girl who had done something wrong. Before Lu Chen could recover from this jarring contrast, 3 tiny, exquisitely adorable heads peeked out from behind Xia Bingning. 3 cherubic toddlers looking only 3 or 4 years old tumbled out of the car. Especially the eldest son in front, dressed in a tiny, perfectly pressed suit. His brows, his features were almost a carbon copy of Lu Chen's. The eldest Bao waddled forward on his short legs and wrapped his arms around Lu Chen's thigh, tilting up his soft, chubby face. He stretched out his pudgy little hand and pointed precisely at Lu Chen. In a clear, milky voice that rang throughout the courtyard, he cried out, "Daddy." The wind in front of the hospital seemed to stand still. Lu Meyer's sunglasses slipped from the tip of her nose and crashed onto the ground with a crisp, shattering sound. The noise finally jolted her out of her mental blankness. She shook her head violently, her newly manicured nails digging deep into her palm, forcibly dispelling the absurd fear within her. Fake. It's all fake. Lu Chen, are you insane? For that pitiful bit of self-esteem, you borrowed usury to rent a car and put on an act. Lu Meyer took a step forward in her high heels, her face filled with morbid certainty. You can't even afford the $300,000 to save your father's life. Do you think hiring a few extras and renting some luxury cars can scare me? She turned to look at the exquisitely dressed butler Mu Yue, her eyes filled with undisguised contempt. An escort girl hired for $800 a day, right? You act quite convincingly. This self-deceiving analysis brought Zhao Tianyu, who had been stunned, back to his senses. Right? How could a low-level ride-hailing driver who was just being scolded over a few $100 suddenly turn into a top-tier young master? It was as ridiculous as a beggar suddenly pulling out the Jade Emperor's imperial seal. Zhao Tianyu dusted off his trousers and stood up awkwardly. That kneel had made him lose all face. He viciously spat a thick gob of phlegm onto the ground. Almost got fooled by you, pauper. In this city of magic capital you dare to put on airs in front of me, Zhao Tianyu. He pulled out his phone and pointed at the 10 Rolls-Royces blocking the street. Do you believe I can make one call and the traffic police will impound all your rented knockoff cars? The surrounding crowd began to whisper. The once shocked gazes turned back to sympathy and mockery. So they're rented. This young man is really just to save face. He doesn't even care about his father's surgery fee. What a mess. Hearing the harsh gossip around, Xia Bingning's gaze turned icy cold. She took half a step forward in her stilettos. The scorching air seemed to drop a few degrees, and an icy aura of long-held authority exploded outward. She took a deep breath, her full chest heaving violently. A mere playboy from a second-rate family dared to insult the man she had been searching for 4 years right in front of her. Xia Bingning slowly raised her right hand. With just a gesture from her, Mu Yu and the 30 black-suited bodyguards would slam Zhao Tianyu to the ground. But when her peripheral vision swept over Lu Chen's cheap, sweat-soaked t-shirt, her raised hand froze. She unconsciously bit her lip and subtly clenched the hem of her suit jacket. The mistaken incident 4 years ago had made him bear too much suffering. The ice-cold billion-dollar female CEO in front of others now didn't even have the courage to meet his eyes, revealing a hint of timidness. Just as Xia Bingning's heart was in turmoil, a fluffy little head peeked out from behind her leg. Her bow, wearing a pink Lolita princess dress with 2 bun hairstyles, pattered over to Lu Chen. Her big black grape-like eyes reflected Lu Chen's bloodshot eyes. Lu Chen instinctively crouched down. The cold world before him seemed to lose its color instantly. Bao reached out her 2 little milk-scented hands and cupped Lu Chen's sweaty cheeks. The little girl stood on tiptoes and clumsily wiped the fatigue from the corners of his eyes with her soft sleeve. Daddy, don't cry, Bao will protect you. The soft, childish voice sounded so gentle on the noisy street. But like a heavy hammer, it shattered the hard shell Lu Chen had disguised himself with. His eyes instantly turned red and his Adam's apple moved hard. His calloused fingers trembled in midair, wanting to hold her, but afraid to dirty her clean dress. After wiping his sweat, Bao turned around. Her chubby little face instantly turned stern like an angry little lion cub. She reached into the Peppa Pig crossbody bag hanging around her neck and rummaged for a while. Zhao Tianyu watched the 3-year-old girl and burst into uncontrolled laughter. Oh, where did this pauper pick up a bastard child? What, going to pull out a 50-cent coin to tip me? The moment he finished speaking, Bao pulled out her little hand and whipped it fiercely. A pure black metal card cut a sharp arc through the air. Slap. The card hit Zhao Tianyu's forehead precisely, leaving a red mark, then fell onto the pavement in front of his Italian leather shoes. Ugly monster, take this to fix your broken car and give the rest to my daddy for candy. Bao shouted angrily, hands on her hips. Zhao Tianyu clutched his forehead and cursed loudly. You little brat, you dare hit me with a plastic piece. His curses suddenly got stuck in his throat. His gaze moved downward, and he saw the card on the ground. It wasn't a piece of plastic. The thick titanium alloy gleamed with cold light under the sun. In the center of the card, a hand-carved Roman centurion head seemed to stare at him silently. No bank card number, only a tiny specially made globally unique code. Zhao Tianyu's fleshy face twitched violently. As the young master of a second-rate family in the magic capital, he had seen such a thing from afar at a top banquet with his father. American Express Centurion Black Card. Not open for application. Only system invited the world's absolute top few billionaires. Legend said that as long as the cardholder made a request, even asking a train to stop, Amex could make it happen. This wasn't about money, it represented a terrifying power that could reach the heavens. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man carrying a briefcase also saw the card and gasped sharply. Hiss. That's the Centurion Black Card. Damn, that thing has no spending limit. You could buy this whole street without blinking. Casually pulling out an unlimited black card to throw at someone. Is that something you can fake in acting? These words struck like a slap on every doubter's face. The scene was dead silent, even breathing was audible. Lu Meyer's face instantly turned pale, even her lips lost color. She stared at the black card on the ground, her legs beginning to uncontrollably shake. Zhao Tianyu's pupils shrank. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead in large drops, stinging his eyes, but he didn't even dare to wipe it. He had offended a god before whom even his father would kneel and kowtow. Thud! Zhao Tianyu's knees gave way and slammed heavily onto the ground again, a dull sound of bone hitting concrete. This time it wasn't shock, but sheer complete fear. He scrambled backward on all fours like a whipped dog. Master Zhao, what are you doing? Lu Meyer frantically grabbed his sleeve. Get lost. You bitch, you've ruined me. Zhao Tianyu swung his arm back and delivered a vicious slap across Lu Meyer's face. 5 vivid red finger marks instantly appeared. Lu Meyer spun half a turn from the force and fell heavily onto the dusty speed bump, her LV bag rolling away. Zhao Tianyu didn't spare her a glance. He stumbled to the Porsche, floored the accelerator, and fled the scene in panic. He even left behind his 2 black-suited bodyguards. The originally arrogant farce ended in a dramatic. Lu Chen stood quietly looking at Lu Meyer lying on the ground like mud. He didn't ask for the 300,000 anymore, because he knew that now with just a thought he could make that wretched pair disappear from the magic capital forever. He bent down and carefully lifted Bao into his arms. The little girl snuggled into his neck, burying her milk-scented head in the crook of his shoulder. A wonderful sense of blood connection instantly flowed through Lu Chen's entire body. Just then a mechanical sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Detected host's first parent-child hug. God-level dad subsidy module activated. Lu Chen's eyelids twitched. In his mind's eye, the virtual panel flickered wildly, displaying a line of bizarre text that made him question his reality. A cold mechanical voice exploded in Lu Chen's mind. Before he could see the words on the virtual panel, a faint fragrance approached. The stunning butler Mu Yu slightly bowed, one hand shielding the edge of the bulletproof Rolls-Royce. Young master, please get in the car. Lu Chen, holding the second child in his arms, bent down and sat into the spacious back seat. The top-grade calfskin seat softly enveloped his body. The car door slowly closed, completely isolating him from the external noise and the sweltering heat outside the hospital. Inside the vehicle, the only sound was the steady rhythm of breathing. The air conditioning blew against his sweat-soaked cheap t-shirt, bringing a touch of coolness. Xia Bingning sat less than half a meter away from him. This formidable billionaire CEO, decisive in front of others, now resembled a little girl who had done something wrong. Her straight back was slightly tense and her hands were clasped on her knees. The originally smooth hem of her tailored suit was crumpled tightly by her grip. Her knuckles turned pale from the pressure. She turned her head, her gaze falling on Lu Chen's scuffed street shoes. The skin around her eyes quickly flushed. Lu Chen. Xia Bingning's voice carried a barely perceptible. She bit her lip tightly until the color drained from it, then reluctantly released it. These 4 years have made you suffer. Lu Chen turned his head, looking at this familiar, yet distant, cold visage. On that night 4 years ago, he had just finished a driving job and was about to head home. He saved Xia Bingning, who had been drugged and was in a daze in an alley. After the absurdity of that night, when he woke up the next day, the room was already empty. All that remained was a blood-stained bed sheet and the chaos scattered across the floor. Since then, this woman seemed to have evaporated from the world. Why did you leave without a word back then? Lu Chen's voice was steady, yet with an unshakable hoarseness. Xia Bingning took a deep breath, her eyes glistening with moisture. That morning my uncle's assassins found me at the... If I hadn't left, if they discovered your existence, you wouldn't have survived until noon. Her speech unconsciously quickened, revealing a hint of urgency and fear. I was taken back by my family and held under house arrest for a whole year, not even knowing I was pregnant. After giving birth to the eldest and the others, I fought desperately to climb up. She reached out, wanting to touch Lu Chen's hand resting on his knee. Her fingertips hovered in the air, then I took the power back from the Xiao family and crushed those who wanted to harm me. I searched for you for 3 years and 8 months. I'm sorry I'm late. A tear splashed onto her expensive silk skirt, blooming into a dark water flower. Looking at this woman who had shed all pretense, Lu Chen's lingering resentment instantly evaporated. He could see the exhaustion hidden in her eyes. A woman with 3 children carving a bloody path in a power. The dangers she faced were far too complex to summarize with just a few light words. Lu Chen grasped Xia Bingning's hand that lingered in the air. The warmth radiating from his palm made Xia Bingning's frail shoulders tremble. She looked up, disbelief shining in her peach blossom eyes. At that tender moment, a fluffy little head suddenly poked in from between the seats. Little Bao was dressed in a pure cotton onesie, printed with Ultraman patterns. This little guy was round and chubby with arms like segments of lotus roots. He clung to the leather armrest, trying hard to rest his chin on Lu Chen's thigh. His eyes, so much like Lu Chen's, blinked steadily, fixated on Lu Chen. Dad. Little Bao grinned, revealing 2 newly grown baby teeth. With that smile, a long string of glistening drool hung from his chin, swaying precariously in the air. It looked poised to drop onto Lu Chen's faded jeans. Lu Chen's heart instantly softened into a pool of water. Naturally, he turned around and pulled out a scented tissue from the car's golden tissue box. He lifted Little Bao's chubby chin and gently wiped away the endless drool. Little flower cat, what are you laughing? Just as the crumpled tissue was thrown into the car's trash, the mechanical voice in his mind, which had fallen silent for a moment, detonated like an underwater bomb. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the daily task of taking care of children, wiping the drool of the third child. Task rating perfect. Triggering the Super Dad critical reward mechanism. Subsidy reward 10 luxury penthouses in the magic city of Tangqing, a total of 100 years. Note total value exceeds 2 billion RMB. All property certificates, keys, and ownership transfer documents have been stored in the system space, and the source is absolutely legitimate, exempting all tax audits. Lu Chen's hand in the act of wiping frozen midair. The scented tissue slipped from his fingers. His Adam's apple rolled up and down with difficulty, and his pupils uncontrollably dilated. His heart in his chest thudded like it was equipped with a V8 engine. 10 units. The luxury penthouses of Tangqing, that is the nation's top-tier luxury housing market. Just picking one would start at over 200 million. Ordinary people would struggle for 10 lifetimes and still couldn't gather a down payment. This system rewards not per unit, but per building. Lu Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the dizziness in his brain. He glanced down at little Bao, who was still grinning and smacking his lips at him. This was not a son, this was clearly a walking money printer. Wiping drool earns 10 buildings. If he fed him or changed a diaper, wouldn't he reward him with the entirety of Wall Street? Lu Chen's back broke out in a layer of fine sweat. This system's subsidy mechanism is simply toxic. The Rolls-Royce convoy drove smoothly on the spacious asphalt road. Half an hour later, the light in the car suddenly dimmed. The convoy entered the most mysterious affluent area of the Magic City, the top villa complex of Dun No. 1. The massive wrought iron gates slowly opened to the sides, and 2 rows of uniformed security personnel saluted in unison. The car came to a steady stop in front of a European-style mansion covering thousands of square meters. Muyu opened the car door. The eldest led the already drowsy second, and little Bao, escorted by several senior nursery staff, into the children's room. In the spacious and luxurious large living room, the crystal chandelier emitted a warm yellow glow. Only Lu Chen and Xia Bingning remained. Lu Chen looked at the famous authentic works hanging on the walls and the soundless Persian carpet beneath his feet. He was still immersed in the shock brought by the 100 red property certificates in the system space. Xia Bingning suddenly broke the silence. Muyu, you all step back? No one is allowed to approach the living room. Yes, young mistress. Muyu bowed and retreated, the massive oak door slowly closing. Xia Bingning took a deep breath and walked over to Lu Chen in her high heels. A flush of unnatural redness spread across her stunning face, even the long neck was tinged with pink. She unzipped her limited edition Hermes bag. Accompanied by the crisp sound of metal clasps colliding, Xia Bingning pulled out a black bank card embedded with diamonds and a thick bound document. She grabbed Lu Chen's wrist, her palm seeping with fine beads of sweat. Lu Chen, you have been too tired these 4 years. Xia Bingning's gaze was resolute, not allowing for refusal, exuding a domineering assertiveness. Without waiting for him to respond, she pried open Lu Chen's fingers. She forcefully stuffed the black card and the thick agreement into his palm. There are 5 billion in liquid funds in the card. The password is the date of the eldest's birth. Xia Bingning bit her red lip, her eyes swirling. The document below is the transfer of 30% of the Xia Group's shares. I have already signed it. The cold diamond-embedded black card and the thick equity transfer document, still holding the warmth of Xia Bingning's palm, were forcibly shoved into Lu Chen's hands. I will support you. These 3 words echoed in the spacious and luxurious living room, striking like a heavy stone. Xia Bingning tilted her head back, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with a stubborn glint. She bit her red lip, reaching out to stroke the collar of Lu Chen's faded cheap t-shirt, her fingertips trembling. This card will have 10 million deposited into it every month. You can use it to buy clothes, go for tea, or play games. You are not allowed to drive for others anymore, and you are not allowed to endure the disdain of those people. The voice of the grand female CEO of a trillion-dollar conglomerate surprisingly carried a hint of a pleading tone. Lu Chen swallowed hard, looking down at the item in his hands. He was wealthy, with 100 billion lying in his account from the system, and there were 100 luxury apartments in the system space. Even lying there, the system's subsidies exceeded the profits of the entire Xia family conglomerate. But seeing Xia Bingning's red-rimmed eyes, all the explanations that came to his lips were forcefully swallowed back. The existence of the system could not be explained. More importantly, he couldn't bear to shatter the tenderness overflowing from this woman before him. All right. Lu Chen grasped the black card in his hand, a gentle curve forming at the corners of his mouth. He raised his hand, his rough fingertips gently wiping away the tear stains at the corners of Xia Bingning's eyes. From now on, I will stay at home and focus on enjoying my wife's support. Hearing the word wife, Xia Bingning's fair cheeks instantly flushed with 2 shades of crimson, even her earlobes turning bright red. She turned her head away awkwardly, yet the smile in her eyes could not be hidden. Thud, thud, thud. A flurry of disordered and hurried footsteps descended the wooden stairs from the second floor, breaking the blush-inducing atmosphere. Three little chubby figures clad in cartoon pajamas rushed down like little cannonballs. "Daddy, don't go." The eldest rushed ahead, diving into Lu Chen's embrace. This 4-year-old boy, usually sporting a small adult's cold demeanor, now had a red nose clinging tightly to Lu Chen's pant leg. "I can write code, I can earn money to support Daddy." The second child followed closely, holding a pink piggy bank. The little girl ran to the marble coffee table, raised the piggy bank, and smashed it onto the carpet. The plastic container cracked open, spilling a pile of colorful coins and a few crumpled bills. This was all her savings. The second child squatted down, picking up the coins one by one, stuffing them into Lu Chen. "This is Urbeo's pocket money, all for Daddy to buy candy. Daddy don't work hard outside." The youngest was a beat behind, glancing at his siblings and then at his empty hands. He scratched his head anxiously, and finally, gritting his teeth, he pulled out a half-eaten piece of chocolate from his pocket. He tiptoed and held the chocolate up to Lu Chen's mouth, calling out in a childlike voice, "Daddy, eat." Looking at the three little ones clustered around his knees, Lu Chen's eyes suddenly turned moist. For these 4 years he had struggled at the bottom, swallowing countless scoffs and jeers. His spine was almost bent under the weight of life's burdens. But now these three little chubby figures, not even as tall as his thigh, were building a wall in front of him in the purest way. Lu Chen knelt down, reaching out his long arms to tightly embrace the three adorable children. The little ones smelled of pleasant milk bath lotion, instantly filling his chest. To hell with society's judgments. With such a wife and children, this bowl of soft rice was his. Lu Chen was determined to enjoy it, and do so with pride. Half an hour later, at the long dining table under the crystal chandelier, the butler Mu Yue, along with several private chefs, swiftly brought dozens of exquisite dishes to the table. Australian lobster, top-grade Wagyu beef, truffle soup, the aromas wafted around. Xia Bingming had changed out of her oppressive professional attire into a silk home dress. She shed the halo of the Ice Queen CEO, transforming into a small woman whose heart and eyes were filled with thoughts of her husband. She picked up the serving chopsticks, carefully placed a piece of deboned grouper fish into Lu Chen's bowl. "Try this," it was air freight in. Perhaps it had been too long since she shared a meal with Lu Chen. Xia Bingming felt her fingers stiffen with nervousness. With a clatter, the chopsticks slipped, and the fish fell onto the dining table. Xia Bingming, like a student who had made a mistake, hurriedly grabbed a napkin to wipe at the blush spreading all the way to her neck. Lu Chen chuckled, lightly pressing down her hand. He picked up a piece of shrimp, naturally handing it to Xia Bingming's lips. "It'll do it, you should eat more too." Xia Bingming was momentarily taken aback, then opened her red lips to bite down on the shrimp, a satisfied smile curving at the corners of her mouth. At the other end of the table, the three little ones were happily using their little spoons, getting sauce all over their faces. The youngest was the most enthusiastic, stuffing a piece of braised pork into his mouth, cheeks puffed up like a squirrel storing food. "Daddy, this meat is delicious." Lu Chen took a napkin and carefully wiped the grease from the corners of their mouths one by one. The laughter of the five of them echoed in the spacious dining room. This meal was the most fulfilling and grounded one Lu Chen had had in 4 years. As night fell and the stars twinkled, after settling the three little troublemakers to sleep, Lu Chen stood alone on the large terrace on the second floor. The Xia family was not at peace. To avoid suspicion and protect him, Xia Bingming had to arrange for him to stay in the guest room these past few days. As the night breeze brushed past, Lu Chen focused his mind, calling up the system panel. Looking at the long string of hundreds of billions in his account, his gaze gradually sharpened. The surgery fee for his adoptive father was no longer a problem. Tomorrow morning, he would go to the first hospital in Magic City to transfer his adoptive father to the best special care ward. Those who once looked down on him, he would reclaim everything they owed him with interest. The next morning, after washing up, Lu Chen went downstairs to find a steaming sandwich and a glass of milk on the dining table. A pink sticky note lay beside it with neat handwriting. "There's an urgent morning meeting at the company. I have to handle it first. Remember to eat breakfast. The card is on your bedside table. I'll buy whatever you want. Your wife, Bingming." Looking at the signature, Lu Chen felt warmth in his heart as he swallowed down the sandwich. He didn't go to the garage to touch those flashy sports cars, but instead changed into clean, casual clothes, preparing to take a cab to the hospital. The summer morning was tinged with a bit of oppressive heat. Lu Chen walked steadily down the tree-lined avenue, exiting the gates of Diyuan No. 1. Just as he walked out of the monitored corner of the villa area. Screech. A harsh sound of rubber tires screeching pierced the sky. A Porsche Cayenne with a sunken hood, flanked by three dilapidated Wuling Hongguang vans, formed a fan shape, blocking the road. They completely obstructed Lu Chen's path. With a series of loud crashes, the doors of the vans were violently thrown open. Over 20 thugs with dyed yellow hair and cheap tattoos on their arms streamed out. They surrounded Lu Chen with steel pipes and baseball bats in hand, their faces brutish. The door of the Porsche, Zhao Tianyu, with a bandage wrapped around his head, wore a grim expression. He had been terrified yesterday by that black card. But the more he thought about it afterward, the more suspicious he became. that stunning butler, and the adorable kids surely had been arranged by Xia Bingning. Lu Chen, the penniless ride-hailing driver, was nothing more than a dog raised by Xia Bingning to shield her from arrows. Kid, yesterday you relied on a woman to act tough, huh? Today Xia Bingning is at a meeting. Let's see who can save you now. Zhao Tianyu spat, pointing his bloody baseball bat at Lu Chen's knee. Break both his legs. I want him to kneel on the ground and beg like a dog. The morning sunlight was brutally severed by 3 Wuling Hongguang minivans parked horizontally across the road. Over 20 street thugs armed with steel pipes encircled Lu Chen at the center. Rough metal tubes dragged across the asphalt, leaving a trail of glaring sparks and a grating, teeth-gritting screech. Zhao Tianyu stood at the hood of a Porsche, his head wrapped in blinding white gauze. The edges of the gauze were stained with dark red bloodstains from yesterday's kowtowing. He gripped a baseball bat with both hands, his knuckles pale from the force. Break both his legs. Zhao Tianyu roared through clenched teeth, spittle flying wildly in the sunlight. I want him on his knees begging me like a dog. Several early rising sanitation workers, terrified, dropped their brooms and hid behind a green belt in the distance, not daring to breathe. A thug with dyed yellow hair spat out his cigarette, using his steel pipe to tap the ground just in front of Lu Chen's toes. Kid, hear that? Master Zhao spoken. You kneeling yourself, or we smash your kneecaps for you. To Zhao Tianyu, the scene outside the hospital gate yesterday was the greatest humiliation of his life. After returning home, he tossed and turned all night, finally figuring out the key. The Centurion black card was real, and those Rolls Royces were real too. But the one who owned all of that could only be Xia Bingning, the top female CEO of Modu. As for Lu Chen, a low-life loser who couldn't even afford his father's 30,000 medical bill, how could he transform into a top young master? The only explanation was that Xia Bingning, to divert attention, had used this poor ex-boyfriend as a shield. Even the butler and the card were props temporarily lent to him to save face. Today Xia Bingning had gone to the group's morning meeting. This protectionless waste was now a fish on the chopping block. You think just because Xia Bingning had your back yesterday, I can't touch you, eh? Zhao Tianyu, baseball bat in hand, approached Lu Chen step by step. Today, without that woman around, let's see how this kept dog barks. Facing over 20 gleaming steel pipes, Lu Chen stood still, not even his breathing pattern changed. He looked at Zhao Tianyu's twisted face as if staring at a rotting corpse. The divine physique granted by the activated system had sharpened his senses to a terrifying degree. He could clearly hear the chaotic breathing of the thugs and see the glaring flaws in their stances. Lu Chen slowly clenched his right fist. His knuckles emitted a dull series of cracking sounds, and the veins on his forearm bulged, just as he was about to step forward and cripple Zhao Tianyu's legs himself. Tap! The crisp sound of high heels striking the ground abruptly sounded behind the thugs. The noise was soft, yet carried a chill that pierced the marrow. Who gave you the audacity to block my young master's path? A voice as cold as ice seemed to drift from the depths of hell. The yellow-haired thug spun around abruptly. Which blind bitch? Before he could finish the word, his voice died in his throat. A strikingly beautiful woman in a pure black tailcoat, tall and slender, had somehow already appeared behind him. It was the butler Muyu. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes held not a trace of human emotion, only the icy gaze of one looking at dead things. Before the yellow-haired thug could react, Muyu's long right leg shot up. A piercing sound of air splitting burst through the space. Bam! A devastatingly powerful roundhouse kick slammed into the thug's chest. The burly man, weighing over 140 Gene, flew backward like a kite with its string cut. Midair, he spewed a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth. He crashed heavily into the door of a Wuling Hongguang, denting it into a huge human-shaped hollow, and fell unconscious. Dead silence fell over the scene. Only the rustling of leaves in the breeze remained. The remaining thugs froze in place, their steel pipes suspended midair, trembling and unable to strike. They watched their fallen comrade, who didn't even have the strength to convulse. Muyu didn't spare a glance at those ants. In her stiletto heels, she walked step by step toward Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu's legs went weak, and his hand holding the baseball bat shook like a sieve. Don't come closer. I'm the eldest young master of the Zhao family in Modu. How dare you, a servant, touch me? He bellowed with bluster, but his body involuntarily retreated until his back pressed against the Porsche's hood. Muyu stopped before the Porsche. She raised her right leg. That delicate stiletto-clad foot lifted high, then with devastating force slammed down onto the Porsche's hood. Boom! A shriek of metal tearing echoed through the entire street. The hard German car's hood was actually pierced clean through by that kick. The entire front of the car instantly collapsed into a terrifying deep pit. Precision parts inside the engine shattered and flew. Dark green coolant and engine oil gushed out like blood pooling on the ground. The piercing shriek of the car's alarm system screamed madly, shattering the morning calm. Several thugs nearby collapsed onto the ground in fright. With just one high heel, she had wrecked the front of a Porsche. Was that even humanly possible? Monster! Someone shrieked. Clang! One steel pipe dropped. Then a second, a third. Over 20 thugs didn't even have the courage to glance at the wrecked Porsche. They shoved and wept, wishing they had been born with more legs. They scrambled and crawled out of the street, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Only Zhao Tianyu remained on the scene. He stared vacantly at the sunken front of the car. Engine oil mixed with coolant flowed to his leather shoes. An acrid burnt smell invaded his nostrils, shattering his last psychological defense. This was no borrowed butler. This was a top-tier bodyguard who had truly walked through seas of blood and mountains of corpses. Thud! Zhao Tianyu's knees seemed to lose all bones, crashing heavily onto the oil-stained asphalt. His kneecaps met the ground with a dull pain, but he didn't even dare to cry out. He knelt there, his forehead pressing against the steaming oil. I was wrong. I was so wrong. Young master. Master Lu. I failed to recognize a true mountain. Please just let me go like a fart. Zhao Tianyu kowtowed frantically, each time slamming solidly into the ground, his forehead soon becoming a bloody mess. All he wanted now was to escape this place alive. Lu Chen looked down at the rich second generation who just yesterday had been so high and mighty, humiliating him with 200 yuan. His gaze remained as calm as still water. He didn't even have the interest to step on him. Why would a lion care about a wild dog barking at him? Clean it up. Lu Chen coldly tossed those 4 words, not even glancing at Zhao Tianyu. Yes, young master. Muyu produced a snow-white silk handkerchief from somewhere. She elegantly wiped a tiny speck of dust from the tip of her stiletto, then casually dropped the handkerchief onto Zhao Tianyu's blood-soaked head. Immediately after, a low, steady engine sound approached. A pitch-black bulletproof Maybach 62S glided silently to the curb, stopping before Lu Chen. A black license plate with consecutive numbers, symbolizing unimaginable power. Muyu stepped forward quickly and respectfully opened the rear door. She placed one hand over the roof edge, her body slightly leaning forward. Young master, shall we go to the hospital to see the old master now? Lu Chen nodded slightly and bent into the spacious cabin. The Maybach's tinted windows rose slowly, completely sealing off Zhao Tianyu's cries of despair and regret outside. The car started and merged smoothly into the morning rush hour traffic, heading straight for Modu First Hospital. Meanwhile, outside the ICU corridor at the hospital, a pot-bellied bald department director flanked by several security guards carrying batons stood menacingly before Yi Jiangwo's ward door. The Maybach glided smoothly into the VIP lane of Modu First Private Hospital. Lu Chen pushed open the car door, not even bothering to pull the keys, and strode purposefully into the lobby filled with the scent of premium disinfectant. This was the most expensive private hospital in Modu, boasting the top-tier medical resources, where even a registration fee cost 5 figures. He completely ignored the patient's family members dressed in designer clothes and headed straight for the inpatient building. At this moment, in the corridor of the intensive care unit on the 3rd floor of the inpatient building, the air was so cold it felt like it could freeze into ice shards. The pot-bellied chief physician Wu De stood with his arms crossed, his face full of surly flesh, blocking the door of Ward 04. Behind him stood 4 menacing hospital security guards, each holding a black rubber baton. From the half-open door of the ward came the faint beeping of a monitor. Then came the tearful plea of Lu Chen's foster mother, Li Suqing. Director Wu, please be merciful. Can you give us half a day? My son has gone out to borrow money. Jiangwo's oxygen tube and dialysis machine really can't be stopped. If they're stopped, he'll die. Li Suqing's hair was gray and her eyes were swollen like walnuts. Her hands trembling, she tried to grab the corner of Wu De's brand new white coat. Wu De recoiled, as if avoiding a plague, taking a sharp step back. He disdainfully patted the corner of his coat and let out a cold snort from his nostrils. Old woman, do you think this hospital is a charity? This is a private hospital. Tens of thousands a day for a bed. Can a poor wretch like you afford it? Wu De lowered his voice, a malicious gleam of petty triumph flickering in his eyes. Let me be honest with you. Last night, the eldest young master of the Zhao family personally called me. He said that your useless son who drives for a ride-hailing service offended him, and he told me to find a way to drive your whole family out onto the streets. It's my honor, Wu De's honor, to do something for young Master Zhao. If you want to blame someone, blame your blind son who married into your family. The elevator doors at the end of the corridor let out a crisp ding. Lu Chen strode out of the elevator and overheard every vicious word of Wu De's bullying tirade. His originally urgent pace instantly halted. His molars ground audibly, and the veins at his temples throbbed wildly. A chilling aura of malevolence surged from Lu Chen's bloodshot eyes. Who gave you the authority to pull my father's tubes, eh? His voice was not loud, but it cut through the empty corridor like a blast of icy wind from a millennia-old glacier. Wu De turned around and scanned Lu Chen up and down. A faded bargain basement t-shirt, cheap sneakers covered in dust. This shabby outfit stood out starkly against the lavishly decorated private hospital. Wu De puffed out his belly, which resembled a 9-month pregnancy, pointed a finger at Lu Chen's nose, and let out a derisive snort. Oh, the pauper's son is back with borrowed money. Not only am I pulling his tubes, I'm going to throw that old geezer in their bed and all out onto the street. Wuda raised his voice sharply, deliberately calling out to the patient's family members who were watching the spectacle. This ICU room will be arranged for a distinguished VIP guest immediately. You bottom feeders who can't afford to pay, don't dirty our hospital's premium floors. The passersby stopped and pointed at Lu Chen's family. The murmurs of gossip cut like invisible knives into Lee Sukin's already fragile nerves. Director Wu is too vicious. The patient is still in emergency treatment. So what do you know? Wuda has a big boss backing him. He specializes in this kind of sycophantic bullying. Alas, this young man is miserable. No money, no power. He deserves to be trampled by those with influence. Lu Chen paid no heed to the sympathetic or mocking gazes around him. He quickly walked over to Lee Suchin and supported his tottering foster mother with both hands. Mom, I'm back. The money problem is already solved. He reached out and gently wiped the tears from her face. After comforting his foster mother, Lu Chen turned to face the arrogant Wuda. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the black Centurion card, a symbol of global top-tier wealth. The pure black titanium alloy card reflected a deep cold gleam under the bright fluorescent lights of the corridor. The surgery fee is 300,000, right? Lu Chen held the black card between two fingers and offered it directly to Wuda. He'll pay 30 million. Arrange the best specialists in the entire hospital for a joint consultation for my father. He stared intently at Wuda's small eyes squeezed together by fat and spoke each word deliberately. Wuda was momentarily stunned, his gaze lingering on the black card for 2 seconds. Then, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, he clutched his stomach and burst into exaggerated laughter. You bring a piece of iron painted black to a private hospital to play the big shot. Do you think him like young Master Zhao, some green young man who can be fooled by a membership card you got for $10 on the street? Wuda laughed so hard tears nearly came out. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped heavily at Lu Chen's wrist. Screw your 30 million. Clatter. The black Centurion card with no spending limit fell onto the terrazzo floor, emitting a crisp metallic sound. Lu Chen looked at the card on the ground and slowly clenched his fists at his sides. His nails dug deep into the flesh of his palms, and his knuckles turned a ghastly white from excessive force. Just as he was about to lose control of the savage, murderous intent within him, the familiar mechanical voice arrived in his mind, as expected, carrying a coldness that judged everything. Ding. Detected that the host has suffered malicious eviction and humiliation by a snobbish doctor. Triggered the wrath subsidy mechanism. Target locked Modu First Private Hospital. System has automatically utilized 10 billion RMB of legal overseas capital flow to complete a 100 absolute controlling stake acquisition of this hospital. Relevant equity transfer procedures have been filed with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. The host is now the sole chairman of this hospital. The phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. Lu Chen took a deep breath of the stale air in the corridor, his chest heaving violently. The boiling blood in him instantly cooled down completely. Replacing it was an absolute coldness of one who holds the power over life and death. He looked at Wuda, who was still rattling on complacently. That gaze was no different from looking at a cold corpse. Wuda felt his scalp tingle under Lu Chen's dead stick. He inexplicably felt a pang of panic which then turned into a furious roar. What are you looking at? You damned pauper, you want to hit me, or what? Wuda whirled around, pointing at the 4 security guards with rubber batons, waving his fat arms vigorously. What are you standing there for? Are you just getting paid to eat idle rice? Get in there, pull that old bastard's tubes, and carry him out. Throw him directly onto the curb outside the main gate. If this pauper dares to stop you, beat him to death. The 4 guards exchanged glances, tightened their grips on their weapons, and advanced toward the ward with heavy steps. Lee Suchin let out a terrified scream and fell to her knees again with a thud at Wu De's feet. She clung desperately to his leg, sobbing heartrendingly. Director, you can't throw him out. Zhang Wo will really die. Well, leave right now, please. Just let him finish this life-saving drip. Wuda looked disgustedly at the tears on his trousers. He raised his foot in its leather shoe and kicked hard at Lee Sukin's shoulder. Get off. Don't dirty my designer trousers. Can you afford to replace them? The murderous intent in Lu Chen's eyes exploded completely. He was about to raise his leg and directly cripple this heartless fat pig. Suddenly, the exclusive internal elevator doors at the end of the corridor burst open with a loud bang, slamming wildly to both sides. A chaotic earthquake-like stampede of footsteps surged from the elevator entrance. A group of middle-aged and elderly men in white coats and suits burst out like locusts thrown into a pot of boiling water. They ran frantically on the slippery floor, scrambling and stumbling toward Ward 04. Leading them was none other than Zhang Dihai, the dean of Modu First Private Hospital and a titan of the medical community. His usually immaculately combed hair was now a mess like a chicken's nest, with strands of white hair flying wildly in the air. His expensive gold-rimmed glasses were crooked on his nose, and he had even lost one leather shoe. He was actually sprinting on the cold floor with only one sock on. Following Zhang Dihai were all the hospital's vice deans, department heads, and board executives. More than 20 people, each drenched in sweat, ties askew, faces as pale as paper. As they ran, they clumsily wiped the beaded cold sweat from their foreheads with their sleeves. The onlookers who had been ready to witness Lu Chen's humiliation were now all gaping like ducks with their necks squeezed. That hat's Dean Zhang. Oh my god, the one behind him is the entire hospital leadership, right? What earth-shattering event has happened? This scene wouldn't be so terrifying even if the city mayor came for an inspection. Why are they all running as if fleeing a disaster? Wu De was arrogantly commanding the guards when his peripheral vision caught sight of this imposing group of top hospital big shots charging toward him. He was so startled that his fat body quivered, and he quickly withdrew his leg. He straightened his white coat as fast as possible, plastered on a sycophantic, almost twisted smile, and ran toward Dean Zhang. Dean Zhang, all you vice deans, why have you come to this floor personally? Is there some big leader coming for an inspection? Wu De bent over like a fawning lapdog. Rest assured, I am handling a medical dispute. I'll immediately throw this poor family that can't pay the fees out. I guarantee within 2 minutes the corridor will be spotless. It won't affect the hospital's high-end image at all. Before Wu De could finish his boastful words, the smile on his face completely froze. Zhang Dihai didn't even glance at him. Instead, like an enraged bull, he harshly knocked Wu De aside with his shoulder. Wu De's obese body, weighing over 200 jeans, staggered a few steps in the corridor and crashed hard into the corner. Before he could even cry out in pain, Zhang Dihai, followed by more than 20 of the hospital's top power elite, stopped less than a meter in front of Lu Chen. They executed a collective emergency stop that could only be described as miraculous. Under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, guards, and the fallen Wu De, Zhang Dihai took a deep breath and led the way, bringing his knees together. More than 20 suited big shots facing Lu Chen, who was wearing a cheap bargain t-shirt, bent over, sharply bowing a 90-degree, impeccably standard humble bow. A unified shout filled with extreme reverence instantly shook the corridor ceiling of the ICU floor. Greetings, Chairman. Chairman, hello. The thunderous, synchronized greeting echoed through the corridor of the intensive care unit, causing the motion sensor lights on the ceiling to flicker incessantly. Over 20 hospital executives clad in suits bowed deeply, like worshippers paying homage to a sovereign, their bodies bent to the lowest point. That perfectly uniform 90-degree bow struck like a hammer, shattering everyone's comprehension. The corridor fell into a half-minute of deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. The onlooking patients' relatives gasped, covering their mouths as they stepped back a few paces. Sage Chairman, this young man who drives a ride-hailing car is the chairman of our city's top private hospital. Impossible. He couldn't even afford the 300,000 yuan surgery fee just now. Are you blind? Didn't you see Director Zhang's shoe that flew off? Even the director is this terrified. How could it be fake? The 4 security guards who had been brandishing rubber batons with aggressive intent now trembled violently, as if struck by electricity. With a series of clatters, the batons fell to the floor. They scrambled backward into a corner, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to bury themselves. Meanwhile, Wu De, crumpled against the wall, resembled a toad whose belly had been stomped open. His obese body, weighing over 200 caddies, lay limp on the floor, his tiny eyes stretched nearly to the point of tearing at the corners. His mouth slightly open, he emitted hoarse gasps like a fish thrown ashore, gasping for life. How could this be? 3 minutes ago, this poor kid was trampled underfoot and humiliated by him. 3 minutes later, he had transformed into the supreme authority of the entire hospital. That was the terrifying wealth to purchase an entire private hospital. Even if the Zhao family sold everything they owned, they couldn't scrape together a fraction. Wu De's teeth began chattering uncontrollably, his plump cheeks twitching wildly from sheer terror. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his white coat. Lu Chen straightened up, his gaze passing over the bowing executives to land on Wu De on the floor. He did not shout like a nouveau riche, nor did he resort to kicking or punching. He simply stepped forward, his cheap market-stall shoes striking the terrazzo floor with steady, measured footfalls. With each step, Wu De's heart convulsed violently. Lu Chen stopped before Wu De, looking down from on high at the limp mass of flesh. His gaze was like that directed at a rat covered in excrement in a sewer filled with chilling indifference. Just now you said you wanted to pull the plug on my father. Lu Chen's voice was not loud, yet it pierced clearly into everyone's ears in the corridor. Like a rusty iron saw, it slowly ground against Wu De's fragile nerves. No, no, no. Wu De's knees gave way, and he scrambled frantically toward Lu Chen. He clung tightly to Lu Chen's pant legs, knocking his head against the floor with loud thuds until blood appeared on his forehead. Chairman Lu. It was I who judged a book by its cover, who was bewitched by greed. It was all instigated by that beast Zhao Tianyu. Wu De's face was covered in tears and snot, begging like a beaten dog. Please let me off like a fart. I have an old mother and young children. Shut up. Lu Chen uttered 2 cold words. Wu De's please stopped abruptly, as if an invisible hand had clamped tightly around his throat. Lu Chen turned his head to look at Zhang Dihai, who was still bent over, drenched in cold sweat. Director Zhang. Here. Your orders, Chairman. Zhang Dihai shuddered, bending even lower. First, immediately strip Wu De of all his hospital positions and revoke his medical license. From today onward, I don't want to see his name appear in any medical institution in this country. Lu Chen's voice was calm, devoid of any ripple. Zhang Dihai nodded without hesitation. Understood. He'll contact the medical association right away, ban him from the entire industry. Upon hearing this, Wu De's eyes rolled back, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. A full industry blacklist. His lifelong climb through flattery had turned to dust. Second, Lu Chen continued issuing orders, ignoring the mess on the floor. Since he enjoys ordering security to throw people out, then strip off his white coat and put him in a security uniform. Have him stand guard at the hospital's main entrance. Stand for 16 hours every day. If he falls short by even 1 minute, deduct a year's worth of food rations for his entire family. If he dares to resign or take one step out of Modu. Lu Chen paused slightly, a glint of icy killing intent flashing in his eyes. I guarantee he'll be worse off than a rat in the sewer. These words, which cut to the bone, hit hard. Wu De seemed drained of his last ounce of strength. His body went limp, collapsing into a foul-smelling puddle of mud. The once high and mighty chief physician had become a mere gate guard, forced to face daily the patients and families he had once trampled upon. This torment was 10,000 times more cruel than killing him outright. What are you standing there for? Drag this fat pig to the security office and get him changed. Director Zhang reacted swiftly, roaring at the 4 security guards cowering in the corner. The guards, as if pardoned, pounced on Wu De, dragging him away like a dead dog as his eyes rolled back, fleeing the scene in disgrace. The corridor fell silent once more. Li Suqing stared at this surreal scene, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. How had her son, who had suffered so much since childhood, suddenly become so powerful? Lu Chen turned and strode quickly to Li Suqing's side. He again placed his hands on his adopted mother's shoulders, the chill on his face instantly melting into a warm smile. Mom, it's okay. With me here, no one will touch a hair on Dad's head. Director Zhang. Lu Chen tilted his head slightly. Immediately assemble the hospital's best expert team and use the top-tier imported medications. Spare no expense to cure my father. The funds will come from my personal account. Rest assured, Chairman. I'll personally lead the consultation and ensure the fastest recovery for the elder. Zhang Dihai dared not delay, waving his hands to usher the vice directors and department heads into the ward like herding ducks. A group of top experts whom ordinary people would wait months to see now gathered around Yi Zhangwo's bed, striving to apply every skill they possessed. Watching the indicators on the life support equipment gradually stabilize, the stone that had been lodged in Li Suqing's throat finally fell. She clutched Lu Chen's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face once more. But this time they were tears of joy. After settling everything, Lu Chen stepped out of the ward. The corridor had been cleared of all onlookers by Director Zhang, leaving only the quietly flowing air. Lu Chen walked to the window and pulled out his Android phone, its screen cracked in one corner. He intended to send a message to Xia Bingning to reassure her. Suddenly, a notification for an unread WeChat message popped up at the top of the screen. The sender was a stranger with a Matrix profile picture. Lu Chen frowned slightly and opened the message. It was a screenshot of the trending search list. The first trending topic had a glaring red title: shocking. Modus billion-dollar IC female CEO, Xia Bingning secretly keeping a low-level ride-hailing driver. Massive scandalous transfer records exposed. Below the screenshot was a line of text with a childlike tone, but an unmistakable killing intent. Daddy, that ugly Annie Lu is making trouble online again. DeBeo has already dug out all her dirty secrets. Lu Chen's gaze was fixed on that trending screenshot. The pale light from the screen illuminated his cold and hard cheek, outlining the taut line of his jaw. The obscene comments in the comment section were like a swarm of bloodthirsty flies swarming towards him. Does the billion-dollar female CEO really like this kind of thing? Finding a lowly loser driving a ride-sharing car, isn't that just too good? I said that Xia Bingning acts so aloof all the time. Who knows how wild she is behind closed doors? I know that guy too. He's Lu Chen. He was still borrowing money at the hospital entrance yesterday, and today he's become a gigolo. Lu Chen's breathing gradually grew heavier, and the knuckles gripping his phone let out a dull crack. The edges of the old phone screen were crushed by his grip, creating several spiderweb-like cracks. The sharp edges of the cracks dug into his thumb, drawing a drop of crimson blood, yet he didn't even furrow his brow. They cursed him for being poor, mocked him for living off others, and he could treat it as mere background noise. But to splash dirty water on Xia Bingning, to drag down that woman who endured hardships to give birth to 3 children and waited for him silently for 4 years, that was crossing the line. This touched Lu Chen's reverse scale. A dragon has a reverse scale. Touching it will lead to death. Muiwe, prepare the car. Let's go back to the villa. Lu Chen's voice was as cold as a blade dipped in ice water. The Maybach sped along the elevated highway in the magic city like a black ghost. In the backseat, Lu Chen closed his eyes, his fingers rhythmically tapping on his thigh. Muiwe in the passenger seat turned her head, a layer of frost covering her stunning face. Young master, do you need the dark web to intervene? Within 15 minutes the person who posted the rumors will evaporate from this world, leaving not even ashes behind. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the small avatar of Hacker Empire in the WeChat chat box. The corners of his taut mouth unexpectedly pulled into a gentle arc. No need for you to take action, there's a little guy at home who has already cast the net. He pushed open the heavy oak door of the Emperor Yuan No. 1 villa. Lu Chen went straight to the second floor. Instead of heading to the master bedroom, he opened the children's study, filled with Lego toys and super wings. In the center of the room on the carpet, the 4-year-old DeBeo was sitting with his short legs crossed, still wearing that pure cotton onesie printed with dinosaur patterns. On his chubby nose sat a pair of large blue light-blocking glasses covering most of his face. Among the piles of plush toys, 3 modified top-notch alien curved monitors were placed. On the screen, dense green code was crazily refreshing like a waterfall, flashing dazzling microlights. DeBeo's 10 chubby fingers resembling tiny carrots left a trail on the mechanical keyboard. The crisp click-clack sound of the keyboard even carried a rhythm of decisiveness. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the keyboard stopped abruptly. DeBeo took off his heavy glasses and casually tossed them onto a nearby plush bear. In one moment, he was a top hacker who could summon the wind and rain in the dark web, and in the next, he bounced up from the carpet like a sticky rice dumpling. Dad! DeBeo ran into Lu Chen's arms with his short legs tightly hugging Lu Chen's neck. He pressed his milky face against Lu Chen's broad shoulder and rubbed it vigorously. Dad, don't be angry. That ugly aunt named Lu Meyer is too bad. DeBeo will help you teach her a lesson. His soft voice carried a hint of possessive dominance. Lu Chen felt a twinge in his nose. No matter how dirty and cold the outside world was, or how malicious people stabbed him with knives, as long as he returned home, this 4-year-old little meatball who should be hiding in his parents' arms and acting cute had already erected an impenetrable firewall blocking all malice outside the door. Lu Chen held DeBeo's small bottom with one hand and lifted him to the computer screen. Tell Dad, how did you find? DeBeo broke free from Lu Chen's embrace and returned to the computer. He stretched out his short index finger and tapped the screen twice. The ugly aunt, after being kicked out yesterday, sought revenge and found an MCN company called Starshine Entertainment. This company specializes in creating internet rumors. The boss gave the ugly aunt some money to collaborate on the hype, intending to drive down the stock price of Mom's company to earn black money. DeBeo pouted as he spoke, resembling a pouting little pufferfish. Bullying Dad and Mom, DeBeo won't agree. He took a deep breath and his chubby little hand adorned with a Peppa Pig sticker slammed onto the enter key. Smash! This seemingly childish action stirred up a 10-level tsunami in the online world. On the screen, the data curve representing the trending topics across the internet suddenly collapsed, plummeting off a cliff. In the blink of an eye, those rumor posts that had been hanging on major platforms' homepages were wiped away, as if by a giant eraser, along with hundreds of thousands of marketing accounts that participated in forwarding, liking, and manipulating the narrative. A glaring red pop-up appeared on their screen's. Account involved in malicious rumors has been permanently banned and IP address has been locked and handed over to the internet police. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Starshine Entertainment in the Magic City, Lu Meyer was sitting on the boss leather sofa, sipping red wine, smugly watching the ever-increasing heat. A cold smile of resentment curled at the corners of her mouth as she began to fantasize about Lu Chen's downfall kneeling before her in desperation. Bang! The giant LED screen in the lobby of the company suddenly went black, emitting a piercing. Immediately after, countless confidential contracts with secret stamps, records of tax evasion, and even videos of forcing female internet celebrities under their management into transactional relationships played wildly on the big screen. At the same time, the internal emails of the Economic Investigation Team and Anti-Money Laundering Center were filled with ironclad evidence from anonymous hackers within a second. The shrill sound of police sirens tore through the tranquility of the CBD business district. Dozens of armored vehicles with flashing red and blue lights surrounded every exit of the building. Pedestrians outside the office building stopped, gasping in shock through the glass doors. Lu Meyer watched in horror as the solid wood door of the boss office was violently broken open by dozens of fully armed Economic Investigation police. The leading officer raised the arrest warrant in his hand, the cold handcuffs reflecting cold light in the sunlight. Starshine Entertainment is suspected of major economic crimes and organized online violence. Everyone, hands on your heads, all of you are under arrest. Lu Meyer's knees buckled, collapsing onto the ground, strewn with shattered glass, drained of even the strength to scream. Her proud revenge plan was obliterated along with this billion-dollar company in the third hour of its initiation. In the villa's study, DeBeo watched the footage of the Economic Investigation Team making arrests on the screen, yawning widely. Tears of fatigue rolled out from the corners of his eyes. Dad, the keyboard is too hard. DeBeo's hands hurt. He rubbed his chubby fingers and lay on Lu Chen's thigh like a lazy little cat. Lu Chen chuckled lightly, ruffling his watermelon head, picked him up, and placed him back on the small bed, tucking him under the air-conditioned blanket. He also closed the surveillance program running in the computer's background. The clock's hands quietly passed 3 in the afternoon. Suddenly Lu Chen's phone in his pocket vibrated. The caller ID was Xia Bingning. Upon answering, Xia Bingning's urgent voice, filled with suppressed panting, came through. "Husband, I'm sorry, the board meeting was deliberately delayed by someone, and I can't get away." In the background, the sharp voices of several old shareholders arguing and the sound of documents being slammed could be heard. Xia Bingning lowered her voice as if avoiding a listener outside a meeting room. Even the facade of the usually aloof and strong woman couldn't be maintained, revealing a deep fatigue and anxiety. Air Bao and Xiao Bao are at the Early Education Center for a trial class this afternoon, and it seems like something happened over there. The bodyguard I sent to pick up the kids was injured. Can you go over there? Beep, beep, beep. Lu Chen hung up the phone, the busy tone drowned out by hurried footsteps. He entrusted the sleeping Dub Bao to the senior nanny and strode out of the villa, heading straight for the underground garage. The garage sensors lit up one by one, the blinding lights shining on several exaggeratedly styled supercars. Koenigsegg poisoned Bugatti Veyron like a group of dormant steel behemoths. Lu Chen frowned slightly, his fingertips pausing on the sports car key rack. Too ostentatious. In the morning rush to pick up the child in the city center, a supercar is likely to get stuck in traffic and cause delays. He summoned the system panel. He hadn't opened the blind box rewarded by the system this morning while making breakfast, successfully dismantled the Heart Breakfast blind box. Reward 1, Sikorsky Black Hawk Modified Armed Helicopter, Civilian Modified Version. Note this model is equipped with bulletproof armor and radar stealth coating with a maximum speed of 350 km per hour. The flight license and all-weather route exemption have come into effect. Parked at the helipad behind the villa. An armed helicopter. Lu Chen's eyelid twitched. He turned and walked toward the internal elevator of the garage, heading directly to the back mountain of the villa. At 4 p.m., in front of the Star River Bay Early Education Center in Modu, the wide square was filled with Porsches, Maseratis, and Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles. Parents coming to pick up their children were dressed elegantly, exchanging business cards with each other, the air filled with high-end perfume and the scent of vanity. "Oh my missus. One, your husband just bought this Maybach, it's really nice, over 5 million, right?" A wealthy woman adorned with jewels pointed at a nearby black sedan, her tone dripping with envy. The woman referred to as Mrs. Wang covered her mouth and giggled, flaunting the car keys in her hand. "Where? It's just a casual purchase for transportation. Can't be like some people not even owning a car and taking a taxi to pick up their child." Mrs. Wang rolled her eyes, her gaze disdainfully sweeping over several children standing on the steps. Among them, Air Bao and Xiao Bao were being sheltered by several early education teachers. Not far away, 2 bodyguards from the Xia family in black suits were leaning against the wall in pain, clutching their bleeding foreheads. Just now, Xia Bingning's competitor had hired some thugs to cause trouble at the entrance. Although the thugs were chased away, the security was injured, and the 2 little ones were quite frightened. Air Bao tightly clutched his brother's clothing, his eyes red as he looked around. "Teacher, why hasn't my dad come to pick me up yet?" Air Bao asked in a childlike voice, clearly on the verge of tears. Mrs. Wang scoffed, stepping forward to pinch Air Bao's chubby face. "Little girl, your dad is probably a broke loser scared off by those thugs just now." "Not at all. My dad is a great hero. He will definitely come to pick me up in a big car." Air Bao swatted away the wealthy woman's hand, loudly retorting like a protective little kitten. The surrounding parents erupted in laughter. "A big car? A bus or a big truck? Today's poor people are really shameless, doing everything they can to send their kids to elite preschools, and they can't even afford a car." Those mockeries pricked like needles at the hearts of the 2 3-year-old children. Xiao Bao clenched his chubby fists, standing in front of his sister, glaring fiercely at the adults who mocked them. Just as the several snobbish parents were preparing to continue their ridicule, a sudden deep rumble echoed from the sky. At first it sounded like distant thunder. Just 2 seconds later, the sound suddenly amplified, transforming into a deafening sonic boom that tore through the chaos of the entire square. Boom, rumble. The massive airflow descended like a 12th-degree typhoon. The luxury cars that had seemed untouchable moments ago were instantly caught in the chaos. The hood of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class was banging loudly. The alarm of the Porsche screamed like a mad thing. Mrs. Wang's proud Maybach had its paint chipped by the gravel on the ground. "What's going on? My new hairstyle. Run, it's going to get someone killed." The wealthy women and men who had been chatting and laughing moments ago dropped their designer bags and, covering their heads, fled in all directions like headless chickens. Everyone looked up in horror. They saw a completely black, cold metallic beast of a helicopter hovering like a hawk above the Early Education Center. The gigantic 4-blade rotor whipped up a violent airflow. The thick bulletproof armor mounting points were faintly visible on the fuselage. This was not an ordinary civilian helicopter. This was a military-grade armed helicopter that made anyone who looked at it feel a chill run down their spine. "Damn. Is the army here for an exercise?" How did they bring a helicopter to the city center? A wealthy second generation, who understood the situation, was so scared that he sat down on the ground, his finger pointing at the sky, trembling wildly. Under the trembling gazes of hundreds of people, the helicopter landed steadily in the center of the square, with an incredibly arrogant and precise posture. The fierce wind calmed down, the rotor's speed gradually slowed. The cabin door was pushed open from the inside. A long leg clad in black cargo pants stepped out. Chen, wearing Ray-Ban sunglasses that obscured half his face, steadied himself on the cabin door and strode down the stairs. The residual wind from the rotor flared his clothes, making them flutter. Those parents who had just mocked Chen for not even being able to afford a bus now looked like startled geese with their necks grabbed. Mrs. Wang's mouth, painted with seductive lipstick, gaped open, her jaw nearly hitting the floor. She glanced at her Maybach, which had its paint scratched by stones, and then at the killing machine worth over 100 million that even money couldn't buy. A deep sense of powerlessness and fear surged from her feet to the top of her head. Dad! Air Bao and Xiao Bao recognized the person and immediately dashed forward like two little cannonballs. Chen took off his sunglasses and crouched down. He opened his strong arms and securely caught the two little bundles of flesh that leaped into his embrace. He reached out to pat Air Bao's head, glancing at the two injured bodyguards in the distance. A terrifying cold glint flickered in his eyes, yet his tone was exceedingly gentle. "I'm sorry Daddy is late." Air Bao hugged Chen's neck, pointing at the enormous Black Hawk helicopter, her eyes sparkling. "Dad, is this the big car you were talking about? It's so cool." Chen chuckled lightly, holding the two little ones, one on each side. He stood up and cast a cold glare at the parents who had mocked his children earlier. The wealthy mothers and fathers who met his gaze quickly lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. They were afraid that this mysterious big shot who could fly an armed helicopter through the city center might just crush them with a mere flick of his finger. "Let's go home." Chen said nothing more, turning to carry the children onto the helicopter. With the engine roaring back to life, the Black Hawk took off, transforming into a black lightning that vanished against the skyline of Modu, leaving behind a scene of disarray among the luxury cars and a group of wealthy individuals questioning their lives. Half an hour later, the Black Hawk helicopter flew over the bustling city center of Modu, landing at a top-tier private estate covering hundreds of acres in the suburbs. This was the stronghold of the Xia family, an established billion-dollar conglomerate in Modu. The lawn of the estate was already filled with Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and various limited-edition sports cars. Dozens of bodyguards from the Xia family, dressed in black suits and with stern expressions, were distributed in various corners. The atmosphere was so solemn it was suffocating. Today was the Xia family's core family meeting, held once every 3 years. Xia Bingning's father, the current head of the Xia family, Xia Zhentian, along with various members of the Xia family, including his uncle and cousin, who had long coveted the CEO position, were all present. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the helicopter that had descended from the sky. They were all waiting for the rumored ride-hailing driver, who relied on Xia Bingning to rise to power, to see how he would embarrass himself at this grand banquet. The air in the Xia family estate's great hall seemed to solidify into substance. Chen carried little treasure in his arms and held second treasure by the hand. Xia Bingning, who had just finished a meeting, led big treasure by the hand. The family of 5 stepped across the threshold under dozens of complex gazes. On the rosewood sofa in the center of the hall sat Xia Zhentian, the current head of the Xia family, and Xia Bingning's father, idly toying with 2 warm jade walnuts in his hands. The clack-clack of the jade rubbing together sounded especially harsh in the silent hall. Su Qing, the mother-in-law, sat nearby, her fingers adorned with bright red nail polish, holding a Ruyao teacup, not even lifting her eyelids. The precious rosewood chairs on both sides were filled with the Xia family's core relatives. Xia Bingning's second uncle, Xia Yunhai, leaned back in his chair with a swaggering posture. A thick cigar was clamped between his fingers, and through the swirling smoke his narrow eyes gleamed with undisguised contempt. His cousin Xia Zui, seated beside him, was touching up her makeup with a small diamond-studded mirror, a sneer of sarcasm curling at the corner of her mouth. "Flying in on a rented helicopter and acting like you're some big shot." Xia Ziwei snapped the mirror shut with a crisp click loud enough for everyone to hear. In the social circles of Modu, everyone knows that Chen is nothing but a broke designated driver. "Spending our Xia family's money to put on airs so arrogantly. Aren't you ashamed?" As these sarcastic words were uttered, a few suppressed chuckles echoed through the hall. Xia Yunhai flicked the ash from his cigar and gave a smile that didn't reach his eyes as he looked at Xia Bingning. "Bingning, you're managing a 100 billion conglomerate all by yourself. Your second uncle knows you're under a lot of pressure. If you want to keep a gigolo for some entertainment, your uncle won't stop you. But bringing him to a core family meeting, don't you know?" He pointed the cigar at Chen's cheap t-shirt, his tone dripping with condescension. "What right does this low-life garbage, not even fit to wash our feet, have to stand here? You've disgraced the Xia family." Bang! A sharp crack silenced the room. Xia Bingning suddenly slammed her Hermes bag onto the marble coffee table. This icy female CEO, always composed in front of outsiders, now had reddened eyes and a heaving chest. She stepped forward, her peach blossom eyes blazing with terrifying cold light. Second uncle, just try insulting him again. Xia Bingning gritted her molars, the veins on her neck pulsing. He is my husband, the biological father of my 3 children. She turned to look at the gleeful relatives, then at her silent parents on the main seat. That protective mother bear-like stubbornness straightened her slender shoulders. You think he's poor? Think he's not good enough? Xia Bingning let out a cold laugh and pulled a thick stack of documents from her bag. Slap. She slammed them onto the coffee table. This is the notarized proof of my personal assets. Her voice rang out forcefully, each word striking everyone's hearts. 30% of the Xia Group's shares 10 office towers in downtown Modu, the revenue rights of 3 overseas mines, and 50 billion in cash in my accounts. In total 37 billion. The entire hall fell deathly silent. Even the cigar slipping from Xia Yunhei's fingers and burning a hole in the carpet went unnoticed. Xia Bingning turned around, standing in front of Lu Chen like a lioness protecting her pride. Even if he does nothing, even if he sleeps at home all day, Xia Bingning can support him. From now on, anyone who dares to bring up his background is picking a fight with me. I brought the Xia family to its position as a 100 billion conglomerate, and I can take back all your shares and kick you out. Dominance radiated from her. That was the sole impression every Xia family member present had of Xia Bingning at that moment. Lu Chen stood behind her, taking a deep breath of the stifling air in the estate. Watching the slender figure in front of him, willing to turn against the entire family to protect him, the hardest ice in his heart quietly melted into warm water. In this mansion full of calculated interests, this woman had given him the purest, most irrational devotion. A gentle smile tugged at the corner of Lu Chen's lips, but the chill in his eyes was as deep as an abyss. With a thought, he summoned the system panel visible only to himself. Hosts current assets 10 billion in cash, demand deposit 100 large penthouses at Thompson Riviera estimated at 20 billion, 100 controlling stake in Modus First private hospital estimated at 20 billion, armed helicopter priceless. Detected host has massive cash flow. Daily interest and passive income from the god of wealth system 1. 2 billion renminbi. Lu Chen looked at the long string of zeros on the panel and shook his head with a wry smile. His wife's total assets of over 30 billion looked quite intimidating. But it seemed less than the spare change from his passive interest of the past few days. Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, using a bit of insignificant financial power to shut these relatives up once and for all, Xia Jintian, who had been silent all along, finally put down his jade walnuts. Enough. His authoritative voice echoed through the hall, carrying the oppressive weight of a longtime ruler. He glanced at his stubborn daughter, then took a deep look at the unruffled Lu Chen. Since Bingning has spoken so plainly, Xia Jintian acknowledged this marriage. He stood up, his tone inscrutable. However, the Xia family does not keep idlers. Lu Chen, since you've entered our family, report to the sales department at the group's grassroots level tomorrow. With that, Xia Jintian flicked his sleeves and left, leaving the hall full of people with varied expressions. The family meeting ended in discord. Back in the villa's bedroom, Xia Bingning shed her spiky facade and leaned wearily on Lu Chen's shoulder. Honey, I'm sorry you had to endure that today. Her eyes were slightly red, her voice thick with self-blame. Lu Chen gently stroked her long hair and said softly, with you protecting me, I feel not a bit of grievance. To ease Xia Bingning's tension, Lu Chen looked down at the 3 sleeping little ones in his arms and suggested, tomorrow is the weekend, and you have the day off. Let's leave those cold-faced bodyguards behind. The 5 of us can go grocery shopping like an ordinary family, buy some ingredients, and he'll cook for you. How does that sound? Xia Bingning looked up, and a glimmer of hope instantly lit up her weary peach blossom eyes. Okay. Early the next morning, sunlight spilled over the entrance of the Durunfa supermarket in downtown Modu. Lu Chen pushed a shopping cart with Big Treasure sitting in the basket, while Second Treasure and Little Treasure held Xia Bingning's hands on either side. The family of 5, dressed in simple casual wear, merged into the bustling crowd of shoppers. Just as they reached the imported snack section, a richly dressed noblewoman in a Chanel haute couture suit dripping with jewelry was bossing her bodyguards around, rudely sweeping the last few limited edition Disney blind boxes from the shelf into her own cart. Second Treasure stood before the shelf looking at the empty display and pouted. Mommy, Second Treasure wants that Mickey blind box. The noblewoman heard the voice and turned around. When she saw the faded white t-shirt on Lu Chen, her thickly powdered face instantly twisted into a sneer. Where did this pauper come from? Can you even afford it, whining like that? The price of 1 blind box is enough to feed your whole family instant noodles for a month. Where did this penniless wretch even come from? Daring to demand something he can't possibly afford. The price of a single blind box could feed your entire family instant noodles for a month. The wealthy matron's acrid, contemptuous voice echoed through the imported snack aisle. Her face, caked in heavy foundation, twisted slightly with disdain. Her overpowering high-end perfume assaulted Lu Chen's nostrils. To embody today's ordinary family experience, Lu Chen wore a faded, washed-out t-shirt. Xia Bingning had also shed her custom-tailored suit, donning a plain logo-free dress, and even wore a mask to conceal her breathtaking beauty. This family of 5 dressed so unassumingly, so utterly low-key, that the matron assumed she could trample them without consequence. Airbao watched silently as the Mickey Mouse blind box she'd reached for was snatched away and tossed into the matron's shopping cart, yet she did not cry or protest. The little girl turned and placed her soft petite frame squarely in front of Lu Chen's legs. She stretched out her short arms like a fiercely protective kitten guarding its food, locking her unwavering gaze on the towering haughty woman. My daddy is not penniless. I picked it up first. You give it back to me right now. Airbao's voice rang clear and bright, yet trembled faintly with quiet defiance. Her small hands clasped tightly behind her back, gripping the frayed hem of Lu Chen's trousers. Cold sweat seeped from her palms, dampening the fabric beneath his skin. Brutal class arrogance collided heat-in with this child's tender, unadulterated instinct to protect. A wave of tenderness softened Lu Chen's heart, but the warmth in his eyes vanished, instantly freezing over into glacial stillness. He extended a broad palm, gently ushering Airbao behind him, then lifted his gaze to meet the matron's. Filthy little bastard, daring to talk back. The matron rolled her eyes and raised a hand studded with diamond rings the size of pigeon eggs, poised to shove Airbao's shoulder. If you can't afford it, scram to the discount section. Don't sully this place with your presence. Her crimson-nailed fingers hadn't even brushed Airbao's sleeve. A massive hand, ironclad and unyielding, clamped down on her wrist midair. Lu Chen's molars ground together with an audible grind. Thick, sinuous veins surged across the backs of his hands like coiled azure serpents. He jerked his arm sharply. It's broken. Let go. Her shriek, raw, guttural, and piercing, ripped through the entire mall like a blade tearing silk. The commotion swiftly drew mall security. A portly man wearing a regional manager badge pushed aside the gathering crowd and hurried over. Upon recognizing the matron clutching her wrist and wailing in agony, cold sweat instantly gushed down his plump cheeks. Mrs. Lu, are you all right? The manager instantly recognized her as a Black Diamond VIP cardholder, a top-tier client who spent several million annually. His eyes flickered dismissively over Lu Chen's threadbare attire and the modest shopping cart, holding only a few stalks of bok choy. His spine snapped rigid, his nostrils flared upward imperiously. Security. Surround this troublemaker, the penniless rabble, immediately. Several guards clutching walkie-talkies rushed forward, encircling Lu Chen's family of 5. Elderly shoppers nearby recoiled, whispering and pointing at the tense circle forming in the center of the aisle. That young man's temper is too volatile. He's provoked someone wealthy. He won't walk out of these doors today. Sigh. If you're broke, why bring your kids to such an upscale area? Only inviting humiliation. These fragmented murmurs sliced through Xia Bingning's eardrums like invisible blades. This woman, who ruled a billion-dollar empire with unchallenged authority, had never endured such indignity. Frost, deep, ancient, and absolute, crystallized in her peach-shaped eyes. With a cold, unreadable expression, her slender fingers slipped into her Hermes bag, reaching for the Centurion black card that would instantly terminate every arrogant soul before her. Just as her fingertips grazed the edge of the card, a warm, broad hand settled gently atop hers. Xia Bingning froze, electrified. She lifted her gaze and met Lu Chen's ocean-deep, unshakable eyes. Today was my promise. I'd take you all out to experience life firsthand. Let me handle this small matter. His voice was calm, gentle, and utterly non-negotiable. In that instant, her regal, commanding aura dissolved like mist beneath morning sun. The ice in Xia Bingning's eyes melted into spring water. Obediently, she withdrew her hand and stepped half a pace back, vanishing into the sheltering shadow of Lu Chen's broad shoulders, her fingers unconsciously twisting the fabric of her skirt. Boy, kneel now and beg Mrs. Lu's forgiveness. The manager crossed his arms, delivering his verdict from on high. Otherwise, I'll have your entire family thrown onto the street and call the police to lock you up. Manager, don't let him off lightly. I want both his arms. The matron snarled, massaging her swollen wrist. Lu Chen ignored the chorus of shrill, self-important voices entirely. With deliberate slowness, he retrieved an old Android phone. Its screen cracked at one corner, from his pocket. With one hand, he swiped open the display and dialed a number. The call connected instantly. Muyue. Lu Chen's voice held no inflection. Calm, serene, utterly devoid of turbulence. In 5 minutes, I want full ownership of this entire Hang Lung Mall, including the land it stands on. Fully owned, 100 equity. He ended the call without another word. For 2 breathless seconds, silence hung thick and heavy. Then the matron and manager erupted into unrestrained, belly-aching laughter. Did I hear that right? By the entire Hang Lung Mall. The manager laughed until tears streamed down his face, jabbing a finger at Lu Chen's battered phone. With that piece of junk, not even worth replacing the screen. Do you know its market valuation? 3 billion. The matron waved dismissively, her crow's feet crinkling into deep folds. This pauper must have snapped under stress, call the asylum, and haul him away. Onlookers shook their heads, their gazes shifting between pity and disdain as they studied Lu Chen. Such shameless pretension could only be described as beyond redemption. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, yet the mall's soothing background music played on undisturbed. The manager sneered, pulling out his walkie-talkie to issue the expulsion order. Time's up, the clown's farce ends now. Security, move. Boom. A deafening metallic groan tore through the corridor as the CEO's private elevator doors at the far end burst violently open. A portly middle-aged man, his suit jacket straining buttons popped, stumbled out in panic. One shoe flew off mid-run, revealing a black cotton sock. Sweat drenched his brow, his tie hung askew. Like a bull with its tail stepped on, he barreled through the crowd, shoving aside anyone in his path. The mall's principal shareholder, billionaire Sun Dafu. Make way. All of you, get out of my way. Sun Dafu roared as he charged into the snack aisle, scanning wildly through the sea of faces, until his eyes locked onto the man standing calmly at the center of the circle. Before everyone's stunned, horrified gaze, this tycoon, worth billions, collapsed to his knees, sliding forward on the marble floor in utter abject surrender. His kneecap struck the stone with a sickening muffled thud. Lu chairman. Sun Dafu raised high a freshly signed share transfer agreement, his voice trembling like a leaf in a winter gale. Overseas capital has already wired 50 billion yuan into my account. Full acquisition of all shares. This fully executed contract is ready for your approval. From this moment onward, this mall, and the land beneath it, is your private property. Silence swallowed the entire space. Cheerful nursery rhymes continued playing softly, yet now sounded eerily dissonant. Milk cartons slipped from onlookers' hands, spilling milky liquid across the floor, yet no one bent to retrieve them. The manager's smirk had frozen solid on his face, grotesquely rigid. His pupils dilated violently, his jaw dropped, so wide it seemed near dislocation. The haughty matron collapsed backward onto a shelf, her designer handbag thudding to the floor, unfelt, unnoticed. 50 billion yuan, in cash, transferred in 5 minutes. What kind of terrifying deity stood before them? Lu Chen didn't even glance at the contract. He lowered his gaze slightly, looking down upon Sun Dafu kneeling at his feet. Now that the mall belongs to me, I expect no filth to sully its environment. Understood. I'll handle it immediately. Sun Dafu leapt up like a dog receiving a command. Whirling toward the trembling regional manager, he delivered a thunderous slap across the man's fleshy cheek. The sharp crack reverberated through the atrium. Blind fool, how dare you offend Chairman Lu? Sun Dafu bellowed, then whirled again to roar at the paralyzed guards. You're fired. Now this instant, immediately. Drag this incompetent imbecile, and that vulgar harridan who started this, out of the mall right now. If either dare set foot inside this mall again, I'll break your legs. The guards snapped awake, surging forward in chaotic unison. They seized the manager who wailed and pleaded and the matron, who'd wet herself in terror, and dragged them both out of the mall like discarded sacks beneath the awestruck stares of the crowd. Once the storm had passed, Lu Chen knelt beside the shelf and personally selected 10 Mickey Mouse blind boxes, placing them gently into Airbao's arms. Pick whichever ones you like, more than enough. If you still want more, I'll buy the factory and build them just for you. Airbao's tears vanished, replaced by radiant laughter, and a loud smacking kiss planted squarely on Lu Chen's cheek. After shopping, Xia Bingning led her 2 sons to the restroom to wipe snack crumbs from their clothes. Lu Chen waited outside the restroom, pushing a cart overflowing with groceries. A pungent, cheap perfume drifted toward him on the air-conditioned breeze. High heels clicked rhythmically, sticky exaggerated, against the tiles. A woman in a revealing halter-top miniskirt, her cleavage boldly displayed, swayed toward him with serpentine grace. She halted directly before Lu Chen, deliberately bending forward to expose a generous expanse of pale skin. It was Lin Xiaoya, Lu Mayer's plastic best friend. The cheap perfume smell carried by the cold air from the central air conditioning invaded Lu Chen's nostrils without warning. His brows slightly furrowed as he instinctively stepped back, half a step creating distance between them. Lin Xiaoya, however, clung to him like a stubborn patch. She wore a deep-neck strap mini dress with so little fabric that her pale bare thighs were blatantly exposed to the air. She deliberately bent over, bracing her hands on the edge of the snack-laden shopping cart, flaunting her impressive cleavage in Lu Chen's line of sight, without any reservation. Brother Lu, what a coincidence running into you here. Lin Xiaoya's voice was cloyingly sweet, like cheap syrup laced with excess sweetener, with a deliberately drawn-out suggestive tone. Her eyes, heavily coated with eyeshadow, raked over Lu Chen from head to toe like hooks. Ever since she saw the news in the influencer group yesterday about Lu Mayer's company being shut down and Zhao Xiao fleeing in panic overnight, Lin Xiaoya had begun to harbor ulterior motives. That blind fool Lu Mayer had actually discarded a true dragon like a crawling insect. Now, although Lu Chen had Xia Bingning by his side, which rich man didn't seek extramarital affairs. Besides, she considered herself more alluring than Xia Bingning, who had already given birth. Something on your mind, Doi? Lu Chen didn't even lift his eyelids, his gaze still fixed on the direction of the restroom. His tone was as cold as if he were addressing a flyer-distributing salesperson on the street. Lin Xiaoya, having met with a mild rebuff, not only was unfazed but leaned in even more brazenly. She extended her finger painted with red nail polish and gently brushed it across the back of Lu Chen's hand as he pushed the shopping cart. A faint warmth transmitted through the touch, carrying a teasing implication. Brother Lu, back when you were with Meyer, I always felt she wasn't good enough for you. Lin Xiaoya put on a righteous air, as if defending Lu Chen, squeezing out a few crocodile tears from the corners of her eyes. That bitch was fooling around with other men behind your back. Oh, I've long found it intolerable. Yesterday when I saw her downfall, I didn't hesitate to block her. As she badmouthed her former best friend, she subtly leaned the weight of her body against Lu Chen's arm. Lu Chen abruptly withdrew his hand, his eyes turning instantly as cold as ice blades. Lin Xiaoya, having leaned into nothing, staggered, her heels twisting, nearly falling to the ground. Don't touch me with those hands that have touched who knows how many men. Filthy. Lu Chen looked down at her, as if she were a clump of rotting garbage in a sewer. The undisguised disgust and contempt made the fake smile freeze on Lin Xiaoya's face. Gritting her teeth, Lin Xiaoya decided to tear off the mask of hypocrisy. From her low-cut collar, she extracted a gilded presidential suite key card, holding it between two fingers and waving it. Brother Lu, we're all adults here. Why pretend to be so sanctimonious? Her voice dropped low, dripping with naked transactional intent. I know that a female CEO like Xia Bingning must be very domineering. You must have suffered a lot at home, right? This key card is for the Intercontinental Hotel upstairs. They'll be waiting for you there after I've cleaned up. As long as you give me some pocket money every month, I promise to take good care of you on call whenever you want, and I won't cause you any trouble. In her eyes, once a man had money, he would inevitably seek excitement by keeping a mistress. This was the truth she had learned from years of hanging around nightclubs. Lu Chen looked at the key card and let out a chilling laugh. Pocket money. He leaned in slightly, and an overwhelming aura of dominance instantly enveloped Lin Xiaoya. What do you think you are to deserve my money? Lu Chen's voice was quiet, but carried an undeniable authority. Get lost. My wife is about to come out, don't let your stench reach my child. Lin Xiaoya, shaken by his aura, stumbled back a step. Her face turned pale, and red, her carefully applied makeup contorted with rage. She tried to persist. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp, rhythmic sound of high heels came from the other end of the Muyu, dressed in a tuxedo, appeared at the entrance of the corridor like a specter flanked by 4 black-suited bodyguards. Expressionless, she walked up to Lu Chen and bowed slightly. Young master, the car outside is ready. Then Muyu's cold almond-shaped eyes swept icily over Lin Xiaoya. With just a glance, Lin Xiaoya felt as if a chicken had been grabbed by the neck, trembling all over, and even the key card in her hand fell to the floor. She recognized this woman. Yesterday at the hospital entrance, she had kicked a Porsche to pieces with 1 foot. Young master, how should we handle this woman? Muyu reported respectfully. Lu Chen took out a tissue, deliberately wiped the back of his hand where Lin Xiaoya had touched him, and then tossed the tissue precisely into a nearby trash can. She said she wanted pocket money just now. Lu Chen put his hands in his pockets, his tone as casual as if deciding what to have for dinner. Since she likes money so much, let's grant her wish. Arrange a private jet and send her to a diamond mine in West Africa to dig potatoes. Without digging up 100 caddies of gold, she won't be allowed to return to the country for life. Just a few light words sealed Lin Xiaoya's fate. Lin Xiaoya's knees gave way, and she collapsed to the floor. No, Brother Lu, I was wrong. I want dare again. Please let me go. She scrambled forward, desperately trying to grab Lu Chen's thigh. But before she could get close, 2 bodyguards grabbed her arms as if lifting a chicken. A large hand mercilessly covered her mouth, stifling those ear-piercing pleas. Lin Xiaoya struggled in despair, but could only watch helplessly as she was dragged toward the cargo elevator, vanishing as if from the human world. Just then the restroom door opened. Xia Bingning emerged, holding Debao with one hand and Xiaobao with the other. Her peripheral vision caught the back of Lin Xiaoya being dragged away, as well as the hotel key card still on the floor. With her sharp intelligence, she instantly understood what had just happened. The air around them seemed to freeze for a moment. Muyu lowered her eyes and retreated half a step discreetly. Xia Bingning walked up to Lu Chen. Without questioning or making a scene, she simply reached out her soft arm and naturally looped it through Lu Chen's. She leaned most of her weight against his shoulder. Husband, let's go home. Xia Bingning lifted her head, her plain face blooming with a gentle smile that could outshine 100 flowers. She didn't even glance at the key card on the floor. Because she knew this man was worthy of her unreserved trust. Warmth surged in Lu Chen's heart. He took her slightly cold fingertips in his hand, enveloping her small hand in his palm. All right, let's go home. Night fell at Dun No. 1 villa. After dinner, Xia Bingning went to the study to handle the backlog of documents. Lu Chen leaned back on the wide soft leather sofa in the living room, watching financial news on TV. Bao dressed in pink strawberry pajamas curled up in Lu Chen's arms like a little koala. The little girl held a jar of nuts in her hands, munching away contentedly. Next is a financial bulletin. The host on the screen wore a serious expression. The veteran pharmaceutical company Eternal Life Technology has been exposed today for severe financial fraud. Clinical trials for 3 of its new anti-cancer drugs have all failed. The stock plummeted at the opening bell today. A large number of hot money fled and retail investors lost everything. Experts predict the company may face bankruptcy and delisting. On the screen, the Klein chart of Eternal Life Technology stock was in freefall, full of glaring green. Lu Chen wasn't interested in this, and was about to change the channel to cartoons for Bao. Suddenly Bao stretched out her chubby little finger and pointed at the greenest Klein on the screen. "Daddy, this green line is so ugly." The little girl tilted her head, speaking in her milky voice. "Bao doesn't like green. Daddy, make it red, okay?" The second child pointed at the green stock on the television and said in a childish voice, "Daddy, this green line looks ugly. Can you make it red?" The little girl carrying a sweet strawberry milk scent nuzzled her soft body against Lu Chen's embrace. She extended her chubby little finger, which had just grabbed some nuts and was still a bit oily, stubbornly pointing at the financial news scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Lu Chen followed the direction of the second child's finger, his gaze landing on the stock code named Chongqing Technology. There was not a single ripple in his eyes. It was merely a pharmaceutical company facing bankruptcy due to failed clinical trials, its stocks already shattered beyond repair. Currently, retail and institutional investors in the entire financial sector were frantically selling off this worthless stock as if avoiding a plague. "Alright, since the second child likes red, Daddy, we'll make it red." Lu Chen's lips curved into a gentle smile, but a hint of dominance flashed in his eyes. He freed one hand and pulled out his old Android phone from his pocket. With one hand, he swiped the screen and dialed Muyu's number. The call was picked up almost instantly. "Muyu, gather the funds." Lu Chen's voice was calm, as if he were simply ordering an extra dish for dinner. "Sweep all the sell orders for Chongqing Technology on the market. Cost is not a concern." There was no hesitation on the other end of the line, only a cold and absolutely obedient response. "Yes, young master. It is expected to require 10 billion in funds, and we will complete absolute control within 3 minutes." The moment the call ended, a cold mechanical system notification echoed violently in Lu Chen's mind. Ding. Detected host completing daily pampering behavior, spending a fortune for his daughter's smile. Triggered the hidden attribute of the second daughter, the coy physique passive effect. Across the ocean in a top hedge fund's headquarters on Wall Street, the chief trader with a face full of stubble held a cup of American coffee, staring at the screen where the green line lay flat like a dead man's ECG. He turned to the fund manager behind him and snapped his fingers. "Boss, we have shorted Chongqing Technology to the brink of delisting. One last blow, let's send these Eastern fools to meet God." He confidently pressed the enter key, smashing the last 50 million shares of the sell order onto the limit down. The boss behind him raised a freshly opened bottle of champagne, ready to celebrate the perfect conclusion of this short-selling feast. But before the liquid could be poured into the glass, ding! The piercing trading alarm echoed throughout the trading hall. That 50 million share sell order, enough to crush a listed company, vanished in the blink of an eye. Instantly evaporated. It was not a withdrawal, it was devoured by a terrifying sum of money that appeared out of nowhere. The trader's wrist trembled. The scalding coffee splashed onto the expensive mechanical keyboard, emitting white smoke. He stared at the screen, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. They bought in. Someone used over 10 billion to swallow all our chips. The fund manager behind him slipped the champagne bottle, shattering on the marble floor, glass shards scattering everywhere. At the same time, in the domestic city of magic inside the internal trading room of the top speculative club limited, several battle-hardened traders collectively jumped up from their chairs, their shoe soles screeching against the wooden floor. "Boss, the stock of Chongqing Technology has been pried open. Who the hell is this madman? 10 billion. No, it's 20 billion now. The other party doesn't care about the price, they buy as much as they can. They're trying to literally lift the coffin board of delisting." The speculative giant known as Brother Zhao, with a cigar in his mouth, let it fall into his lap. The expensive trousers were burned through with a large black hole, but he remained utterly oblivious. He fixed his gaze on the Klein that shot up like a rocket, breathing heavily like an old man whose bellows had ruptured. As the global capital markets were stunned by this mysterious sum of money, the financial news terminals of Nasdaq and the shares simultaneously popped up a bold highlighted top-level SS Glass News. The font was so large it occupied the entire screen. A shocking reversal. The abandoned pharmaceutical factory land under Chongqing Technology has been surveyed to contain the largest high-purity rare lithium ore vein currently existing on Blue Star. Confirmed overnight by geological experts from multiple countries, the potential economic value of this vein exceeds $300 billion. Relevant departments in the Dragon Country have officially issued a red-headed document to take over and jointly develop it with Chongqing Technology. The moment the news broke, the entire financial sector felt as though the air had been sucked out. Silence. After a deathly silence, it was followed by a tsunami of madness. All the Wall Street institutions that had shorted lined up to the rooftop, while all domestic speculators turned greedy, desperately pounding their keyboards to snatch up shares. But on the market, there were already no circulating stocks left to buy. That mysterious 10 billion fund completed a complete control within the first 3 minutes of the good news being announced. Not even a drop was left for this world. In the living room of the Yuan No. 1 villa, the soothing ending theme of the animated show was still playing. On the financial news scrolling at the bottom of the television screen, Chongqing Technology's green numbers suddenly flashed crazily before jumping to a glaring bright red. A vertical red line was firmly sealed on the limit up like a blood-shedding sword piercing the heavens. The second child stretched out her chubby little hand, clapping her hands in cheer. Wow, Daddy is amazing. The line turned red. The little girl gave Lu Chen a kiss on the chin, leaving a shiny circle of drool. Lu Chen pulled out a tissue and gently wiped the drool from his face. He rubbed the second child's little nose, his voice gentle. As long as the second child is happy. He glanced casually at the profit and loss statement just received on his phone screen. In just a few minutes, the 10 billion he casually dropped to please his daughter riding the wave of the mine's eruption had multiplied several times over. A net profit of 40 billion. The numbers continued to swell with the orders on the limit up. Lu Chen turned off the phone screen, holding the second child a bit tighter, bending down to kiss her soft hair. This was no mere act of appeasing a child. It was clearly raising a little fortune god. Tap tap tap. The door to the study on the second floor was suddenly pushed open. Xia Bingning, not even wearing her slippers properly, ran down the solid wood stairs barefoot. She held a still warm fax document in her hand, her eyes filled with uncontainable shock and excitement. Honey, did you see the news just now? Chongqing Technology has been resurrected. Xia Bingning walked up to the sofa, her full chest rising and falling violently, breathing with rapid gasps. Just now, a mysterious dragon crossing fund entered the market to scoop up shares, making at least a fortune of. Now the whole circle in the city is going crazy. Everyone is using their connections to find out who this mysterious tycoon is that can maneuver in a desperate situation. Lu Chen raised his head to meet his wife's eyes filled with amazement. He peeled a pine nut and gently stuffed it into the second child's mouth. He pulled out a wet wipe to clean his hands, speaking in a calm tone without a hint of fluctuation. Maybe it's just a lucky nouveau riche. Xia Bingning did not doubt it. After all, who could link the mysterious tycoon who splurged billions and stirred up global winds with this dad, who was focused on peeling pine nuts? She naturally sat beside Lu Chen, resting her head on his shoulder. The cool scent of her perfume mixed with her unique body fragrance drifted into Lu Chen's nostrils. Honey, tomorrow is the weekend. Xia Bingning's voice lowered, her slender fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of Lu Chen's faded shirt. She bit her red lips, a hint of unease flashing in her eyes. According to the rules of the Xia family, the new son-in-law must have a formal father-son tea ceremony when visiting. Xia Bingning lifted her head, her eyes full of unshakable worry. My dad's temper is tough, and he values the Xia family's reputation and rules more than life itself. Although he relented under pressure at the last family meeting. But if you go to the study alone to serve tea tomorrow, he will definitely put you to the test, and may even deliberately make things difficult for you. In this ruthless world of the financial family, Xia Bingning had seen too many of her father's cruel methods that destroyed the confidence of his opponents. She feared Lu Chen would suffer in this smoke-free confrontation. She was even more afraid that her father's harsh words would hurt Lu Chen's pride as a man. How about this? I will cancel all the meetings in the group tomorrow and accompany you to the study to see him. Xia Bingning held Lu Chen's hand tightly, her tone revealing an unyielding stubbornness. As long as her father dared to say a single harsh word, she would not hesitate to overturn the tea-serving table. Lu Chen held her soft fingertips in return, gently patting her hand to soothe her, giving her a gentle, yet, no need. Men handle their own affairs. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. His deep gaze pierced through the bulletproof glass of Yuan No. 1, looking out at the dazzling skyline of the city of magic at night. In a quiet corner of the system space, there lay a canister that had just been triggered by the child-rearing critical hit reward. Even the air seemed to carry the aroma of tea that had been steeped over the years. Don't worry. A confident curve appeared at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. I have prepared a special gift for my father-in-law that he absolutely cannot refuse. In the magical city at the Xia family manor, the heavy redwood door to the study closed completely, isolating Xia Bingning's worried gaze from the outside. The precious agarwood incense rose gently from the bronze censer, yet it could not dispel the cold silence within. The current head of the Xia family, Xia Zhentian, sat behind the large Wangwali desk. He held a purple bamboo tea pick in his hand, leisurely fiddling with the tea leaves in the purple clay teapot. He did not look up, nor did he invite Lu Chen to sit down. The air was thick with a suffocating pressure of authority. An ordinary person would break into a cold sweat, and feel their legs weaken under the oppressive aura of someone in control of a billion-dollar conglomerate within half a minute. Yet Lu Chen seemed oblivious to this pressure. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture straight as a pine tree. His gaze calmly swept over the famous calligraphy and paintings on the wall. Even the rhythm of his breathing remained undisturbed. Xia Jintian slightly raised his eyelids, his eagle-like sharp eyes fixed on Lu Chen. To stand before me for 3 minutes without changing your expression shows you possess a certain level of courage. Xia Jintian put down the tea pick and lifted the scalding purple copper teapot, pouring hot water into the purple clay teapot. White mist rose. Please sit. He poured a cup of tea and pushed it across the table to the opposite side. Try it. I had someone fetch this Dahong Pao from Wui Mountains Jiulong Cook. It's worth 300,000 per tael, but it's priceless on the market. Leaning back in his chair, he twirled the jade walnut in his hand, his voice laced with a cold edge. Bingning is stubborn, she's set on you. But the threshold of the Xia family cannot be crossed solely on the whim of a woman. After you finish this cup of tea, I hope you can recognize the gap between you and our Xia family. The underlying tone struck hard without mercy. Lu Chen did not reach for the priceless cup of tea. He pulled out a plain, somewhat rustic-looking green porcelain jar without any trademark from his pocket and placed it on the Wangwali desk. I appreciate your kind intentions, father-in-law. However, the Dahong Pao on the market is too strong and bad for the stomach. Lu Chen spoke with a calm tone, lightly tapping the jar with his fingers. For my first tea offering, I brought some coarse tea that I usually drink. Father-in-law might as well give it a try. Xia Jintian looked at the humble green porcelain jar as if it were a piece of trash, his brows furrowing tightly. What good tea could a penniless person who drives as a side job possibly bring out? Young man, having pride is good, but being overly arrogant is foolish. He snorted coldly, reaching out to push the jar back. Just as his fingertip touched the lid, Lu Chen effortlessly removed the sealing red silk. An indescribable aroma, like a true dragon breaking free from its shackles, surged skyward in an instant. This fragrance was pure and lofty, imbued with the weight of time. Just inhaling a whiff made every pore in one's body feel relaxed, even the soul trembled in response. Xia Zhenqian's hand suspended in midair froze as if electrocuted. His previously indifferent pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpoints. This is... He couldn't care less about the heat, grabbing the green porcelain jar and bringing his nose close to the opening. Just a glance at the few dry tea leaves glowing with a purple sheen inside made Xia Jintian gasp in cold air, his voice trembling uncontrollably. How is this possible? The top-grade Dahong Pao from the mother tree of Wui Mountain. The existing mother tree Dahong Pao has long been under strict national protection. Let alone buying it with money, even a top official might not be able to obtain a few leaves. Yet this kid casually took out a jar, and the quality is even better than those in the national treasury. Xia Zhenqian's hands trembled as he carefully picked out 3 leaves, placing them into another clean white porcelain gaiwan. Hot water poured in. The tea soup instantly transformed into an amber color with an exotic fragrance wafting up. Xia Jintian, not caring about the heat, lifted the gaiwan and tilted his head back to take a small sip. As the tea flowed down his throat, it became a warm current rushing into his lungs. Xia Jintian had suffered from a serious concealed injury in his chest left from a cruel business war when he was fighting to establish the Xia family. Every rainy day, or when he overexerted himself, he would feel a stabbing pain in his chest. He had consulted countless national-level doctors and taken medication for decades, all without any solutions. Yet as this cup of tea went down, that warm current seemed to have eyes precisely flowing towards the damaged meridians in his chest. The congestion and pain that had troubled him for over a decade melted away in just a few seconds like snow under the sun. An indescribable sense of clarity spread throughout his whole body in an instant. Xia Jintian suddenly stood up. The Wangwali armchair beneath him was pushed back half a meter, screeching against the wooden floor. He tore open the collar of his shirt, gasping for breath. The heavy sensation that had accompanied him for over a decade vanished, completely replaced by an invigorating energy, as if he had become 10 years younger. Xia Jintian stood frozen in place, staring intently at Lu Chen across from him. His mind was racing, stirring up tumultuous waves. To take out the mother tree Dahong Pao that even the country cannot obtain in one move. A sip of tea can resurrect the dead and cure his long-term hidden affliction. Moreover, the calm demeanor Lu Chen displayed before him, as unperturbed as a mountain before a landslide, was not that of a mere penniless side driver. Such depth and disregard for wealth could only be exhibited by those ancient martial families that control the world's fate and transcend the mundane. Xia Zhenqian's shirt was soaked with cold sweat. He recalled how he had just tried to belittle the other party with merely 30,000 for a tael of tea, and his face turned a deep crimson. This was akin to flaunting a large sword before Guangong, utterly embarrassing. What kind of incredible fortune did Xia Bingning stumble upon to bring home a scion of an ancient family that had fallen from grace? Good son-in-law. Xia Jintian stepped out from behind the desk, gripping Lu Chen's hand tightly, nearly drooling with excitement. I was blind earlier, and spoke too harshly. Please don't take it to heart. Lu Chen was taken aback by this sudden. He had merely brought out the tea rewarded by the system yesterday. Why did his father-in-law look at him, as if he were a living ancestor? Father-in-law, you flatter me, it's just a jar of tea. Lu Chen tried to pull his hand back. Hey, call me Brother Xia from now on. Xia Jintian held on tightly, his face glowing red, even bending slightly at the waist. Let's each speak our part. When we're alone in the future, you call me Brother Xia, and I'll call you Brother Lu. He now only wanted to cling tightly to this robust leg, ensuring that this golden son-in-law wouldn't slip away. Outside the study, Xia Bingning paced back and forth in the corridor, the sound of her high heels tapping out a rhythm of anxiety. She feared her father would explode and kick Lu Chen out of the house. Just as she took a deep breath, preparing to disregard the rules, and push the door open to rescue him, the heavy wooden door of the study swung open. Xia Bingning's beautiful peach blossom eyes instantly widened. She saw her usually stern and serious father now with his arm around Lu Chen's shoulders, smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. The two were calling each other brother with such familiarity, as if they had just sworn brotherhood. Xia Bingning felt her brain spinning. She rubbed her eyes, unable to believe the scene before her. Was this the same head of the family who wanted to kick Lu Chen out and valued class and rules above life itself? Bingning, from now on you must take good care of Brother Lu. Take care of your husband. Xia Jintian winked at his daughter, his tone unusually gentle. If he suffers the slightest grievance, I will hold you accountable. Lu Chen looked at Xia Bingning's bewildered expression and couldn't help but smile patronizingly as he naturally wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Just as he was about to take his wife home, a strong scent of expensive perfume wafted over. The sound of high heels striking the floor echoed sharply in the empty corridor. His mother-in-law, Su Qing, emerged from the corner of the corridor with a cold expression, her arm crossed. She didn't glance at Xia Jintian, her gaze like a knife cutting into Lu Chen. That look was filled with inherent disdain and scrutiny. Does it take this long to drink a cup of tea? Now that the tea has been offered, shouldn't we discuss the rules? Su Qing lifted her chin and slammed a thick red paper with golden characters onto the side table. The paper collided with the solid wood, making a dull thud. If you want to marry a daughter of the Xia family, it's not enough to just sweet-talk the old man. Su Qing crossed her arms, sneering. If you can even present one item from this list of betrothal gifts, then I'll consider you have crossed my threshold. Otherwise, you won't even get past this door. Su Qing applied bright red nail polish on her fingers, forcefully pointing at the gold-lettered gift list on the red paper. To marry a daughter of the Xia family, merely sweet-talking an old man won't suffice. She lifted her chin, the high-grade jade necklace around her neck rising and falling with her breath. Her gaze towards Lu Chen was laced with condescension and scrutiny. Bing Ning is the precious child I carried for 10 months, and now she is the president managing a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. What right does she have to suffer alongside someone driving for a ride-hailing service? Su Qing scoffed, her sharp voice echoing in the corridor. I won't meddle in other matters, but regarding travel, Bing Ning flies around the world to negotiate billion-dollar deals. She simply cannot squeeze into an economy-class seat on a budget airline with you. She crossed her arms, condescendingly declaring, if you want to enter the Xia family's door, you at least need a private jet. Can't afford it? Then go back where you came from. Her words were cutting and harsh, almost tearing apart Lu Chen's dignity. Xia Bingning, who had been standing beside Lu Chen, instantly had red eyes. She was more aware than anyone of the hardships Lu Chen had faced over the past 4 years. Let alone a private jet, he had to meticulously budget, even for taxi fares. This was clearly a deliberate humiliation. Xia Bingning trembled with anger, taking a step forward to shield Lu Chen. Mom, this is simply unreasonable. She bit her pale lips, gripping Lu Chen's clothes tightly, resembling a cornered little beast. He doesn't have a plane, but I do. My money is his money. There's no need for you to set the rules here. Next to them, Xia Jintian felt a jolt in his heart, silently thinking this was bad. He had just witnessed Lu Chen casually revealing the terrifying power behind a century-old mother tree de Hong Pao Ti. This was the heir of a legendary hidden family. How could this clueless spendthrift daughter of his point fingers at a living ancestor and call him poor? Xia Jintian was about to step forward to cover Su Qing's mouth. A warm, substantial hand gently pressed down on Xia Bingning's slender shoulder. Lu Chen pulled his wife, who was blocking him, back behind him. He met Su Qing's critical and disdainful gaze, his lips curling into a gentle arc. He did not argue or show anger. He simply raised his right hand. Snap! A crisp sound broke the tense silence of the corridor. A tall, graceful figure in black emerged from the shadows at the end of the corridor like a ghost. Mu Yue, wearing high-heeled shoes and a perfectly tailored black tailcoat, held 2 gold-embossed leather document bags, respectfully presenting them to Lu Chen. Lu Chen casually accepted them without looking and directly tossed them beside the red paper gift list. Mother-in-law is right, Bing Ning works hard, and indeed shouldn't suffer in transportation. Lu Chen's tone was as flat as if he were buying a cabbage at the market. This airplane is my gift to Bing Ning. Please have a look. A trace of mockery flashed in Su Qing's eyes. What could a ride-hailing driver possibly provide? At most, he might have just rented an old propeller plane from a rental company to show off. Carelessly, she picked up the first document bag and pulled out the property certificate inside. After only a glance at the model written on it, the cold smile at the corner of Su Qing's mouth froze. Boeing 7478 VIP custom version. Her voice shot up like a chicken whose neck had been her gaze dropped. Fully purchased, no mortgage. Transaction price 2 billion renminbi. Below it was stamped with the personal seal of the president of Boeing's Greater China region along with the exemption for global flight routes. Su Qing's fingers began to tremble uncontrollably. The thin A4 paper in her hand emitted a harsh rustling sound. 2 billion in cash. Even for a family like the Xia's, a multi-billion conglomerate, pulling out 2 billion in cash to buy an idle plane would require several days of board meetings. This is impossible. Su Qing felt darkness closing in before her eyes, her legs going weak. Instinctively, she reached out to steady herself against the side table. Her fingertips brushed against the second unopened document bag. Lu Chen looked at her pale face, his voice still devoid of any fluctuation. This is the second document. I heard you mention enjoying island vacations, so I took care of a few formalities. Lu Chen leaned slightly forward, his tranquil aura pressing down on Su Qing, pinning her in place. South Pacific, a 300-acre private island with permanent ownership. He watched Su Qing's face, which was on the verge of losing its ability to think. I named this island after you, mother-in-law. It's called Qing Luo Island. The 3 beachview villas and a luxury yacht on the island are already fully equipped. I have already settled the property fees for the next 100 years and the salaries for dozens of servants in one go. Boom. This double whammy of cashability felt like a nuclear bomb, shattering Su Qing's meager pride and arrogance. A custom passenger plane worth 2 billion. An overseas private island named after her. Such a lavish display of wealth without even a blink. Clang. Su Qing's knees buckled, and she collapsed into a nearby armchair. The expensive jade necklace crashed against the armrest of the chair, and she barely noticed. She gasped, staring fixedly at Lu Chen. The originally harsh and critical face of hers turned red, bursting into a flattering and ecstatic smile after a brief moment of shock. Oh, my dear son-in-law. Su Qing suddenly stood up, grabbing Lu Chen's wrist, as if she wanted to enshrine him on her ancestral tablet. I knew Bing Ning's judgment couldn't be wrong. The first time I saw you, I knew you were someone who could accomplish great things. She tightly hugged the 2 documents, afraid Lu Chen might change his mind. What ride-hailing? Those relatives are just spitting out ivory from a dog's mouth. In the future, if anyone dares to say anything against you, Su Qing will be the first to tear their mouths apart. Standing beside them, Xia Zhentian stroked his chin, revealing a profound expression of I see through everything. He felt a secret admiration in his heart. Indeed, he was the heir of a hidden family. The ruthless spending made even this old hand feel a chill down his spine. Xia Bingning stood dazed in place. She watched Lu Chen being fussed over by her mother, her mind blank. A personal jet worth over 2 billion. An overseas island. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes glistened with moisture, her little hand unconsciously tightening around Lu Chen's shirt hem. Beside this man, all her grievances and pressures would be crushed by his overbearing approach. Xia Bingning lowered her head, a blush spreading from her cheeks to her long neck. Her heart raced so fast it felt like it might leap out of her chest. Family conflicts evaporated entirely under the crushing weight of such financial power. The next morning, the sun shone through the large floor-to-ceiling windows of the Di Yuan No. 1 villa, spilling into the spacious dining room. The air was filled with the aroma of fried bacon and hot milk. Lu Chen donned a gray cotton apron, carrying a plate of freshly fried golden double-sided sunny-side-up eggs, walking out of the open kitchen. Today was a big day for the 3 little meatballs. De Bao, Er Bao, and Xiao Bao were to enroll in the top aristocratic kindergarten in Modu. In the dining room, De Bao, dressed in a tailored British-style suit, sat upright, like a little adult. Er Bao wore a pink tutu with 2 exquisite bows on her head, struggling with a pancake. Xiao Bao was dressed in loose sportswear. He held a raw walnut in his hand. With a crisp crack, the hard walnut shell was effortlessly crushed by his chubby little hand. The plump walnut kernel fell onto the table, and he happily picked it up and stuffed it into his mouth. Lu Chen removed his apron and rubbed Xiao Bao's robust little arm. This little guy's strength was growing at a terrifying speed every day. Xia Bingning walked down the stairs in a well-fitting professional outfit. She had a multinational video conference to attend today and couldn't personally take the kids to enroll, a hint of apology in her eyes. It's fine, you do your thing. Lu Chen picked up the keys from the key tray at the entrance, smiling gently at Xia Bingning. Wife is responsible for earning money to support the family, while I handle looking good. Xia Bingning chuckled at him, walking in front of him and tiptoeing. She gently placed a lipstick-marked good morning kiss on Lu Chen's cheek. Be careful on the way, oh there's a lot of traffic by the kindergarten entrance. Lu Chen picked up Air Bao and one arm held to Bao's hand, while Xiao Bao waddled behind them. The four of them walked towards the huge underground garage. To avoid being too ostentatious, Lu Chen bypassed the sports cars and luxury vehicles. He approached a corner and pressed to unlock a relatively low-key, entirely black large bulletproof SUV. 20 minutes later, the bulletproof SUV smoothly drove onto the tree-lined avenue where the aristocratic kindergarten was located. At that moment, the entrance of this top-tier kindergarten in Modu had transformed into a luxury car exhibition. Porsche Panamera, Bentley Bentayga, Maybach S-Class choked the road to a standstill. Parents dressed in high-end clothing gathered in groups, engaging in small talk and comparison. Lu Chen gripped the steering wheel preparing to park in a recently vacated spot. Just as the front of the car was about to enter the parking space, a white Mercedes-Benz G-Class aggressively accelerated from the side and cut in. The piercing screech of brakes sounded. The tail of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class forcefully blocked Lu Chen's SUV arrogantly, seizing the only parking space. Lu Chen stepped on the brakes, his expression instantly turning cold. The acrid smell of burning rubber filled the air. The armored SUV was less than 3 centimeters away from the rear of that white Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Lu Chen stomped on the brakes, his knuckles white from gripping the steering wheel. He stared at the G-Class ahead that had rudely stolen his parking spot, a chilling gleam in his eyes stacking like layers of blades. The door of the Mercedes G-Class was violently kicked open. A bald man with a thumb-thick gold chain and a face full of rough flesh jumped out. He clutched an LV handbag covered in logos, his loafers slapping against the floor tiles. The bald man rushed to Lu Chen's window in 3 quick strides, raising his large hand adorned with 3 gold rings and pounding hard on the glass. Thump, thump, thump. The dull knocking echoed inside the car. Are you blind? Driving a crappy domestic car and daring to block my way? The bald man yelled through the glass, his saliva splattering on the armored window, leaving dirty stains. Lu Chen pressed the window down button, his cold sharp gaze fixed on the bald man. First come first served. I had already signaled to pull into this spot. His voice was steady, betraying no emotion. The bald man was stunned for a moment, then burst into arrogant laughter. He pointed at Lu Chen's pitch-black armored SUV, which bore no conspicuous logos. At the entrance of Sidon Kindergarten, you're talking about first come first served? The bald man leaned down, his large face almost pressing against the window, revealing a set of yellowed teeth from smoking. Sun Chong, the director of this kindergarten, Director Zhao, is my brother-in-law. Sun Chong patted his chest, giving a thumbs up. Not only did I take your spot, but even if I parked my car on your hood, you'd have to suck it up. The commotion quickly drew the attention of wealthy parents dropping off their children. A crowd quickly gathered, murmurs rising and falling. Isn't that Sun Chong, Director Zhao's brother-in-law? He's a thug and a rogue, using his brother-in-law's connections to monopolize the kindergarten's cafeteria and construction projects. That guy driving the black car looks unfamiliar. Probably a nouveau riche who just pooled money to get his kid in. Offending Sun Chong. His kid probably won't be able to attend school today. Better just apologize and bow down. Why be stubborn? No one stepped forward to say a fair word. In this arena built on money and power, kowtowing was the law of survival. Hearing the respectful whispers from the surrounding parents, the fleshy bumps on Sun Chong's face trembled even more smugly. He reached his hand into the partially open window, pretending to grab Lu Chen's collar. Get out. Kneel down and wipe my car tires clean, or your little brat won't set foot through that door today. Lu Chen turned his head to dodge the hand reeking of sweat. He clenched his molars slowly, a hint of ferocious killing intent quietly reviving deep within his eyes. Ordinarily that hand would already be a pile of crushed bones. But he glanced at the rearview mirror. In the back seat, Bao Erbao and Xiao Bao were watching with wide eyes. He didn't want to shed blood in front of the children. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen pushed open the door and got out. Before he could deal with this clown. Creak. The rear door was pushed open by a pair of small fair hands. Xiao Bao, dressed in loose sportswear like an angry little cannonball, dashed out on his short legs. He ran to Lu Chen's front, spreading his short arms to guard tightly beside Lu Chen's legs. Xiao Bao looked up, his chubby little face full of fury, revealing 2 sharp little fangs. Don't bully my dad. You're a big meanie. The clear, childish voice rang out on the tree-lined avenue lined with luxury cars, carrying an unyielding stubbornness. Sun Chong looked down at Xiao Bao, who only reached his knee, was stunned for a moment, then laughed so hard, he bent over. He poked Xiaobao's forehead with his finger. Where did this little brat come from? Not even grown your fur yet, and you dare protect your master. Sun Chong raised his right foot in his loafer, pretending to kick at Xiaobao's belly. Get lost. Want me to kick you flying? The kick didn't land. Because Lu Chen's hand shot out like lightning, locking onto Sun Chong's ankle. With just a slight twist of Lu Chen's wrist, that leg would snap on the spot. But just then Xiao Bao got completely angry. He turned around and trotted over to the front of the white Mercedes G-Class. Xiaobao reached out his two chubby little hands and firmly gripped the pure steel front bumper of the Mercedes. Bad car. Don't block Daddy's way. Xiaobao growled in a babyish voice. The next second, on his little arms like segments of lotus root, faint veins bulged out. A terrifying, physics-defying, innate strength erupted from his small body. Creak. A metal-tearing sound enough to set one's teeth on edge exploded without warning in everyone's ears. That 100-pound steel bumper, sturdy enough to withstand fierce impacts, was like a fragile plastic straw in Xiaobao's 3-year-old hands. It visibly twisted, deformed, and caved in. The watching parents gasped before they could react. With both hands gripping the edge of the bumper, Xiaobao suddenly exerted force upward. Boom. The entire 2.5-ton Mercedes G-Class had its front end lifted a dozen centimeters off the ground. The heavy engine compartment let out an overloaded crack. The radiator was instantly crushed by the enormous dark green coolant mixed with black engine oil poured out from under the car like a waterfall flooding the ground. Bang! Xiaobao let go and the front of the G-Class slammed heavily back to the ground, leaving a terrifying dent. The front axle snapped completely, the tires splayed out at an awkward angle. In 3 seconds, a top-tier 3 million yuan off-road vehicle had become a heap of steaming scrap metal. Complete silence reigned. A deathly stillness. A breeze blew by, lifting a few fallen leaves. A wealthy lattice sunglasses slid off her face, hitting her expensive high heels with a click and breaking in two. Several pot-bellied businessmen let the cigars in their mouths drop onto their crotches, burning through the fabric, yet no one bothered to brush them off. Everyone stared like they were seeing an alien monster at the little chubby ball that was patting its hands and turning to run back to Lu Chen's legs, seeking praise. A 3-year-old tore apart a Mercedes G-Class with bare hands. What kind of species could give birth to that? Sun Chong was still frozen in the position of being held by Lu Chen, standing on one leg. He stared dazedly at his brand-new car that he had just picked up less than half a month ago, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. His mind went blank. My car. My G-Class. Sun Chong let out a rattling gasp like a broken bellows. His legs weakened, and he scrambled toward the wreckage, kneeling in the pool of oil. The scalding coolant burned his hands red, but he didn't even notice. Lu Chen let go, bent down, and picked up Xiaobao. He pinched his son's soft little cheek, his tone full of indulgence and affection. Good job, Xiaobao, but next time you crush scrap metal, remember to wear gloves so you don't dirty your hands. These words became the last straw that shattered Sun Chong's sanity. They'll kill you all. Sun Chong knelt on the ground, roaring hysterically. He fumbled in his pocket for his phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed a number. Brother-in-law. Save me, brother-in-law. Someone is smashing my car at the kindergarten gate, and they want to kill me. Bring people out now. The call ended. Sun Chong pointed at Lu Chun and Xiaobao, his face full of venom and madness. You're finished. In Modu, once you've offended me, no one can save you today. In less than 2 minutes, hurried footsteps sounded from inside the kindergarten gate. The onlookers parted like the Red Sea, quickly moving aside. A pot-bellied middle-aged man in a high-end custom suit rushed out, aggressively followed by a dozen fully armed security guards holding riot batons. It was Director Zhao of Sidon Noble Kindergarten. Director Zhao immediately saw Sun Chong kneeling in the oil and the wrecked Mercedes G-Class. His face turned livid, his eyebrows shooting up. Who did this? This is outrageous. How dare you cause trouble on my turf? Director Zhao roared, his sharp gaze sweeping the crowd, finally locking onto Lu Chun holding the child. He didn't even need to ask what happened. He Zhao was notorious for being overprotective on this turf. So you're the pauper who wrecked my brother's car. Director Zhao pointed his fat finger at Lu Chen's nose from a distance. Security. Pin this troublemaker to the ground first. He turned to glance at Dabao and Erbao, still hiding in the car, his eyes vicious. These 3 little bastards are immediately expelled from the enrollment list. Sidon Kindergarten will never accept them. These 3 little wildlings should be immediately expelled from the enrollment list. Stun Kindergarten will never hire them again. The plump fingers of Director Zhao gestured in the air, spitting saliva dancing in the morning sunlight. His face, soaked in oil, was filled with arrogant disdain. It was as if crushing Lu Chen's family was no different from squashing a few insignificant ants. Dozens of security guards resembling wolves and tigers brandished riot batons, crackling with blue arcs of electricity, surrounding Lu Chun and the bulletproof SUV in a fan shape. The crackling sound of the batons was especially jarring in the empty, tree-lined avenue. The surrounding parents quickly stepped back, fearing to be caught up in this unwarranted disaster. Oh, what a pity for this young man. Why provoke Director Zhao of all people? Stun is the finest aristocratic kindergarten, not only in the Magic City, but in the whole country. With them blacklisted online, these 3 children won't even be able to attend a public kindergarten in the Magic City in the future. This is the sorrow of the lower class. Without money or power, what can they use to compete? The discussions, intermingled with sympathy and mockery, pierced the air like invisible needles. Kneeling in the oil-soaked ground, Sun Chong struggled to rise. He hid behind Director Zhao, revealing a twisted smile of delight. Brother-in-law, stop wasting time with this poor guy. Break his legs, and make him kneel down to clean every part of the class vehicle. Lu Chen ignored the clamoring pack of vicious dogs. He turned and opened the back door of the SUV, where De Bao and Air Bao were seated in their child seats, their little faces showing a hint of nervousness. Lu Chen bent down, using his broad back to shield his children from the threatening guards and the blinding blue light of the batons. He reached out his hands, gently rubbing De Bao and Air Bao's heads. De Bao, Air Bao, how about we play a game? Lu Chen's voice was as gentle as a bedtime story. Close your eyes and count to 100. Daddy will handle some trash and come back. De Bao extended his chubby little hand, tightly gripping Lu Chen's clothing. In his clear eyes there was no fear, only absolute trust in his father. Daddy goes to fight the bad guys, and De Bao protects his sister. He answered in a childish voice, obediently closing his eyes, while covering Air Bao's eyes with his other hand. 1, 2, 3. The innocent counting echoed in the cabin. Lu Chen closed the door. With a soft click it isolated them from all external noise. He turned around, and his originally gentle gaze instantly turned into 1,000-year-old ice. His long fingers pulled out a broken-screen Android phone from his pocket. Without glancing at the encroaching security guards, his slender fingers quickly danced across the screen, dialing a number. Still thinking of calling for help? Too late. Director Zhao sneered, snatching a baton from a nearby guard. On my territory, even if you call the King of Heaven today, you will still have to leave horizontally. Make your move. Just as the guards prepared to pounce. Boom. A loud sonic explosion unexpectedly erupted above stunned kindergarten. The immense airflow, like a Category 12 hurricane, instantly blew the surrounding street trees askew. Leaves and dust soared through the air. Director Zhao's flabby face twitched violently as he looked up at the sky. A heavy helicopter painted with the prominent logo of the Magic City Education Group was diving down towards the playground of the kindergarten in an almost frenzied manner. Before the helicopter even stabilized, the cabin door was flung open. A middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses jumped down from more than a meter high without waiting for the boarding ladder. He twisted his ankle upon landing, but didn't utter a sound. One of his leather shoes slipped off, yet he rushed towards the entrance like a crazed wild boar, disregarding everything. This man was none other than Wang Jinlin, the president of the Magic City's leading education group, and the absolute controlling party behind stunned kindergarten. Stop! Put down everything you're holding. Wang Jinlin hadn't even arrived when his thunderous roar tearing through the air was already heard. The security guards, seeing their superior's superior rushing in like a deity, dropped their batons with a clang. Director Zhao's legs went weak, and the arrogance on his face instantly turned into a fawning panic. He crawled over to support the sweaty Wang Jinlin. President Wang, why did you come personally? Is there a big leader coming to inspect? Director Zhao pointed at Lu Chen in the distance, eagerly seeking credit. Rest assured, I'm dealing with a troublemaking poor fool, and will drive him away soon, ensuring it won't affect the kindergarten. Slap. A crisp and loud sound of a slap exploded in the silent avenue. Wang Jinlin didn't hesitate for a moment. He swung his arm with all his might, delivering a devastating slap to Director Zhao's fat face. The force was tremendous. Director Zhao's 200-pound body spun half a circle before crashing heavily to the ground. A few bloody molars mixed with saliva splattered on the speed bump. The entire scene fell into silence. The parents, who had been whispering moments ago, now resembled ducks with their necks collectively squeezed. Gasps of shock echoed. Sun Chong was so scared that he collapsed to the ground, a foul odor spreading from his pants. Under the terrified gazes of everyone, this President Wang, worth billions and controlling half of the education sector in the Magic City, didn't even glance at the fallen Director Zhao. He stumbled towards Lu Chen, dragging his lost shoe. Thud! Wang Jinlin bent his knees and knelt straight down at Lu Chen's feet. Director Lu. Wang Jinlin's voice trembled like chaff, holding a red-headed document that was still giving off the scent of ink high above his head. 5 minutes ago, mysterious overseas capital forcibly injected $300 billion, buying out 100% of the shares of the Magic City Education Group. You are now the sole highest board member of the group. Stunned kindergarten, along with this land, is your private property. It was my poor management that allowed this blind beast to offend you. Please punish me. This statement detonated like a nuclear bomb among the crowd. The Director Zhao, who had just been shouting, now lay on the ground, his fat body twitching violently. His eyeballs seemed ready to pop out, and he made desperate gasps from his throat. Buying the entire Magic City Education Group. Just to get those 3 children into kindergarten, he directly spent $300 billion for a full acquisition. This is not a poor fool. This is clearly an ancient behemoth wearing human skin. Lu Chen did not take the document. He looked down from a height at Wang Jinlin, his voice icy, without a trace of warmth. I just heard someone say they wanted to expel my children, and wanted me to leave this territory horizontally. Wang Jinlin felt a chill creep up his spine. He suddenly turned his head, glaring at Director Zhao and Sun Chong like a mad dog protecting its master. Security. Drag these 2 blind fools out. Wang Jinlin bellowed his orders. Effective, immediately revoke Zhao Dihua's position as director and blacklist him within the national education system. As for that contractor Sun Chong, terminate all cooperation immediately and notify the legal department to sue him for embezzlement so he can rot in jail. The security guards, as if awakened from a dream, rushed over in a flurry. They dragged the two who were crying out for mercy away like dead dogs. Director Liu, I was wrong. Please let me off the hook. Brother-in-law, save me. Their cries faded into the distance, ultimately disappearing at the end of the tree-lined avenue. The storm subsided. Lu Chen opened the car door. 9N100. De Bao had just finished counting to the last number and obediently opened his eyes. Daddy, did you scare away the bad guys? Lu Chen bent down, lifting the two little cuties out of the car, a gentle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yes, they are gone. Come on, Daddy will take you to meet the new teacher. Under the awed, fearful, and even fawning gazes of the parents, Lu Chen held the hands of the three little ones accompanied by the bowing Wang Jinlin and walked through the gates of Stun Kindergarten. However, on the edge of the crowd, a bloated parent with a large gold chain around his neck was wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a tissue. His name was Qian Duodua, who had made his fortune from coal mining, firmly believing that money can make the devil turn millstones. Just moments ago, he had been jeering at Lu Chen to curry favor with Director Zhao. Seeing Lu Chen turn out to be a hidden billionaire now made him feel a little weak in the knees. But then TCH, so what if he bought the school with some filthy money? Qian Duo muttered to himself, his gaze darkening. I own several coal mines worth tens of billions. When class divisions happen later, I can use money to ensure that the principal separates my son from those three wildlings. In this magic city, I don't believe you can cover the sky with one hand. In the welcoming hall of Sidon Noble Kindergarten, crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow. Under the respectful guidance of Wang Jinlin, Lu Chen was about to process the enrollment for his three adorable children. From the periphery of the crowd, a dissonant clamor arose. Qian Duo raised his voice, deliberately pitching it 8 tones higher. The thick gold chain around his neck, as thick as a pinky finger, bobbed up and down with his heavy breaths reflecting a garish light. Buying a shoddy education group counts for nothing. Just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse and making a fortune. Qian Duo gestured with a fat cigar spittle flying in the air. I built my fortune on solid industry. 5 large building materials companies under my name, market cap of several billions. He patted his round beer belly, casting a contemptuous glance at Lu Chen's back. In Madu, it's all about connections and heritage. Even the century landmark project of the Xia family, the top financial conglomerate, relies on my construction supplies. The surrounding parents exchanged uneasy glances, though a few nodded inwardly. After all, in the business world, industrial tycoons indeed had an extra layer of immunity compared to mysterious rich men relying on capital operations. With the backing of the towering Xia family, Qian Duo certainly had reason to be arrogant. The second child, Heir Bao, was tugging at Lu Chen's clothes. Hearing the fat man speaking ill of her father behind his back, the little girl wouldn't stand for it. She turned around, her small frame standing ramrod straight. My daddy is not a blind cat. My daddy is the strongest Ultraman who fights monsters. Heir Bao retorted in her childish voice, her big eyes round and wide. Qian Duo lowered his head to look at the little girl, who was not even as tall as his thigh, and snorted dismissively. Where did this little brat come from? Adults are speaking. Who gave you the right to interrupt? He turned to Lu Chen, his face scrunched up with fleshy creases. Kid, don't think a little filthy lucre lets you strut around Madu. If you piss me off, they'll cut off the supply to the Xia family and bring all of Modus infrastructure to a halt. Can you bear that? At this arrogant proclamation, Lu Chen stopped in his tracks. He turned around, a layer of unyielding frost crystallizing in his deep eyes. The Xia family. The backing this fat pig brandished so proudly was actually the business his own wife had painstakingly built. Lu Chen gritted his molars. Without acknowledging Qian Duo's bluster, he covered Heir Bao's ears with one hand, while pulling out a cracked-screen Android phone from his pocket with the other. He pressed the speed dial. The call connected, and Mu Yu's cool voice came through. Young master. Lu Chen's gaze fixed on Qian Duo's face like a knife. Find out everything about a building materials supplier named Qian Duo, all the details of his company. A brief clatter of keyboard strokes sounded from the other end. Within less than a minute, Mu Yu's report came through again, laced with chilling finality. Young master, I have the information. Qian Duo's company Duo Building Materials has long engaged in tax evasion. More seriously, he bribed a deputy general manager of the Xia family's engineering department and substituted substandard sea sand and cement for the national standard materials, which are about to be sent to the construction site of the Xia's landmark project. Lu Chen's pupils contracted, and his heart sank violently. Xia Bingming had worked overnight for half a month for that landmark project. It was her masterpiece to prove her worth to the entire business circle of Madu. If those inferior materials were built into the high-rise and a collapse occurred, Xia Bingming would face an abyss of ruin, even imprisonment. A violent rage exploded from Lu Chen's chest. The air around him seemed to freeze under this pressure. Several parents nearby shuddered involuntarily and stepped back. Disable that traitor vice president and hand him over to the police. Lu Chen's voice was as low as if it came from the depths of hell, carrying the coldness of a death sentence. As for this Chen Duo. Lu Chen glanced at the still smug nouveau riche. The weather is turning cold. Let him go bankrupt. Freeze all his accounts, cut off all capital chains. I want him to have nothing in 10 minutes. He hung up, looking at Chen Duo as if he were a dead man, and parted his lips lightly. Those billions of scrap metal and junk are about to become a death warrant. Chen Duo froze for a moment, then burst into shrill, hysterical laughter, clutching his belly. He acted as if he had heard the funniest joke, tears nearly streaming. Ha ha ha. One lousy phone call, and you think you can ruin me? Who do you think you are, the Jade Emperor? I've got solid heavy assets. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, he couldn't make me bankrupt in 10 minutes. The surrounding parents also felt Lu Chen's words were a bit arrogant. Acquiring an education group might be possible with money, but instantly crushing a deeply rooted industrial company was nothing short of a fantasy. Time ticked by. Chen Duo even raised his wrist, arrogantly glancing at his diamond-studded Rolex. 3 minutes left. Let's see how you make me lose everything. Before his words faded, the phone in his pocket vibrated violently, like a haunting spirit. The piercing ring echoed through the lobby, abrupt and eerie. A pang of unease struck Chen Duo. He pulled out his phone, the screen showing the finance director's number. He pressed the answer button, just as a wailing voice broke through. President Chen, it's over. Everything is over. The Tax Bureau, Industry and Commerce, and Economic Investigation suddenly stormed the company and sealed all the account books. All the company's corporate accounts were frozen by the banks within 30 seconds. Several bank presidents simultaneously sent demand letters requiring us to clear the $3 billion bridge loan within an hour, or they'll seize all our factories and production lines. The fat on Chen Duo's face twitched violently, and all color drained away. How is this possible? He roared, his voice cracking like a hen being strangled. Before he could catch his breath, another call forced its way in. This time, it was the direct line from the chief legal counsel of the Xia family's legal department. Chen Duo, I am the legal director of Xia Group. The voice on the phone was ice cold, as if reading a verdict. You are suspected of passing off inferior products and delivering substandard building materials to Xia's engineering. The evidence is solid. We have unilaterally terminated all cooperation. According to the contract terms, you will face a 15 billion penalty claim. Prepare to spend the rest of your life in prison. The custom-made phone worth tens of thousands slipped from Chen Duo's sweaty hand, crashed heavily onto the tiles, and its screen shattered. 10 minutes. Not a second more. The arrogant industrial tycoon worth billions just moments ago now stood as a death row prisoner, burdened with tens of billions in debt and facing imprisonment. Chen Duo's world began to spin. His throat let out a ragged gasp, and his legs trembled like autumn leaves in the wind. With a dull thud, his 200-pound body knelt straight before Lu Chen. His knees slammed into the marble floor, bones nearly cracking. Chairman Lu. Master Lu. Chen Duo clawed at the smooth tiles, knocking his head loudly. His forehead split instantly, blood and cold sweat streaming into his eyes. It was me who was blind and foul-mouthed. Please, in your mercy, spare me a way to live. The shocking reversal plunged the entire hall into dead silence. The parents who had doubted Lu Chen's power now held their breath. Their gazes towards Lu Chen shifted from awe to deep terror. With a word, he determined life and death. With a turn of his hand, he commanded the clouds and rain. Who in the world was this god? Lu Chen did not look at the wretched mess on the floor. He crouched down, gently covering Erbao's eyes with his broad palm. Good girl, don't look at dirty things. They'll give you nightmares. Lu Chen picked up Erbao and, holding Dabao and Xiaobao's hands, walked without looking back towards the top-level VIP classroom. Only a cold, piercing remark echoed in the air. Take him to the police station and let him slowly repay his debts inside. The security guards pounced like wolves, dragging the paralyzed Chen Duo out like a dead dog. After settling the three little ones, Lu Chen declined the farewells of Wang Jianlin and the others and walked out of the kindergarten alone. The morning sun was a bit dazzling. Just as Lu Chen pulled open the door of his armored SUV, the phone in his pocket vibrated. He unlocked the screen. The university class group, silent for 3 years, now showed a glaring red dot in the top right corner. Unread messages had instantly reached 99. The group was buzzing. Classmates. Haven't seen you in 3 years. I'm hosting a get-together this weekend at the Peninsula Hotel in Madu. They'll book the whole place. The message was from the former class monitor Zhao Wei. He followed it with a big red envelope of 2,000 yuan. The group exploded with flattery. The monitor is so generous. I heard the monitor is now a high-level executive at Zhao Enterprise. I must host you this weekend. That's right, the monitor is a millionaire elite now, unlike us wage slaves. Lu Chen looked at these messages and was about to turn off his phone when a message specifically ING him popped up. Zhao Wei, Lu Chen campus heartthrob Lu, I heard you've been driving for a ride-hailing service recently in Madu. Zhao Wei, you must come to this weekend's gathering. Everyone will park their cars in front of the hotel, and we just happen to need a valet to park them. Don't worry, he'll pay you double the tip. The words carried undisguised sarcasm and contempt. Lu Chen stared at the screen, a layer of frost slowly forming in his deep eyes. His slender fingers tapped twice on the screen, then pressed the enter key. Lu Chen stared at the dancing group messages on his phone screen. His finger hovered over the exit group chat button, poised to press it. A ding-dong sound chimed from WeChat, popping up a private chat window from his college best friend Su Ming. Throughout 4 years of university, everyone called him Su Pengzi. Chen, are you coming to the gathering tonight? That bastard Zhao Wei landed a high-ranking position and set up this dinner just to make fun of us too. I've been laid off recently and feel uncertain. Can you come with me? Lu Chen looked at these 2 lines of text, and the image of that honest, pudgy smile surfaced in his mind. Back when Lu Chen's adoptive father was gravely ill and he had nowhere to borrow money, Su Pengzi ate nothing but boiled noodles for a whole month to scrape together 2,000 yuan and pressed it into Lu Chen's hands. It's easy to add flowers to embroidery, but hard to send charcoal in the snow. Lu Chen suppressed the frost in his eyes. He deleted the confirmation box for leaving the group and replied with a single word. Okay. Night fell, and the front of the Peninsula Hotel in Modu blazed with lights. The fountain refracted a luxurious halo under the neon glow. A brand new BMW 5 Series arrogantly pulled up at the main entrance. The door swung open and class monitor Zhao Wei, clad in a custom Armani suit, sleek-haired and flashy, stepped out. From the passenger seat stepped the heavily made-up college beauty who intimately linked arms with Zhao Wei. Monitor, this new 5 Series must cost over 5 or 600,000, right? How grand. Of course, Brother Wei is a regional director now, and none of our classmates have climbed higher. Several early arrivals immediately flocked around him, grinning sycophantically. A battered shared bicycle stopped by the curb. Su Pengzi, in a cheap short-sleeved shirt, ran over, drenched in sweat. The back of his shirt was soaked through, clinging tightly to his pudgy frame, making him look awkward and disheveled. Zhao Wei watched the panting Su Pengzi and drawled with feigned surprise. Oh, our brilliant scholar Su shows up on a shared bicycle. Can't even spare cab fare. A burst of unrestrained laughter erupted around him. Pengzi's face flushed crimson as he wiped sweat from his brow with his sleeve, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Hey, why isn't Lu Chen here yet? Did his ride-hailing car break down halfway? Zhao Wei flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone dripping with condescending superiority. Pengzi, go meet him at the curb. If he's really working as a chauffeur, he can park my BMW in the underground garage. The words had barely left his mouth. Vroom, vroom, rumble. A low engine roar like that of a main battle tank rolled in from the end of the street, a thunderous wave. The speed bumps on the ground even trembled slightly. The students and the doorman at the entrance turned their heads. An all-black angular steel beast brutally tore through the Modu night. Crushing forward with overwhelming pressure, it pulled into the Peninsula Hotel's drop-off zone. At over 6 meters long and 2 meters tall, its massive body was clad in bulletproof heavy armor. The BMW 5 Series parked at the entrance instantly shrank into a plastic toy ready to be crushed under this monster. A Night 15, one of only 100 top-tier civilian armored off-road vehicles globally. This wasn't something money could buy, it was a symbol of power and violence. The hotel's valet was so startled that his walkie-talkie dropped to the ground. He scrambled over and respectfully pulled open the heavy armored door. A foot in casual canvas shoes stepped onto the metal running board. Lu Chen, dressed in a clean white t-shirt, stepped out with a composed expression. Dead silence fell over the scene. The classmates who had been mocking Lu Chen as a chauffeur moments before turned into petrified statues. The Zhonghua cigarette dangling from Zhao Wei's lips quietly fell to the tiles, scattering sparks. His pupils wildly shook and his jaw nearly dislocated. The class beauty clinging to his arm covered her mouth, her eyes glued to Lu Chen's stern face, longing to cling to him instead. A 10 million level bulletproof monster. Could a lowly driver afford that? Even if Zhao Wei's BMW were stripped and sold for scrap, it couldn't buy one of those bulletproof tires. Lu Chen didn't spare Zhao Wei a glance. He casually tossed a heavy metal key to the valet. The car is too wide for the underground garage. Park it in the plaza, take up 2 spots, and charge double. The valet held the key with both hands, bowing almost to his knees. Rest assured, he'll guard it personally and keep unauthorized people away. Lu Chen walked over to the sweat-drenched Su Pengzi. He reached out and patted the pudgy-soaked shoulder. Pengzi, let's go have a drink inside. Su Pengzi, as if in a dream, followed Lu Chen with awkward steps into the most luxurious imperial suite. Zhao Wei and his group, like defeated roosters, slunk in behind. At that moment, no one dared mention the chauffeur thing again. Just as they sat down, Zhao Wei tried to salvage his shattered dignity by ordering. He picked up the gilded menu and, gritting his teeth, ordered 2 bottles of Lafite and several expensive seafood dishes. Tonight's on me, eat your fill. This meal costs at least 20 to 30,000. You don't get to eat like this usually. Zhao Wei put on a brave front, his eyes nervously flicking toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen leaned back on the leather sofa, his long fingers lightly tapping the table. The lobby manager, standing nearby, immediately scurried over. Lu Chen's voice was soft, but clear in everyone's ears. Take away the cheap wine, he ordered. Go to the cellar and bring up those 10 bottles of Romanicani from the vault. Australian lobster and premium double abalone, 1 portion per person. The manager shuddered, bowing even lower. Mr. Lu, each of those 10 bottles is 1800 yuan. Are you sure you want to open all of them? Open them. Put it on my tab. Lu Chen's tone was as casual as if buying a few bottles of water. The suite fell into dead silence once more. 180 million yuan worth of wine opened without even a blink. The last shreds of pride Zhao Wei stubbornly clung to were crushed by this weightless display of wealth, his face turning purple as a pig's liver. Su Pengzi trembled with excitement, feeling he had never known such vindication in his life. A few female classmates who had been hovering around Zhao Wei now raised their glasses and edged toward Lu Chen with longing eyes. Just as the atmosphere in the suite was suffocating under the terrifying display of wealth, bang! The heavy, ornate wooden door was abruptly pushed open from the outside. A woman in slightly disheveled clothes with messy hair burst in. Her eyes were red and swollen with fresh tear streaks on her face. Her delicate makeup was half ruined, making her look like a stray dog. Everyone's gaze turned toward her. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the entire room froze again. It was Lu Meyer, Lu Chen's ex-girlfriend, who had dumped him back in school. The heavy carved wooden door of the private room was shoved open with brute force, slamming against the wall with a dull thud. Lu Meyer stood at the doorway, her clothes disheveled, the hem of her expensive silk dress stained with dust. Her meticulously styled wavy hair now hung over her shoulders like a tangled mess. Her eyeliner, smudged by tears, left 2 ugly black streaks around her eyes. Those eyes, once full of scheming and arrogance, were now red and swollen, staring intently at Lu Chen seated at the head of the table. Ever since yesterday, when her internet celebrity company was seized and went bankrupt, Zhao Tianyu had kicked her aside to protect himself. Lu Meyer fully experienced the despair of falling from the clouds into the mud. She frantically inquired everywhere and finally learned from her despised college class group chat that Lu Chen was gathering here tonight. The private room fell into a deathly silence. Zhao Wei, who had been toasting just moments ago, froze with his glass raised midair. Several female classmates exchanged glances, eager to watch the drama unfold. Thump. Without any warning, Lu Meyer's knees gave way, and she knelt straight down on the hard marble floor. Dragging her knees across the floor, she crawled toward Lu Chen without regard for her dignity, tears falling like broken beads onto the ground. Lu Chen, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Lu Meyer stretched out her hands, trying to grab Lu Chen's clean, neat pant legs. Back then, when my brother wanted to buy a house, that beast Zhao Tianyu forced me with usury. I had no choice but to break up with you. She wept and wailed, giving full play to her green tea acting skills, trying to manipulate Lu Chen with their past 2 years of relationship. I know you still care about me. Can we start over? I'll cook and do laundry for you. I'll bear your children. Lu Chen sat on the spacious leather sofa, without even lifting his eyelids. His deep eyes held not a trace of warmth, only a bone-chilling disgust, as if looking at sewer garbage. In the moment Lu Meyer's dust-covered fingers were about to touch his pant leg, Lu Chen leaned back, slightly crossed his long legs, and disdainfully avoided those hands. Throw her out. Lu Chen's voice was frigid, as if it could freeze into ice, feeling nauseated at even looking at her another second. Don't dirty the floor here. The 2 black-suited bodyguards who had been waiting outside the private door pounced in like wolves and tigers. They grabbed Lu Meyer's arms from both sides and dragged her out like a dead dog. Lu Meyer struggled desperately, her nails scraping the floor with a piercing sound. Lu Chen, you can't be so heartless. You once said you would love me forever. She screamed hysterically, trying to use a moral high ground to win back this trillion-dollar tycoon. That Xia Bingning is just a used goods who has given birth. How can she compare to my purity? The moment these words left her mouth, suddenly from outside the private room came a suffocating sound of high heels clicking. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythm was steady but carried a terrifying pressure, like 1,000 troops charging. The 2 bodyguards instantly let go, as if shocked, respectfully stepped back to the sides and bowed deeply. The first ice-cold female president of the Magic City, Xia Bingning. Surrounded by a group of black-suited bodyguards, she walked slowly into the private room in red-soled high heels. She had just concluded a cross-border merger and acquisition, still wearing that commanding black haute couture business suit. Her stunningly cold face was shrouded in layers of ice, and her peach blossom eyes now radiated a sharp, killing intent. She had originally come by to pick up her husband and go home. But she happened to hear this reckless woman insulting her. The temperature in the private room instantly dropped to freezing. Zhao Wei was so scared that the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter, splashing expensive red wine all over his pants. This was the true top financial magnate of the Magic City. Usually low-level executives like them weren't even qualified to meet her once. Lu Meyer was so overwhelmed by the aura that she collapsed to the ground, her breath halting. She looked up at Xia Bingning, who descended like a queen, her eyes filled with fear and inferiority. Xia Bingning did not look at anyone in the room. She stepped forward with her long legs and stood before Lu Meyer, looking down from above at the mess collapsed on the floor. Who did you just call used goods? Xia Bingning's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority like a death god passing judgment. Lu Meyer trembled like a sieve out of fear, her lips quivering, unable to squeeze out a single word. Xia Bingning did not give her a chance to answer. She slightly raised her right hand, which was adorned with a $1 million Patek Philippe watch. Without a moment's hesitation, slap. A slap so loud it almost shattered eardrums landed firmly on Lu Meyer's powder-covered face. The force of the slap was so great that Lu Meyer's head violently jerked to one side, and she was knocked rolling twice on the ground. A few drops of blood-stained saliva splattered on the floor tiles. Half her face instantly swelled up, revealing 5 distinct red finger marks. The entire place fell into dead silence. The classmates who had been watching the show earlier were too scared to even breathe. The boys who had previously been sarcastic to Lu Chen felt a phantom pain in their cheeks and wished they could bury their heads in their laps. Xia Bingning pulled out a tissue with cedar scent from her designer bag. She leisurely wiped the hand that had just as if it had touched something filthy and germ-ridden. She threw the used tissue precisely onto Lu Meyer's face. Then she turned and walked over to Lu Chen. The moment her eyes met Lu Chen's, that decisive queenly aura melted away without a trace. The ice in her eyes turned into a pool of spring water, and even her sharp brows softened. Like a little girl who had done something wrong, she instinctively grabbed Lu Chen's sleeve, her tone even carrying a hint of timidity. Honey, was I too fierce just now? Xia Bingning bit her red lips, her long lashes fluttering, afraid that this shrewish behavior had ruined her image in Lu Chen's eyes. Lu Chen chuckled softly. He stood up, naturally wrapped his arm around Xia Bingning's slender waist, and bent down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Not fierce at all. My wife looks really beautiful when she hits someone. Xia Bingning's cheeks instantly flushed with 2 rosy clouds, and even her earlobes turned red. She naturally buried her head in Lu Chen's broad chest, mumbling softly, "Who told her to insult me and try to steal my man?" This dramatic contrast stunned everyone in the private room. Who could have imagined that the ruthless trillion-dollar ice queen female president, who spared no one in business, would be as docile as a kitten before this man? Lu Chen lifted his head, his gaze coldly sweeping over Lu Meyer, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. "Why aren't you dragging her out yet?" The bodyguards snapped out of their daze and hoisted Lu Meyer up like a sack. Lu Meyer completely collapsed, her desperate wails faded away down the corridor until they disappeared. She knew that in this lifetime she no longer even had the right to look up to this man. Fatty. Lu Chen turned to look at Su Ming, who was still in a daze. "Report to the HR department of Xia Group headquarters tomorrow. My wife just happens to need a vice president." Su Ming shuddered, his eyes instantly reddening as he nodded excitedly. Amid the gazes of all regret and even mad jealousy from his classmates, Lu Chen, with his arm around Xia Bingning's waist, walked out of the Peninsula Hotel, surrounded by a row of black-suited bodyguards. The night breeze was cool, the back seat of the Maybach was spacious and comfortable. Xia Bingning took off her high heels, curled up in the back seat, and rested her head on Lu Chen's thigh. She closed her eyes, enjoying the peacefulness brought by Lu Chen's fingers running through her long hair. Honey DeBeo and the others just called on video, saying they're hungry. Xia Bingning looked up at Lu Chen with bright peach blossom eyes. "But Chef Zhou took the day off today. How about we order takeout when we get back?" Lu Chen gently stroked her smooth forehead, a warm smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Takeout isn't healthy. Today I'll cook personally and make you a good meal." The moment he finished speaking, that long-forgotten cold mechanical voice exploded in Lu Chen's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has voluntarily taken on family cooking responsibility. Triggered daily quest for Divine Dad, a dinner full of love. New Chef God subsidy module unlocked. About to issue the host a Grandmaster level cooking skill card and mysterious catering empire stock subsidy. Please complete the cooking as soon as possible to obtain generous rewards. The cold mechanical voice gradually dissipated in his mind. The black Maybach 62S glided smoothly into the underground garage of the Emperor Yuan No. One villa, like a ghost returning home. The car door swung open. Xia Bingning bent down and kicked off the red-bottomed high heels that had constrained her all day. Her smooth, rounded toes touched the soft Persian carpet. This billion-dollar female CEO, decisive and ruthless in the business world, now resembled a soldier who had shed heavy armor, collapsing wearily into the spacious leather sofa. 3 little meatballs had already gone wild, playing in the living room. Upon hearing the noise, they immediately abandoned the scattered Lego toys and rushed over with their short little legs. Lu Chen took off his custom jacket and casually draped it over the coat rack at the entrance. He undid the top 2 buttons of his shirt and took a gray cotton apron from the wall hook to tie around himself. He turned and walked into the spacious open kitchen. The moment his fingertips touched the countertop, a massive flow of information, overwhelming to the point of causing dread, surged into his limbs. The master-level culinary skills merged instantaneously. Lu Chen closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the depths of his gaze held a calmness and focus befitting a top chef. He even felt that the lifeless ingredients on the cutting board were now emitting a rhythmic breath towards him. He reached out and drew a heavy Chinese cleaver from the redwood knife rack. The heavy knife handle twirled skillfully in his hand like an extension of his body. The first dish whence Lu Chen cradled a piece of silky, delicate tofu in his palm, gently sliding it onto the high-quality ginkgo wood cutting board. With his right hand gripping the knife, his wrist suddenly exerted force. Tap, 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 tap. A series of rapid metallic clinks resonated in the spacious kitchen, merging into a single line. The cleaver transformed into a silver blur. As the blade rose and fell, it left not a single scratch on the cutting board, only the pure sound of the knife slicing through the tofu. In just 10 seconds, Lu Chen pinched the edge of the cleaver and slid the seemingly intact tofu into a bowl of clear cold water. A miracle occurred. The originally square tofu block exploded into thousands of delicate tofu strands that swayed gently in the water, as fine as hair and uniformly thick. It resembled a white jade chrysanthemum blooming beneath the water. Immediately after, Lu Chen took out a piece of blood-red top-grade A5 Wagyu beef from the refrigerator. The snowflake-like fat marbling shimmered enticingly under the light. No oil was needed. The cast-iron skillet heated until wisps of smoke began to rise. Lu Chen casually tossed the Wagyu beef onto the scorching iron plate. Sizzle. White smoke erupted. The premium fat within the Wagyu melted instantly under the high temperature, triggering a Maillard reaction that released an intoxicating aroma. Lu Chen flipped the spatula with one hand. A plume of crimson flames surged from the bottom of the pan, licking the edges of the beef and locking in the succulent juices within a crisp exterior. A rich aroma, almost tangible, surged out of the kitchen like a tsunami, instantly filling every corner. In the living room, the television was playing Peppa Pig, but no one was watching anymore. The Ultraman toy in Xiaobao's hand fell with a thud onto the carpet. He wrinkled his chubby little nose a couple of times, his big eyes instantly widening. A string of crystal-clear saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth onto his shirt. Gulps. Bao pushed up his blue light-blocking glasses on his nose and struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. Bao directly tossed aside his stuffed doll and with his little legs stumbled toward the kitchen island. The little girl tiptoed, her small hands clinging to the edge of the marble counter, peering inside eagerly. Daddy. Bao's tummy is hungry. Not just the children. Xia Bingning, lying on the sofa, could no longer maintain her ice goddess demeanor. Usually she only had a few bites of vegetable salad for dinner to maintain her figure. But now the overwhelming aroma of meat that pierced through her very core made her stomach feel as if it were on fire. Barefoot, she stepped onto the floor, silently sneaking up behind Lu Chen like a Persian cat attracted by catnip. Xia Bingning extended her slender fingers, unconsciously gripping the fabric of Lu Chen's shirt on his back. Biting her rosy lower lip, her peach blossom eyes fixated on the piece of Wagyu beef still sizzling with oil. Her toes curled slightly on the smooth floor due to her intense appetite. Almost done, go wash your hands. Lu Chen turned off the heat, instructing without looking back. 10 minutes later, the long dining table was filled with 4 dishes and a soup. No unnecessary words were exchanged. The family of 5 dove straight into the meal. Xiaobao didn't even need chopsticks, grabbing a piece of Wagyu and stuffing it into his mouth. The scalding meat juice made him gasp, yet he refused to spit it out. His cheeks puffed like a squirrel hoarding nuts, his face smeared with rich black pepper sauce. Xia Bingming held a white porcelain spoon, scooping a mouthful of Wensi tofu soup to her lips. The moment the soup touched her taste buds, she suddenly widened her eyes, her pupils shaking violently. The tofu melted in her mouth, requiring no chewing. The clear broth, simmered for dozens of hours with old hen and Jinhua ham, had coaxed out an absolute depth of flavor. This flavor surpassed all the state banquets and Michelin-starred restaurants she had ever eaten in her life. An indescribable warmth surged in her heart. Xia Bingming lowered her head, her eyes instantly turning red. After a day of fighting in the treacherous business arena, returning home to a warm light and a bowl of hot soup was what she had longed for. This was the home she had always dreamed of. A tear fell from the corner of her eye, splashing into the white porcelain bowl. She didn't wipe it away, simply devouring the white rice in her bowl, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. Half an hour later, the plates on the table were spotless. Even the soup was completely soaked up by Xiaobao with steamed buns. Lu Chen tidied up the bowls and chopsticks, standing at the sink to wash his hands. In his mind, the mechanical sound of the system's settlement arrived as expected. Ding! Detected family meal satisfaction has reached the perfect threshold. Triggered chef's critical subsidy. Subsidy granted 30 absolute controlling stake in a global Michelin 3-star chain restaurant group. Note the relevant equity transfer documents and overseas board meeting resolutions have been fully signed and stored in the system space. From now on, the host is the largest shareholder of this group, possessing the highest veto power and personnel appointment rights. This share is currently valued at approximately 32 billion renminbi. Lu Chen tore off a piece of kitchen paper, leisurely drying the moisture from his hands. A hint of unusual color flickered in his deep eyes. 30 billion in cash flow subsidies along with supreme power in the global culinary world. This meant that with just a word from him, all those top Michelin chefs revered by the powerful would have to resign obediently or kneel before him calling him boss. Lu Chen turned his head to look at his wife who was on the living room carpet playing with the 3 adorable kids. A wry yet affectionate smile tugged at his lips. Cooking a simple meal for his wife and kids while effortlessly acquiring more than 3 billion in group shares. This soft rice was becoming increasingly delicious. A night without conversation. The next morning sunlight pierced through the mist, casting its glow on the private lawn of Emperor Yuan No. 1 villa. The air was filled with the fragrance of grass and the dampness of dew. Lu Chen dressed in loose casual wear was letting Xiaobao ride on his shoulders. Dabao and Erbao chased a white butterfly across the lawn, their laughter ringing like silver bells in the yard. A serene scene of harmony and peace. Just then, boom, boom, boom. A series of arrogant modified supercar exhaust roars shattered the morning tranquility like a wild beast in heat. Following that creak, the sharp sound of tires screeching suddenly echoed outside the villa's ornate. A dull kicking sound accompanied by a stream of foul-mouthed curses came through the visual intercom from outside the gate, clearly audible in the yard. Lu Chen, you soft rice-eating dog bastard. Don't think hiding under Xia Bingning's skirt will save you. Get out here and face your death. Lu Chen, you worthless freeloading bastard. Don't think you can hide under Xia Bingning's skirt. Get the hell out here and face your death. The piercing curses mixed with the deafening roar of an engine tore apart the cheerful laughter on the morning lawn. Erbao was startled by the sudden noise. The little girl who had been chasing a butterfly stumbled over her own feet and fell straight onto the soft grass. Her eyes instantly turned red with tears. The warmth on Lu Chen's face vanished in an instant. He gently set Dabao down from his shoulders, then strode over to Erbao in just a few quick steps. He scooped his daughter into his arms, patting her back softly to soothe her. Deep in his eyes, a murderous aura surged like a raging tide, chilling the very air around them. The screen of the video intercom lit up. Outside the main gate, a garish red Ferrari convertible was arrogantly parked sideways, blocking the entrance of Yuan No. 1. A young man in a floral shirt and a thick gold chain, accompanied by 7 or 8 tattooed thugs, was frantically kicking at the ornate bronze gate. He was Zhao Hai, the cousin of Zhao Tianyu, the disgraced playboy of the Zhao family in Modu. Listen up, you turtle hiding inside. Zhao Hai kicked the gatepost, his arrogant face twisted on the screen. My cousin was ambushed and crippled by you people. Today I'm here to break both your legs in revenge. Don't think the Xia family can protect you. If you've got the balls, stay in there forever. Several thugs swung baseball bats at the iron gate, producing a grating clash of metal. Get out here, you coward. Lu Chen coldly watched the blustering clowns on the screen. He released his comforting hand from Erbao, slowly stood up, and his knuckles cracked softly as he clenched his fists. Since these scumbags wanted to die, he didn't mind personally escorting them to the afterlife. Just as Lu Chen was about to press the button to open the gate and crush these men, a chubby little hand tugged at his pant leg. 4-year-old Dabao looked up, his small brows tightly knitted into a frown. He wasn't crying, nor was he afraid. His face, which strongly resembled Lu Chen's, even bore a calmness that was unusual for his age. Dabao glanced at his sister, who was still sobbing in Lu Chen's arms, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Dad, these bad guys are making sister cry. In a soft, childish voice, Dabao raised his chubby wrist. On it was a children's smartwatch with an Ultraman pack. Lu Chen had bought it for him just yesterday. To prevent him from getting lost, the watch contained a chip with the highest authority directly connected to the villa's security core. Dabao extended his short, fat index finger and jabbed it firmly onto the red button on the watch. A faint electrical hum came from the watch's speaker. Auntie Butler, Dabao spoke into the watch in a soft yet unwavering tone. There are bad guys at the door. Dabao doesn't want to see them. As soon as he spoke, a low, urgent alarm suddenly sounded from the distant hillside. It was no ordinary alarm. It was the highest-level red security warning for Yuan No. 1. Outside the gate, Zhao Hai continued his reckless tirade. What's wrong? Too scared to open the door. Today I'm going to tear this gate down with my bare hands. Boom, whoosh. A violent sonic boom tore through the sky. The arrogance on Zhao Hai's face instantly froze. He looked up, and his pupils contracted to pinpricks. 5 pitch-black heavy assault helicopters devoid of any markings hovered menacingly over the villa district like black eagles from the abyss. The massive rotors whipped up a furious gale, rustling the leather seats of the Ferrari convertible. Before Zhao Hai and the thugs could even react, black fast ropes dropped from the helicopters. Swish, swish, swish. Countless figures in black combat suits and tactical helmets descended like dark raindrops from the sky. Simultaneously, dozens of bulletproof black Land Rover Defenders charged like mad dogs from every tree-lined avenue. Squealing brakes filled the air, sealing off all escape routes for the Ferrari. Doors swung open in unison. Heavy military boots pounded the asphalt in a deafening synchronized roar. Within less than 30 seconds, a full 800 bodyguards, all over one, 9 meters tall, exuding an intense bloodthirsty aura from the dark web, stood like an iron wall. Like a black steel fortress, they surrounded Zhao Hai and his lackeys in layers upon layers, leaving no gap. The scene fell into dead silence. Only the roar of helicopter rotors echoed overhead. Zhao Hai was still holding a baseball bat, preparing to smash the gate. Now that bat in his hand seemed like a ridiculous toothpick. His mouth hung open, making a strange gurgling sound, and his legs trembled like autumn leaves in the wind. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of high heels came from the corridor, cleared by the bodyguards. Muiwa, dressed in a black tuxedo, walked gracefully into the center of the encirclement. She toyed with a tactical knife that gleamed with a blue sheen. Her stunning peach blossom eyes held no human emotion, only the coldness of one looking at dead things. Click. The sound of countless firearms being cocked exploded in unison. Zhao Hai felt a red light before his eyes. He looked down. Dozens of red laser dots densely converged on his forehead and chest. If he so much as twitched a finger, he would instantly be blown into a pulp of flesh. The tattooed thugs who had been arrogantly shouting moments ago went weak at the knees. With a thud, they all fell to the ground in unison. Their baseball bats clattered to the ground. Boss. Mistake. It's all a mistake. Zhao Hai's legs gave way, and he collapsed straight down beside the Ferrari's wheel. A stream of yellow liquid flowed down his tailored trousers, spreading a foul stench on the ground. He had been literally scared into pissing himself. A little brat barely 3 years old who could hardly speak clearly had just shouted something into his kid's watch and summoned 800 fully armed killers within 30 seconds. What kind of godlike family background was this? What terrifying demon lord had the Zhao family provoked? Muyu didn't even glance at the foul puddle on the ground. She slightly tilted her head and spoke respectfully into her earpiece. Young master, shall we dispose of them? Inside the villa courtyard, Lu Chun watched the scene through the video intercom. He covered Urbeo's eyes and said flatly, throw them far away, don't dirty the doorstep. As for the Zhao family, they no longer need to exist. Yes. Muyu received the order, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. She waved her hand. Several black-suited bodyguards pounced like wolves, hoisting Zhao Hai and the thugs like dead dogs. Along with the red Ferrari, they were all roughly towed away by several wreckers. The farce dissipated into nothingness under the absolute crushing force of violence. The crisis was over. DeBeo lowered his arm and coolly adjusted his glasses. Dad, the bad guys are gone. Auntie Butler took them away. We can go back to playing now. Lu Chen looked at his unreasonably composed eldest son, a proud smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He had just set Urbao down ready to resume their game when the heavy solid wood door of the villa creaked open. Xia Bingming stepped out wearing a pair of silver stiletto heels. She had changed out of her usual business attire and was now dressed in a deep V-starry evening gown handcrafted by a top French designer. The navy blue skirt was adorned with tens of thousands of diamonds, refracting a dazzling halo under the sun. Her stunning face was lightly made up, accentuating her naturally cold and elegant aura, making her appear like an unassailable ice queen. She walked up to Lu Chun, the glaciers in her eyes instantly melting. Her slender arm naturally slipped into his. Honey, there's a top-tier charity gala at the Moda Chamber of Commerce tonight that I can't get out of. Xia Bingming looked up, her eyes filled with expectation and dependence. I heard a troublesome big shot from the capital is coming. Will you come with me? The black bulletproof Maybach like a dormant beast glided silently to a halt before the vast red carpet at the main entrance of the Peninsula Hotel. The bellhop scurried over and respectfully opened the car door. A leg clad in custom leather shoes stepped out. Lu Chun alighted, shielding the top of the door with his hand. Xia Bingming, holding his arm, stepped onto the red-soled heels and entered the gala venue bathed in flashing camera lights. Her starry night gown refracted dazzling halos under the crystal chandeliers, accentuating her icily exquisite aura. She was like a queen perched high above the clouds, though wherever she passed the champagne-swirling elites of Modu parted to form a path, their eyes brimming with astonishment and reverence. Yet when their gazes shifted to Lu Chun beside her, they involuntarily carried a hint of scrutiny and disdain. So that's the Livian son-in-law the Xia family just acknowledged. I heard he used to drive for a ride-hailing service. He does have a pleasing appearance. No wonder he's got the Ice Queen CEO completely spellbound. To reach such heights of being a kept man must mean his ancestors' graves are smoking with good fortune. The whispers buzzed like flies rippling through the opulent banquet hall. Xia Bingming keenly caught those unfriendly glances. She unconsciously tightened her fingers around Lu Chen's arm, the chill in her eyes immediately solidifying. Just as she was about to turn cold and teach those reckless gossips a lesson, Lu Chun reversed his hand to cover her slightly cool one and gave it a gentle squeeze. Don't mind the yapping of those ants. He whispered into Xia Bingming's ear, his deep eyes utterly calm. The crowd suddenly parted like a wave split by a blade. A young man in a pure white custom suit, his hair slicked back immaculately, holding a glass of Lafite, strode over with an air of insufferable arrogance. Chu Yunfei, a branch scion of the top Jingxing Chu family, the largest overseas partner of the Xia Corporation, and one of Xia Bingning's most fervent suitors. Bingning, you were stunning tonight. Chu Yunfei completely ignored Lu Chen's presence, his gaze greedily sweeping over Xia Bingning's chest and waist. I heard your family recently had some trouble, and you've picked a random driver off the street as a shield. He pulled a gold-edged checkbook from his inner suit pocket, uncapped a Mont-Blanc pen, and scribbled a string of numbers. With a sharp tear, Chu Yunfei ripped off the check, held the thin slip between two fingers, and contemptuously flicked it onto the Persian carpet at Lu Chen's feet. 10 million. Raising his chin, Chu Yunfei pronounced in a tone of alms-giving to a beggar, take this money, get out of Modu, and never appear before Bingning again. A cockroach crawled from the gutter, like you. Even breathing the same air in her presence is a desecration. The music had unknowingly stopped. The entire banquet hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone held their breath, watching the drama of a Jingxing scion publicly humiliating a Livian son-in-law. Xia Bingning trembled with rage, her ample chest heaving violently. Chu Yunfei, who do you think you are, daring to fling money at my husband? She stepped forward, her glacial CEO aura exploding forth, pointing at the door and shouting sharply, take your filthy money and get out of this banquet hall this instant. Chu Yunfei's face stiffened, a flash of anger in his eyes. He hadn't expected Xia Bingning to make him lose face before so many elites over a kept pretty boy. Bingning, don't be fooled by this guy's sweet talk. All he's after is your family's money. Chu Yunfei pointed at the check on the floor, sneering. If this pauper doesn't blink at 10 million, I'll write my name backwards today. 10 million. The ever-silent Lu Chen suddenly let out a soft laugh. He released Xia Bingning's hand and leisurely unbuttoned his suit jacket. Then Lu Chen lifted his foot, and his custom leather shoe unceremoniously stepped onto Chu Yunfei's vaunted 10 million check. The sole ground the paper slip into illegibility against the wool carpet. You dare flaunt scraps that wouldn't even buy snacks for my daughter and call it impressive? Chu Yunfei, seeing his 10 million trampled like garbage, turned livid. Quit acting like a big shot. A ride-hailing driver. Let's see exactly how much money you can fork out today. Lu Chen ignored his bluster and awakened the system in his mind. Ding. Detected the host suffering monetary humiliation. Triggered hidden option. Tycoon critical hit, loose change materialization extraction. Now mobilizing 1,000th of the tens of billion cash flow. Extraction method coin materialization. Lu Chen pulled out his phone and casually tapped the screen twice. Since you're so fond of flinging money at people today, I'll show you what real money flinging looks like. No sooner rumble. A terrifying, earth-shaking roar came from the plaza outside the Peninsula Hotel. The sound was like a herd of ancient mammoths stampeding. Even the crystal chandeliers above the banquet hall swayed and clinked, emitting crisp, cracking noises. Chu Yunfei furrowed his brow before he could speak. Bam! Crack! The Peninsula Hotel's $1 million pure copper carved revolving door was shattered by an irresistible force. Shards of glass rained like a storm into the lobby, amid the horrified gazes of all the elites. 10 heavy armored cash transport trucks like enraged steel beasts rammed their way in a neat convoy into the hotel's luxurious entrance hall. The lead truck's front bumper almost touched the edge of the banquet red carpet. The blinding high beams turned Chu Yunfei's arrogant face a ghastly white. What are you trying to do? Chu Yunfei's legs uncontrollably began to wobble, his voice laced with undisguised panic. He glanced back at his Pagani Zonda, our limited edition worth 40 million, parked on the display platform in the lobby. Lu Chen curled his lips into an icy, piercing smile. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers crisply in the air. Pour the vault. 2 words like death's for. The hydraulic rods of the 10 truck cargo compartments activated simultaneously. The massive rear doors slowly swung open. The next second, a golden blaze nearly blinded everyone present. Crash, boom. Hundreds of millions of 1 yuan coins cascaded from the 10 trucks like a golden waterfall burst from a dam. It wasn't money, it was a devastating metal storm. The heavy coins slammed against the marble floor, producing a deafening roar. The golden deluge instantly swallowed the entrance hall. Chu Yunfei's prized Pagani Zonda, are under the onslaught of tons of coins, didn't even manage a single alarm before its roof buckled, and it was completely buried under the golden coin mountain. Oh! Chu Yunfei let out a pig slaughter scream. The cascading river of coins spread along the red carpet, rising past his knees and trapping half his body in the coin heap. Dozens of tons of metallic weight pressed against his legs, his bones creaked under the strain. The entire venue fell silent. A dead silence. The elites and socialites who had been mocking Lu Chen moments ago now covered their mouths, legs weak, collapsing onto the floor. Gasps of cold air rippled, their throats parched. 10 heavy trucks had hauled a full 10 million in coins. They had literally buried a 40 million supercar and a Jingxing scion alive. What a deranged, brutally ostentatious way to flaunt wealth. This was no kept pretty boy. This was a financial tyrant wielding life and death power. Lu Chen walked to Chu Yunfei, who was half buried in the coins, drenched in cold sweat from pain. He crouched down, picked up a dusty coin from the mound at his feet. Ting! He flicked the coin with his finger, lightly striking Chu Yunfei's ghastly face, leaving a red mark. "Here's some pocket change for your car repair." Lu Chen's voice was low, but each word cut deep. "Now you can leave." Chu Yunfei, veins bulging from pain, dared not utter another harsh word. The look in his eyes toward Lu Chen had shifted from contempt to profound fear. Lu Chen stood up and turned to the still-dazed Xia Bingning, just as he was about to take his wife's hand and lead her away from the mess. Buzz, buzz. The custom phone in Xia Bingning's clutch bag suddenly vibrated like a death knell. She snapped back to reality and pressed the answer button. After listening for a mere 3 seconds, her stunning face instantly drained of all color, turning deathly pale. Patter. The phone slipped from her fingers and hit the tiles heavily. The screen lit up, faintly showing an urgent, encrypted message from the group's finance department. "Madam President, Second Master has allied with foreign capital to short the Xia Corporation. The 10 billion capital pool has been breached in 3 minutes. At tomorrow's market open, the company will face full bankruptcy liquidation." A customized phone was caught steadily by a long and powerful hand as it fell through the air. Xia Bingning's stunningly beautiful face turned pale as paper. Her legs weakened, and she fell backward like a marionette drained of strength. Lu Chen stretched out his arm and caught his swaying wife in his embrace. The powerful heartbeat resonated through his shirt, transmitting warmth to Xia Bingning's cold body. "What happened?" Lu Chen held her delicate waist, his voice steady as the sea. Xia Bingning clutched Lu Chen's collar tightly, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Tears streamed down her face like loose pearls splattering onto Lu Chen's faded t-shirt. "Second uncle. Second uncle has gone mad. While I was out attending the banquet, he colluded with the short sellers on Wall Street to crash the stock of the Xia Corporation. All the 100 billion in liquid assets on our account has been locked. If no external force intervenes when the market opens at 9 tomorrow, the Xia Corporation will face forced liquidation and bankruptcy. It's been 4 years. To protect the 3 children, to wait for him to return. As a woman alone in a ruthless conglomerate, she endured countless sleepless nights, swallowed her grievances, and built this trillion-dollar empire. But now all of this was about to be destroyed by her own greedy second uncle." Xia Bingning pushed Lu Chen away forcefully and wiped her tears away in a frenzy. She picked up her high heels from the ground and rushed barefoot towards the banquet hall exit. "No, I have to return to the company. I cannot watch my father's hard work be destroyed." Lu Chen did not stop her. He watched her stagger away, her delicate figure appearing somewhat disheveled slowly. Even the veins on his temples throbbed violently. Who dares to touch his woman? Seeking death. Late at night, at the Diyuan No. 1 villa, a Maybach smoothly drove into the garage. Lu Chen returned home and first went to the children's room on the 2nd floor. The eldest son was soundly asleep with his computer in his arms, while the second and youngest were tangled up together. Lu Chen gently tucked them in. The moment he stepped out of the children's room, the warmth on his face vanished, completely replaced by a coldness that wielded life and death. Lu Chen walked into the study and turned the solid wooden door lock behind him. System. Ding. Detecting a devastating commercial blow to the assets under the host spouse's name. Triggering hidden mission, save the market with 100 billion. Overseas hidden fund of 100 billion has been prepared and operational permissions have been granted. The study was unlit. Only 6 high-end curved monitors emitted a ghostly blue light, casting shadows on Lu Chen's chiseled jawline. Lu Chen's long fingers rested on the mechanical keyboard. Without any hesitation, the sound of rapid keystrokes filled the darkness like the charge of an army on the battlefield. Using 100 overseas shell accounts preset by the system, he quietly deployed a massive amount of 100 billion into the domestic stock market trading channels. Like a giant deep-sea shark with its gaping jaws open, it quietly awaited its prey. The next morning at the headquarters of the Xia Corporation in the top-floor conference room, Xia Yunhai sat brazenly in the president's chair that originally belonged to Xia Bingning. A Cuban cigar hung from his mouth as he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his gaze darkly fixed on Xia Bingning across the table. Bingning, why resists stubbornly? Xia Yunhai patted the acquisition agreement on the table, grinning like a fox that had stolen a hen. As long as you sign your name and relinquish the presidency, your second uncle guarantees a way out for you, and that jiggle. 9 o'clock is almost here. Once the market opens, the 100 billion in short orders from Wall Street will crash your Xia Corporation. Xia Bingning stood at the conference table, her eyes sunken and bloodshot, revealing the fatigue of a sleepless night. She bit her pale lip firmly and raised her head defiantly. Xia Yunhai, you collude with outsiders to ruin your own family's assets. Don't you fear that grandfather will not rest in peace underground? The business world is like a battlefield. The victor takes all. Xia Yunhai sneered, extinguishing his cigar in the ashtray. Since you refuse to be sensible, watch your empire collapse before your eyes. The electronic clock on the wall beeped. The time shifted to exactly 9 o'clock in the morning. The domestic stock market opened on time. On the huge screen in the conference room, the Klein chart representing Xia Corporation's stock at the moment of opening fell like a massive boulder severed from its rope. It plummeted straight down. The shareholders and traders brought by Xia Yunhai erupted in joyous cheers. It's exploded. Sell orders are flooding in like a tide. Xia Bingning's defenses have been completely breached. Xia Bingning swayed her hands, bracing against the solid wood table to keep herself from collapsing. Despairing tears welled up in her eyes. It was over. She had lost. Xia Yunhai laughed wildly, rising to his feet and pointing at the big screen. Do you see this? This is the consequence of offending your second uncle. His words were cut short. Suddenly the image on the screen froze for a moment. Right after the once bottomless green plunging Klein came to an abrupt stop at the 100th of a second from hitting the bottom. What's going on? Is the network lagging? Xia Yunhai's wild laughter turned stiff as he frowned at the chief trader in his company. The trader stared at the computer screen, his fingers trembling as if electrocuted. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, and his voice cracked with fear. No, it's not lagging. It's a massive influx of funds. Boom. On the screen, a thick red Klein, as if a bloodthirsty sword piercing the heavens, appeared. It ruthlessly tore through the layers of 100 billion short sales, shooting straight up. 100 million hands. Mysterious funds bought 100 million hands, swallowing all our sell orders. 500 billion. No. 800 billion in funds are entering. The trader screamed, hysterically pounding on the keyboard, but he could not stop that torrent. Xia Yunhai's mind went blank. He staggered to the screen, his eyes fixed on the unstoppable red line. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Which institution domestically can mobilize over 1,000 billion in cash flow instantly? But the truth was laid out before him. The hidden 100 billion funds lurking in the deep sea had not given the shorts any chance to breathe or to cover their positions. In less than 30 seconds, it completely devoured the 100 billion in short funds that Xia Yunhai was so proud of leaving not a shred behind. The stock hit the ceiling. It was tightly sealed. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. The shareholders who had just been cheering now looked like ducks collectively strangled by their necks. Weak-legged Xia Bingning slumped into her chair, staring blankly at the blood-red ceiling price. Her pale face was filled with disbelief. 100 billion. Who would take such a huge risk at this moment to mobilize 100 billion to save her? Suddenly, Lu Chen's calm profile flashed through her mind. Could it be him? As soon as this thought surfaced, Xia Bingning's heartbeat skipped a beat. It's over. It's all over. Xia Yunhai looked at the negative balance in his account, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. For this short selling, he had mortgaged all his assets and even borrowed high-interest loans. Now he was left with nothing. He lay on the ground, hair disheveled, like a stray dog. At that moment, his gaze fell on the phone on the table. A trace of vicious madness surged from his bloodshot eyes. Xia Bingning. You little wench. Xia Yunhai suddenly grabbed the phone and began to roar like a madman. 100 billion. Who, aside from those old stubborn tycoons, could possibly come up with that? You must have used that seductive face to sleep with those old men. The money you earned by selling yourself. He yelled hysterically while tremblingly dialing the number of a dark web post for me. By all the trending topics on the internet. Xia Yunhai's face twisted with jealousy and madness. I want the whole internet to know that the #1 female president of Magic City, Xia Bingning, is a slut who has been ridden by thousands. That loser named Lu Chen is just a cuckold picking up broken shoes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone thrown onto the marble coffee table vibrated uncontrollably. The screen was inundated with frantic news alerts, flashing glaring red headlines. Breaking. The source of the Xia Corporation's 100 billion rescue fund revealed. The Ice Queen CEO suspected of trading her body for power. Xia Bingning has been keeping the rideshare driver Lu Chen, who willingly wears the green hat, as a cuckold. Unveiling the dirty dealings behind the first financial tycoon of the Magic City, the humiliating life of a wealthy son-in-law. Lu Chen sat on the sofa, his fingers gently scrolling across the screen. In the comments section, netizens, deliberately incited by online trolls, were venting the most venomous words like a swarm of bloodthirsty flies. I said that woman is so beautiful, how could she possibly climb to the position of CEO without a dirty background? Turns out she relied on her bed skills. The most disgusting is that man named Lu Chen wearing a green hat, and living off her. He has no respect for himself, truly a worthless scum. Such shameless women and gigolos should be banned from the internet and punished harshly. Xia Bingning had just rushed back from the company. She stood beside the coffee table, staring at the screen, filled with unspeakable foul language. In her usually calm peach blossom eyes, a surge of red veins appeared instantly. She bit her pale lips tightly, her fingertips digging deep into her palm, drawing out fine streaks of blood. Xia Yunhai, you beast. He is out to ruin me, ruin you. Her voice trembled with anger, her chest heaving violently. She turned around, grabbed the car keys, her eyes red. I will go find him to settle the score. I will call the police to arrest him. Bingning. Lu Chen extended his strong arm, wrapping it around his wife's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. He gently placed his hand over Xia Bingning's trembling hand, slowly prying her fingers away from her flesh. A terrifying, killing intent surged in Lu Chen's eyes, yet his tone remained calm as the sea. If a dog bites you, do you bite back? But they insult you. Why do they have the right to call you a cuckold living off a woman? Xia Bingning raised her head. Her tears could no longer be held back, cascading down onto Lu Chen's chest. The billion-dollar female CEO, impervious before the outside world, now cried like a child who had suffered a great injustice. What she could not endure the most was that Lu Chen was humiliated because of her. For years ago he bore the blame for her, and 4 years later he was still being scorned by thousands. Lu Chen lowered his head, gently kissing the tears at the corners of her eyes. Since the whole internet is calling me a cuckold, then I will show them just how hard this soft rice really is. He lifted his head, his gaze crossing Xia Bingning's shoulder, looking at the corner where Dabao was playing with Lego. Dabao immediately dropped his toy and ran over with his little short legs. He did not ask a single unnecessary question, directly pulling out a specially made miniature tablet from his pocket. Dad, Dabao is ready. The 4-year-old boy adjusted his blue light-blocking glasses, his thin, short, and chubby fingers rapidly tapping on the screen. Dabao's eyes sparkled with a cold light of confidence that belonged to a top hacker. 3, 2, 1. Firewall breach successful. All network signals have been hijacked. The moment Dabao pressed the enter key, all major live streaming platforms in the country, including television stations Douyu Huya and Douyin, even the giant LED advertisement screens on the streets. In the same second, the images collectively froze. Then with a crackle, a snowflake screen flashed by. On all the screens, Lu Chen's cold and profound face appeared simultaneously. The high-definition camera projected the oppressive aura of disdain for the masses in his eyes unreservedly before the gaze of hundreds of millions of netizens. The keyboard warriors who were just pounding the keyboard in anger were stunned. The internet celebrities in the major live streams were dumbfounded. Who is this? How did he suddenly interrupt my screen? Isn't this the Lu Chen who is trending as a cuckold? How did he pull off such a major operation? Hacker hijack. Call the police quickly. The barrage of comments rolled in frantically, insults still pouring in. Lu Chen sat in the study of the Emperor's Abyss 1, facing the camera. He did not offer a single defense, nor was there a hint of anger. He simply opened the drawer carelessly. Smack. The first item was casually tossed onto the table. It was a pure black metal card, glinting with a cold, dark light under the illumination. Centurion Black Card, limited edition, worldwide, with no spending limit. Lu Chen's voice was deep and magnetic, exuding an oppressive authority that could suffocate. Yesterday I used it to purchase the top private hospital in the Magic City and the Stan Education Group. Spent over 100 billion, just a toy for my daughter. The barrage of comments across the internet froze for a second. Smack. The second item slammed down. It was a thick stack of red property certificates with gilded edges. Thompson Riviera Luxury Flats. Not many, just 100 sets. Smack. The third item. Global Michelin 3-star restaurant chain, 30% absolute controlling stake agreement. As Lu Chen tossed these certificates representing supreme wealth in front of the camera like garbage, the barrage in the live stream completely changed direction. From a screen full of foul language to a barrage of question marks. What the hell? Is this really a cuckold? Is this soft rice encrusted with diamonds? Centurion Black Card. That's the real deal. I've seen Middle Eastern tycoons use it. 100 property certificates for Thompson Riviera. He must have bought the whole community. Lu Chen looked at the camera, the corners of his mouth curling into a chilling mockery. He took out his phone, pulled up the transfer screenshot of last night's 100 billion fund, enlarging it, displaying it on the screen. As for the 100 billion rescue fund of Xia Corporation last night, that was my wife's pocket money. She can spend it however she wants. The entire internet fell silent. A deathly silence. Those who had previously shouted the loudest were sitting at their computers, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. 100 billion cash flow as pocket money. Buying a hospital and education group just to give his daughter a toy. 100 sets of Thompson Riviera luxury flats. This is no ordinary rideshare driver. He's a godly rich man controlling the pulse of the global economy. After a brief period of silence, the barrage exploded like a volcano. The narrative took a shocking turn. I'm sorry, adoptive father. I spoke too loudly just now. Lu God. I am your long-lost son. Look at me. Xia Bingning, did your ancestors set off a nuclear bomb? How could she have entangled with such a level of godly wealth? Where are those fools who cursed Lu God earlier? Come out and commit seppuku to apologize. Lu Chen ignored the frenzied celebration in the comments. He faced the camera, slowly uttering his final half sentence. Xia Yunhai and those paid posters. Countdown 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, I will use 100 billion funds to place a bounty on your heads globally. It's up to you whether to turn yourselves in or wait to die. The live stream abruptly cut off. The screen returned to normal. In a dark underground room in the Magic City, Several keyboard warriors who had been frantically posting negative comments just moments ago were so frightened they rolled off their chairs. A global bounty of 100 billion. This is no lawsuit, it's clearly a death list from the King of Hell. Quick, call 110. We need to turn ourselves in. The keyboard warriors cried out, scrambling for their phones, fearing that if they were a second too late, they would be hunted down by those international assassins driven mad by the 100 billion bounty. Meanwhile, in the living room of the Xia family's old residence in the Magic City, mother-in-law Su Qing stared blankly at her phone. The screen still displayed the last frame of Lu Chen's live stream replay. The mountain of property certificates and the 100 billion transfer record struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the aristocratic values she had built over decades. 100 billion. Pocket money. Su Qing's breath quickened like an old man who had torn a bellows. Her well-maintained face turned a purplish red, and her body trembled uncontrollably. My good son-in-law. My living ancestor. Su Qing let out a sharp scream that pierced the eardrums. She didn't even bother to put on slippers, barefoot, rushing out of the living room like a mad mother leopard. Stumbling into the Porsche parked in the yard. With one foot pressed to the floor, the engine roared as she sped towards the Emperor's Abyss 1 villa. Screech. A red Porsche Panamera came to a violent halt before the ornate wrought iron gate of Duyun No. 1 villa, its tires shrieking against the asphalt. 2 dark rubber marks scorched the ground. Su Qing didn't even bother to close the car door. Barefoot, she scrambled and stumbled through the villa's main entrance. Her meticulously styled noblewoman's bun was half undone, and her expensive silk shawl hung askew from her shoulder. Sweat had smeared her carefully applied makeup across her well-maintained face, yet it could not conceal the manic exhilaration that bordered on frenzy. Son-in-law. My wonderful son-in-law. Su Qing's shrill voice pierced the spacious living room, trembling with an unmistakable quiver. Lu Chen was lounging on the leather sofa, scrolling through the news that Xia Group stock had hit its daily limit again. Hearing this heart-wrenching cry, he raised an eyebrow and turned off the phone screen. Su Qing rushed over to the sofa like a gust of wind. With a thud, she didn't even bother to maintain the poise of a wealthy matron. Her knees buckled, and she dropped onto the hand-woven Persian rug beside the sofa. Her hands clawed at the edge of the sofa, her eyes wide as saucers, as if she was staring at a living god of fortune radiating golden light. Lu Chen. No, Chairman Lu. Living ancestor. Su Qing gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently, her words stumbling out. That livestream online. 100 billion in liquid assets and those property deeds for Tang Sheniping. Are they real? Lu Chen gazed at his mother-in-law, who had previously been insufferably arrogant and constantly made things difficult for him. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He didn't answer, merely took a sip from the purple clay teacup before him. This indifferent silence in Su Qing's eyes was the most terrifying confirmation. In her mind, a thunderous blast erupted, as if countless atomic bombs had detonated simultaneously. 100 billion in cash flow. The entire Xia family of Modu had struggled for 3 generations, and all their fixed assets combined barely added up to 100 billion. And this son-in-law, whom she had cursed countless times as a bottom-level waste and a kept man, could casually toss 100 billion as pocket money to his wife to bail out the market. Su Qing's scalp tingled and cold sweat instantly soaked her back. She recalled how she had previously pressured Lu Chen to buy a private jet, and she felt like slapping herself twice right then and there. Before a true financial magnate, her pitiful pride and petty harassments were more ridiculous than a circus clown. Oh my, these old eyes have failed me. I knew from your face, son-in-law, that you were a hidden dragon in the abyss. Su Qing's ability to change her expression was a true Sichuan opera specialty. Her face brimming with sycophantic smiles, nearly pressed against Lu Chen's knee. Just then the nanny Wang Ma walked out of the kitchen, carrying a plate of washed imported cherries. Su Qing, like a mother hen guarding her chicks, sprang up and snatched the fruit platter from Wang Ma's hands. Go, go, go. You're so clumsy, how could I let you serve my son-in-law? Su Qing turned around, and the harshness on her face instantly melted into a gentle breeze. She personally picked up a cherry, carefully wiped the water droplets off with a tissue, and even considerately removed the pit. She held it with both hands and offered it to Lu Chen's lips. Son-in-law, have a taste. Is this fruit sweet? Su Qing smiled so hard her eyes were nearly squeezed into slits, her voice cloyingly sweet enough to give one goosebumps. You're so tired taking care of the 3 children every day. That dead girl Bingning only knows how to busy herself with the company and never spends more time with you. From now on, if there's any heavy work at home, don't you lift a finger. Just give me a call and I'll come over and do it myself. Lu Chen looked at his mother-in-law, now utterly humbled to the core. He leaned back slightly, avoiding the cherry. For a snob like Su Qing, he could have crushed her underfoot like an ant. But out of consideration for Xia Bingning, he didn't want to make things too ugly. After all, no matter how harsh this woman was, she was still the grandmother of his 3 adorable children. Lu Chen reached into the inner pocket of his suit and pulled out a gold bank card. The card's surface glittered sharply under the crystal chandelier. He casually tossed the card onto the coffee table with a crisp slap. Mother-in-law, you're too polite. This card has a small target limit. Just swipe it however you like. Lu Chen's tone was as flat as if he were tipping. Consider it a belated greeting gift. From now on, I'll rely on you to take care of Bingning and the Xia family. Small target. 100 million. Su Qing's pupils dilated a full circle, and her breath came to a complete halt. Trembling, she extended both hands as if holding an imperial edict and carefully cradled the gold card in her palms. The cool touch of the card now burned her, making her whole body shake. She had seen plenty of money in her life, but she had never seen anyone give their mother-in-law a greeting gift of a cash card with 100 million. Such overpowering extravagance shattered her mundane worldview to pieces. Oh my wonderful son-in-law. You are the savior of our Xia family. Su Qing was so excited her face flushed red, her legs gave way, and right then and there her eyes rolled back, and she fainted from pure bliss. The cherries in her hand rolled all over the floor. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. Muiwa, have someone send mother-in-law back to the Xia family's old residence. Also call a family doctor to check on her. Don't let her get ill from too much joy. Yes, young master. Muiyu appeared from nowhere and directed 2 bodyguards to carry the unconscious Su Qing out. The storm subsided. The villa returned to quiet. Lu Chen walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window and watched the red Porsche being towed out of the courtyard. He rubbed his temples, enjoying this rare moment of peace. The next afternoon, the sun was just right. Lu Chen was lying under a parasol in the backyard, resting with his eyes closed. In his mind, he was planning how to integrate the newly acquired industries. Buzz! The phone on the small round table suddenly vibrated urgently. The screen showed the number of the new principal of Sidon Kindergarten. Lu Chen frowned slightly and pressed the answer key. As soon as the call connected, the principal's tearful voice came through. Chairman Lu, something terrible has happened. Please come to the kindergarten right away. The principal's voice was filled with undisguised panic. The young master got into a fight in class. The other child's parents brought more than a dozen bodyguards and blocked the dean's office, refusing to let it go. They insist on breaking the young master's arm. The moment Lu Chen hung up the phone, the warm sunlight around him seemed to be frozen by an invisible frost. The lazy tranquility in his eyes vanished, replaced by a brutal and chilling killing intent. Even the veins on the back of his hand gripping the phone bulged out. To break Xiao Bao's arm. Good, very good. It seems that the skies of this magical city haven't seen blood for too long, and some people have forgotten how to write the word fear. Lu Chen didn't even notify Mu Yu to prepare the car. He casually grabbed the car keys from the coffee table and strode out of the villa. The black bulletproof SUV roared aggressively, like an enraged black panther, tearing open the doors of Diyuan No. 1 at a nearly frenzied speed, heading straight for Stan Noble Kindergarten. 15 minutes later, outside the academic affairs office of Stan Kindergarten, over a dozen bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses surrounded the entrance, not allowing anyone to pass. A suffocating low pressure filled the corridor, and several teachers passing by huddled in the corners, not daring to breathe. Inside the academic affairs office, chaos reigned. The precious mahogany coffee table had been smashed to pieces, glass shards scattered everywhere. I'm telling you, this matter is not over today. A middle-aged man with a big belly and slicked-back hair stood at the desk, pounding the table and roaring. He was Wang Zhengwo, a renowned real estate tycoon in the magical city worth billions. Wang Zhengwo was holding a chubby boy who was crying like a pig. The boy had several faint scratch marks on his face, and bolstered by his grandfather, pointed viciously at Xiao Bao. Grandpa, it was him who hit me. Quickly have someone break his hand. On the other side of the glass shards, Xiao Bao stood alone in the corner, wearing a hoodie with a bear print. His clothes were torn in several places, his chubby face smeared with dirt, his eyes red, yet he stubbornly bit his lower lip, not letting a single tear fall. The new principal was sweating profusely, standing in front of Xiao Bao, humbly apologizing to Wang Zhengwo. Mr. Wang, please calm down. It's common for children to have fights. I have already notified the young master's parents. Shut up. Wang Zhengwo grabbed a ruler from the desk and slapped it hard on the principal's arm. My grandson is a golden child. How dare a little wild brat who doesn't even know where he came from lay a hand on him? Wang Zhengwo glared with bloodshot eyes, pointing at Xiao Bao's nose, spitting in rage. Even if his parents come, they must kneel and apologize today. Then let him roll out of Stan. Otherwise I'll have the bodyguards come in and break this little beast's arm. As soon as he finished speaking, bang. The heavy wooden door of the academic affairs office was violently kicked open from the outside, along with the lock. The 2 door panels let out a mournful cry from the unbearable weight, crashing heavily into the wall, causing dust from the ceiling to rain down. The dozen or so seemingly fierce bodyguards outside were now sprawled like dead dogs in the corridor, groaning. Not a single one could stand. Lu Chen, radiating a chilling aura, stepped over the glass shards and entered the office with big strides. The moment Xiao Bao saw Lu Chen, the tears he had been holding back burst forth. He stumbled forward, throwing himself into Lu Chen's arms. Daddy. The soft, childish voice was filled with deep grievance. Xiao Bao's dirty little hands clung tightly to Lu Chen's clothes, burying his small face in his broad chest. Xiao Bao didn't cause trouble. Oh, it was him who stole my things. Lu Chen squatted down, gently wiping away the tears and dirt from Xiao Bao's face with his rough fingertips. The eyes that had been filled with killing intent just moments ago transformed into a gentle spring of warmth. Daddy knows. Xiao Bao is the best child. As long as Daddy is here, no one can bully you. After soothing his son, Lu Chen slowly stood up. He shielded Xiao Bao behind him and looked up at the still shouting Wang Jiangwo. So you want to break my son's arm? Lu Chen's voice was very low, yet it detonated like a deep-water bomb in the enclosed space, causing Wang Jiangwo's eardrums to buzz. Wang Jiangwo was momentarily shaken back a step by this imposing aura. But relying on his status in the magical city's real estate sector, he soon straightened his back again. So what if I said it? Wang Jiangwo sneered, sizing up Lu Chen's casual attire that bore no labels. You hit my grandson. Even if the King of Heaven came today, you would still have to kneel before me. He raised his hand adorned with a Rolex watch, pointing at the sharp glass shards on the ground. Kid, kneel here immediately with your little wild brat, and knock your head 3 times for my grandson. Then prepare 10 million in medical fees. Otherwise I'll make sure you can't survive in the magical city. Kneeling on glass shards. Bowing. Lu Chen looked at the glimmering sharp glass, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The new principal was terrified. He knew Lu Chen's true identity. This was someone who could casually buy an entire education group, even bankrupting the young masters of the capital in an instant. Mr. Wang, you should really shut up. The principal hurriedly rushed over, attempting to cover Wang Jiangwo's mouth. This is Mr. Lu. He is the highest board member of our group. Wang Jiangwo pushed the principal aside, his face filled with disdain. What the hell is a board member? In the magical city, besides the Xia family and a few hidden tycoons, I have never feared anyone. His words suddenly caught in his throat like a duck being choked. Wang Jiangwo's gaze crossed over the principal, fixated on Lu Chen's cold face. This face. He felt like he had seen it somewhere. Yesterday. Just yesterday, during the live stream that triggered a global financial tsunami and caused a complete internet shutdown. The one who threw the Centurion black card on the table like it was trash. The one who gave his wife billions in cash as pocket money. The ultimate rich man who with a single word revived the Xia group and placed a bounty of billions on someone's life. Wang Jiangwo's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinheads. His heart felt as if it had been tightly squeezed by someone, blood completely ceasing to flow at that moment. It was this face. Exactly the same. It even carried a suffocating aura of authority beyond what he saw in the live stream. He actually dared to call this billionaire's son a little wild brat, and demanded him to kneel and bow. Wang Jiangwo felt darkness engulf him, his legs feeling like they had lost their bones, instantly devoid of all strength. Thump. A dull sound echoed. The real estate tycoon Wang Jiangwo, worth tens of billions in the magical city, without the slightest hesitation knelt directly on the sharp glass shards. The shards instantly pierced through his suit pants, embedding into the flesh of his knees. Bright red blood flowed out, staining the tiles, yet he didn't dare to utter a single sound. Lu, Master Lu. Wang Jiangwo's voice trembled, his face covered in tears and snot. He raised both hands, swinging them left and right. Slap, slap, slap. Each slap landed firmly on his own plump face, frantically striking himself. I was blind. I spoke carelessly. I deserve to die. He slapped himself while knocking his head against the glass shards, causing his forehead to become a bloody mess. Please have mercy and let me go. I will take this little beast and roll out of the magical city immediately, never to trouble your eyes again. The once arrogant fat boy watched in shock as his normally imposing grandfather knelt on the ground, slapping his own face. He was so scared that he swallowed his cries, standing there in a daze. The teachers peeking from the corridor covered their mouths, gasping in disbelief at the sudden turn of events. It happened so fast that they felt like they were dreaming. Lu Chen looked down at the puddle of mud on the floor. He ignored Wang Jiangwo's pleas and coldly uttered, "Get lost." Wang Jiangwo felt as if he had been granted a great pardon. He didn't even bother to pull the glass shards out of his knees, picking up his already frightened grandson and fleeing the office in a hurry. Fearing that if he hesitated for even a second, he would be crushed to pieces by this billionaire. The office returned to silence. The principal quickly called for people to clean up the mess, while he respectfully retreated and closed the door behind him. Lu Chen turned around, squatting in front of Xiao Bao. He didn't blame his son, but rather tenderly adjusted the torn collar of Xiao Bao's hoodie. Xiao Bao, tell Daddy, why did you? Lu Chen's voice was gentle, filled with encouragement. Xiao Bao pouted, a hint of grievance flashing in his eyes. He pulled out a crushed plastic toy factory model from his pocket, his favorite toy. He stole my toy factory model and wanted to crush it. I said it was bought for me by Daddy, but he wouldn't listen. Xiao Bao clutched the damaged model, his voice growing softer. Daddy, this model is broken. Xiao Bao doesn't want it anymore. He looked up, his clear big eyes sparkling with a child's unique innocence and stubbornness. Daddy, I want a real toy factory. Lu Chen looked at the aggrieved eyes of Xiao Bao, as if the softest part of his heart had been fiercely tugged. His rough fingertips gently caressed Xiao Bao's tear-streaked cheek. "Let's go, Daddy will buy you the biggest one." Lu Chun lifted Xiao Bao, allowing him to sit steadily on his broad shoulder. A hint of dominance flashed in his deep eyes. Since his son wanted a real toy factory, he would buy the best. Half an hour later, in the most bustling commercial street at the center of the Magic City. In front of a glass building that covered thousands of square meters, its design exuding a futuristic technological vibe. A giant LED screen played the brand promotional video of the Dream Factory Toy Company in a loop. This was the largest and highest market share high-end toy brand flagship store in the country, also the headquarters of their group. Lu Chun held Xiao Bao's hand and pushed open the heavy glass door. The store was luxuriously decorated with a dazzling array of high-end limited edition figures and smart remote-controlled models, all meticulously replicated at a 1/10 scale. Xiao Bao's eyes instantly lit up like an explorer discovering a new continent. He waddled over to a row of display cabinets and excitedly pointed at a massive remote-controlled helicopter model inside. "Daddy, this is so cool. It's much bigger than that little fat guy's toy." Lu Chun smiled and walked over just as he was about to ask the sales assistant to take it down. Hey, don't touch it with dirty hands." A man in a well-tailored suit wearing a flagship store manager badge, with a disgusted expression, he took out a white cloth and vigorously wiped the glass display case that Xiao Bao hadn't touched. His gaze scrutinized Lu Chun's faded cheap t-shirt with unmistakable contempt. "This is a limited edition Black Hawk helicopter model, just released by our Dream Factory Toy Company, priced at $88,000. The manager elongated his tone sarcastically. "Look at your poor appearance. You probably just came here to enjoy the free air conditioning, right? If you break anything, can you afford to pay for it?" Several affluent parents nearby who were choosing toys for their children glanced over their eyes, showing a hint of disdain. "If you can't afford it, just go to a roadside stall and buy a plastic toy to placate yourself. Why come here pretending to be a big shot? Exactly, if you break such high-end goods, you probably couldn't even sell yourselves to pay for it." Xiao Bao didn't understand the complicated mockery, but he could feel the malice in the suited man's eyes. He shrank back, withdrew his little hand, and tightly hugged Lu Chen's pant leg. "Daddy, Xiao Bao doesn't want it anymore. Let's go home. These people are so fierce." Lu Chen looked down at his son, who appeared aggrieved and withdrawn, his back teeth slowly grinding together as the veins at his temples throbbed. He could endure any humiliation outside, but whoever dared to make his son show such a pained expression would have to pay the price. "System." Lu Chun coldly uttered 2 words in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host and offspring have encountered commercial disdain. Triggering the protective counterattack mission dominant acquisition. Automatically mobilizing hidden overseas funds target Dream Factory Toy Group and its entire upstream and downstream industrial chain. Additional reward: 1 copy of the Black Technology Intelligent AI Toy Core Blueprint for the next 10 years. A brief pause of only 3 seconds. Lu Chun raised his head, his eyes as deep as a cold pool fixed on the manager, who was still sneering at him. 88,000, right? I want this helicopter and all the toys in this store." The manager was momentarily taken aback, then burst into raucous laughter, clutching his belly. He looked at Lu Chun as if he were a madman, nearly in tears from laughing. "You want all of them? Do you think you're buying cabbages? The total stock in this store exceeds 50 million. He pointed towards the door, his expression darkening. "Security, get this lunatic and that little wild child out of here. Don't let them disturb our business." Several burly security guards immediately surrounded them with menacing expressions. Ding, ding, ding. The internal intercom phone in the manager's pocket suddenly rang, chaotically, like a death knell. He impatiently answered the call. "Hello, who is this? Can't you see I'm dealing with a meddling poor guy? Deal with your mother." On the other end of the line, the chairman of Dream Factory Toy Group's heart-wrenching roar nearly shattered his eardrum. Just now, mysterious capital forcefully injected 3 billion. Not only did they buy out 100 of our group's shares, but all 30 of the nationwide factories and raw material suppliers were also packaged for acquisition. The manager's facial flesh twitched violently, and his phone dropped to the ground with a thud. His legs went weak as he looked incredulously at the shabby, shirt-wearing man in front of him. The newly appointed chairman Lu just issued the highest directive. The roar on the phone continued. "You blind fool, you're fired. Moreover, immediately have all the toys in the flagship store packed and sent to Chairman Lu's residence." The manager completely collapsed to the ground. He watched the man he had mocked for not being able to afford toys holding his child walk out the door without looking back, surrounded by bodyguards. Endless regret and fear engulfed him like a tide. Half a month later, a bizarre upheaval occurred in the business world of the Magic City. The Dream Factory Group, once occupying half of the domestic toy market, ceased production of all old products after being acquired by a mysterious financial magnate. Industry peers watched in amusement, thinking this old giant was finally going to collapse. However, with the first batch of toys equipped with System Black Technology Intelligent AI officially released, the entire market went crazy. Those intelligent robotic dogs capable of complex conversations, self-learning abilities, and even serving as companions for children along with floating mini spaceships, swept the global toy market with a dimensional strike. In just half a month, the market value of the Dream Factory Group soared tenfold, directly monopolizing the lifeline of the entire industry. Those who once mocked Chen went bankrupt one after another. The once arrogant flagship store manager was now kneeling in rags at the gates of the Dream Factory Group's factory, crying out for a janitor job, but was ruthlessly driven away. On a weekend afternoon, the sun shone on the most bustling Nanjing Road pedestrian street in the Magic City. Chen held hands with Xia Bingning. Xia Bingning rarely took off her cold professional attire, changing into a light floral long dress, her long hair cascading down, resembling a girl deeply in love. Three adorable kids ran happily in front. Xiao Bao was holding the latest smart robotic dog. The family of five created a warm scene that seemed capable of melting all the ice in the world. Just as they were chatting and laughing past a flower bed, Chen suddenly paused. His senses, honed by system modifications and comparable to those of ancient martial arts masters, instantly detected a hint of something unusual. He slightly turned his head, his gaze deep as a hawk's shot like a blade towards 50 meters away. There in the greenery, the reflection of a camera lens suddenly glinted with a faint white light. A dazzling glint from a rearview mirror flashed across Chen's eyes. The light was extremely faint, mingled among the neon signs of Nanjing Road pedestrian street. An ordinary person would never have noticed it. But to Chen, who possessed the physique of an ancient martial arts grandmaster, it was as conspicuous as a searchlight in the dead of night. He halted mid-step. The mildness on his lips vanished, instantly replaced by a layer of bone-chilling frost in his eyes. From the shadows behind him, Muyue, clad in a black tuxedo dress, moved like a phantom summoned by a command. Her high heels struck the ground with a sudden burst of force, transforming her entire form into a dark blur as she silently glided through the bustling crowd, heading straight for the greenery 50 meters away. Click, click, click. Hiding within the holly bushes, Li Gang excitedly pressed the shutter on his Leica telephoto lens worth 300,000. He was the top entertainment journalist in the domestic paparazzi circle known as the Uncrowned King. A few days ago, the whole internet was bashing Xia Bingning. Although the paid trolls behind that smear campaign had been caught, his sharp instincts told him there was a massive scandal lurking beneath the surface. The billion-dollar female CEO and her kept husband are out shopping with their kids. If I sell these photos to a rival outlet, I could make at least a few million. Li Gang stared through the viewfinder at Xia Bingning's stunning face, his face trembling with rolls of fat as he grinned. He had even already thought up tomorrow's headline. Just as he was about to zoom in for a crisp close-up of the three adorable children, a delicate white-gloved hand appeared out of nowhere and clamped down on the bulky telephoto lens with iron force. Then an irresistible massive force surged through. Li Gang felt his collar tighten, and his 160-some-pound body was yanked out of the bushes by that woman, lifted single-handedly, as if he were a chicken. What the hell? What are you doing? Let go of me. Li Gang's feet dangled in the air as he kicked wildly, and his Leica camera crashed onto the curb with a clatter, the lens shattering into pieces. Muyue, expressionless, hoisted him in her stiletto heels and dragged him like a dead dog all the way to Chen. Young master, I caught him. She released her grip, and Li Gang thudded onto the cobblestone pavement, grimacing in pain. Passers-by stopped to gawk and point. Xia Bingning instinctively shielded the three children behind her, her brow furrowed slightly. In this era of information overload, being entangled by a shameless paparazzo like this was a huge headache for both her and the Xia group. Li Gang scrambled up from the ground, dusting off his trousers. Once he recognized Chen, instead of being afraid, he puffed out his chest, wearing an arrogant, unrepentant expression. What? Think you're hot stuff just because you have money? Assaulting people in broad daylight, huh? Li Gang pointed at the shattered camera on the ground and raised his voice deliberately to attract attention. I'm telling you, I'm the chief reporter of Starlight Media. I have the right to freedom of the press. If you dare lay a finger on me, just wait. Tomorrow I'll expose your evil capitalist faces to the world. Let the whole internet drown you in spit. He had been in this trade for over a decade and was a master of moral blackmail. Those high and mighty celebrities and tycoons, to protect their images, often had no choice but to stuff hush money into his pockets. Chen looked at the man who was ranting like a buffoon. The chill in his eyes deepened. Freedom of the press. He let out a cold laugh. Without wasting another word, he pulled out his phone and dialed the system's dedicated asset management hotline. Acquire Starlight Media. Now. That command, only 8 words long, echoed on the noisy pedestrian street with a terrifying authority that dictated life and death. Li Gang blinked, then burst into shrill, mocking laughter, clutching his stomach. Huh? Who do you think you are, some tycoon from a movie? You think a single phone call can buy out our Starlight Media? Our group is worth 3 billion yuan, backed by big financial tycoons. Who the hell do you think you are? The world's richest man. The bystanders shook their heads too. This young man might have a bodyguard, but talking about a 3 billion acquisition out of nowhere was just absurd. Time ticked by. 2 minutes later, Li Gang's phone in his pocket suddenly rang frantically. He glanced at the caller ID. It was the group's chairman. Li Gang smugly lifted his chin and deliberately pressed the speakerphone button, wanting Lu Chen to hear how his boss would deal with him. Hello, chairman. I was just about to report to you. That kept husband from the Xia family smashed my camera in the street. Li Gang, what kind of living deity have you pissed off? The chairman's voice on the other end was laced with undisguised fear and despair. A mysterious overseas account just used $5 billion in cash to forcibly buy out all the company's shares. Right now, Starlight Media and our entire headquarters building have a new owner. The triumphant smirk on Li Gang's face instantly froze. His mouth hung open, emitting strange gurgling sounds from his throat, like a duck being choked. His legs gave way, and he dropped to his knees with a thud in front of Lu Chen. The new chairman Lu has issued a directorial decree. The former chairman spoke, as if reading an imperial edict. Immediately terminate all of Li Gang's positions. But he still owes the company for the equipment damage. Lu Chen looked down at Li Gang, who was drenched in cold sweat, and curled his lips into a cruel smile. He took the phone that had fallen from Li Gang's hand and spoke into the microphone in a flat tone. Since he likes taking pictures so much, book him a one-way ticket to the northernmost tip of Siberia. Let him go shoot wild penguins on the tundra at -50 degrees. If he doesn't capture 10,000 high-definition photos, he's never allowed back into the country. That casually uttered sentence was Li Gang's death sentence. Li Gang shuddered violently, and urine streamed down his pants leg, forming a puddle on the ground. The Siberian tundra. Apart from ice, snow, and polar bears that could tear a man apart at any moment, where would there be penguins? This was clearly a death sentence, exiling him to a frozen wasteland. Chairman Lu. Master Lu. I was wrong. I had a loose tongue. Please spare me. Li Gang kowtowed frantically, his forehead smashing against the stone pavement, with a dull thud, blood streaming down. I have an old mother and young children at home. I can't go to Siberia. Lu Chen glanced at him, as if looking at a dead thing. Ignoring his pleas, he turned and took Xia Bingning's hand. Mu Yue escorted him onto the plane. If he tries to run, break his legs, and throw him into the Arctic Ocean to feed the fish. Yes, young master. Mu Yu kicked Li Gang over and dragged him away like a dead dog, disappearing into the crowd. The onlookers gasped and backed away, creating a wide path. One sentence. 3 minutes. A 3 billion yuan conglomerate changed hands. An arrogant paparazzo was exiled to the barren wasteland of Siberia. This kind of ruthlessness was 1,000,000 times more terrifying than a mafia godfather in a movie. Night fell and stars dotted the sky of Modu. In the dining room of Duno, one villa, the lights were soft and intimate. Today's profit report from Dream-Making Toys Group had come in. First day sales had already smashed through the 10 billion mark. Xia Bingning was in high spirits. She had the nanny put the 3 adorable children to bed early, personally cooked 2 steaks, and brought a bottle of Romanicani worth 1,000,000 yuan from the wine cellar. Ruby red wine swirled in the goblet, releasing a captivating bouquet. Honey, cheers. Thank you for buying the toy factory for little treasure. Xia Bingning raised her glass and clinked it softly with Lu Chen's. After a few glasses of wine, this female CEO, who was normally icy and unapproachable to outsiders, had completely let down all her defenses. 2 charming blushes spread across her fair cheeks, creeping down to her slender neck. In her tipsy haze, her almond-shaped eyes looked at Lu Chen through a watery mist, shimmering with allure, radiating a deadly contrast of temptation. Xia Bingning's gaze slowly grew unfocused. Her wrists slackened and the tall glass in her fingers tilted the wine-red liquid, threatening to spill onto her expensive floral print long dress. Lu Chen, quick of eye and nimble of hand, extended his arm and steadily caught the suspended glass, setting it on the marble dining table. With his other hand, he wrapped around Xia Bingning's soft, slender waist, drawing her languid body into his broad embrace. Bingning, you've had too much to drink. Lu Chen looked down at the woman in his arms, his voice carrying a hint of helpless indulgence. The woman who was usually decisive and ruthless in the boardroom, the formidable female so, worth billions, had now completely melted into a puddle of tenderness. A captivating flush stained Xia Bingning's fair cheeks, and even her delicate earlobes blushed crimson. She nuzzled restlessly against Lu Chen's chest like a cat seeking reassurance, pressing her cheek tightly against his warm pectoral. I'm not drunk. Honey, I want another drink. Xia Bingning pouted her full rosy lips, letting out a coquettish nasal tone that would never normally escape her. She raised her soft arms, wrapping them around Lu Chen's neck like clinging vines. Her limpid peach blossom eyes looked up at him, filled with unabashed adoration and dependence. Lu Chen. She suddenly sniffled, her voice tinged with a wrong, tearful quality. Her fingers unconsciously fidgeted with the buttons of his shirt, and her eyes instantly welled up with a mist of tears. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Xia Bingning buried her face in the crook of his neck, hot tears sliding down her cheeks and soaking the collar of his shirt. These 4 years you were out there driving drunk drivers alone, enduring so much humiliation, and I wasn't by your side. In the business world, she was an ice-cold, ruthless queen. Even when faced with the oppression of powerful young masters from the capital or the betrayal of her own uncle, she wouldn't bat an eye. But only in front of this man did all her strong disguises crumble. Every tear held the fear and longing she had swallowed alone for 4 years. How dare that slut Lu Meyer insult you? How dare those paid trolls insult you? Xia Bingning suddenly grew agitated, pounding her fists against Lu Chen's chest. You're not some kept man. You're the best man in the world. I was blind not to find you sooner. Lu Chen felt a warmth in his heart. His large hand grasped her restless little fists. He lowered his head, his thin lips gently kissing away the tear tracks on her cheeks. It's all in the past. Now I'm back by your side, and the children's hale and hearty aren't I? Not comforting her would have been better. This comfort made Xia Bingning completely let loose. The alcohol amplified the deepest desires and possessiveness buried in her heart. She suddenly jerked her head up, her watery eyes staring straight at Lu Chen's lips. Not enough. Far from enough. Biting her lip, emboldened by the liquor, she grabbed Lu Chen's collar and pulled him toward her. I want to compensate you. I want to make up for these 4 years I owe you with interest. Her words carried a tipsy bossiness as if issuing some corporate directive, yet her flushed cheeks betrayed her completely. Come. Back to the room. Xia Bingning wobbled to her feet, dragging Lu Chen by the arm toward the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. I'm going to bear your children. One isn't enough, they'll give you a whole soccer team. Let everyone in Magic City know that you Lu Chen belong to me, Xia Bingning. Hearing this wild declaration, Lu Chen was at once amused and exasperated. He watched his wife unsteady on her feet, yet stubbornly pulling him upstairs, his eyes filled with indulgence. Even the head of a billion-dollar conglomerate when drunk was just a woman who needed to be cherished. All right, a whole soccer team. But it's late now, you should rest. Lu Chen scooped Xia Bingning up in a bridle. His movements were gentle, as if lifting the most fragile treasure in the world. Xia Bingning gasped in surprise and instinctively clutched Lu Chen's neck. She pressed her burning cheek against his chest, listening to the strong, steady heartbeat, and at last a satisfied, silly smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Back in the master bedroom, Lu Chen laid her gently on the soft king-sized bed and removed her high heels. The moment Xia Bingning touched the mattress, she coiled around him like an octopus. Honey, hold me. She closed her eyes, muttering vaguely as if in a dream. Her slender legs wrapped around Lu Chen's waist, pulling him down beside her. Lu Chen sighed helplessly but didn't push her away. He pulled the silk quilt over them both. On the wide double bed, Xia Bingning, like a child starved of security, curled tightly into Lu Chen's arms. Only enveloped in this man's scent could she sleep so deeply and sweetly. Lu Chen gently stroked her silky hair, listening to her gradually steady breathing. A sliver of moonlight streamed through the French window, falling upon Xia Bingning's stunning sleeping face. This moment of tranquility and warmth was enough to compensate for all the humiliation and contempt he had endured in the lower rungs of society over the past 4 years. To protect this peace, he would willingly turn into a demon, shredding anyone who dared to covet or destroy this happiness. The night deepened. In the children's room on the 2nd floor, the 3 adorable kids had long since fallen into sweet dreams. The entire DUN no. One was enveloped in serene silence. Lu Chen had just tucked in the quilt for Xia Bingning and was about to get up for a glass of water when, suddenly, his keen senses, enhanced by the system, detected an unusual fluctuation. It wasn't the rustling of leaves in the wind. It was the faint whine of metal blades slicing through the air, rubbing against the night breeze. Lu Chen whipped his head around, his deep eyes instantly blazing with chilling, murderous intent. He didn't even touch the lamp on the nightstand, letting himself dissolve into the darkness of the bedroom. His gaze pierced the heavy bulletproof glass of the French window, fixing on a private woods several hundred meters outside the villa. In the dappled moonlight, dozens of shadowy figures, swift as wraiths, were silently crossing the 5-meter-high electric fence wall like low-flying night owls. Their poison-coated daggers and silenced pistols gleamed with a baleful blue light under the moon. A chilling aura of killing, like an invisible tide, was rapidly converging on this villa from all directions. The cool night breeze stirred the silk curtains of the master bedroom. Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes with a glint of murderous intent flashing in his deep gaze, akin to an ancient ferocious beast awakening from darkness. A chilling aura of death, like an invisible tide, was swiftly approaching the villa from all directions. These shadows moved in perfect unison, landing silently, far from the petty thugs one would find on the streets. These were the iron-blooded death warriors nurtured by the Zhao family for 20 years in the magical city. Zhao Tianyu had become a laughingstock, a cripple ridiculed across the internet, while Zhao Hai was left powerless, having urinated in fear before 800 black-clad men, becoming a complete joke in their circle. The lofty elder of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhenhai, could no longer sit still. To reclaim the last shred of dignity for the Zhao family, he was prepared to exhaust all his resources, intending to use Lu Chen's entire family's blood as a sacrifice. Lu Chen didn't even sit up from the bed. He lowered his head and glanced at the peacefully sleeping Xia Bingning curled tightly in his embrace. The beautiful face of his wife bore a serenity that emerged after fatigue had faded with a hint of shallow satisfaction at the corners of her mouth. Since they sought death, he would send them to hell before this tranquility was shattered. Lu Chen closed his eyes, tapping into the villa's top-notch security hub in his mind. Muyu. A calm mental command was instantly transmitted to the communication channel of the butler's room on the first floor. Clean up thoroughly. Do not wake Bingning and the children. Also after tonight, I do not wish to hear the name Zhao family from the magical city again. Understood, young master. A crisp reply from Muyu cold as ice echoed back through the communication channel. Outside the villa at the edge of the private woods, 30 death warriors from the Zhao family clad in black combat uniforms had quietly approached within 50 meters of the garden fountain near the villa's entrance. The leader of the death warriors made a hand signal. Groups of 3 moved towards the floor-to-ceiling windows on the first floor, the master bedroom on the second floor, and the children's room. Their silenced handguns were already loaded, and the poisoned tactical daggers gleamed with a ghostly blue death light under the moonlight. The leader focused on the window of the master bedroom on the second floor, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. As long as he cut the throat of that rideshare driver, the promised 50 million in bounty from the elder would be his. Just as he was about to issue the command for a strong assault, whoosh! A shadow darker than the night fell silently from the ancient camphor tree above him. There was no sound of wind, no aura of death escaping. It was as if a falling leaf had lightly landed in the midst of the death warriors. The leader didn't even have time to lift his gun. He felt a bone-chilling cold at his neck. Muyu, clad in tight black stealth attire, outlined a devilishly alluring figure. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes held no trace of human emotion. Her fair fingers, like iron pincers, tightly gripped the leader's throat. Crack! A faint sound of bones fracturing echoed. The leader's bloodshot eyes bulged out instantly, and his robust body of over 180 pounds went limp like a noodle. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. The surrounding death warriors were horrified just as they were about to pull the trigger. Muyu had already transformed into an unyielding killing machine. She moved silently among the death warriors like a reaper dancing in the moonlight. No fancy moves. Only the most decisive and efficient killing techniques. Crack, crack. Accompanied by the chilling sound of bones breaking one by one, the so-called elite death warriors of the Zhao family fell silently like cut wheat. In just 3 short minutes, the lawn beside the garden fountain was sprawled with 30 warm corpses lying haphazardly. Not a single drop of blood was shed. Not even the infrared sensors of the alarm on the first floor of the villa were triggered. Muyu disdainfully flicked away non-existent dust from her hands. She whispered into the tiny microphone at her collar. Young master, the trash at the front door has been cleared. I shall head to the Zhao family now. Half an hour later, in the western suburbs of the magical city at the Zhao family manor. This luxurious estate, covering hundreds of acres and symbolizing a century of Zhao family heritage, was brightly lit at this moment. Zhao Jinhai, the elder of the Zhao family, was seated in a purple sandalwood armchair in the hall. Leaning on a dragon head cane made of golden silk Nanmu, his weathered face radiated a smug confidence. On both sides of the hall stood dozens of Zhao family's upper echelon and direct descendants, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Calculating the time, the Death God squad should have succeeded by now. Zhao Jinhai struck the marble floor heavily with his cane, producing a dull sound. That bastard from the Xia family, does he really think he can dominate the magical city with a few measly coins? He snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a venomous cold light. Once he dies, that little bitch Xia Bingning will lose her backing and the Xia group will become meat on the chopping board. At that time I will send that little bitch to Tianyu's bed, making her wish she were dead. Several upper echelons of the Zhao family echoed in agreement, their faces filled with greed for the imminent feast of 100 billion fortune. The old master is wise. A mere rideshare driver dares to challenge our century-old Zhao family. Exactly, once we tear that brat apart, we must hang him at the city gate to show the world what happens to those who anger us. Just as this group was lost in dreams of dividing the Xia family's riches. Boom. A deafening explosion like the thunder of the heavens suddenly erupted at the entrance of the manor. The marble floor beneath them shook violently, and the massive crystal chandelier above swayed and crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. A few unsteady Zhao descendants fell into a heap, screams erupting. Zhao Zhenhai's dragon head cane clattered to the ground. His aged face turned pale in an instant, filled with terror as he gazed toward the entrance. Before him, the Zhao family's solid copper gate, which was said to withstand even a truck's impact, had now turned into a heap of twisted, burning scrap metal, blasted away by the horrific shockwave over 10 meters. Thick smoke and the acrid scent of gunpowder poured into the hall with the night wind. Amidst the raging flame, a stunning woman in a black tailcoat, tall and graceful, entered casually, carrying a morethanone meter-long black metal case, stepping over the debris scattered on the ground. Muyu walked to the center of the hall and slammed the black case heavily onto the marble floor. Click. The case popped open, revealing a cold metallic single-man mortar along with several neatly stacked high-explosive armor-piercing shells. The hall fell silent. The Zhao family upper echelons who had just been shouting were now terrified at the sight of this genuine weapon retreating weakly, with trembling legs, some even wetting themselves. Who would have thought that this woman would bring a mortar and single-handedly invade the Zhao family stronghold? Who? Zhao Jinhai clutched his heart, which ached from fright, pointing at Mu Yue, his finger trembling like a sifted grain. This is the Zhao family of the magical city. Do you dare to use heavy firepower? Are you not afraid of the police? Mu Yue did not respond to such a foolish question. Her emotionless peach blossom eyes coldly scanned Zhao Zhenhai's old face. My young master has stated. Mu Yu's voice was as cold as ice, carrying the despair of a death sentence. After tonight, the Zhao family will no longer exist in the magical city. As soon as her words fell, Mu Yu skillfully lifted a high-explosive armor-piercing shell and loaded it into the mortar's tube. No. Zhao Zhenhai watched her seamless actions, fear and regret erupting in his eyes. He hadn't even had time to plead for mercy. An even more intense tearing pain, as if his chest were being ripped apart, overwhelmed all his rationality in an instant. Heart disease struck. The head of the Zhao family, who had commanded the magical city for decades, clutched his chest tightly. His eyes bulged, nearly popping out of their sockets. He fell flat on his back, his head crashing heavily against the tiled floor, and he ceased to breathe. In the last second before his eyes closed, he heard the piercing shriek of the mortar being fired, along with the rumble of the Zhao family's century-old legacy turning to ashes in the flames. The next morning the sun shone brightly. The first rays of dawn streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the soft bed in the master bedroom of Di Yuan No. 1. Xia Bingming, like a lazy kitten, cuddled against Lu Chun, stretching and turning over contentedly to continue sleeping. Lu Chun slowly opened his eyes. In his deep gaze there was no trace of last night's bloodshed, only a gentle tranquility. Just as he was about to get up to make breakfast for his wife and 3 adorable children, suddenly an electronic synthetic voice more intense than ever before resonated in his mind, as if to shatter his soul. Ding. Detected host has successfully obliterated the first-class family Zhao family, shocking the magical city's business circle. System underlying logic algorithm is fully loaded. The wealthy subsidy system meets the final upgrade conditions and will soon undergo a leap upgrade. System version 2.0 update countdown 3, 2, 1. The cold mechanical voice echoed repeatedly in his mind, gradually peeling away the deadpan synthetic. A dazzling golden light erupted from the virtual panel in front of Lu Chun. After the blinding glare, a brand new futuristic cyberpunk-style, transparent UI interface floated in midair. Lu Chun carefully withdrew his arm, which was pressed down by Xia Bingming. After tucking the blanket for his wife, he donned a bathrobe and walked out of the master bedroom, sitting down on the spacious living room sofa. Just as he was about to study the new panel, a beam of ghostly blue holographic light suddenly shot out from the center of the panel, projecting onto the redwood tea table. The beam coalesced into shape. A virtual little girl less than 30 centimeters tall, dressed in a gothic black Lolita dress with silver twin ponytails, appeared. She materialized right in front of Lu Chun. In her ruby-like big eyes there was a hint of arrogance that seemed out of place with her appearance. With her hands on her hips, the little girl slightly raised her delicate face and spoke in a crisp voice laced with evident disdain. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen such a high-class AI housekeeper? The little girl pouted her small leather shoes, impatiently tapping on the tea table. My name is Lin Ao Shui. From today onwards, I will take over this low-level carbon-based life form's godly subsidy system. Lu Chun raised his eyebrows, a hint of astonishment flashing in his deep-set eyes. System personification. Quite the temper I see. Don't look at me like I'm a pet. Lin Ao Shui huffed disdainfully, waving her small hand as a data list was directly thrown onto Lu Chun's panel. The system version 2.0 has activated the highest level of passive subsidy mode, breathing rebate. Pay close attention. Don't come crying to me later when you can't even recognize the numbers because of the money flooding in. Lin Ao Shui sarcastically retorted, crossing her arms and assuming an air of superiority. Lu Chun ignored her arrogance, his gaze fixed on the pulsating data panel before him. Every normal breath the current host takes will automatically earn a cash rebate of 100 yuan, which can be converted into equivalent gold or foreign currency. Passive rebate for heartbeats. For each heartbeat, a fixed income of 100 yuan. Note all funds above are legally laundered through over 100 overseas consortiums with absolutely no risk of tax tracking. Lu Chun's pupils involuntarily constricted slightly. He leaned back against the sofa, taking a deep breath and then slowly exhaling. Ding! The crisp notification sound of money arriving echoed in his mind. Your overseas UBS account income 200 yuan, 20,000 US dollars. In just the time it took to take a deep breath, 200,000 cash had already slipped into his pocket. An adult's breathing rate is about 16 to 20 times per minute with a heartbeat around 70 times. This meant that Lu Chen could do nothing at all. As long as he was alive, even if he just slept and snored, he could earn millions in a minute, resulting in billions in pure profit each day. To this man, money had completely devolved into a string of meaningless Arabic numerals, even multiplying at a terrifying speed every day. Those tycoons who had fought tooth and nail in the business world for a lifetime struggling over assets worth billions would probably be so enraged by Lu Chen's horrifying earning speed that they would spit blood on the spot. What's wrong? Are you dumbfounded by the benefits I brought? Lin Ao Shui looked at Lu Chen, who was silent, proudly raising her chin and curling her lips into a smug smile. Don't thank me too much. As long as you obediently complete the tasks I assign, you can unlock even more. Her words were not yet finished. Lu Chen extended his index finger, accurately tapping on Lin Ao Shui's holographic forehead. You're too noisy, step back. They'll call you if I need you. You uncultured carbon-based life form. You dare to point your finger at me. Lin Ao Shui furiously jumped on the tea table, her silver twin ponytails flailing in the air. Unfortunately, she was just a holographic projection, and her attempts at resistance seemed utterly ineffectual. With a soft sound pop, Lu Chen pressed the off button, and the little girl's projection turned into a burst of blue light, reluctantly dissipating into the air. It became quiet. Lu Chen leaned back on the sofa, rubbing his forehead, yet a faint smile crept onto his lips. Compared to the endless stream of dull numbers, he preferred to hear the soft calls of his 3 adorable children. It was the weekend. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on the wool carpet in the living room. The 3 little bundles of joy to Bao, Air Bao, and Xiao Bao had already donned matching Mickey Mouse family outfits. They circled around Lu Chen's legs like 3 little ducklings. Xiao Bao waved a plastic Ultraman in his hand, jumping up and down anxiously. Daddy, hurry up. Ultraman is going to fight the little monsters. Air Bao clung to Lu Chen's thighs, sweetly whining. Daddy, the chubby tiger at kindergarten has said the Disney Princess Castle is so beautiful, I want to be a princess too. Can we go? The little girl blinked her watery big eyes, looking at Lu Chen with an eager expression that made it impossible. Although Da Bao remained silent, his large eyes hidden behind anti-blue light glasses were also filled with anticipation for the amusement park. After all, he was a 4-year-old child, and no matter how mature he pretended to be, deep down, he still longed for his parents' company. Lu Chen turned off the financial news on his phone. He bent down, extending his long arms to embrace Air Bao and Xiao Bao, one on each side. With one hand free, he affectionately ruffled Da Bao's fluffy head, his gaze full of unshakable fondness. Okay, Daddy promises you all. Today we will go to Disney Amusement Park. 20 minutes later, a low-key black bulletproof SUV drove out of D1, heading straight for the Disney Park in the eastern district of the Magic City. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xia Bingning wore a large pair of sunglasses that covered most of her face. However, the happy smile on her lips was impossible to hide. She hadn't had the chance to accompany her husband and children to a crowded place to relax as an ordinary mother for a long time. However, in this land where every inch is precious, the weekends for ordinary people often come with suffocating crowds. Especially at the largest Disney park in Asia, the weekend crowds were comparable to the spring festival travel rush. When Lu Chen's SUV stopped in the gigantic parking lot outside the park, he looked around. The ticketing counter and entrance security check line had already formed a long queue winding for hundreds of meters. Under the blazing sun, the 3 little ones were flushed from the heat, with beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Lu Chen frowned slightly, preparing to make a call to have Muyu arrange a VIP passage. Suddenly, an impatient honk sounded from behind. Beep, beep, beeped. A stretched Rolls-Royce displaying a special pass aggressively honked, attempting to disperse the crowd in front. The window of the Rolls-Royce rolled down. A nouveau riche adorned with a big gold chain around his neck and tattoos covering his arms leaned halfway out. Holding several gold-edged VIP black cards, he shouted disdainfully at Lu Chen's family, "Good dogs don't block the way. Poor folks who can't buy a VIP passage go queue over there." The sun blazed fiercely, causing the asphalt road to soften slightly. Lu Chen's family of 5, clad in matching Mickey Mouse outfits, stood at the entrance of the bustling Disneyland. Within the 5-meter-high iron railings, the tourists in line were crammed together like sardines in a can. Various odors of sweat mixed with sunscreen fermented in the air, creating a stifling heat that made it hard to breathe. The broadcast repeatedly echoed a despairing announcement: the 7 Dwarfs Mine train ahead, estimated wait time 3 hours. Little Bao was sweating profusely. The damp bangs on his forehead stuck to his skin, and his originally fair face was sunburned, resembling a ripe red apple. He held a melting Mickey ice cream in his hand, with cream dripping onto his white t-shirt. "Daddy, how much longer do we have to wait? My legs are getting sore," complained the little girl Air Bao, who squatted down on the ground, hugging Lu Chen's leg and pouting pitifully. Seeing his 3 children in such distress, Lu Chen felt an overwhelming sense of heartache. He was just about to take out his phone to call customer service and arrange for the highest level of private reception. Beep beep. A harsh car horn suddenly blared behind them. A long Rolls-Royce adorned with a Disney Supreme Pass sign brazenly crossed the yellow line of the waiting area and came to a halt right beside Lu Chen's family. As the window rolled down, a blast of cold air surged forth. A nouveau riche man sporting a large gold chain around his neck and tattooed with a green dragon on his arm impatiently leaned out halfway. In his hand, he waved several gold-trimmed VIP black cards in front of Lu Chen, fanning them like a deck of cards. Good dogs don't block the way. You poor fools who can't afford VIP access, go back to your line. The nouveau riche pointed at Lu Chen's family, nostrils flaring, saliva flying. What are you doing here with three little burdens? You blocked my path to the VIP area. Can you afford to compensate me? The tourists in line around them cast fearful glances, instinctively moving aside, afraid of drawing trouble. This is a Supreme Black Diamond member who spends over $10 million a year at Disneyland. You can't afford to mess with him. Hey, if you can't afford it, don't bring your kids to suffer in places like this. Oh, just look at how grand it is. Whispers sounded like invisible knives scraping against Xia Bingning's eardrums. She furrowed her brows, ready to take off her sunglasses and teach this ignorant fat pig a lesson in her capacity as the president of the Xia group. However, Lu Chen restrained her hand from removing her sunglasses. He turned his head, his deep gaze held no anger, only a cold indifference that looked down upon the ants below. System by this amusement park. Right now? Lu Chen issued the command in his mind, without a single extra ding. Detecting host's desire to protect the children. Activating wealthy heroic intervention module. Target the entire parent company of Disney in Magic City and surrounding land rights within 100 miles. Overseas billion-dollar fund pool has been mobilized. Acquisition complete. Related property transfer documents have taken effect. Currently, you are the sole legal owner of this amusement park, possessing a veto power and absolute clearance rights. Almost simultaneously as the mechanical voice echoed in Lu Chen's mind, a piercing alarm from an electric cart rang out, drawing closer. 3 sightseeing electric carts equipped with exclusive permits for high-ranking officials of the amusement park sped toward them like mad dogs, even generating smoke as their wheels screeched around the corner. Before the leading cart had even come to a complete stop, the general manager of Disneyland's China division, an elderly foreign man with graying hair, tumbled out of the vehicle in a frantic manner. Ignoring his scraped knees, he along with a dozen senior executives rushed towards Lu Chen like hyenas encountering a lion amidst the horrified gazes of thousands. Mr. Lu. The foreign president, struggling with his poor Chinese, knelt on one knee before Lu Chen, his legs trembling. He held up a golden sealed document for the highest control rights of the amusement park. Just a minute ago, the headquarters sent an urgent telegram. Your full acquisition of the entire Magic City theme park and its affiliated industries has been confirmed. From now on, this amusement park will no longer be called Disney. It will bear your surname and be named Lu's Paradise. A deathly silence enveloped the crowd, as if time itself had stopped. The tourists who had just been complaining in line were now frozen in shock, mouths agape, as if they could fit a duck egg inside. The nouveau riche, who had been sitting in the Rolls-Royce ready to continue mocking, was equally stunned. His face twitched violently as the VIP gold card slipped from his grasp onto the leather seat. Bought Disneyland. Just because it was too hot waiting in line, he casually splashed hundreds of billions to buy the largest amusement park in all of Asia along with its land rights. What kind of insane operation is this? Lu Chen did not reach for the document. He looked down at the trembling president, his tone flat, devoid of any fluctuation. My daughter said it's too hot waiting in line. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately. The president jumped up as if shocked, turning to the intercom to issue a hoarse roar. Notify the security department. Close all entrance channels. Stop ticket sales. Clear the entire venue today. Refund all tickets for the visitors and additionally compensate them with 10,000 yuan for transportation. Within 10 minutes, I want to see this amusement park empty of any outsiders, not even a fly. The command sent the entire amusement park into an uproar. Thousands of security personnel surged forth. However, upon hearing about the additional compensation of 10,000 yuan, the tourists not only refrained from complaining, but instead erupted into thunderous cheers, willingly cooperating with the clearing. As for him, Lu Chen's gaze slowly fell upon the nouveau riche in the long Rolls-Royce. Strip him of his VIP status. His car is too conspicuous, it needs to be smashed. Understood. A dozen security personnel, each towering at nearly 2 meters, pounced like wolves. With several heavy demolition hammers striking down, the multi-million-dollar Rolls-Royce was reduced to a pile of scrap iron amidst the deafening sound of twisting metal. The nouveau riche sat on the ground, watching his beloved car being destroyed, too terrified to utter a sound. He wished he could bite off his own tongue. 5 minutes later, the vast amusement park became empty and tranquil. All the rides were activated, lights flashing and music playing joyfully. Yet it served only Lu Chen's family of 5. Lu Chen bent down, picked up the still-dazed Air Bao, and gently rubbed her little nose. Air Bao, we don't have to wait in line now. Do you want to ride the carousel first, or go to the princess castle? Bao's eyes sparkled, and she planted a kiss on Lu Chen's cheek. Daddy is the best. Bao wants to be a princess. Accompanied by the president, the family of 5 boarded a special royal carriage and headed toward the castle. However, at the edge of the amusement park where the clearing was taking place, a popular internet celebrity, dressed provocatively, holding a selfie stick, was being forcibly escorted out by 2 security personnel. She had originally come to the amusement park for an outdoor live broadcast, as part of a commercial deal. Yet within 10 minutes of starting, she was treated like trash and kicked out. Let go of me. Do you know who I am? I have 3 million followers. The female influencer, feeling utterly humiliated in front of her fans, struggled in a frenzy. She caught sight of Lu Chen's family, who were enjoying exclusive treatment while sitting in the royal carriage. A wave of intense jealousy and resentment clouded her mind. She suddenly broke free from security, raising her phone with a live broadcast camera aimed at Lu Chen's family, and began screaming obscenities. The female internet celebrity forcefully pushed away 2 security guards striding towards Lu Chen's family in 10-centimeter waterproof high heels, twisting her waist. She raised a selfie stick with a fill light high above her head, aggressively shoving the high-resolution camera into Lu Chen's face. The proximity was so close that he could even smell the pungent scent of her cheap perfume. Family, take a good look at this ugly face. The female internet celebrity screamed hysterically at the screen, her exaggerated false eyelashes fluttering with the contortion of her facial muscles. This is what they call the privileged class. Relying on a bit of filthy money to take over the amusement park, treating us ordinary folks like dogs. Everyone quickly take screenshots. Post his photo online. I want him to taste the bitterness of being cyberbullied by millions. The tens of thousands of online viewers in the live stream were instantly ignited by her inflammatory words. The barrage of comments rolled in like a snowstorm. Who is this man? So arrogant. Don't cry, row. Expose him. Boycott the evil capitalist privilege. Even the 3 little kids are acting so high and mighty, clearly spoiled rich second-generation trash. Bao was eating a Mickey Mouse-shaped strawberry ice cream. Hearing that oddly dressed aunt call her and her brothers trash, the little girl pouted in grievance. The ice cream in her hand was melting, and the pink syrup dripped onto her clean dress. Bao immediately reached out, pulling Bao behind him, watching the crazed woman with a wary gaze. Lu Chen's originally gentle face instantly froze into a layer of ancient ice. He casually took a tissue and slowly wiped away the ice cream residue at the corner of Bao's mouth. His movements were so gentle, as if he feared to shatter the world's treasures. After wiping, Lu Chen slowly stood up. In his deep ink-like gaze, a terrifying, murderous intent emerged, looking down upon ants. He didn't even attempt to snatch the selfie stick from the female internet celebrity, merely fixating on her with his cold, emotionless eyes. Did you just insult my child? Lu Chen's voice was low, yet it rang like a death knell across the desolate ice field. The surrounding air seemed to solidify under this overwhelming aura. The female internet celebrity shivered under his gaze, cold sweat instantly soaking her strap top. But relying on her millions of fans for support, she forced her voice to rise. So what if I insulted you? People like you who are rich and unkind are the cancer of society. I have freedom of speech and I have fans to supervise you. She pointed her phone screen at Lu Chen, her face full of pride and provocation. See, there are 50,000 people in the live stream. If you kneel down and apologize to me now and give me 100 million rockets as mental damage compensation, I will show mercy and let you go. In this era ruled by traffic, she knew exactly how to manipulate these wealthy people who cared about their image. As long as it escalated, in the end, they would all spend money to resolve the disaster, a sure profit. Unfortunately, she picked the wrong person. In Lu Chen's dictionary, there was never the phrase spending money to resolve disaster. Only exterminate completely. Lu Chen didn't even glance at her again. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers crisply in the air. Bao, standing beside him, understood immediately. The 4-year-old boy pulled out a specially made mini tablet from his small backpack. He adjusted his blue light-blocking glasses and rapidly tapped on the screen with his chubby little hands. A series of complex green codes refreshed on the black screen like a waterfall. The female internet celebrity looked at the inexplicable actions of the father and son, letting out a dismissive laugh. Oh, now he's pretending to be a hacker. Do you think you can scare me with a broken tablet? ZZZT. The high-end Apple phone in the female internet celebrity's hand suddenly emitted a piercing electric sound. Immediately after, the live stream screen froze, and the barrage of comments bizarrely vanished without a trace. What's going on? Is the internet down? The female internet celebrity frowned irritably, tapping the back of her phone. The next second, the screen completely blacked out, and no matter how she pressed the power button, there was no response. Just as she was anxious and jumping around, her spare phone in her pocket began vibrating wildly. She fumbled and answered the call. On the other end, the MCN agency boss, desperate wails echoed like a pig being slaughtered. You idiot. What ancestor did you offend outside? The boss' voice was laced with unfathomable fear, as if he were delivering his last words. Just now, a top hacker invaded the headquarters server. Not only is your account permanently banned across the internet, but all the accounts of our agency's influencers have also been cancelled. The color drained from the female internet celebrity's face. She opened her mouth, making a sound like wind leaking from a valve. This isn't over. The boss' desperate scream continued to pierce her eardrums. The Economic Investigation Team and Tax Bureau people have stormed into the company. They have solid evidence of our tax evasion and falsified accounts. It's over. Everything is over. Prepare to spend the rest of your life sewing in prison. Thud. The spare phone slipped from her hand, shattering into pieces. A cool breeze blew by. The female internet celebrity's legs felt like they had no bones left, and with a thud she knelt before Lu Chen. Her knees hit the hard stone pavement with a dull sound. 1 second. Just 1 second's time. Her prideful millions of fans, her money-making influencer halo, even her freedom for the rest of her life. All turned to ashes. Brother. Master Lu. I was wrong. I spoke carelessly. Kneeling on the ground, the female internet celebrity disregarded her image, slapping her own face, her originally exquisite makeup turning into a mess. Please have mercy and spare my life. I'm bowing to you. She knocked her head against the stone pavement, making a loud thud as blood seeped from her forehead. Lu Chen took Xia Bingning's hand while holding air bow in his other arm. He didn't even glance at the puddle of filth on the ground. Security. Lu Chen's voice was as calm as water. Several security guards, already terrified and weak in the legs, suddenly woke from their stupor. They immediately pounced like wolves, dragging the female internet celebrity away, as if she were a dead dog, towards the exit. Her shrill cries faded away in the vast amusement park. After dealing with this insufferable fly, Lu Chen's family enjoyed a whole day at the amusement park without anyone bothering them, accompanied by dedicated staff. As night fell, the neon lights of the Magic City illuminated this sleepless city. The black armored SUV smoothly entered the underground garage of Diyuan No. 1. The three adorable children had already played themselves to sleep in the car. Lu Chen and Xia Bingning each carried one, settling them in the children's room on the second floor, tucking them in with the air conditioning blankets. Lu Chen returned to his study, leaning back in a large leather chair. He rubbed his aching brow, yet a satisfied smile crept onto his lips. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind, exploding like firecrackers. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a high-quality all-day companionship task for offspring. Milestone of daily child-rearing achieved. Triggering ultimate money tree subsidy strike. Subsidy 1, holding an umbrella for Dabao against the sun. Reward of 70. Absolute control of Dragon Core technology. Controlling the lifeblood of the global semiconductor industry, currently valued at 500 billion. Subsidy 2, wiping ice cream for Airbao. Reward of permanent mining rights for 3 super large gold mines of Starry Mining overseas. Subsidy 3, carrying Xiao Bao up the roller coaster stairs. Reward of profound insights into the ultimate heart method of ancient martial arts masters. Lu Chen looked at the virtual panel filled with terrifying rewards that could make any country go crazy. The night was thick with darkness, and the children's room of Diyuan No. 1 was illuminated by a warm, starry ceiling nightlight. Lu Chen stood by the bedside, gazing gently at the 3 adorable children who were fast asleep. The blue light-blocking glasses of the eldest child were taken off and placed on the bedside, mumbling a line of code in his dreams. The second child hugged a plush bear, kicking off the blanket with his little feet. The youngest one sprawled across most of the bed. Lu Chen quietly tucked the blanket around them again. Then he walked out of the children's room and entered the spacious and tranquil study, sitting down at a large Wangwali wood desk. Lin Ao Shui. Lu Chen issued a command in his mind, activating the system's ultimate money tree gift package, which was flashing with dazzling red light. Buzz. Accompanied by a sci-fi sound effect, the holographic projection of a little girl, Lin Ao Shui, jumped out. She snapped her fingers in a proud manner, and rows upon rows of dense data streams crazily refreshed on the virtual panel before Lu Chen like a waterfall. Ding. The ultimate money tree subsidy settlement is complete. Rewards have been stored in the system space. Please check host. In the next moment, a pile of documents appeared out of thin air on Lu Chen's large Wangwali desk. Brown paper bags, gold-foiled stock subscription agreements, and anti-counterfeiting red books. Stacked together, they blocked most of Lu Chen's view. Lu Chen casually pulled out the top document and opened its sealed closure. Inside was a fully English multinational acquisition agreement stamped with several bright red seals from ancient Western consortiums. 70 absolute controlling stake in Longshin Technology, the largest hidden controlling entity behind TSMC. This was the reward earned from blocking the sun for the eldest child for 5 minutes with a flyer at the amusement park. Lu Chen's fingers paused slightly. This was Longshin Technology, a behemoth that controlled over half of the global high-end chip manufacturing capacity. Just because he blocked UV rays for his 4-year-old son, this strategic fortress capable of making tech giants across the ocean fight fiercely became his private garden. Lu Chen shook his head and set down the classified agreement worth 500 billion, then opened the second bag. This was an overseas mining rights transfer document. Under Xingtian Mining, permanent mining rights for South African diamond mine no. 1 Australian gold mine no. 2. And Russian rare metals no. 3. Source: cleaning off strawberry ice cream from the second child's dress at noon today. LVMH Group, Louis Vuitton exclusive agent in Greater China, and 20 original shares. Source: accompanying the second child on 3 rounds of the carousel. Ancient martial arts master-level physique perfection card. Source: tying the youngest child's shoelaces once. Lu Chen looked at the table full of documents which even spilled onto the Persian carpet, symbols of immense wealth. He rubbed his slightly swollen temples, a bittersweet smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Outside, those entrepreneurs basking in the halo of success would drink until they bled internally over a project worth tens of millions groveling before the investors. Those self-proclaimed socialites would trample their dignity for a designer bag worth a few thousand. And what about Lu Chen? Buying ice cream for his son, tying a shoelace, wiping off some sweat. The system's rewards were showering him with hundreds of billions, trillions. Was this really raising children? This was clearly nurturing 3 ultimate money trees walking on Earth. Lu Chen casually grabbed the keychain representing 100 luxury apartments of Tang Chen Yiping, as if playing with a worthless piece of scrap metal. He had even lost interest in counting money. When wealth amassed to the point where even national machinery had to take heed, money truly became nothing more than a string of monotonous numbers. Put these waste papers into the system space. Lu Chen waved his hand, too lazy to look at the pile of classified documents that could trigger a third world war. Lin Ao Shui pouted and waved her little hand. The documents that resembled a small mountain on the table instantly transformed into flowing light and vanished. Lu Chen leaned back against the leather chair and closed his eyes. That ancient martial arts master-level insight card transformed into a warm current, instantly surging through his limbs. A terrifying power capable of ripping apart an armored vehicle lay dormant beneath his calm exterior. A night passed in silence. The next morning, Lu Chen woke up later than usual. Xia Bingning had gone to the headquarters of Xia Group at dawn for the quarterly summary meeting. In the kitchen, Lu Chen sliced a piece of top-grade Matsusaka beef into even thin slices, preparing to make a heartfelt bento for Xia Bingning to take to the company. Just as he placed the last piece of beef into the thermos box and closed the lid, his phone resting on the marble island suddenly erupted with a piercing ringtone. The caller ID showed the old butler of the Xia family, Fu Bo. Lu Chen pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, Fu Bo's voice, tinged with tears and fear, blared from the receiver. Son-in-law, you must come to the old house. Something terrible has happened. Lu Chen's fingers paused slightly, and the warmth in his eyes was instantly covered by a layer of frost. Take your time to explain. It's the second master. It's second master Xia Yunhai. Fu Bo's voice was mixed with panting and the sound of furniture crashing to the ground. Faint screams of women and angry shouts of men echoed in the background. He somehow found people from the Chu family in the capital, brought dozens of bodyguards skilled in martial arts, and surrounded the old house. The old master and the young lady are now being detained in the ancestral hall meeting room in the backyard. Fu Bo lowered his voice as if hiding from something, despair seeping through his tone. The second master has gone mad. He is holding a knife to force the old master to hand over the family seal, and even said he would sell the young lady to the Chu family to pay off debts. Son-in-law, you must think of a way. Bang! A loud crash echoed on the other end of the phone, as if something heavy had struck the door. Followed by Fu Bo's scream, the phone appeared to have fallen to the ground, the communication abruptly cut off amidst a piercing static noise. Lu Chen's hand remained in the position of holding the phone. The edge of the thermos lid had a terrifying dent caused by Lu Chen's 2 fingers. He slowly set down the phone, and deep within his eyes surged a violent rage akin to a sea of corpses and blood. Dare to touch his wife. Dare to hold a knife to his father-in-law. Lu Chen didn't even take off his apron. He turned and strode out of the kitchen, his bones cracking like frying beans. Muyu. Lu Chen's voice was deep, as if it came from the depths of hell. A black shadow instantly appeared behind him. Young master, go to the Xia family. Lu Chen flung open the villa's front door, the blinding sunlight casting on his cold, iron-like profile. Today I will ensure that Xia Yunhai no longer exists in Magic City. The busy tone from the receiver pierced through Lu Chen's eardrum like a rusty steel needle. He hung up the phone. The stainless steel thermos he had deformed with his bare hands thudded heavily against the marble island. In an instant, the depths of Lu Chen's eyes transformed into the depths of hell, a brutal killing intent akin to a wild beast breaking free from its chains. The bright sunshine outside the villa poured in, yet it could not dispel the suffocating cold surrounding him. Xiaobao, dressed in a onesie emblazoned with Ultraman patterns, ran barefoot into the kitchen looking for water. Upon seeing Lu Chen's somber expression, Xiaobao paused for a moment. He waddled over his chubby little hands, hugging Lu Chen's thigh, tilting his fair little face upward. Daddy, is someone bullying mommy? Xiao Bao's big eyes were devoid of fear. Instead, he clenched his soft little fist and waved it in a determined gesture. Xiao Bao, go and knock them away. Lu Chen lowered his head, looking at his son's adorable expression of fearless innocence. The malice in his eyes slightly receded as he bent down and cradled Xiao Bao in one arm. Okay, Xiao Bao will go with Daddy to bring mommy home. The Maybach growled deeply like a black lightning bolt tearing through the morning rush hour traffic in the magic capital. It headed straight for the ancestral home of the Xia family. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Xia family ancestral hall, the air was so heavy it felt like it could drip with water. Xia Jintian clutched his chest, collapsing into the Grand Master's chair at the main position. His imposing square face was now flushed purple, with anger pointing at his younger brother across from him, his finger trembling like a sift. Xia Yunhai, you treacherous beast. You dare collude with outsiders to stage a coup. Xia Yunhai sat nonchalantly on the opposite redwood chair, casually playing with a gleaming dagger. Behind him stood 2 rows of stern-faced bodyguards with prominent temples exuding a strong murderous aura, clearly seasoned fighters who had seen blood. Elder brother, don't speak so harshly. I am merely a good bird choosing the right tree to perch on. Xia Yunhai scoffed, plunging the dagger into the hard Wang Wali tabletop with a clink. You entrusted the billion-dollar Xia family to a young girl with no experience, and even brought in a poor Livian son-in-law. I am here to save the Xia family. He turned to look at the young man sitting beside him, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, and a flattering smile immediately spread across his face. Young Master Chu, don't you agree? The man, dressed in a perfectly tailored pure white haute couture suit, had deep-set eyes that carried a hint of excessive indulgence. He was none other than Chu Feng, the legitimate young master of one of the 4 prominent families in the capital. Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze unabashedly landing on Xia Bingning's stunningly beautiful face. Greed glinted in his eyes as he unabashedly scanned her curvaceous figure. Xia Bingning, you rejected me before, only to turn around and settle for a useless man. That makes me lose face. Chu Feng picked up his teacup and took a delicate sip. But I am magnanimous. He snapped his fingers, and a bodyguard behind him immediately presented a transfer agreement. Sign this pro bono transfer agreement for the Xia group, and then come to my hotel room tonight clean and tidy. If I'm in a good mood, I might even let your useless husband have a full corpse. Xia Bingning was forcefully pinned to the chair by several burly bodyguards. She struggled, her fair wrists marked with glaring red lines, her exquisite professional outfit now slightly disheveled from the struggle. In her usually frosty peach blossom eyes, anger burned like a flame. Chu Feng, you must be dreaming. Even if I die, I will never let you scum succeed. She bit her red lip, blood flowing down her chin, yet she stubbornly lifted her head like a trapped lioness. Seeing this, Xia Yunhai suddenly drew out the dagger from the table and strode towards Xia Bingning. The blade pressed against Xia Bingning's pale neck. Wretched woman, drinking a toast and refusing the fine wine. Xia Yunhai's face contorted with fury, and with a slight twist of his wrist, a thin line of blood appeared on Xia Bingning's neck. Do you believe he'll slash your face right now? Sign quickly. Xia Jintian watched in fury, wanting to rush forward, but was firmly held down by 2 ancient martial arts bodyguards. Yunhai, are you crazy? She's your own niece. Just as the situation reached a critical point. Boom. The thick 10-centimeter pure copper door of the conference room emitted a metallic distortion sound that made one's teeth ache. Immediately afterward, the heavy door panel weighing several hundred pounds along with the sturdy frame flew into the conference room like a cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. The flying door directly slammed into several ancient martial arts bodyguards, blocking the entrance, sending them spraying blood like discarded ragdolls. They crashed into the surrounding antique shelves, precious ancient porcelain shattering all over the floor. Amidst the billowing dust, Lu Chen, holding Xiao Bao in one arm, stepped through the ruins, and the wailing bodyguard slowly entering the conference room like a god of death emerging from hell. His deep-set eyes scanned the bloodline on Xia Bingning's neck. A terrifying killing intent capable of freezing souls instantly enveloped the entire space. Upon seeing the tall figure, Xia Bingning's momentary strength crumbled and tears streamed down her face. Husband, she called out hoarsely, filled with endless grievance. Xia Yunhai was startled by this sudden change, his hand shaking and nearly dropping the dagger. Recognizing the newcomer as Lu Chen, he was first surprised, then quickly reacted, realizing this was his territory. You soft rice-eating bastard, how dare you come here to die? Xia Yunhai pointed at Lu Chen, hysterically shouting at the surrounding ancient martial arts bodyguards. Go, break his limbs. I want to play with his wife in front of him. A dozen bodyguards with bulging temples drew out their batons and knives, pouncing towards Lu Chen like wolves. Lu Chen didn't even bat an eyelid. He was just about to crush this group of ants with one hand. Suddenly Xiao Bao, who was in his arms, squirmed out. The little guy was wearing that ridiculous Ultraman onesie. He looked at the bad guys charging at his daddy with knives, then glanced at his mommy, whose neck was being threatened by a dagger. Xiao Bao was thoroughly enraged. Bad guys, Don't bully daddy and mommy. Xiao Bao let out a childish roar that echoed like a tiger descending the mountain. He waddled forward, surprisingly charging straight at the burly ancient martial arts man, who stood nearly 2 meters tall and weighed over 200 pounds. The strong man looked at this little kid, not even reaching his knee, and grinned maliciously. He didn't even use his knife, raising his large palm to swat Xiao Bao away like a fly. The next second, Xiao Bao tightened his tiny pink fist. What seemed slow carried a terrifying sonic boom that ripped through the air, crashing hard into the strong man's abdomen. Boom! A dull, heart-stopping crash echoed. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The over 200-pound ancient martial arts man had his eyes bulging out, filled with bloodshot. He opened his mouth, but didn't even have time to scream. A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs erupted forth. Immediately after, the massive body of the strong man was like being hit by a speeding heavy truck. His entire body lifted off the ground, flying backward for over 10 meters. Bang! The strong man's body crashed heavily against the conference room's sturdy load-bearing wall. The immense impact caused the cement wall to crack with terrifying spiderweb-like fractures. He was even embedded into the wall, stuck there, and unable to pull free, passing out on the spot. The entire room fell into silence. A deathly stillness. Everyone remained in the previous moment's actions, as if collectively cast under a freezing spell. The dagger in Xia Yunhei's hand clattered to the ground. Chu Feng's hand holding the teacup trembled violently, scalding tea splashed onto his slacks, yet he remained. The remaining ancient martial arts bodyguards stared at the human-shaped dent in the wall, then glanced at the innocent-looking 3-year-old child, who had just clapped his hands. They were so frightened their legs went weak, the knives in their hands clattering to the ground, retreating repeatedly, looking at Xiao Bao, as if he were an ancient ferocious beast in human skin. A 3-year-old child. He punched a 200-pound ancient martial arts master into the wall. Is this something a human can do? Xiao Bao turned around and took small steps towards Xia Yunhai. He looked up, pointing at Xia Yunhai's face twisted with fear. You big bad guy. You scared mommy with a knife just now. Apologize to mommy quickly. Otherwise Xiao Bao will also punch you into the wall to be a mural. Xia Yunhai's throat rolled up and down with difficulty, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. His legs went weak, and he unexpectedly fell to the ground with a thud. Sitting not far away, Chu Feng watched this scene, coming back to his senses from his initial shock. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in his heart, with a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. What use is high martial power? This is a society of capital. Chu Feng sneered, pulling out a top-secret business contract stamped with the red seal of the highest overseas financial institution from his briefcase. He slammed the contract onto the table. Lu Chen, do you think just being able to fight is useful? The panic on Chu Feng's face vanished, replaced by an arrogant demeanor. Look at this contract. The Chu family has already bought out all of the Xia Group's overseas supply chain lifeline. As long as I tear it up, the Xia Group will instantly turn into a shell, and the assets worth hundreds of billions will vanish overnight. As long as I tear it apart, the Xia Group will immediately become an empty shell, and hundreds of billions in assets will vanish overnight. Chu Feng's arrogant voice echoed in the chaotic conference room. The confidential contract, sealed with a bright red stamp, was forcefully slammed onto the marble table, producing a dull thud. Xia Yunhai, who had collapsed onto the floor, trembled all over. It was as if he had grasped the last straw of salvation, crawling to the edge of the table, with all his strength fixated on the contract. His face, originally pale from Xiaobao's terrifying punch, suddenly flushed with a sickly red. Huh? Did you hear that? Xia Yunhai pointed at Lu Chun, and Xia Bingning, laughing hysterically, saliva flying everywhere. What good is being strong? This is the key to choking the Xia Group's entire overseas chip and rare metal supply chain. He staggered to his feet, hiding behind Chu Feng, regaining the arrogance of a petty man. Lu Chen, you muscle-bound simpleton. So what if your son is a monster? In front of the Chu family's multinational capital, your little bit of strength is nothing. Now kneel down and beg me, then sign the equity transfer agreement, and I might consider leaving a way out for your family. Xia Bingning looked at the contract, her delicate body shaking violently. The reason the Xia Group can stand strong in Modu is because of the assembly of high-end overseas chips and the import and export of rare metals. Once this supply chain is completely severed by the Chu family in collaboration with foreign capital, it won't take a day for the entire Xia Group's industrial chain to come to a halt, facing a penalty of hundreds of billions. Xia Yunhai is trying to force the Xia family to the brink. Xia Yunhai, you've gone completely mad. Xia Bingning trembled with anger, her nails digging into her palm, drawing blood. Bingning. A warm and sturdy hand gently grasped Xia Bingning's trembling fingertips. Lu Chen stood protectively behind his wife, looking down at Xia Yunhai and Chu Feng. There was no anger, nor was there panic in his eyes. Only a cold indifference, as if observing circus monkeys. Deep within his profound gaze lay an absolute confidence in his control over life and death. Severing the overseas supply chain. Lu Chen slowly spoke, his voice flat without a hint of fluctuation. He didn't even touch the contract, merely pulling out an old Android phone from his pocket. With one hand, he swiped the screen. You clowns think you can choke the Xia group. Chu Feng sneered repeatedly. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. That's the Longshin technology, and Xingchen mining across the ocean. You a kept man wouldn't even see their executives, even if you went bankrupt. Lu Chen ignored Chu Feng's mockery. He awakened the system AI in his mind. Lin Aoshua. Activate absolute control over Longshin technology and Xingchen mining. Issue the highest board directive. Fully restore supplies to the Xia group while cutting off all overseas import and export channels for the Chu family in the capital. Received. Global highest administrative authority activated. Orders issued. A crisp mechanical synthesized voice of a little girl echoed in his mind. From the issuance of the order to its completion, only a few seconds passed. Lu Chen returned his phone to his pocket, looking at Xia Yinhai. I want to see who will vanish today. Xia Yinhai paused for a moment, then burst into laughter again, clutching his stomach. You think you can resolve the crisis with a dummy call? Do you think you're the world's richest man? Chu Feng looked even more disdainful, preparing to shout for his bodyguards to throw Lu Chen out. Buzz, buzz. A sudden sharp vibration from a phone abruptly shattered Chu Feng's cold laugh. He looked down to see an emergency line from the head of the Chu family, his biological father. A sense of unease flashed through Chu Feng's heart. He forced himself to remain calm as he pressed the answer button, deliberately putting it on speaker so that Xia Bingning could hear how the Chu family was shutting down the Xia group. Hello, Dad. The matter is almost settled. The Xia group will soon. You little bastard, what kind of gods have you stirred up outside? On the other end of the line, the roar of the head of the Chu family shattered the phone's speaker, filled with an eerie sense of despair. Just now, all of our overseas chip orders and rare metal quotas have been unilaterally and permanently torn up by Longshin Technology and Xingchen Mining. The other party didn't even bother to demand a penalty for breach of contract, directly adding us to the global blacklist. Those foreign investors we cooperated with have cut off ties with us like we're a plague. The Chu family is finished. Completely finished. The cash flow is severed and stocks are being slaughtered on the limit down. You hurry back and apologize with your life. The roar of the head of the Chu family echoed in the silent conference room. It felt like a heavy hammer brutally striking Chu Feng and Xia Yunhei's chests. Chu Feng's hand trembled. The phone fell to the ground with a thud. His legs went weak, staggering back 2 steps before collapsing into a chair. The proud demeanor of the young master of the capital vanished without a trace. He stared blankly at Lu Chen, his eyes nearly popping out, as if looking at a devil from hell. This is impossible. Xia Yunhei's voice trembled like leaves in an autumn wind. His proud killing moved the trump card that had pushed the Xia group into despair. In front of Lu Chen, it hadn't even lasted a minute before being completely obliterated. Even the mighty Chu family of the capital was instantaneously bankrupted by a single move. This ride-hailing driver whom he had cursed countless times, who exactly is he? Lu Chen stepped forward, his long legs striding towards Xia Yunhai. Those emotionless eyes looked down upon this greedy, foolish pig. I gave you a chance. Lu Chen's voice was low, yet carried a terrifying pressure like a mountain pressing down. But you should never ever have put a knife to my wife's throat. An invisible aura exploded from Lu Chen like a mountain pressing down. This pressure locked onto Xia Yunhai. Xia Yunhai felt as if the air around him was suddenly sucked away, making breathing extremely difficult. He stared into Lu Chen's icy eyes. A shuddering fear rising from the depths of his soul instantly drowned out all his rationality. He was defeated. Thoroughly defeated. He had mortgaged all his wealth, allied with outsiders, and even resorted to using a knife. In the end, all he received was a fate that could be crushed effortlessly. Anger and fear combined with the absolute suppression of that terrifying aura. Xia Yunhai felt a deafening roar in his mind. A mouthful of black blood mixed with internal organs was violently spewed from Xia Yunhai's mouth. It splattered onto the precious Persian carpet. His eyes turned white, the capillaries in his eyes bursting. He resembled a piece of dried wood drained of moisture, collapsing backward. The back of his head smashed heavily against the floor tiles, producing a dull sound. After a violent convulsion of his limbs, he became completely still. Xia Zhentian gasped in shock. He hurriedly called for the bodyguards to check. Old master. Second young master. Massive cerebral hemorrhage. Although there's still a breath left, he is brain dead. For the rest of his life. He can only be a vegetable. Without saying a word, he directly forced his second uncle into a vegetative state with his aura and despair. Such ruthless decisiveness filled all the Xia family members present with deep respect for Lu Chen. The wailing sirens of an ambulance sounded outside the ancestral home. Xia Yunhai was lifted onto a stretcher like a pile of mud. Chu Feng didn't even dare to let out a fart, seizing the chaos to sneak away with a few bodyguards who could still walk. He knew that upon returning to the capital, a punishment more terrifying than death awaited him. The crisis was completely resolved. Xia Bingning could no longer hold on and collapsed into Lu Chen's arms. Just as the family was preparing to leave the devastated conference room, In the shadows of the corner, Xia Ziwei, who had not dared to say a word or even breathe, was watching Lu Chen's tall and handsome figure with a complex gaze. She gazed at this perfect man who could turn the world upside down and even bring the great family of the capital to bankruptcy for his wife. The jealousy in her eyes was growing wildly, ultimately transforming into a sickly greed. With her fingers painted in red nail polish, she quietly reached for a bag of white powder in her pocket. Behind the red wooden pillars outside the conference room, a shadow perfectly concealed Xia Ziwei's figure. Her fingers painted with crimson nail polish tightly clenched the bag of white powder the size of a thumb in her pocket. Due to excessive force, her sharp nails even tore through the expensive Chanel silk coat, seen through the gaps of the intricately carved window. Xia Ziwei watched as Lu Chen carefully picked up the shaken Xia Bingming and gently placed her on a nearby resting chair. The man's broad shoulders, deep and cold profile, and the absolute pressure of life and death in his gestures felt like a lethal poison gnawing madly at Xia Ziwei's sanity. Why? Xia Ziwei bit down on a silver tooth, her eyes filled with a pathological greed and jealousy. Why could Xia Bingming, that wilted flower of an unwed mother, have such a godlike man? And she, Xia Ziwei, prided herself on her beauty and talent, yet was forced to marry those bald, greasy. As long as she could climb into Lu Chen's bed, as long as she could bear his child, the entire billionaire Xia family, even that terrifying, mysterious financial group, would all be in her grasp. Cousin is too frightened, though I will make her a calming tea. Xia Ziwei put on a concerned, yet pretentious expression, stepping out from the shadows, and quickly walking towards the tea room at the end of the corridor. In her narrow, elongated phoenix eyes, a desperate madness sparkled. Inside the tea room, Xia Ziwei trembled as she tore open the packet of white powder. This was a potent overseas aphrodisiac she had purchased at a high price from the underground black market, claimed to turn a virtuous woman into a wanton with just a drop. Colorless and tasteless, she poured all the powder into a cup of warm top-grade Dahongpo, gently shaking it until it dissolved. Xia Ziwei held the cup of tea, took a deep breath, forced a shy and charming smile, and swayed her waist as she walked back to the resting area. Brother-in-law. Xia Ziwei approached Lu Chen, deliberately bending down to expose a hint of snow-white skin at his blind spot. Sister has been frightened and needs to rest. I noticed you were dealing with those bad guys earlier and might be thirsty. Here is the tea I just brewed. Have a sip to moisten your throat. She presented the teacup to Lu Chen, her voice sweet and cloying with an intentional lilt in her tone. Lu Chen was bent down, soothing Xia Bingming. Hearing the voice, he turned his head slightly. With the physique of a grandmaster of ancient martial arts, Lu Chen's senses had reached an astonishing level of acuity. A faint, unusual chemical odor that did not belong to the Dahongpo suddenly entered his nostrils. He merely glanced at the slightly murky color of the tea in the cup. Seeing Xia Ziwei's affected demeanor of desperation, he immediately understood the dirty scheme hidden in the cup of tea. Lu Chen did not expose her immediately. A glimmer of mockery colder than the Siberian cold flashed in his deep eyes. He slowly extended his hand, his long fingers gently resting on the edge of the porcelain teacup. Xia Ziwei's heart rate surged to 180, her eyes sparkling with impending triumph. As long as he drank it, within 5 minutes the drug's effects would kick in. She could use the excuse to take him to the guest room to turn raw rice into cooked rice. Just as the teacup was about to leave Xia Ziwei's fingers. Bang! Lu Chen did not lift the teacup. Instead, he gripped Xia Ziwei's wrist and forcefully pressed the teacup onto the nearby tea table. A few drops of scalding tea splashed onto Xia Ziwei's hand, causing her to gasp in pain. Cousin, this tea is too hot. Lu Chen's voice was low and calm, yet carried a chilling undertone. He released his grip and pulled out a silk handkerchief from his pocket, disdainfully wiping his fingers that had touched Xia Ziwei's wrist. The charming smile on Xia Ziwei's face instantly froze. Cold sweat rolled down her forehead in large drops. Did he discover it? Impossible. The drug was clearly colorless and tasteless. Just as Xia Ziwei was preparing to feign calm and continue to argue, Lu Chen did not glance at her again, but spoke 2 words into the empty corridor. Muyu. A dark shadow like a ghost suddenly appeared behind Xia Ziwei, without warning. She didn't have time to let out a scream. Muyu's hand, like an iron claw, firmly gripped her jawbone, forcing her mouth open. The other hand picked up the cup of spiked tea from the table. Without mercy, she poured the entire cup into Xia Ziwei's throat, including the scalding tea leaves. Gulpy. Cough, cough, cough. Xia Ziwei choked and rolled her eyes back, desperately slapping Muyu's arm with her hands, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. The cup of drug-laced tea flowed into her stomach without a drop left. Muyu released her grip. Xia Ziwei collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, clutching her throat and coughing violently, tears and mucus smearing her face. What? What did you make me drink? Xia Ziwei screamed in terror. Within less than half a minute, the drug's effects began to violently rebound. Her cheeks turned bright red at a visible speed, her breathing becoming heavy and rapid. It felt as if her blood had been ignited, an indescribable heat surging like thousands of ants gnawing at her marrow. Xia Ziwei writhed in pain on the ground, uncontrollably tearing at her precious coat. Hot. So hot. Give me. She completely lost her sanity, crawling toward Lu Chun like a lustful female dog, making disgusting lewd moans. Lu Chen took 2 steps back, with Xia Bingning. Looking at the shameless lump on the ground, there was no trace of pity in his eyes, only disgust. Trying to ruin his and his wife's relationship. Then let her rot and stink in the filthiest mire. Young master, how to handle this? Mu Yu stood beside her, voice cold. Lu Chun turned around, holding Xiao Bao in his arms, covering his son's eyes. Isn't there an abandoned pig farm on the outskirts of the West City? There should still be a dozen boars in heat locked inside. Throw her there. Weld the door shut, and no one is allowed to approach within 3 days. Mu Yu complied, single-handedly dragging the still twisting and screaming Xia Ziwei out of the mansion like dragging a dead pig. Only a pungent smell of cheap perfume remained in the corridor. This woman reaped what she sowed, or what awaited her would be a torment more tragic than 18 layers of hell. The internal strife of the Xia family was completely quelled. Xia Bingning's secretary and assistant team also arrived at the old mansion, beginning to deal with the mess left by Xia Yunhai. Lu Chun comforted his frightened wife, and Xiao Bao preparing to take them back to Di Yuan. No. Want to rest? Lu Chen, come with me for a moment. The previously silent father-in-law Xia Jintian suddenly walked up beside Lu Chun. This head of the Xia family, who had experienced many storms, seemed to have aged more than 10 years at that moment. Yet his gaze revealed an unprecedented seriousness and determination. Xia Jintian leaned on his cane, avoiding the gaze of all the servants. Leading Lu Chun through the deep back garden of the Xia family ancestral home, they stopped in front of a secret room, door locked, with 3-century-old brass locks. Accompanied by a harsh metallic scraping sound, the heavy iron door slowly opened. The secret room had no windows, and the air was filled with the scent of aged preservative spices. Only a few dim, everlasting lamps on the wall emitted a ghostly yellow glow. Xia Jintian walked to the offering table in the center of the secret room, trembling hands lifting a dust-covered Zeton wood brocade box. Thud! To Lu Chen's surprise, he unexpectedly knelt in front of him, without warning. Lu Chen frowned, just about to reach out to help him. However, Xia Jintian firmly pressed the Zeton wood box, trembling as he opened the lid. On the faded yellow satin inside lay half of an ancient jade pendant carved with a 5-clawed golden dragon, with dark red dried blood stains at the broken edge. 24 years. I have finally waited for the owner of this jade pendant. Xia Jintian looked up, tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling with a chilling resonance. Young master, this jade pendant was the token entrusted to my Xia family by the head of the first hidden ancient clan in the capital, the Yi family, before he was chased by enemies and jumped into the sea. Under the dim yellow light of the secret chamber, the broken dragon-patterned jade pendant lay quietly in the Zeton wood box. The air was filled with a faint scent of preservative and an oppressive heaviness. Xia Jintian knelt on the green brick floor, trembling as he held the wooden box above his head, tears streaming down his face. Young master, it's been 24 years. If I am not mistaken, you are the only bloodline that the Yi family's patriarch risked his life to protect back then. A flicker of unusual emotion passed through Lu Chen's deep gaze. 24 years. This was precisely the age when he was picked up by his adoptive father at the orphanage as an abandoned baby. Could it be that the once mighty hidden family of the capital was actually his own biological family? He slowly extended his long fingers, the tip touching the icy cold and broken jade pendant. At the moment his fingertip made contact with the jade surface. Boom. It felt as if a nuclear bomb exploded in Lu Chen's mind. Ding. Detected host's contact with direct bloodline token. Mainline hidden mission activated. Discover the truth of the hidden family. Unlocking ancient martial dominance, ultimate bloodline seal for the host. An indescribably terrifying force surged forth like an awakening ancient dragon, rushing through Lu Chen's fingertips into his limbs and bones. Lu Chen suddenly closed his eyes. The already powerful master-level blood vitality within him surged and reorganized like boiling magma at that moment. The surrounding air emitted a muffled sound, as if it were under unbearable pressure, as though even space itself would be torn apart by this force. Crack! Crack! The faint sound of cracking echoed in the secret chamber. Xia Zenshin's eyes widened in terror, his breath caught in his throat. He witnessed the hard 100-year-old green bricks beneath Lu Chen's feet begin to crack inch by inch. Spiderweb-like cracks spread out wildly like venomous snakes, even the thick walls developed fine fissures. The long-lasting lamps hanging on the walls flickered violently, almost extinguishing. Lu Chen made no additional movements, merely standing there. The terrifying pressure that stirred the heavens and earth with every gesture was enough to keep Xia Jintian from raising his head. This is an underground chamber built of pure steel with a green brick floor. Just the leakage of blood vitality from his body could shatter the green bricks. What kind of unfathomable means is this? This is definitely not something an ordinary ancient martial master can achieve. Xia Jintian lay on the ground, cold sweat pouring down his heart, pounding like a drum in his chest. He had the fortune of meeting several elders from hidden families in his early years, but those individuals seemed like stumbling infants in front of Lu Chen. What kind of terrifying existence is my son-in-law? Xia Xinshan's mind raced, conjuring countless possibilities that could send the entire world trembling. What young masters of the capital, what overseas tycoons? In the face of absolute power, they are all mere chickens and dogs. The Xia family has not only latched onto the thickest thigh in the Blue Star, but has practically offered up a true deity. Lu Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. A faint gleam of dark golden light flickered in his originally deep ink-like pupils. As he retracted his aura, the terrifying sense of oppression in the secret chamber instantly receded like a tide. He held the broken dragon-patterned jade pendant in his palm, feeling the warmth of the bloodline connection. He did not rush to question the grievances of the past. Now he possessed billions in assets, a physique capable of defeating ancient martial masters, and could even bankrupt the great families of the capital overnight. No matter who the enemies were that pursued his parents back, then hiding in the deepest shadows. As long as they are still alive, Lu Chen would personally uproot them and grind them to dust. But there was no rush for this moment. Lu Chen extended his hand to help Xia Jintian, who was kneeling on the ground, back up. Father-in-law, since the pendant belongs to the Yi family, then it is now mine. Lu Chen's voice returned to its usual calm, but the imposing pressure engraved in his bones made Xia Jintian nod repeatedly, not daring to defy in the slightest. As for the matter of my origins, I have my own plans. Do not disclose it to anyone, especially Bingning. Xia Jintian immediately took the order, even daring not to look directly into Lu Chen's eyes. Yes, young Director Lu, rest assured I will keep it tightly under wraps. Leaving the dim secret chamber, Lu Chen faced the warm afternoon sunlight and took a deep breath of the fresh air outside. He quickly walked towards the reception room of the old house. Xia Bingning was sitting on the sofa, her face still a bit pale. Today's pressure from her second uncle and Chu Feng's threats had been a tremendous mental shock for her, as a woman. Although the crisis had been averted, the fatigue and fear in her eyes could not be concealed. Seeing Lu Chen walk in, Xia Bingning looked like a frightened deer, immediately standing up and rushing into his arms. Husband. She buried her face in Lu Chen's sturdy chest, listening to the steady and powerful heartbeat, and her tense nerves finally relaxed slightly. Lu Chen gently rubbed her soft long hair and placed a light kiss on her forehead. It's all over. I have already dealt with the overseas supply chain of the Xia Group, and no one will threaten you again. He wrapped his arms around Xia Bingning's slender waist, a hint of indulgent smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. You've been too tired these past few days, and today just happens to be the weekend. Let's go throw all the work to the assistant. Lu Chen took her slightly cold hand, his tone filled with an irresistible dominance. I will take you to the most upscale Hang Lung Plaza in Magic City. Buy whatever you want, swipe as you please. Just consider it a way to relieve your shock. Xia Bingning hesitated for a moment. She looked up at Lu Chen's stunningly handsome face. Two charming blushes rose on her previously pale cheeks. But the group has just resumed operations, and there are still many messes to deal with, and buying things costs a lot of money. Although she was a billionaire president, she always instinctively wanted to save money for him in front of Lu Chen like a frugal little wife. I have more than enough pocket money to spend, and I happen to need my wife to help share the burden. Lu Chen chuckled lightly and scooped her up by the waist. With a startled cry from Xia Bingning, he strode out of the Xia family's old house. An hour later at Hang Lung Plaza in the heart of Magic City. This place, a mecca of the world's top luxury brands, was currently welcoming a surge of weekend shoppers. A black armored Knight 15 bulletproof SUV like a wild beast arrogantly parked in the VIP parking space at the entrance of the plaza among all the supercars. The imposing presence of the massive vehicle was overwhelming. Lu Chen held Xia Bingning's hand as they got out of the car. Today Xia Bingning wore only a simple white t-shirt and jeans for convenience, with a pair of flat white shoes on her feet. Although she lacked the queenly aura of professional attire, her naturally stunning beauty, untouched by makeup, still attracted the astonished gazes of countless passersby. Hand in hand, the two walked into a global flagship store of Hermes on the second floor, the interior luxurious. Xia Bingning set her sights on a limited edition Himalayan crocodile skin platinum bag displayed in the glass showcase. She was just about to step closer to examine the details. Hey, don't get so close. If you dirty it, can you afford to pay for it? A woman in a black uniform with a store manager's badge pinned to her chest sashayed over. Her heavily made-up eyes scanned Xia Bingning and Lu Chen's casual attire like a scanner. The disdain and contempt in her gaze were almost overflowing. These limited edition bags can only be closely observed by our store's black diamond VIPs. You poor students can just look, but don't touch. The manager snorted coldly, taking out a white cloth and deliberately wiping the glass case that Xia Bingning had not even touched. Xia Bingning frowned and was about to speak when the manager suddenly seemed to have discovered a new continent, pointing at a spot of dust on the glass case that was hardly noticeable, screaming, "Uh-huh. I said you poor folks have dirty hands. This is the store's treasure that just arrived today, and it got dirty from your clothes." She placed her hands on her hips, arrogantly blocking the two. "Originally priced at $3 million. Now pay up immediately. Otherwise I will call the police to arrest you." The original price was $3 million. "Now pay up immediately. Otherwise I will call the police to arrest you." The sharp voice of the store manager echoed painfully in the luxurious and quiet flagship store, instantly drawing the attention of several wealthy ladies who were selecting silk scarves nearby. Xia Bingning glared at the minuscule dust just beneath the glass counter, her chest heaving with anger. Just moments ago she had been at least half a meter away from that counter. There was no way the air could have touched that bag. This was clearly a scheme by the snobbish store manager to inflate sales or cover up her own mistakes, deliberately trying to extort money from her. "I never even touched that counter. Moreover, what right do you have to say that I dirted a bag that has been gathering dust on the counter?" Xia Bingning's peach blossom eyes froze over with frost, regaining the cold demeanor of someone who commands respect at the negotiating table. However, this imposing aura only made the store manager perceive it as the defensiveness of a poor person still trying to argue. "I just wiped that counter 10 minutes ago. What else could it be but the stench of poverty brought in by people like you?" The store manager's hands were on her hips, her fingers painted with bright red nail polish, nearly poking Xia Bingning's nose. "If you can't afford it, don't come to such high-end places to embarrass yourselves. Today you owe $3 million. Are you paying by card or by transfer? If you can't come up with it, no one is leaving through this door." A few onlooking wealthy ladies stifled giggles, their eyes filled with a sense of superiority. Exactly, today's youth will go anywhere for vanity. $3 million. I bet even if they sold their organs it wouldn't be enough. Malicious mockery, unprovoked disaster. Xia Bingning bit her lip tightly, ready to reveal her identity as the president of a trillion-dollar conglomerate to silence these pompous individuals. A large hand gently grasped her slightly trembling fingertips. Lu Chun pulled Xia Bingning back behind him, his deep gaze sweeping over the domineering store manager as if he were looking at a long-decayed corpse. A cold smirk crept across his lips. $3 million. Lu Chen's voice was calm, yet it carried an oppressive terror that felt as profound as a pit. The store manager, caught in his gaze, felt her scalp tingle and instinctively took a half-step back. But she quickly straightened her back and shouted in a fierce but cowardly manner, "What? You think it's too expensive? This is the treasure of our Greater China region, only available through allocation. $3 million is still a bargain for you." Lu Chen ignored her rant. He leisurely pulled out a pure black matte metal card from the pocket of his faded leisure. The edges of the card were inlaid with a circle of crushed diamonds. At the center, the iconic gold-stamped logo of the LVMH Group was carved. More terrifyingly, 4 letters, Supreme Owner, were laser-etched in the bottom right corner of the card. This card was a token he received when the system granted him absolute control over the LVMH Group. There was only one in the world. Lu Chen pinched the card between 2 fingers and casually tossed it. With a clatter, the black card landed precisely on the gleaming tile floor beneath the store manager's feet, producing a crisp metallic sound. "Call your Greater China president." Lu Chen's hands were in his pockets, his tone as casual as if he were ordering takeout. "Tell him to get over here to meet me in 3 minutes. If he's late, let him take the entire executive team to Africa to mine." The store manager glanced down at the card on the ground. Having been in this industry for over a decade, she had seen countless black cards, but never one of this design. This must have been a prop card wholesale from some Yiwu market. "Are you crazy? You think a broken piece of iron can—" "And the Greater China president? Who do you think you are?" The store manager kicked the black card away as if her tail had been stepped on. "Security. Where are the security guards? Get these 2 lunatics and call the police." A few security guards in black suits rushed over, walkie-talkies in hand, menacingly approaching Lu Chun and Xia Bingning. Beep, beep, beep. Just as the security guards were about to take action, the internal walkie-talkie at the store manager's waist suddenly emitted a piercing red alarm at the highest level. The store manager's heart tightened, and she fumbled to answer the walkie-talkie. "Hello, you idiot. Immediately have everyone retreat. Kneel down and apologize." On the other end of the walkie-talkie was not the district head's voice, but the anguished roar of the executive president of the LVMH Group for Greater China, as if he had just lost his parents. "Lu Dong is our group's supreme controlling shareholder. How dare you make him pay for a bag? Do you want to destroy the entire management team of Greater China?" The roar echoed through the entire Hermes flagship store over the walkie-talkie speaker. The security guards were so frightened that they dropped their walkie-talkies. The originally mocking expressions of the wealthy ladies froze instantly, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Supreme controlling shareholder. The ultimate boss whom even the Greater China president had to grovel before. The muscles in the store manager's face twitched violently. Blood drained from her brain, her face turning pale as paper. She stiffly lowered her head, staring at the black metal card she had kicked away. A loud bang echoed in her mind, as if countless atomic bombs had exploded simultaneously. Thud! The store manager's knees buckled, and she dropped to her knees in front of Lu Chen. Her knees hit the tiles with a painful thud. Lu Dong. I'm sorry. I was blind. I was ignorant. She trembled uncontrollably like a leaf, fiercely banging her head on the ground, while slapping her own face. Smack! 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 The crisp sound of her slaps echoed painfully in the quiet store, her cheeks swelling instantly, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. The bag isn't dirty. I made a mistake. Please let me off. Lu Chen looked down from above at this heap of filth. There was not a trace of pity in his gaze. Just now you said that this bag carries the stench of poverty and is dirty. Lu Chen's voice was calm, but every word struck deep. If it's dirty, then it should be smashed. He turned to look at Mu Yu behind him. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Yu had already brought in a dozen dark web bodyguards and silently sealed the store's entrance. All limited edition bags in this store. Smash them all. Lu Chen's tone was indifferent, as if he were discarding a pile of trash. Mu Yu slightly bowed. Yes, young master. The next second, under the horrified gazes of the wealthy ladies and the store manager, a dozen bodyguards in black pulled out their batons and pounced on the luxury items displayed behind the bulletproof glass. Bang bang bang. Crash. The spine-chilling sound of breaking glass mixed with the tearing sounds of precious leather filled the store in a frenzy. The $3 million Himalaya crocodile leather platinum bag was smashed open with a baton. The tens of thousands of limited edition Kelly bags were brutally ripped apart. In just 1 minute, this globally top-tier flagship store worth over $200 million turned into a scene of utter ruin. Countless limited edition bags lay scattered on the tiles like rags covered in glass shards. Don't waste the smashed bags. Lu Chen wrapped his arm around Xia Bingning's waist, coldly glancing at the store manager on the floor. Take them all, and let her use them as rags. Make her clean every inch of this store's tiles until they shine. If she can't finish, she isn't allowed to get up. The store manager looked at the debris of luxury goods all over the ground, listening to this cruel verdict. Her mind went blank. With her eyes rolling back, she fainted amidst the glass shards. The wealthy ladies were so frightened that they huddled in the corners, not daring to breathe too loudly lest this living demon take notice of them. Using over $100 million worth of limited edition Hermes bags as rags to clean the floor, this kind of reckless financial power crushed their sense of superiority to dust. Lu Chen ignored the wreckage. He looked down at the still shaken Xia Bingning in his arms, a gentle smile returning to his lips. The air here is too dirty. Come on, let me take you to choose from elsewhere. In the evening, the afterglow of the sunset spilled over the old streets of Magic City. The trunk of the Maybach was filled with spoils looted from various high-end stores. Lu Chen and his family of 5 walked along the last necessary antique street before returning to their villa. The sides of the street were filled with various goods hard to distinguish between genuine and fake. The Bao held his sister's hand, his small eyes darting around. Suddenly, Bao stopped in her tracks. She broke free from her brother's hand and trotted over to a stall in the corner. The stall owner was swatting away mosquitoes with a broken fan. On a tattered oilcloth, some muddy copper coins and broken porcelain shards were casually piled together. Bao squatted down, her chubby little finger pointing at a shabby bronze artifact that was covered in green rust. It looked like a broken tripod with 1 foot missing, and even the stall owner was using it to weigh down the corner of the stall cloth. Daddy, this thing is so shiny, there's light shining from inside. Bao wants this shiny thing, she called out to Lu Chen in a baby voice. Lu Chen followed the direction of Bao's chubby little finger. The stall owner was weakly waving an old chicken feather duster to drive away the flies circling around the oilcloth. At his feet lay an old bronze cauldron covered in mottled green rust, carelessly discarded. One of its legs was missing, and its surface was caked with yellow mud and unknown filth. Even a scrap collector would likely disdain this object for taking up space. Yet in Bao's big watery eyes, this pile of scrap metal seemed to possess some kind of magic. Daddy, it's winking at me, Bao said in a babyish voice, reaching out to touch it. Lu Chen quickly pulled his daughter into his arms, avoiding the layer of grime and rust. He knew that Bao was blessed with the passive aura of the koi physique granted by the system. Anything that girl said glowed could never be ordinary junk. Boss, how much is this thing? Lu Chen casually pointed at the old cauldron resting on the edge of the oilcloth. The owner didn't even lift his eyelids, scratching his back with the chicken feather duster. It's a jar for pickled vegetables collected from the countryside. Looks pretty heavy. If you want it, it's $200 to take away. He sized up Lu Chen, thinking that although he had a child with him, his demeanor was extraordinary, so he planned to swindle some pocket money. Lu Chen had no interest in haggling. He took out $200 in cash and tossed it onto the oilcloth, effortlessly lifting the heavy bronze cauldron with one hand and turning to take his family to the car. Back at the Diyuan No. 1 villa, Lu Chen casually threw the muddy old cauldron beside the giant mahogany coffee table in the living room. Just then, one leg of the coffee table seemed a bit unstable, and the cauldron fit snugly underneath it. Honey, why did you bring back a broken jar? Air Bao likes it, so let it be a decoration, Lu Chen replied with a smile as he poured himself a glass of water. Half an hour later, a red flag limousine, with Beijing license plates, stopped outside the villa. An elderly man dressed in a tang suit, his hair graying, walked into the living room with the support of several assistants. He was Master Qi, a leading figure in the domestic antique world and a national-level appraisal master. Today he had come to Diyuan No. One at the request of Xia Zhentian to deliver several ancient calligraphy and paintings from the Xia family's collection to Xia Bingning. Mr. Lu Bingning, girl, these are just a small token from the old man. Master Qi greeted with a smile, his gaze casually sweeping across the living room. Suddenly, his eyes were fixed on the area beneath the mahogany coffee table. A terrifying gleam shot from his murky old eyes. What? What is this? Master Qi's voice sharply rose, and he even threw down his cane. Like a shark smelling blood, he disregarded his 80 years and suddenly knelt on the Persian carpet. His face nearly pressed against the cauldron propping up the table. Master Qi, what's wrong? It's just a $200 broken jar. Xia Bingning gasped and hurried to help him. Don't touch it. No one touch it. Master Qi screamed like a hen protecting her chick, stopping Xia Bingning's actions. He pulled out a powerful flashlight and a high-magnification lens from his bag. His fingers trembled as he slowly peeled away the yellow mud and rust from the cauldron's surface. As the dirt fell away, the intricate and ancient patterns of Tao Tai and several lines of oracle bone inscriptions gradually revealed themselves under the light. These patterns, the flow of these inscriptions. Master Qi breathed heavily, making gasping sounds like a torn windbag. His hands trembled like leaves in an autumn wind, tears streaming down his face. From the Shang and Zhou dynasties. The state-stabilizing cauldron used for royal sacrifices. A national treasure that was said to have been destroyed in the flames of war. It actually still exists in the world. Master Qi suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Chen, his eyes nearly popping out. Mr. Lu, if this cauldron goes to auction, the starting price would be at least 1 billion. And it's priceless, there is no market for it. 1 billion. Xia Bingning's hand holding the teacup trembled, scalding tea splashing onto her hand without her noticing. A broken jar bought for 200 turned into a national treasure worth 10 billion in the blink of an eye. She instinctively glanced at Air Bao, who was snuggled on the sofa watching cartoons, feeling that this world was too crazy. Just as Master Qi was so excited he might have a heart attack. Crack. A crisp sound. Air Bao, trying to reach for a big red apple in the fruit bowl at the center of the coffee table, stepped directly on the edge of the state-stabilizing cauldron that was partially exposed. Using her chubby little foot to push off the ancient cauldron, missing a leg emitted a tortured metallic scraping sound. My little ancestor. Master Qi let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, his eyelids flipping, nearly fainting on the spot. Get down. That's a national treasure worth 1 billion. If you break it, even selling me won't be enough to cover it. He spread his arms trying to catch Air Bao, but was afraid of touching the ancient cauldron, jumping anxiously in place. Lu Chen simply scooped Air Bao into his arms. He handed the apple to his daughter and used a tissue to wipe the rust off her little feet. It's just a piece of scrap metal. If it breaks, I'll buy another one. Lu Chen's voice was flat as water, devoid of any ripples. As long as Air Bao likes it, using it to prop up the table is just right. The room fell into silence. Master Qi stared blankly, his mouth agape, feeling as though his worldviews had been shattered by a massive iron hammer. The national treasure, state-stabilizing cauldron worth 1 billion. A treasure that should be enshrined in the National Museum. In the eyes of this billionaire, it only deserved to be used as a table prop. And it was for the sake of making it easier for his daughter to reach an apple. This terrifying contrast of treating money like dirt and national treasures like weeds made Master Qi fully understand that the height at which this man stood was a cloud that he could never reach in his lifetime. Trembling, Master Qi got up from the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. He pulled out a gilded black envelope from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Lu Chen with both hands. Mr. Lu, your financial power is beyond the heavens. Ooh, I admire you greatly. Master Qi's voice carried deep respect. This is the supreme entrance ticket for the top auction of the underground black market tomorrow night. I've heard that you are searching for the origin of a dragon-patterned jade pendant. He lowered his voice, his expression serious. The highlight auction item tomorrow night is a 1,000-year-old cleansing herb. However, according to the internal news I've received, the mysterious seller of this herb is wearing a token similar to your. Lu Chen took the envelope. Rubbing his fingers over the seductive dark pattern of the flower on the envelope, a terrifying, killing intent that could freeze the soul suddenly erupted from his deep-set eyes. A clue finally appeared. No matter what monsters and demons were hidden in tomorrow night's underground auction, even if it's a den of tigers and dragons, he would pull up the truth from its roots. As night fell, the magic city, a city that never sleeps, was once again ignited by neon lights. Beneath 200 meters of the Huangpu River, deep within the abyss, an underground auction house reputed to be impregnable even by nukes, the lights blazed with extravagant opulence. In the vast circular auction hall, every leather sofa seated a magnate or underworld kingpin whose influence could shake the nation's economy. Lu Chen did not sit in the hall. Guided by Mu Yue, he strode directly into the heaven's top, supreme box suspended above the hall with the most panoramic view. Through the one-way bulletproof glass, Lu Chen lounged lazily on the sofa, his deep eyes coldly surveying the well-dressed elites below. He had not brought Xia Bingning or the children. Tonight's business might draw blood. As the dozens of multi-million-dollar antiques and calligraphy pieces were auctioned off one by one, the event reached its exhilarating climax. The hall's lights abruptly dimmed. For heavily armed security guards in tactical masks wheeled out a stage locked by an alloy security case. The chief auctioneer, wearing white gloves, spoke with trembling excitement. Esteemed guests, tonight's grand finale is a divine object that could overturn modern medical knowledge. The case opened. A small herb glowing with a faint blue light like carved crystal lay quietly within a temperature-controlled glass case. The legendary Supreme Elixir, the Millennium Marrow Cleansing Herb. Identified by top traditional Chinese medicine masters and research institutes both domestically and internationally, its active substances can completely reshape human genes. Extend life by 20 years, cure all known terminal diseases. Starting bid 1 billion yuan. Each increment shall not be less than 10 million yuan. The entire hall fell silent for a second. Then the room erupted like a depth charge dropped into the sea. Extend life by 20 years. For these plutocrats who had nothing left but money and were racing against death every day, it was worth not just 10 billion. They would sacrifice everything. 1.1 billion. 1.2 billion. 1.5 billion. The bidding paddles rose and fell, the numbers skyrocketing at a breathless pace. Within 2 minutes the price had smashed through the 2.5 billion mark. 3 billion. A sudden, arrogant young voice cut through the hall's clamor. Inside an ordinary VIP box on the second floor, Chu Feng, the capital's young master, who had fled shamefully after his failed confrontation at the Xia family, was now gripping the bidding remote. His face, hollowed by wine and women, was twisted with the arrogance of a man determined to win. This marrow cleansing herb was a life-extending medicine his father had ordered him to secure at all costs. 3 billion. Who else dares to challenge the Chu family of the capital? Chu Feng stood, hands on the box's railing, looking down at the audience. This herb is mine. Anyone who raises another paddle will be making an enemy of the entire Chu family. Several southern tycoons who had intended to bid hesitated at the name Chu family of the capital. They finally set down their paddles in defeat. 3 billion was a lot, but it was unwise to offend an entrenched capital clan over a herb. The auctioneer, seeing no further bids, suppressed his ecstasy and raised the gavel. 3 billion going once. 3 billion going twice. Chu Feng straightened his suit tie, a smug smirk curling at his lips. In his mind, he was already scheming how to use the herb to curry favor with his father while summoning Chu family resources to crush the man who had humiliated him, Lu Chen. 3 billion going 3. Just as the gavel was about to fall at the critical moment. Hold on. A voice, flat as if ordering afternoon tea, rang out clearly through the highest grade broadcast system, exploding in every corner of the hall. Everyone's head snapped up as gazes converged on the box that had remained dark until now. The symbol of supreme honor, heaven's top. Chu Feng's smile froze instantly. Inside the box, Lu Chen didn't even bother to look at the bidding remote. Lounging on the sofa with a glass of whiskey, he waved a hand lazily. Mu Yu behind him understood. She stepped to the box's microphone, and her icy voice through the speakers swept the hall like a Category 12 hurricane. Heaven's top bids 10 billion. Boom. The billionaires in the hall felt their eardrums pierced by a new... Someone's wine glass slipped to the floor. The crimson liquid splattered on expensive leather shoes, but they didn't notice. 10 billion. The starting bid was 1 billion, and others were raising by 10 million. This deity above had simply multiplied the bid by 3, and then some. Was he buying a herb or crushing? Chu Feng's face turned livid. He gripped the railing so hard his knuckles went white. 10 billion. Have you lost your mind? Chu Feng screamed hysterically at Heaven's Top. Stop pretending you're some big shot. The underground market's rules: if you can't pay, you get sunk in the Huangpu River. Lu Chen sat in the box watching Chu Feng hopping like a clown. He didn't even feel like retorting. Mu Yu picked up the microphone again, her voice still cold. I misspoke just now. For a moment a flicker of glee crossed Chu Feng's eyes, thinking the other side had caved. But the next second, Mu Yu's words cast him into an abyss of no return. My master says raising by 1 billion is too trouble. He doesn't have time to play number games with you. We bid 100 billion for this herb. The remaining 97 billion is a tip from my master to this auction house to buy tea for everyone present. 100 billion. And 97 billion extra as a tip. Shh. Clatter. The chief auctioneer's gavel smashed onto his own foot. But he dared not even cry out. His legs gave way, and he knelt on the auction stage, trembling violently and gasping for air as if on the verge of a heart attack. The so-called tycoons in the hall were crushed into dust by this overwhelming financial power. spending 100 billion to buy a herb. This was no mere tycoon, this was a walking money-printing machine incarnate. Chu Feng felt a violent churn in his chest. The world spun before his eyes. A mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips, splattering on his box's glass wall. 100 billion. Even selling the entire Chu family wouldn't raise half that cash. His pride as the capital's young master was worthless before this living hellspawn who threw bills around by the 100 billion. Any further bids? Mu Yu's cold voice echoed again. The hall was dead silent. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to breathe, afraid to draw the attention of the living ancestor in heaven's top. Since there are none, this herb is mine. Lu Chen set down his glass and stood. 10 minutes later, the Millennium Marrow cleansing herb locked in its security case was personally delivered into heaven's top by the trembling auction house owner. Lu Chen didn't look at the herb, he fixed his gaze on the owner. I heard the seller of this herb carries a dragon-patterned jade pendant. A terrifying gleam burst from Lu Chen's deep eyes. Where is he? The owner knelt on the floor, drenched in cold sweat. Master Lu, I'm not hiding anything. The seller vanished after delivering the herb, but before leaving he left a message. He said if anyone buys this herb for an exorbitant price and asks about the jade pendant. The owner swallowed hard, his voice trembling. He wants you to go to the abandoned, unfinished building in the west of the city at midnight tonight. Lu Chen's pupils contracted, murderous intent blazing. It seemed the rats who had pursued the Yi family back then were now eager to show themselves. He turned and walked out of the box into the underground garage. As he settled into the back seat of the bulletproof Maybach, bang! A black Mercedes-Benz G-Class cut across the Maybach's front, blocking the exit. The door opened. Chu Feng, blood still dripping from his mouth, his eyes red like a mad beast, leaped out with dozens of armed overseas bodyguards. He glared at Lu Chen inside the car, a gambler who had lost everything, screaming in desperate fury, Lu Chen, you dare cut off the Chu family's lifeline. Today you won't leave this garage. Chu Feng drew his sidearm, aiming at the Maybach's bulletproof glass. I will mobilize all the Chu family's resources, even if it bankrupts us, to make sure you and your whole family die without a burial. I will mobilize all the resources of the Chu family in the capital, even if it means bankrupting myself. I will ensure your entire family meets a gruesome end. Chu Feng's hoarse roar echoed through the vast underground parking lot. The cold metallic sheen of the gun barrel appeared especially chilling under the dim lights. Dozens of burly overseas mercenaries, their faces filled with brutishness, surrounded the black bulletproof Maybach in the center. The red dot of the infrared sight densely covered the windshield of the Maybach. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder ready to ignite. Several tycoons who had just exited the auction preparing to retrieve their cars were so frightened by the scene that they cowered behind a support pillar, trembling. The Chu family in the capital was a colossal entity that even the top tycoon of the magical city, the Xia family, feared. Chu Feng had completely lost his mind, planning to use firearms to kill on the territory of the magical city. The door of the Maybach emitted a dull mechanical unlocking sound. It slowly opened. Lu Chen, dressed in a black suit without a logo, stepped out of the car with calm composure. He did not glance at the dark gun barrels, nor at the frenzied Chu Feng. He merely closed the car door behind him and leaned casually against the cold, armored vehicle. With slender fingers, he fished out a box of mint candies from his pocket, poured out 2 pieces, and tossed them into his mouth. Still pretending to be tough even when death is imminent. Chu Feng looked at Lu Chen's nonchalant demeanor and felt a surge of wicked anger burning within his chest. He stepped forward, the gun's muzzle nearly pressed against Lu Chen's forehead. Do you think 1,000 billion in cash flow makes you invincible? In the face of the Chu family's power in the capital, your money is nothing but a pile of worthless paper. Chu Feng's eyes reddened with rage, spitting as he spoke. I have already called my dad. The Chu family controls 30% of the energy and infrastructure lifeblood of the entire nation. As long as I give the order, even if you have a mountain of gold, I can make it so that tomorrow in the magical city you won't be able to buy a grain of rice or drink a drop of water. He laughed maniacally, as if he could already envision Lu Chen kneeling in surrender, being trampled beneath his feet. Lu Chen crushed the mint candy in his mouth. A refreshing breath surged into his nostrils, suppressing the flicker of rage that was about to explode from his eyes. He finally lifted his eyelids and glanced at Chu Feng. It was a gaze that seemed to look upon the dead. There was no warmth, no emotion, only a high-handed disdain. The Chu family of the capital. Lu Chen's lips curled into a cold, bone-chilling sneer. Since you take such pride in it, let it disappear then. Chu Feng was momentarily stunned, then suddenly clutched his stomach and erupted into a piercing laugh. Make the Chu family disappear. Ha ha ha, have you lost your mind? The Chu family's public listing is worth several trillion, it's deeply rooted. Who do you think you are? The god of wealth. Lu Chen no longer wasted words. He slowly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers sharply in the air. Snap! The ghostly figure of Mu Yue, who had been standing behind Lu Chen, stepped forward immediately. She single-handedly lifted a black quantum computer equipped with a top-secret satellite antenna. Her slender fingers danced like a blur on the virtual keyboard. Lu Chen's voice was low and cold like that of a judge pronouncing a death sentence. Activate the system's capital pool. 200 billion. Short sell all of Chu family's stocks both domestically and internationally. No cost considerations, no profits. I want to see the Chu family stocks reduced to worthless paper within 5 minutes. As the order was given across the ocean, the 200 billion ultimate financial bomb hidden in the deep sea was instantly detonated. Countless hidden offshore accounts like sharks smelling blood furiously tore at every piece of flesh the Chu family had in the stock market. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. Chu Feng laughed until tears were about to fall. Short selling 200 billion. Are you filming a Hollywood sci-fi movie? I stand here today and watch you bring the Chu family to bankruptcy. He turned to the mercenaries preparing to order them to shoot and break both of Lu Chen's legs. Buzz, buzz. The special satellite phone in Chu Feng's pocket suddenly vibrated like a death knell. The harsh ringtone sounded particularly jarring in the underground garage. Chu Feng's smile froze for a moment. When he pulled out his phone and saw that the caller was his father, his heart sank sharp. An ominous premonition slithered up his spine like a venomous snake. His fingers trembled as he pressed the answer button. Before he could speak, a heart-wrenching, despairing howl from the head of the Chu family echoed from the other end. Beast! You ungrateful child! Which living ancestor did you provoke? The head of the Chu family roared, his voice clear in the ears of everyone present through the leaking receiver. 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. A massive amount of funds whose source cannot be traced is crashing down like a mad dog. The stocks of all 13 public companies under the Chu family were all firmly pressed down to the limit down. Those vampires on Wall Street are short-selling alongside. Our Chu family's market value of several trillion has completely evaporated. We now owe the bank over 800 billion in debts. The voice on the phone was thick with tears and despair. The creditors are already at our front gate with the police. The Chu family is finished. Completely bankrupt. You die out there. Never come back. Beep. 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 The call was abruptly disconnected, the busy tone cutting into Chu Feng's nerves like a rusty dull knife. Clatter. The customized satellite phone slipped from Chu Feng's sweaty palm and smashed onto the concrete floor, shattering into pieces. Chu Feng's mouth fell open and a wheezing sound escaped his throat. His proud Chu family in the capital and confidence he wielded. It had truly been crushed to dust within 5 minutes by 200 billion in cash flow. No, this isn't real. I must be dreaming. Chu Feng's legs went weak and he knelt directly before Lu Chen. His knees struck the hard ground with a muffled thud. He raised his head, staring blankly at Lu Chen leaning against the Maybach door, who hadn't changed his posture. Those eyes, previously filled with madness and murderous intent, had now completely lost focus. What kind of monster are you? Chu Feng's voice trembled uncontrollably, a puddle of yellow liquid soaking his pants. He had been scared to the point of losing his sanity. He extended his hands, flailing in the air, drooling, laughing. Money. So much money. I have money. I am young Master Chu. The overseas mercenaries, seeing their employer gone mad and hearing the news of the Chu family's bankruptcy, dared not fire their guns. They all dropped their weapons and scattered like birds and beasts encountering a plague. A siege against a billionaire had turned into a complete joke under the absolute crushing power of money. Lu Chen didn't even glance at the madman on the ground. He opened the Maybach's door and sat in the back seat. Back to the villa. The Maybach let out a low roar as it left the underground garage, speeding towards the direction of Diyuan No. 1. The night wind blew in through the half-open window. Lu Chen gazed at the rushing night scenery of the magical city outside the window, his profound eyes betraying no ripple. But what he didn't know was that while he used 200 billion to utterly destroy the Chu family in the capital, in the Diyuan No. 1 villa area, the first assassin, Viper, that Chu Feng had hired with a fortune from the international dark web before going mad, had already evaded all the external security and infrared surveillance. Like a black ghost, he silently slipped into the spacious and bright back kitchen of the villa. In Viper's hand was a miniature syringe containing colorless and odorless poison. His cold gaze fixated on the nourishing soup simmering in a clay pot, exuding a rich, meaty aroma. It was the late-night snack specially prepared by Xia Bingning for the 3 adorable kids. Gullah gullah. The sand pot bubbled with fine milky white bubbles, and the rich aroma of bone broth and meat spread throughout the spacious kitchen. Under the dim wall lamp, a tall, slender shadow cloaked in a black, tight-fitting outfit glided silently, like a weightless ghost. He pressed against the shadow of the marble countertop, sliding forward without a sound. The poison snake. The #1 gold medal assassin on the international dark web's bounty list. He had infiltrated the underground fortresses of Middle Eastern warlords, and had once slit the throat of a major drug lord right under the watchful eyes of dozens of special forces. Never missed a shot. This villa, known as the most secure in the Magic City, was to him as laughable as a public restroom with lax security. The poison snake's breathing rate dropped to its lowest. His right hand, clad in a black leather glove, steadily held a micro syringe the thickness of a finger. A few drops of colorless and odorless transparent liquid flowed in the syringe. Just one drop. It could create the illusion of a heart attack and sudden death in an adult elephant within 3 seconds. Even after the fact, not even the top forensic experts could find a trace of toxin residue. His gaze through tactical goggles was fixated on the steaming sand pot. According to the intelligence provided by his employer Chu Feng, this was a midnight soup specially prepared by Xia Bingning for those 3 little brats. The poison snake licked his cracked lips, of bloodthirsty ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Killing children was his specialty. The sight of innocent lives quietly fading away in their dreams always stirred a boiling excitement in his cold blood. He was less than 2 meters away from the sand pot. The specially made silent rubber-soled boots he wore made not a single sound as he moved. At that moment, he caught sight of a fat man at the stove out of the corner of his eye. It was Zhou, the private chef of the Liu family. A chubby man in a white chef's uniform stained with grease, his waist almost as exaggerated as his height. Fat Zhou had his back turned to the poison snake. His hefty body swayed rhythmically with a heavy iron wok in his hand, humming an unknown rural tune. The poison snake snorted dismissively, too lazy to spare him a glance. Just a foolish cook who could only stir. He was entirely oblivious to the death that had already raised its scythe behind him. Once the poison was administered, he would just have to slit this fat pig's throat after. The poison snake raised his arm, holding his breath. The slender needle tip was steadily aimed at the vent hole on the lid of the sandpot. His thumb pressed against the syringe's plunger, ready to inject the lethal toxin into the broth. Just at this critical moment, a wave of heat hot enough to distort the air suddenly rolled in from the side. Fat Joe's heavy iron wok jerked upward. The gas flame on the stove instantly flared up more than half a meter high, the red and blue flames illuminating the entire dim kitchen. Who's blocking the wind here? Didn't you see I was frying the pan? Get out of the way. Accompanied by a loud, impatient scold, Chef Zhou turned around abruptly. The heavy iron spatula in his hand, smeared with scalding oil and chopped green onions, produced a terrifying whistle as it sliced through the air. Like a mountain crashing down, it swept toward the poison snake. The poison snake's pupils constricted sharply. The force of the wind, akin to a tsunami, slapped against his face, stinging his cheeks. His proud assassin instincts failed to react before this seemingly chaotic, yet utterly sealing blow. He had completely lost the time to respond. Bang! A dull thud comparable to a massive gong reverberated in the quiet kitchen. The heavy iron spatula struck squarely and precisely against the poison snake's forehead. Scalding oil splattered across his face, but it was nowhere near as clear and real as the sensation of his skull shattering. This world-class assassin, feared by countless international oligarchs, couldn't even muster a half-heart. He felt as if his brain had been hit heat-in by a fully loaded dump truck. His eyelids flipped violently, revealing his body fell straight back. Thud! The poison snake crashed down into the dark corner beneath the marble counter like a soulless dead pig. The micro syringe in his hand rolled aside, shattering upon impact with the toxin seeping into the cracks of the tiles. Chef Zhou didn't even glance at the fallen figure. He deftly rinsed the spatula under the faucet, continued to stir-fry the sea cucumber, and muttered to himself, "Today's thieves are really blind, stealing right in the kitchen. You've ruined the timing. The young masters will complain that the sea cucumber is too tough to chew." Half an hour later, the black bulletproof Maybach drove into the underground garage of Di Yuan Yihao. Lu Chen pushed open the car door, changed into slippers, and strode into the brightly lit living room. The air was filled with the rich aroma of the meal, mixed with a barely perceptible hint of blood. Lu Chen paused slightly, a glint of alertness flashing in his deep gaze. Following the scent, he headed straight for the kitchen, next to the marble counter. The once invincible international gold medal assassin was now tightly bound with thick hemp ropes, tossed next to a plastic garbage bin. The binding was professional, a dead, not used in rural slaughterhouses to tie up pigs for slaughter. The more he struggled, the tighter it became. The poison snake had a large, swollen, purplish-red bump on his forehead, resembling a fermented bun. One could vaguely make out the complete imprint of a frying spatula. He remained in a deep coma, his lips twitching involuntarily, producing a few bubbles of white froth. Chef Zhou walked out holding a plate of freshly cooked, brightly colored sea cucumber. He wiped his hands on his apron and smiled broadly at Lu Chen. "Young master, you're back. Just now a masked little thief was sneaking in to steal a sip of soup. I knocked him out with a single spatula swing. What should we do with this garbage?" Lu Chen glanced down at the poison snake on the ground. His gaze then fell upon the shattered micro syringe, his pupils narrowing slightly. A poisoned syringe, night attire, tactical goggles. This was no mere little thief. This was a professionally trained assassin. Chu Feng's stray dog, even after going bankrupt, couldn't resist taking a bite. His reach was indeed long enough. A cold, bone-chilling mockery tugged at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. A dignified international assassin infiltrating the home of a billionaire to poison him only to be taken down by a chef wielding a frying spatula. If this were to reach the dark web, it would surely make his peers laugh till they cried. He raised his hand ready to call Mu Yu to dispose of this pile of hazardous trash in the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Da-da-da. A series of light, crisp footsteps came from the direction of the dining room. 4-year-old Dabao dressed in cotton pajamas adorned with green dinosaur patterns waddled over on his short legs. The little guy was clutching that specially made micro-tablet computer. He adjusted his blue light-blocking glasses perched on his nose, not even sparing the fallen assassin a glance. Dabao looked up, his bright, clear eyes gazing at Lu Chen. Dad, I just intercepted a very strange encrypted communication wave. Dabao raised his hand holding up. The screen didn't display a cartoon, but was filled with a dizzying array of tracking codes. I traced the communication frequency of this bad uncle lying on the ground and pinpointed his location. Dabao's chubby little hand gently tapped the screen. A highly classified three-dimensional electronic defense map, marked with the stars and stripes, slowly appeared in the center of the screen. A red positioning dot was locking onto a huge building with a pentagonal structure across the ocean. Dabao blinked, his childish voice filled with eager excitement. Dad, this place called the Pentagon looks as if its firewall is made of paper. Can I take you in to explore? Dabao raised the specially made mini tablet high. The eerie blue light of the screen cast a pale glow on the young boy's delicate fair-skinned cheeks. A long string of encrypted code as complex as a sea of stars and wildly interwoven in spirals scrolled rapidly across the screen. Any ordinary hacker would feel their brain overloaded and their system crash at a single glance. That was the highest-level defense array of the international dark web, built by hundreds of supercomputers, the Wall of Size. Lu Chen bent down and took the tablet. His deep gaze merely swept over the screen casually. The code is a bit cumbersome, riddled with loopholes. A faint carefree smile curled at the corner of Lu Chen's lips. He picked up Dabao with one arm and strode to the spacious leather sofa in the living room, sitting down. He placed Dabao securely on his lap. Since they like playing hide and seek, Daddy will teach you how to tear down their rat holes. Lu Chen held Dabao's chubby, two hands, one large and one small, covered the tiny virtual keyboard simultaneously. Watch closely. The underlying logic of the dark web relies on node hopping through the onion routing protocol. Lu Chen's voice was gentle and magnetic, as if teaching his son how to build blocks. You just need to implant a self-limiting Trojan virus to cut off their backbone network's handshake protocol. Dabao's eyes, hidden behind his anti-blue light glasses, instantly lit up with excited brilliance. His 10 little fingers, like small carrots, began tapping rapidly on the keyboard under Lu Chen's guidance. Tap, 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 tap. The crisp tapping sounds formed a series of pleasant notes in the quiet living room. Under the boost of the system's black tech level hacker skills, each keystroke from father and son transformed into an invisible blade, precisely piercing the weakest fatal points of the dark web's defense system. In just 3 minutes. Click. Dabao pressed the enter key hard. The spiral of code on the screen instantly collapsed, shattering into countless red fragments. A vast map hidden deep within the abyss of the deep web was completely exposed before the father and son. The dark web, this underground criminal empire that had baffled global law enforcement. Its core database, all hit lists of assassins, and the flow of funds worldwide were all laid bare in that moment, stripped down to their very foundations. Daddy, I'm in. Dabao clapped his little hands, excitedly pointing at a skull icon representing destroy on the screen. Should I blow it up? Blow it, Lu Chen said calmly. Dabao decisively pressed the confirm key. At the same time, inside the dark web server room beneath an ancient castle in the European mountains, ear-piercing alarms of the highest level tore through the night. Hundreds of supercomputers, each costing hundreds of millions, had their CPUs overloaded and caught fire within the same second. Thick black smoke and flames soared into the sky. The entire nerve center of the assassin organization was completely wiped out within 3 minutes. Huh. Dabao let out a soft sound of surprise, swiping his little finger across the screen. Daddy, there's a hidden springboard channel in this bad uncle's communication frequency band. It seems to connect to a bigger fortress. Can Dabao crawl along the internet cable to take a look? Lu Chen was just raising a teacup to drink, and upon hearing this, he smiled casually. Go play, but be careful. With his father's permission, Dabao, like a curious child with a new toy, once again threw himself into tapping the keyboard. His small hands left a blur of motion on the screen. That fearless raw hacker talent shone brilliantly in that moment. Time ticked by. 5 minutes later. Dabao stopped, looked up, and blinked his big eyes at Lu Chen. Daddy, the door to this fortress was so easy to open. I just pushed it and walked right in. He turned the tablet around and handed it to Lu Chen. Look, there are so many red buttons here and icons like fireworks. Can Dabao press them? Lu Chen swallowed the warm water in his mouth. He cast a casual glance at the tablet screen. The next second, this devoted father, who had weathered countless storms and could casually throw around billions in cash flow, felt his pupils uncontrollably contract sharply. Huff, cough, cough, cough. Lu Chen spat out a mouthful of water, coughing violently. He snatched the tablet from Dabao's hands, staring intently at the top-secret operation interface on the screen marked with the stars and stripes. That was no firework icon. That was the heart of the world's highest military power across the ocean, the Pentagon. And where Dabao's tender little finger had almost pressed, there was clearly a line of crimson English abbreviations: Nuclear Launch Silo Highest Control Authority Unlocked. This kid Dabao had, through the dark web's encrypted springboard, hacked all the way into the Pentagon's top-secret defense nerve center. And he had obtained the nuclear launch codes. If he had pressed that button, not just Shanghai, but half the planet would have turned to scorched earth tonight. Overseas in the Pentagon's underground command center, chaos had erupted like a boiling pot. Blazing red warning lights flashed frantically, casting everyone's faces pale as paper. Deafening air raid sirens echoed through every corner. A white officer with a general's rank drenched in cold sweat grabbed the chief cybersecurity officer by the collar. "What's happening? Why has the Launch Silos Authority been hijacked from outside?" he roared, spittle flying into the other's face. The security officer stared at the chaotic warning codes jumping on the screen, his hands trembling so much he couldn't even type. "General, an untraceable ghost code has breached all our firewalls. They've obtained the launch codes. We've lost complete control over the nuclear weapons." The security officer clutched his head in despair, his voice hoarse. "My God, which country launched a cyber-nuclear war? We can't even find where the IP address on the planet." The entire command center fell into dead silence. All the top military brass slumped in their chairs, waiting for the end to come. "Pull the network cable. Now." The general suddenly snapped back to reality, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Cut all external physical connections. Engage manual lock procedures." Amidst the panicked chaos, several technicians scrambled into the server room and used tactical knives to sever the transoceanic fiber optic cables thicker than an arm. In Shanghai at DUN No. 1, Lu Chen stared at the connection lost prompt that suddenly popped up on the tablet screen, exhaling a long breath of relief. He wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, looking with lingering fear at Dabao, who was sitting on his lap with an innocent face. What a reckless child. From now on he absolutely couldn't let him touch anything with an internet cable. "Daddy, where did the fireworks go?" Dabao pouted, looking disappointed. Lu Chen pinched Dabao's soft, plump cheek, a helpless, bitter smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Those fireworks were too loud. They would wake up your little brother and sister. Next time Daddy will take you to set off something more fun." He turned off the tablet and tossed it casually into a corner of the sofa. Then he picked up Dabao and walked to the center of the living room. At that moment, Xia Bingning had just finished her bath, descending the stairs in a silk robe. Her hair was still damp and her eyes revealed the exhaustion from the recent corporate crisis and family pressure. Seeing the bound assassin in the living room, she was only slightly startled, without much surprise. By this man's side, she had witnessed too many incredible things. Lu Chen walked up to his wife. He reached out his broad hand and gently smoothed away the slight frown on Xia Bingning's forehead. "Dear, Shanghai has been too chaotic lately. First the relatives pressuring you, now assassins running around." Lu Chen's voice was gentle, carrying an undeniable tenderness. "The company matters have stabilized. You're too tired, you need to rest." He looked down at his wife, who raised her face, and at their son in his arms. A tender longing flickered in the depths of his eyes. "Tomorrow morning, let's take the whole family on a vacation. We'll go to our private island in the South Pacific, just to take the kids to the backyard for some relaxation." The next day dawned bright and clear. A massive Boeing 747 custom private jet, an airborne Leviathan, let out a deafening roar on the private runway of Modu International Airport. The fuselage lifted abruptly like a silver Kunping, piercing through the clouds, heading straight for the South Pacific. 8 hours later, the plane touched down smoothly on a high-standard private asphalt runway. The cabin door opened slowly. A gust of sea breeze tinged with a faint salty tang, and the scent of coconut rushed in, instantly dispelling the fatigue of the journey. This was Qingluo Island, which Lu Chen had casually bought with the pocket money rewarded by the system and named after his mother-in-law. A 300-hectare overseas paradise far removed from the hustle and bustle of the world. "Wow, what a beautiful sea." The second treasure dashed out of the cabin first. The little girl wore a pink floral children's swim dress and an exaggerated wide-brimmed straw hat. She leaned excitedly on the railing of the gangway, pointing at the distant sea with jelly-like transparency and layered blue-green hues, her big eyes sparkling with dazzling light. The first treasure and the third treasure followed closely behind. The three little ones, like birds freed from a cage, hopped and skipped down the gangway, dashing straight toward the private beach, which was as white as snow and as fine as flour. Lu Chen held Xia Bingning's hand and walked slowly down the plane. Xia Bingning had changed out of her usual business suit and was wearing a bohemian-style white long dress. The sea breeze caressed her soft hair, and the hem of her skirt fluttered in the wind. On her exquisitely beautiful cold face, all defenses and fatigue had rarely melted away, revealing a breathtaking languid beauty. "Welcome, Mr. Lu and Ms. Xia to Qingluo Island. Beside the runway, the island's butler, who had been waiting for a long time, led over 100 foreign servants in matching white uniforms. They bent down in unison, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, the highest standard of courtesy. The butler was a British gentleman in his 50s with immaculately combed hair. He respectfully handed over an island map, an itinerary printed on gold foil. Xia Bingming, her arm linked with Lu Chen's, looked past the butler's shoulder toward the island's interior. Although she had known that Lu Chen had bought an island, and was long accustomed to modest splendor, when she saw the scene before her with her own eyes, her red lips still parted slightly, and a deep shock flickered in her eyes. They were not just a few simple seaside villas. They were 3 massive architectural clusters built against the mountains and beside the waters, exuding a futuristic, technological, and luxurious artistic aura. Each villa came with a private infinity pool, a private helipad, and a bulletproof glass dome. Looking further into the distance, in a private harbor deep enough to dock a nuclear submarine, a row of streamlined luxury yachts was parked in perfect order. The sunlight reflected off those yachts, each costing tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, casting a dazzling golden glow of wealth. This was no mere resort island, it was clearly the overseas palace of some superpower. Honey. Xia Bingming instinctively gripped Lu Chen's arm tighter, her voice trembling slightly. Is this really just the back garden you mentioned? Recalling Lu Chen's casual attitude in front of her mother, an indescribable sense of absurdity surged within her. Treating an island that rivaled an imperial palace as a back garden. Such a tycoon's move shattered all her previous notions of wealth. Lu Chen let out a soft laugh. He reached out and gently tapped his wife's delicate nose, his eyes full of indulgence and affection. Buying a spacious place for the kids to run wild. That's perfectly reasonable, isn't it? Come on, let's lie down on the beach for a while. Sun sand surf. Lu Chen changed into a loose pair of beach shorts, bare-chested. His body, reshaped by the physique of an ancient martial arts grandmaster, had muscles as perfectly defined as those of a classical Greek sculpture, without an ounce of excess fat. He lounged comfortably on a beach chair, wearing sunglasses and holding an iced coconut mojito mixed by a top-tier bartender. Not far away in the shallow waters, the 3 adorable kids were having a blast. The third treasure bare-handedly grabbed an Alaskan king crab the size of a wash basin and waved it excitedly toward the shore like a dumbbell. The second treasure squatted in the sand, directing a group of hermit crabs to race in lines. The first treasure, still wearing his blue light filtering glasses, held a small shovel, seemingly studying the bearing mechanics of sandcastles. Xia Bingming walked barefoot on the soft sand, half of her long dress, but holding a straw hat, and laughing as she chased after the children. The sea breeze carried the crisp laughter of 1 adult and 3 children. Lu Chen took a sip of the icy drink, watching this warm, peaceful scene. He felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment deep within. What were the young masters of the capital or overseas plutocrats? In his eyes, none of them could compare to the smiles of his wife and children at this moment. This was the life of a true tycoon that Lu Chen desired. In the afternoon, the sunlight grew gentler. Daddy, let's go on the big boat and watch dolphins. The second treasure ran over with a string of wet footprints, threw herself into Lu Chen's arms, and shook his arm while acting cute. Sure. Lu Chen put down his glass and scooped up his daughter with one arm. A Topophthaline luxury yacht, $50 million in value and 80 meters long, slowly pulled out of the private harbor under the command of its exclusive captain. The white hull left a long white wake on the azure sea. On the top deck of the yacht, Xia Bingming leaned against Lu Chen's shoulder, enjoying the sea breeze. A few playful dolphins leaped out of the water, chasing and frolicking beside the yacht, drawing exclamations of delight from the 3 kids. Just as the family was immersed in this rare tranquility. Beep, beep, beep. A sharp, piercing radar alarm suddenly sounded from the yacht's cockpit. Lu Chen frowned, his formerly languid gaze instantly sharpening. With his grandmaster-level superhuman eyesight, he didn't need the radar to spot the anomaly in the distance. At the horizon, under the glow of the setting sun, 3 small black dots were hurtling toward the yacht at an abnormally frantic speed, tearing through the waves. They were 3 heavily modified high-speed military speedboats. On the mast of each speedboat hung a chilling black skull flag that fluttered loudly in the gale. Master Mu Yue, who had been lurking like a shadow on the lower deck, appeared behind Lu Chen like a ghost. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty chill. They are armed pirates active in this area. They have locked onto our yacht. Mu Yu's voice was icy cold, her hand already resting on her waist. The 3 speedboats were extremely fast. In just a few breaths, the armed men on the speedboats, bare-chested with fierce faces, became clearly visible. They held AK-47 assault rifles, and some even carried RPG rocket launchers. Obscene whistles and shouts drifted over on the sea breeze. Rat-a-tat. A long burst of gunfire rang out. Several rounds of bullets hit the sea ahead of the yacht, sending up half-meter-high columns of water, clearly warning shots. The pirate leader stood on the bow of the middle speedboat. He raised a rusty machete pointing at the enormous luxurious yacht, his eyes full of greedy glints. This boat was obviously a top-grade fat sheep. Kidnapping the people on board would easily net tens of millions in ransom. Listen up, everyone. The pirate leader roared at his men. Move in. Kill the men on sight. Keep the women and kids for ransom. The pirate leader's roar echoed arrogantly across the wind to the yacht's top deck. 3 high-speed speedboats, flying black skull flags like 3 daggers, lunged at the yacht's side in a triangular formation. The roar of the engines nearly drowned out the crashing waves. Several dark AK-47 muzzles were already aimed menacingly at the yacht's cockpit. Xia Bingming's face turned pale. Though she had weathered storms in the business world, this was a matter of armed, ruthless pirates. Instinctively, she spread her arms to shield Debao Erbao and Xiaobao behind her. No matter how aloof and strong-willed she usually was as a mother, her only instinct now was to block bullets with her own flesh and blood. Lu Chen felt his wife's trembling shoulder. He reached out his warm, broad hand, gently grasped Xia Bingming's icy fingers, and pulled her into his firm chest. Don't be afraid, just a few flies. Take the kids to the cabin and have some fruit. Lu Chen's voice was as steady as the sea, carrying a strange magic that could calm the soul. Not even a ripple of tension showed in those deep eyes. Xia Bingming gazed at Lu Chen's cool, composed profile. Her panicked heartbeat miraculously calmed. She nodded, led the 3 adorable children, and under the escort of 2 dark web bodyguards entered the bulletproof luxury cabin. Bang! Several grappling hooks with barbs viciously hooked onto the yacht's railing. The pirate leader, a cheap cigar clamped between his teeth, grabbed the rope with practiced skill, and like a nimble monkey was the first to vault onto the yacht's wide teak deck. Behind him, a dozen shirtless pirates covered in tattoos jumped aboard with yells. All of you get on your knees and put your hands on your heads. Anyone who resists gets thrown into the sea to feed the fish. The pirate leader raised his rusty machete, scanning arrogantly, but the mad grin on his face had yet to fully bloom. Before it froze on his fleshy face, there were no panicked, screaming rich people on the deck. Only a tall, slender Eastern man in casual beach shorts. He leaned against the top railing, a glass of iced mojito in hand, looking down at them from above. His gaze was like that of a spectator watching a few clowns in a circus. The pirate leader felt his dignity severely challenged. He raised his machete and pointed it at Lu Chen's nose. Yellow monkey, are you scared, stupid? Get down on your knees. Before he could finish, shwa, 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 over a dozen ghostly black figures materialized without warning from every corner of the yacht. Mu Yue, in a black tailcoat and stiletto heels, appeared before the pirate leader as if by teleportation. Her cold, lifeless almond eyes flashed with a piercing chill. The pirate leader didn't even see how she struck. He only felt an excruciating pain in his wrist. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking. The machete fell from his hand. Before it hit the deck, Mu Yu kicked it away and it flew like a silver streak into the distant sea. Then Mu Yu's long right leg, like a steel whip, tore through the air with a terrifying sonic boom. Bang! It landed solidly on the pirate leader's chest. The 200-pound brute flew back like a broken kite, crashing into the railing at the deck's edge. 5 or 6. A mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth spewed out. Meanwhile, the underlings who had followed the leader hadn't even had time to pull their triggers. They were disarmed by the lurking dark web bodyguards in just 3 seconds, like fallen leaves swept away by an autumn gale. The dull thuds of impacts and the sharp cracks of broken bones merged into one. A dozen pirates were pinned to the teak deck like dead dogs, their cheeks scraped bloody against the rough wood grain. The fight ended too fast. So fast that the pirate leader barely had time to spit out the half-smoked cigar. Young master, how should we dispose of this trash? Mu Yu took out a white silk handkerchief, leisurely wiped her hands as if she had just swatted a few mosquitoes. Dump them into the sea or hang them from the mast to bleed. Hearing this, the pirate leader, prostrate on the deck, trembled violently. He finally realized that this wasn't a fat sheep he had hijacked. This was a Trex disguised in sheep's clothing. The skill and killing intent of these bodyguards were 10 times more terrifying than any top-tier mercenary he had ever seen. Mister, spare us. We failed to recognize a true master. Ignoring the sharp pain in his chest, the pirate leader frantically kowtowed on the deck, his forehead thudding loudly. Lu Chen swirled the glass in his hand. The ice clinked against the glass. He took a sip of the cold drink, a flicker of disgust passing through his eyes. My wonderful vacation mood ruined by you uncultured brutes. Lu Chen's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Killing you would dirty my deck, and I'd have to clean it. The pirate leader, hearing that he might not die, wept with joy. But Lu Chen's next words plunged him into an icy abyss. I hear you pirates are usually bored. Hey, race the deal. Lu Chen put down his glass and snapped his fingers. Go to the study and bring some copies of 300 Tang poems. In less than half a minute, a few bodyguards brought several thick children's annotated editions and threw them before the pirates. I'm quite merciful. A sardonic smirk curled at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. They'll give you half an hour. Each of you will memorize 1 Tang poem. It must be recited with proper pronunciation. Any accent is unacceptable. They'll test you in half an hour. For each wrong character. Lu Chen pointed at the turbulent deep sea below the yacht, where several shark fins were vaguely visible. Throw him into the water tied to a rope to feed the sharks once. When he recites it correctly, pull him back up. A dead silence fell over the deck. The pirates stared at the heavenly book of square characters before them, their eyes nearly popping out. These illiterate foreign thugs who couldn't even write their own names and could barely say hello. We're now supposed to memorize an ancient Chinese poem in half an hour. With perfect pronunciation. No, devil. You're a devil. A black pirate broke down crying. Time starts now. Without a second glance at their whales, Lu Chen turned and walked into the cabin. For the next half hour, a surreal, absurd scene unfolded on this stretch of sea. A dozen heavily tattooed, savage-looking foreign pirates knelt on the deck. Like schoolboys being punished by a teacher, clutching the 300 Tang poems, weeping and stammering as they recited. Why? Window. Bright. Moon. The pirate leader was sweating profusely, his tongue nearly tied in knots. The moment he mispronounced a syllable, a dark web bodyguard kicked him straight into the sea. Splashed. Icy seawater engulfed him instantly. Several sharks, drawn by the scent of blood, quickly gathered and opened their gaping jaws. Help! He'll recite. He'll recite. I suspect it's frost on the ground. It's frost. Oh. The pirate leader let out a miserable scream in the sea. The bodyguard pulled him halfway up with a rope, and he gave bad pronunciation. Keep feeding. Splashed. Another intimate encounter with the sharks. This cruel cultural education lasted for a full 2 hours. Only after all the pirates had almost vomited their bile did they trembling manage to recite the entire quiet night thought in standard Mandarin. Only then did Lu Chen mercifully order the terrified broken pirates along with their speedboats to be bundled back into the sea. It was safe to assume that for the rest of their lives the mere sight of square characters would trigger a physical vomiting reflex. The 3-day island vacation passed in the blink of an eye. The Boeing 747 private jet once again landed at Magic City International Airport. This trip had rapidly warmed the family of 5, and the girlish lightness in Xia Bingning's smile had grown. Returning to Dun No. One villa, it was already dusk. Xia Bingning changed into a soft silk loungewear set. She gathered Lu Chen's beach shorts and casual jacket left on the sofa, ready to put them in the washing machine. As a wife, she savored these mundane little routines of tidying her husband's clothes. Just as she picked up the jacket and was about to empty the pockets. Clatter! A pure black metal card slipped from the inner pocket of the jacket and fell onto the polished wooden floor with a clear, dull sound. Xia Bingning froze. She bent down and picked up the card. It was heavy in her hand. The cold titanium alloy gleamed with a dark luster under the light. In the center of the card was a hand-engraved, imposing Roman centurion bust. No issuing bank. No cardholder name. Not even a magnetic stripe or a scratch-off code on the back. Only a unique, global anti-counterfeiting serial number. Xia Bingning's pupils constricted sharply, and her breath completely stopped in that instant. Clatter! The pure black metal card landed on the solid wood floor, emitting a crisp, muffled sound. Xia Bingning bent down and picked up the titanium alloy card, which carried a faint chill. The hand-carved Roman centurion portrait on the card's surface reflected a cold, eerie gleam under the crystal chandelier. This was a mysterious black card devoid of any pin scratches or issuer markings. Having navigated the treacherous waters of commerce for years, Xia Bingning naturally recognized this American Express Centurion Black card as symbol of the world's most elite power. But hadn't Lu Chen already had Erbao discard one outside the hospital entrance? How had another one surfaced? Could this be a secret little treasury my husband has been quietly stashing away? This thought flashed through Xia Bingning's mind, and her icy demeanor instantly evaporated. Like a young wife who had caught her husband misbehaving, a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes. Before their marriage, she had heard that wealth corrupts men, and they all try to hoard secret funds. Though Lu Chen was a tycoon who could casually throw around hundreds of billions, he was still a man. It seemed perfectly reasonable for him to stash away a little pocket money. Let me see just how much pocket money is hidden in our Wonder Dad's little treasury. A smile played on Xia Bingning's lips as she pulled out her custom smartphone. She opened the internal encrypted app for global asset inquiry and entered the unique anti-counterfeit code from the black card. Then she tapped search. An hourglass loading icon appeared on the screen. Xia Bingning casually brushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear. In her view, Lu Chen's hundreds of billions worth of enterprises were already largely exposed. At most, this card hidden in his pocket might hold a few tens of millions, maybe 100 million as emergency funds. 2 seconds later, a crisp ding rang out. The search results popped up. Xia Bingning glanced at the screen nonchalantly. The first thing she saw was a dense row of zeros. Xia Bingning's smile froze. She rubbed her eyes and brought the phone closer in disbelief. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions. Xia Bingning's heart clenched and her breath stopped completely in that instant. The available cash balance displayed on the screen was a staggering 1 trillion. 1 trillion RMB. Pure cash flow. Demand deposit. And that wasn't all. Below that terrifying number was a lengthy list of assets annotated in multiple languages. Equity-controlled enterprises Lungsun Technology LVMH Greater China Overseas Gold Mines of Star Rock Mining Partial Anonymous Equity in the Rothschild family. Total valuation incalculable exceeding the upper limit of any single nation's foreign exchange reserves on Blue Star. Thud. Xia Bingning's hand trembled, and the expensive custom phone crashed onto the floor. Cracks spiderwebbed across the screen. Her mind went blank, and the room seemed to spin around her. 1 trillion. This was pocket money. Which man's pocket money could buy an entire moderately developed country? The entire Xia Group had toiled for a century, yet its total assets barely reached 1 or 200 billion. She the proud first female CEO of Modu. In the face of her husband's casually uncovered little treasury, felt no better than a beggar on the street. Xia Bingning gasped for air, her chest heaving violently. Not even bothering to put on slippers, she dashed out of the bedroom barefoot, clutching the black card. In the study, Lu Chen was leaning back behind a spacious rosewood desk reviewing several documents. Hearing the hurried footsteps, he looked up. Xia Bingning stormed in like a whirlwind, and with a bang, she locked the study door behind her. Her eyes redrimmed, she gripped the black card tightly and walked to the desk. Lu Chen. Her voice carried a tremor and a hint of tears. Tell me honestly, how many more things are you hiding from me? She slapped the black card onto the table, her eyes shimmering with watery light. I just checked this card. There's 1 trillion in it. Do you know that when I saw that number, I almost thought the earth was about to be destroyed? Lu Chen looked at his wife, who appeared startled and aggrieved like a wronged little bride. He put down the documents. Rounding the desk, he walked over to Xia Bingning and pulled her tightly into his arms. You didn't even put on shoes for something this trivial. Looking down at her bare, delicate feet on the cold wooden floor, his eyes were filled with tenderness. He swept her up in a princess carry and laid her gently on the soft leather sofa. Honey, it's not that I meant to keep. Kneeling on one knee before the sofa, Lu Chen held Xia Bingning's slightly cool fingers, his voice indulgent, yet helpless. It's just that my money multiplies too fast. The system gives me rewards every single day, and I don't even have time to glance at them. That 1 trillion is probably just the breathing interest from the past few days. Xia Bingning stared at Lu Chen dumbfounded. Breathing interest. Others breathe and spend money. He breathes and earns money. She suddenly felt that all the business values she had built over 2 decades were being ground into dust by this man. I don't care how much money you have, you're my husband. Xia Bingning sniffled, her eyes red. Suddenly she threw her arms around Lu Chen's neck, pressing her burning cheek against his broad chest, listening to the powerful heartbeat. Even if you're really an alien here to destroy the earth, I'm sticking with you. Her voice was soft and sweet, carrying a captivating coyness. Before this man who held the world's destiny in his hands, she shed all her armor, simply a woman yearning. Lu Chen's heart warmed as he held her tighter. Their breaths intertwined in the silent study, and the tension slowly rose. The atmosphere was perfectly intimate. Lu Chen lowered his head about to kiss her rosy lips. Just at this tender moment, sizzle, the 80-inch LCD TV on the wall used for broadcasting real-time flickered violently. The evening analysis of the Modu stock market that had been playing was forcibly cut off. A news anchor with a grave, almost panicked expression appeared in the center of the screen. Beneath the screen, a glaring red bold subtitle scrolled, Breaking Global Emergency News. The anchor's voice boomed through the study speakers. Moments ago, Wall Street and multiple international intelligence agencies issued a joint statement regarding the mysterious tycoon known as Mr. Lu, who has recently stirred up global capital markets and casually acquired $100 billion conglomerates. His true identity has allegedly been exposed. The anchor swallowed hard, his voice trembling. According to reliable sources, this supermogul, who controls nearly half of Blue Star's economic lifeline, is currently living incognito in Modu Xia Kingdom. Moreover, he is likely the rumored Livian son-in-law of the Modu Xia Group. On the TV screen, a blurry side profile of Lu Chen, surreptitiously photographed at an amusement park, was prominently displayed. On the television screen, although the photo of the figure was heavily pixelated, the tall and slender silhouette, along with the unique pose of holding a cute child, was unmistakable. To those familiar with him, it was as clear as if it were Lu Chen's ID photo. Lu Chen stared at the television screen, and a barely perceptible frown crossed his brow. During this period, in order to resolve the crisis and appease his wife and children, he had casually spent money to acquire private hospitals, educational groups, and even monopolized the entire toy industry in the country. His actions were indeed a bit excessive. It was only a matter of time before those media outlets as sensitive as hyenas tracked him down. Husband, is this really you? Xia Bingning covered her mouth, staring at the rapidly scrolling list of billions in assets on the TV, her voice trembling. Although she had already seen the trillion balance just moments ago, when this man's wealth was truly exposed to the spotlight of the world, the shock still made her scalp tingle. At that moment, Lu Chen's phone in his pocket vibrated violently. The screen flashed the words Fat Su. Lu Chen pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, Su Ming's deafening roar erupted from the earpiece. "Chen Gu, are you even human?" Fat Su gasped on the other, in the background filled with a cacophony of startled voices. The ride-hailing driver group just exploded. Everyone is spreading rumors that the mysterious tycoon who bought half of the Magic City is you. That old broken Jetta you drove back then is now a relic, with even its screws being used as feng shui objects. Fat Su swallowed hard, his voice imbued with a surreal absurdity. "Chinga, tell me honestly, did you drive for ride-hailing back then to experience the hardships of the common people?" Lu Chen pinched his brow, sighing in resignation. "I really had no money at the time. I just wanted to be a low-key ride-hailing driver who knew I would accidentally become a tycoon." This statement floated lightly, but in Fat Su's ears it sounded like a 100,000-ton nuclear bomb of arrogance, shattering his understanding into pieces. Wanting to be a low-key ride-hailing driver only to accidentally become the richest man in the world. Can a person even say something like that? Chen Gu, if those hard-working capitalists hear this, they might just jump off a building in anger. Fat Su hung up the phone with a bitter smile. Lu Chen ended the call and walked to the giant floor-to-ceiling window in the study. Through the bulletproof glass, he saw the enormous pure copper sculpted gate of the Diyuan No. 1 villa area. At this moment it had turned into a sea of people. Hundreds of top domestic and international media vans blocked the tree-lined road outside the villa area. The blinding magnesium lights flashed like daylight, almost igniting the dark night sky. Countless reporters armed with cameras surged forward like they were on adrenaline. Dozens of fully armed villa security personnel holding riot shields and sweating profusely formed a human wall, but still could not stop this frenzy of unrecognized royalty. "Mr. Lu, are you really the rumored mastermind behind the Rothschild family? Director Lu, you monopolized the global tech lifeline. Oh, what's your next step in building a business empire? God, Lu, I heard you drove for ride-hailing for love. Is that true?" The reporter's desperate shouts, even through hundreds of meters and bulletproof glass, faintly reached the study. Lu Chen adjusted his wristwatch, his deep gaze devoid of warmth. He detested trouble, especially trouble that could shatter his peaceful life. If his identity were completely exposed, his 3 adorable children would be stared at by countless eyes while going to school, and his wife while shopping. How could that still be considered a warm daily life? "Muyu." Lu Chen's voice was deep as water. Without turning around, a black shadow suddenly appeared half a step behind him. "Young master, do you need me to handle all the people outside?" Muyu's voice was as cold as ice, her hand already resting on her waist. With just one command from Lu Chen, even if there were thousands of reporters outside, she could turn the street into a hell of vanished humans within a minute. No need for bloodshed. Too dirty. Lu Chen looked at the group of frenzied reporters outside the window, his tone as calm as if instructing someone to sweep the floor. "Contact Dabao and let him activate the highest level of network coverage. Physically erase all photos, videos, and related entries about me from the internet. Then notify those few leading media outlets. If they don't clear out immediately, their company buildings will turn into public toilets in 5 minutes. Understood." Muyu accepted the order, her figure disappearing from the study like a ghost. 3 minutes later, the noise outside the main gate abruptly ceased. The reporters who had been desperately pushing forward found their phones, and broadcasting equipment suddenly went black. Immediately afterward, a blood-red skull warning symbol flashed on the screen. Accompanied by a piercing alarm, the internal hard drives of all devices that had captured Lu Chen's photos were instantly burned by high temperatures, emitting wisps of white smoke. Several editors-in-chief who received urgent calls from headquarters were so frightened that they wet their pants on the spot. They frantically directed the broadcast vans to retreat, as if fleeing for their lives. In less than 10 minutes, the once bustling entrance of the villa was left with only crushed microphones and garbage. The night sky of the Magic City returned to tranquility. Lu Chen stood on the balcony looking at the now empty street. He picked up a glass of whiskey and took a sip. The night breeze ruffled the hair on his forehead. "I really just want to quietly be a rich dad. Why is it so difficult?" He sighed softly, downing the drink in his glass, and at that moment the feeling of arrogance reached its peak. A night without dreams. The next morning as dawn broke, Lu Chen, dressed in loose loungewear, was in the kitchen cooking premium Wagyu beef for breakfast for the children. The sizzling aroma of oil filled the entire villa. Ding dong. The doorbell of the villa's high-pressure bulletproof doors suddenly emitted a crisp tone. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. The security system of Diyuan No. 1 was at a dark web level. Ordinary people couldn't even enter the community gate, let alone ring his doorbell. He set down the spatula, walked to the entrance, and pressed the screen of the video intercom. The moment the screen lit up, Lu Chen saw a familiar face. It was an old acquaintance, a portly man who had dominated the Forbes billionaire list and the covers of major financial magazines for years. The #1 tycoon in the Magic City, the founder of Penguin Group, Ma Hualong. This top-tier big shot, whose slightest move could shake the domestic internet, was now standing there without any bodyguards, dressed in a muddy blue coverall. He held a professional plumbing toolbox in his hand, standing outside the door with a smile that was more pitiful than crying, showing a humble expression toward the camera. Chen gazed at the portly tycoon Ma Hualong, who frequently graced the covers of financial magazines, with a slight raise of his eyebrow. The old fellow's bulging belly stretched the blue jumpsuit tightly, the zipper nearly bursting open. He was even holding a red toolbox reeking of engine oil. Chen pressed the doorbell. The pure copper door slowly swung open. Upon seeing Chen's figure, Ma Hualong's legs wobbled, almost causing him to stumble. He quickly steadied himself, pressing his hands against the seams of his pants, and bowed deeply at a standard nod. "Good morning, Director Liu." Ma Hualong's voice was slightly out of breath, beads of sweat rolling down his plump face. "I hope I didn't disturb your rest with your wife. Is it not a morning meeting at Penguin headquarters, but you've come to my doorstep to play plumber?" Chen's hands were tucked into his pockets, his deep gaze fixed on the toolbox in Ma Hualong's hands. Ma Hualong's entire body shuddered. Last night, the entire network had collapsed. While others could not trace the source, he had utilized Penguin Group's most core lower-level servers. At the cost of burning out the motherboard, he had barely captured a trace of the flow of funds. Not checking would have been better. Upon investigation, it had terrified this tycoon enough to keep him awake all night. The force capable of severing network signals, along with the enormous funds that could short-sell the Chu family in the capital within a minute, all pointed to the man in casual wear before him. Having navigated the business world for 30 years, Ma Hualong knew all too well what such overwhelming power implied. If he couldn't cling to the thickest thigh of the blue star, his penguin empire could vanish at any moment. To show his loyalty, he had bribed the property manager of Imperial Abyss No. One overnight, learning that the underground water pipe of Chen's backyard fountain had cracked last night. This internet mogul worth hundreds of billions had gone to the hardware store at dawn to buy a set of pliers, personally squatting at the entrance. "Director Liu, you flatter me. In your presence I am nothing but a minor figure." Ma Hualong wiped his face, which was slick with cold sweat, with his muddy sleeve. "I heard that the water pipe in your yard is leaking. Those property guys are clumsy. What if they disturb the young master's sleep?" He patted his round chest, revealing a sycophantic smile. "I started as a plumber in my early years. This work is familiar to me. Give me a chance and I promise to fix it up tight." Chen looked at this business giant who had set aside all pretense, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He turned to the side, clearing a path. "Don't trample the lawn." Sure thing. You can count on me." Ma Hualong, feeling as if granted a reprieve, trotted off towards the backyard with a heavy toolbox. That plump figure even exhibited a hint of a joyful bounce. In the backyard, the fountain's water pipe had burst last night, turning the surrounding expensive imported turf into a quagmire. Ma Hualong hadn't even put on waterproof boots. He directly stepped into the mud, the black sludge quickly engulfing his custom leather shoes that were worth several tens of thousands. He didn't mind the dirt. Instead, he rolled up his sleeves with enthusiasm. With a splash, this tycoon, who normally drank bottles of Romanicani worth hundreds of thousands at annual meetings, knelt directly in the muddy puddle. He picked up the large pliers and began grunting as he twisted the rusty flange bolts. Muddy water burst forth from the pipe due to the pressure with the splash. It splattered all over Ma Hualong's face. The mud covered his gold-rimmed glasses, and dirty water flowed down his balding forehead. He didn't even have time to wipe it off, gritting his teeth as he clamped down hard on the pliers. 1, 2, 3. "Hey!" Ma Hualong's cheeks turned purple as the fat on his arms trembled violently, forcing the broken section of the pipe off. At that moment, a wealthy neighbor from Imperial Abyss, one Zhang Dong, the CEO of a listed pharmaceutical company worth billions, was out for a morning jog with a purebred Tibetan Mastiff. Zhang Dong casually glanced through the hollow iron railing into Chen's yard. At first, all he saw was a muddy fat man repairing a water pipe. But when that fat man lifted his head and wiped his glasses with his mud-stained sleeve, Zhang Dong's steps came to an abrupt halt. He rubbed his eyes, pressing his face against the cold iron railing, his eyes widening in disbelief. Deep within his pupils, a wave of horror surged. Ma Hualong!" Zhang Dong exclaimed. His leash slipped from his hand, and the fierce Tibetan Mastiff seized the opportunity to run, but he was completely oblivious. Zhang Dong's mind went blank, feeling as though his worldview had been shattered by a heavy iron hammer. This was the founder of Penguin Group, the first tycoon of Magic City, who had been chatting and laughing with him at the economic forum just yesterday. Now he was actually in work clothes, kneeling in someone else's yard covered in mud, fixing a sewer. Zhang Dong's gaze stiffened, shifting to Chen, who was leisurely supervising with a cup of coffee under the eaves. To make Ma Hualong willingly play plumber and kneel in a muddy pit. What sort of powerful figure must this be, wielding godlike authority? Zhang Dong gasped in shock, his legs buckling as he nearly collapsed on the spot. He abandoned his dog, clutching his pounding heart, and turned to flee, fearing that a single glance longer would get him shredded by this terrifying vortex of power. In the yard, after half an hour of toil, Ma Hualong finally replaced the valve of the new water pipe, tightening the last bolt. He climbed out of the mud pit, his entire body no longer having a clean spot. The jumpsuit was soaked with muddy water, clinging tightly to his body. But he didn't care about that. Clutching the toolbox, he jogged back to the eaves. Director Liu, it's fixed. Please check the water pressure. Ma Hualong grinned widely, revealing a set of yellow teeth speckled with mud, smiling brighter than if he had landed a 100 billion deal. He slightly bent forward, awkwardly rubbing his pants legs with his hands. Chen set down his coffee cup, casually glancing at the repaired fountain pipe. The water flowed clear without a single leak. Not bad craftsmanship. Chen's gaze fell on Ma Hualong's disheveled face, his tone flat. For the upcoming overseas acquisition case at Penguin Group, he'll have Longshin technology make things convenient for you. As for whether you can take a bite of this cake, that depends on your own abilities. That light, casual sentence fell into Ma Hualong's ears like celestial music from the heavens. Longshin technology. They held the lifeline of the global semiconductor industry. If they loosened their grip, even slightly, Penguin Group's market value could double within 3 days. Thank you, Director Liu. Thank you for the meal. Ma Hualong trembled with excitement, tears mixed with mud streaming down his face. He even thought of kneeling down to kowtow again, but fearing he would dirty Chen's Persian carpet, he could only bow repeatedly at a 90-degree angle. All right, go wash your face. Chen waved his hand, turning to walk back inside. Ma Hualong, as if cherishing a treasure, held the toolbox proudly. He walked out the door with a gait that seemed to disregard all relationships. His heart was filled with joy. Being able to fix the water pipe for Director Liu was the most correct investment he had ever made. Chen shut the door. He turned towards the kitchen, preparing to heat milk for the little ones who had just woken up. Just as his fingers touched the refrigerator handle. Ding, ding, ding. The usually mechanical and cold system notification sound in his mind suddenly became sharp and piercing. Like an air raid siren, it frantically tore at Chen's nerves. The originally light blue virtual panel suddenly turned blood red. Warning. Highest priority, direct bloodline distress signal detected. Signal source analysis in progress. Target confirmed, host's biological father Yi Tsongxuan. Coordinate position locked, extreme cold land. Heart of the Siberian ice fields, class, top secret penal colony. Host's biological father's life signs are rapidly declining, nearing the threshold of death. Chen clenched the refrigerator handle tightly. Crack. The hard stainless steel handle was crushed into a twisted piece of scrap metal by his grip. He slowly raised his head. In his usually deep and calm eyes, a tide of blood-red murderous intent ignited in an instant. A terrifying aura capable of freezing the entire magic city erupted explosively from his tall frame. Crack. The hard stainless steel refrigerator handle was twisted into a heap of scrap metal in Chen's palm. The harsh sound of metal breaking echoed strangely in the quiet kitchen. Siberian icefield. Class, top secret criminal exile zone. The coordinates of the distress signal from his biological father Yi Tsongxuan were like a burning steel needle firmly embedded in Chen's mind. Chen slowly released his grip, allowing the heap of scrap metal to clatter to the ground. A tide of blood-red killing intent surged from the depths of his profound gaze, and the air temperature around him plummeted as if the very space was about to be torn apart by this terrifying malice. But he did not move immediately. The surveillance eyes of the Hidden Family Alliance were spread throughout the world, and the puppet master known as Di Shirtian was undoubtedly still watching over Modu. If he recklessly headed to Siberia, now not only would it expose his father's exact location, but it would also place his wife and children back in Modu in a perilous situation with no chance of recovery. He needed a cover. A sensational cover that would fix the gaze of all media and forces in the world on Modu, on himself, Chen. Muyu. Chen's voice was deep as water, suppressing a storm capable of destroying the world. A black shadow immediately coalesced a step behind Chen. Young master, mobilize the 100 elite assassins from the Heavenly Temple fully armed and infiltrate the Siberian icefield immediately. Chen turned around, his eyes radiating an undeniable aura of authority. Conduct reconnaissance first, lock down the location. If there is any obstruction, kill without mercy. What about you? Muyu raised her head, a hint of concern flashing in her cold peach blossom eyes. I will remain in Modu. Chen walked to the counter, leisurely wiping his knuckles with a tissue. I want to create the biggest commotion domestically, letting the spotlight shine on me globally. Go handle it. Yes. Muyu accepted the order, her figure disappearing like a ghost. Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the boiling, killing intent deep in his bones. When he opened his eyes again, his cold face bore the gentle smile that belonged to his father. Chen pushed open the glass door of the kitchen and walked into the spacious and bright living room. On the 120-inch laser giant screen, the latest Hollywood superhero blockbuster was playing. The deafening sound of explosions and dazzling lights intertwined in the living room. 4-year-old Dabao, dressed in pure cotton pajamas printed with Iron Man, sat cross-legged on the Persian carpet with his short legs. He held a specially made mini tablet in his hands. His big eyes behind blue light-blocking glasses revealed obvious disdain. The special effects are just too fake. Dabao furrowed his little brows, his short chubby fingers swiping through complicated fluid dynamics formulas on the tablet. The rendering of the explosion shockwave does not conform to aerodynamics. The metallic texture of the mech is even worse than the base code I wrote. The little guy pouted, tossed the tablet aside, and looked up at Lu Chen, who was just walking over. Dad, Dabao doesn't want to watch these fake things anymore. Dabao wants to make his own movie to film real mechs. Lu Chen walked over to Dabao's side and casually sat down on the soft carpet. He reached out to ruffle his son's fluffy watermelon head. Want to make your own movie? All right. Lu Chen's voice was filled with indulgence and pampering. Do you need Dad to buy you a few cameras? Not ordinary cameras. Dabao hugged Lu Chen's arm, his baby voice making requests. I saw online that the Hollywood across the ocean has the world's best special effects companies and studios. Dad, Dabao wants that. Want Hollywood. Any billionaire hearing this request from their 4-year-old son would probably laugh out loud, considering it a child's innocent joke. That's a massive empire controlling the lifeblood of global cultural output with an immeasurable market value. But for Lu Chen, there was nothing that money couldn't buy. If there is, it's just that the money hasn't been thrown down enough. All right. Lu Chen didn't hesitate for even half a second, a proud arc forming at the corner of his mouth. He patted Dabao on the back and awakened the dormant system AI in his mind. Lin Aoshua. Mobilize the overseas capital pool. Received. This young lady has been prepared for a long time. A holographic projection of a little girl popped up in Lu Chen's retina, excitedly snapping her fingers. Target the 8 major film companies in Hollywood, as well as all their special effects studios and distribution channels. Lu Chen's gaze was cold and decisive, as if issuing a massacre command of overwhelming force. $200 billion. I want to see the absolute controlling acquisition contract within 10 minutes. Tell those Wall Street vampires if they don't sell, they will all go bankrupt and liquidate tomorrow. As Lu Chen's command fell, an unprecedented financial tsunami centered around modus d yuan no. One instantly swept across the entire capital market across the ocean. At this moment in Los Angeles, it was the dead of night. In a top-notch hillside mansion in Beverly Hills, the Hollywood Godfather-level tycoon Arthur lay on a bed covered in velvet. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The red secure phone on the nightstand vibrated like a death knell, its piercing ringtone shattering the tranquility of the night. Arthur irritably grabbed the phone. I don't care who you are. If you don't have a reason that satisfies me for waking me up, I'll... Mr. Arthur, something big has happened. On the other end of the line, the group's chief financial officer spoke with a voice trembling from fear like a chicken with its neck stepped on. Just now, an unfathomable Eastern capital force directly smashed through our defensive moat with $100 billion. The other party acquired all the retail chips on the market and used death threats to force those old shareholders to hand over their shares. The CFO screamed in despair. Your company? No, the entire 8 major Hollywood film companies. In just 8 minutes, they all changed hands. Clatter. The pure gold custom phone in Arthur's hand slipped and fell to the ground, crashing onto the carpet. The blood drained from his wrinkled, old face, turning pale as paper. He stumbled out of bed, not even bothering to put on his shoes, rushing into the study to open the Bloomberg internal trading terminal. When he saw the screen filled with forced acquisition notices, this godfather who had commanded Hollywood for decades felt his legs go weak and collapsed to the floor. $100 billion. 10 minutes to buy up all of Hollywood. This kind of ruthless, overwhelming financial power crushed the capital foundation that Arthur had prided himself on. What did the other party leave as instructions? Arthur slumped on the ground, speaking to the phone that had fallen on the floor, his voice trembling. That mysterious Mr. Lu issued a single directive. The CFO swallowed hard, relaying with trepidation. To immediately hold a global press conference announcing the change of ownership in Hollywood. And to package all the top special effects teams and filming equipment for air transport to Modu. Because his son thinks the Marvel effects are too fake and wants to film himself. Arthur could hardly contain a violent churn in his chest, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Buying up all of Hollywood. A shocking acquisition that would shake the global film industry. Was it really just because the 4-year-old son of the Eastern giant thought the movie effects were too fake? This absurd reason made Arthur deeply understand what true dimensionality reduction strike meant. 2 hours later, in the theater at the center of the Hollywood Walk of Fame, the lights flashed as brightly as day. Hundreds of the top media reporters in America flocked in. Arthur, wearing a slightly wrinkled suit, stood at the microphone drenched in cold sweat. Under the gaze of countless cameras from around the world, this former titan of the film industry deeply bowed. Today, on behalf of the entire board of Hollywood, I announce. Arthur's voice spread through the broadcasting signal to every corner of the globe. We will serve the mysterious buyer from the East, Mr. Liu, without reservation. Hollywood will do everything in its power to safeguard young Master Liu's film dream. As the news broke, the global internet instantly crashed. The name Liu Chen once again struck like a thunderclap, fiercely hitting the heads of the major forces around the world. Everyone's attention was firmly drawn to this ostentatious display of wealth. Liu Chen's cover plan was perfectly achieved. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth in the Dragon Kingdom, in the Hungyan film and television city on the outskirts of Modu, a large costume drama crew was busily filming. All cameras and equipment in the crew bore the prominent logo of Xia Shixinghue Media. This film company was the core industry recently reorganized under the name of Xia Bingning. Cut, cut, cut. In the center of the set, a popular young star dressed in gorgeous ancient clothing with a thick layer of foundation on his face impatiently ripped off the wig on his head. He suddenly turned around and picked up a cup of hot coffee handed over by an assistant. Without mercy, splash. The scalding coffee was splashed directly onto the face of director Zhang, who was over 50 and had considerable reputation in the industry. Snap, snap, snap. What the hell are you shooting? The young star pointed at the director, who was covering his face and crying out in agony, his attitude arrogant, spitting everywhere. I've spent 10 minutes under this glaring sun with my precious face. You didn't even prepare a trailer with air conditioning. Rewrite the script immediately. All action scenes must be replaced with a stunt double. Also, if my pay isn't increased by 50 million, I'll quit acting today. The arrogant curses of the rising star Kai Kuan echoed in the empty filming set. His expensive ancient costume was unbuttoned, revealing a chest as frail as a boiled chicken. Two assistants surrounded him, one desperately fanning him with a small fan, while the other carefully touched up his makeup with blotting paper. Director Zhang covered his flushed cheek with coffee dripping down his graying hair. This veteran director, who had won countless awards in the industry, was now humiliated in public by a junior trembling with rage as his knuckles cracked. Kai Kuan, don't go too far. We have a contract. Zhang urged through gritted teeth, suppressing his. This film is a major project for Xia's media this year. If you refuse to act, it's not only a breach of contract, but also an offense to the Xia family. Don't use the Xia family to pressure me. Kai Kuan scoffed dismissively, rolling his eyes. My godfather is a big shot in the entertainment circle of the capital. What is that woman Xia Bingning even worth? He continued. Who knows, she might go bankrupt one day. I am graciously lowering myself to act in your lousy drama, giving you face. The surrounding staff exchanged glances, daring to be angry, but not able to voice it. This young star, bolstered by powerful backing, had grown used to being arrogant in the industry, and no one dared to offend him easily. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, a low-key bulletproof SUV quietly parked outside the set. Liu Chen, dressed in simple casual attire, held the hands of his two children Xiao Bao and Da Bao as they walked into the filming location. Today was the weekend, and Xia Bingning was working overtime at the company. He specifically brought the kids to visit, hoping to let them experience the atmosphere of filming. They happened to stumble upon this scene. Xiao Bao held a leash, and at the other end was a black and white border collie with exceptionally lively eyes. This was the pet that received the Awakened Intelligence reward from the system a few days ago, which Xiao Bao treasured. Seeing director Zhang drenched in coffee, Xiao Bao let go of Liu Chen's hand. He ran over with his short legs, took out a crumpled tissue from his pocket, and tiptoed to hand it to director Zhang. Grandpa, wipe your face. That uncle is a bad person, don't be afraid. The little one's voice was sweet, yet carried a reassuring strength. Director Zhang looked at the delicate little boy before him, feeling warmth in his heart, his eyes slightly moist. He took the tissue, just about to say thank you. Where did this wild brat come from? Stay out of this. Kai Kun's face darkened at the sight of this annoying scene. He strode over, raising his foot clad in heavy ancient boots, poised to kick at Xiao Bao. How can a place like this be accessed by you poor extras? Where's the security? Throw this little brat and his mud out. Before that foot could land, a crisp snap cut through the chaos of the set. A large bony hand grasped Kai Kun's ankle like a vice. Liu Chen had unknowingly positioned himself in front of Xiao Bao. In his deep-set eyes swirled a terrifying, killing intent capable of freezing one's soul. What did you just call him? Liu Chen's voice was chillingly low, each word sounding like ice shards squeezed from between his teeth. Kai Kuan felt his scalp tingle under that gaze, but quickly his anger flared. What's wrong with me calling him a wild brat? You a poor extra dare to lay hands on me. Do you know how much these shoes cost me? He struggled desperately, but found Liu Chen's grip as unyielding. The searing pain emanating from his bones made him cry out helplessly. Crack. Liu Chen exerted a slight force on his wrist. A clear sound of a bone breaking echoed. Kai Kuan let out a scream resembling that of a dying pig losing his balance, and crashing heavily onto the dusty ground, his meticulously styled hair now covered in mud, a sight of utter disarray. The entire set fell silent. Everyone gasped in shock, staring at Liu Chen. This was a top-tier star with millions of delusional fans. This young man had actually broken his ankle directly. You dare hit me. Kai Kuan clutched his broken leg, rolling on the ground in agony, his face ashen. I will report you. I will have my fans cyberbully you. I will have my godfather blacklist you in the entire industry. Lu Chen couldn't even be bothered to glance at him again. He took out an old Android phone with a cracked screen and swiped it open with one hand. Lin Aoshua. A lively voice of a little girl echoed in his mind. Lu Chen cast a cold glance at Kai Kuan on the ground. 3 things. First, utilize the global channels of the 8 major studios in Hollywood, joining forces with Xia's Media to issue the strictest ban on Kai Kuan across the internet. Second, sue him for breach of contract, demanding 100-fold compensation. If he doesn't come up with 10 billion, let him work sewing in there. Third, investigate his godfather. I want to see news of his godfather's bankruptcy and suicide within 5 minutes. His words, delivered casually, made everyone present gasp in disbelief. Hollywood's 8 major studios. Xia's Media. The audacity was almost cosmic. Kai Kuan's assistant couldn't hold back a laugh, thinking this person was just pretending to be insane. However, in less than a minute, Kai Kuan's phone went into a frenzy, vibrating wildly in his pocket. He gritted his teeth against the pain and answered the call. Godfather, save me. A madman broke my leg, and he said he would. Save your mother? What kind of god you offended? His godfather's desperate roar came from the other end of the line. My company was just forcefully acquired by overseas capital. We've been thoroughly checked, and the economic investigation team has blocked the entrance. You've been blacklisted across the internet. Hollywood and all domestic platforms have simultaneously issued a ban. Prepare to shoulder that 10 billion penalty and die. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected. Kai Kuan's hand trembled, dropping the phone to the ground. He stared blankly at Lu Chen, his previous arrogance completely replaced by endless fear. A single phone call really left his godfather bankrupt and facing 10 billion in debt. This was no ordinary poor extra. This was a living lord of the underworld. Master Lu. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the great mountain. Kai Kuan, disregarding the agony of his broken leg, knelt on the ground, frantically bowing his head. Please let me off. I don't want any salary. I'll act for free. I can be your dog. The previously arrogant demeanor had transformed into the most humble of pleas. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with disgust as he waved his hand. Several bodyguards who had been secretly protecting him rushed out, like wolves, dragging Kai Kuan away like a dead dog. The wails gradually faded away. Director Zhang watched this scene and wiped the cold sweat off his face. He finally recognized the identity of the big shot in front of him and felt his legs go weak. Director Lu, I'm sorry I failed to manage the crew properly. Director Zhang bowed nervously. But the male lead has been banned, and we are to wrap up filming tomorrow. How can we shoot this? Lu Chen looked down at the border collie sitting obediently by Xiao Bao's feet, panting. A playful smile crept up his lips. Who says we don't have a male lead? Lu Chen pointed at the dog. This dog will be the male lead of this film. Director Zhang was stunned, and the entire crew was left speechless. Letting a dog act as the male lead in an ancient drama. This was simply absurd. But Lu Chen offered no explanation, simply patting the border collie's head. The border collie, now equipped with system intelligence, immediately grasped its owner's intent. In the next half hour, the entire crew's worldview was completely overturned. The border collie not only perfectly understood all of the director's instructions and positioned itself accurately, but even when facing the camera, its expressions were 10 times richer than those of Kai Kuan, the emotionless star. All action scenes and emotional scenes were executed flawlessly. Not only did it not act spoiled, but it would even carry its own lunchbox to the catering area. Director Zhang watched the perfect footage on the monitor, moved to tears. Divine dog. This is simply a divine dog. If this film doesn't become a hit, I'll write my name backward. After filming the last scene, thunderous applause erupted on set. Dabao, sitting on Lu Chen's lap, tugged at his clothes with a hint of boredom. The little girl pouted her big eyes, revealing a trace of disappointment. Daddy, watching the dog act is so boring. She looked up, her sweet voice making a request. Dabao doesn't want to watch the little dog anymore. The chubby kid in kindergarten said pandas eat bamboo, and Dabao wants to see a panda and touch it. The little one looked up with her chubby face, her big watery eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Lu Chen. Daddy Airbao wants to see the giant pandas eat bamboo and wants to touch them. The soft and sticky voice of the little girl carried a hint of grievance. Lu Chen's heart softened. He bent down and embraced Airbao, rubbing his nose against her little face. All right, Daddy will take you to see them right away. He turned to instruct the bodyguard to escort Dabao and Xiaobao home first, while he carried Airbao into the bulletproof Maybach. Half an hour later, the Maybach stopped at the VIP parking lot of the Magic City Wild Animal Park. However, when Lu Chen carried Airbao to the panda exhibit, he found the crowd's density utterly appalling. People were packed in layers surrounding the heavy glass exhibition hall, without any gaps. Adults held up their phones while children cried and fussed on their parents' shoulders. The stifling air mixed with the smell of sweat made Airbao cough repeatedly, her little face turning red. Lu Chen frowned slightly, protecting Air Bao in his arms to prevent her from being hurt by the throng. He turned and walked toward the director's office not far away. Since there were too many people, he would just pay to clear the area or arrange for a close encounter. To him, this was merely a minor inconvenience that could be solved with money. Clear the area, arrange a private encounter with the giant pandas. In the director's office, a portly man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was sipping tea from a thermos. Upon hearing Lu Chen's request, he looked at him as if he had heard the biggest joke, sizing up Lu Chen's casual outfit that bore no brand name, and let out a derisive snort. Do you think this is a vegetable market where you can buy cabbage? The director heavily placed the thermos down, splashing tea onto the desk. This is a national treasure. Do you know how many dignitaries line up every day just to catch a glimpse? He arrogantly pointed outside, his tone filled with disdain. Don't even think about clearing the area. Even if you want to look through the glass a bit longer, you must obediently go outside and wait in line for 3 hours. If you have no money and no power, don't come here acting like a big shot. Air Bao shrank her neck in fear at the director's fierce tone, tightly clutching Lu Chen's collar. Daddy, that uncle is so fierce. Air Bao doesn't want to see the giant pandas anymore. The little girl was so sensible, it made one's heart ache. A layer of chilling frost suddenly formed in Lu Chen's deep eyes. He did not lose his temper, nor did he say another unnecessary word. He gently patted Air Bao's back, then in front of the director took out his phone. Lin Ao Shui. Here. Are we going to spend money again? In his mind, the holographic lowly excitedly rubbed her little hand. Within 3 hours, I want to purchase 10,000 acres of the best feng shui land in the suburbs of the Magic City. Mobilize the system's construction team to build the world's largest private wildlife park. A zoo exclusively for my daughter. Ding. Command received. Deducting 300 billion in funds. 10,000 acres of ecological land has been legally transferred. The Supreme Infrastructure Engineering Team has been deployed. Expected completion within 24 hours. After making this mental call, Lu Chen did not even glance at the director, who was still chattering, and turned to walk out of the office with Air Bao. Is he crazy? The director scoffed at Lu Chen's retreating figure and continued to sip tea from his thermos. A day and a night later. In the western suburbs of the Magic City, a once desolate mountain forest underwent a tremendous transformation. When Lu Chen landed with his family of 5 on the helipad of the newly completed private zoo, Xia Bingning looked at the scene before her, stunned to the point of holding her breath. This was not a zoo, it was clearly an ecological empire where technology and nature perfectly merged. Within the Tenthasandaker Park, there were temperature-controlled primitive forests, artificially carved huge lakes, and limitless ecological corridors constructed of bulletproof glass. Even the air was infused with freshly purified negative oxygen ions. What shocked Xia Bingning even more was that a dozen adorable adult giant pandas were lazily lying in the specially planted purple bamboo grove. Several newborn panda cubs were rolling on the grass while hugging their milk bottles. These national treasures, which originally required complex national procedures for exhibition. At this moment, they were leisurely living in this private estate like household pets. Go play. Lu Chen set Air Bao down, smiling as he patted her little head. Air Bao cheered and rushed into the bamboo forest with her short legs. The giant pandas, usually so wary of outsiders, showed affection towards this little girl with a lucky koi constitution. One large female panda even turned over voluntarily, allowing Air Bao to roll on her soft belly. The scene was as heartwarming as a fairy tale. Just as Xia Bingning took out her phone, preparing to capture this beautiful moment, a deep and resonant roar carrying the pressure of the king of beasts suddenly echoed from behind the nearby rockery. Xia Bingning's face turned pale, instinctively wanting to rush over to protect her daughter. But in the next second, her steps abruptly halted, her peach blossom eyes widening. A nearly 3-meter-long, entirely snow-white, mutant white tiger walked out gracefully from behind the rockery. Its ice-blue eyes lacked the bloodthirsty ferocity, instead exuding a near-human gentleness. This was the exclusive mount given to Air Bao by the system, a spiritually awakened beast, a white tiger. The white tiger approached Air Bao. In Xia Bingning's horrified gaze, this fierce beast obediently bent its front legs and lay down on the grass. It rubbed its furry head against Air Bao's skirt, purring in a pleasing manner. Good kitty cat. Air Bao excitedly stretched out her small hand, stroking the white tiger's soft fur. Then she swung her chubby short legs over and directly mounted the broad back of the white tiger. The white tiger stood up, carrying Air Bao steadily across the grass, as if it were the most loyal knight. Xia Bingning stared at this scene in a daze. Her daughter riding a mutant giant white tiger surrounded by a dozen rolling giant pandas. This was a scene that existed only in fantasy films, yet it was happening right in front of her eyes. She trembled as she raised her hand to take a photo of Air Bao riding the tiger. Without thinking much, she casually posted the photo to her social media. Caption: a new pet gifted by her father, it's a bit meaty. After posting, Xia Bingning put away her phone, immersing herself in the joy of interacting with her children. However, she was unaware that this seemingly simple photo would explode the entire elite circle of the Magic City in just a few minutes. The phones of the Xia Group's president's office, as well as her personal private number, were bombarded like a death warrant in the next 10 minutes. Those high society ladies who usually looked down on others and prided themselves on seeing through the facade of the wealthy were now staring at the legendary mutant white tiger in the social media post, along with the crowd of national treasure giant pandas in the background. Each one of them had their eyes nearly popping out, their envy churning wildly in their hearts. They clamored insistently to personally visit Xia Bingning's supposedly soft-spoken ride-hailing husband, to see whether this was a poor boy putting on airs or some deity that had descended to earth. Several Maseratis and Ferraris with aggressively roaring engines pulled up one by one outside the wide, ornate gates of No. 1 Daijing Villa. Car door swung open. 3 women flamboyantly dressed and dripping with the season's most extravagant high-end designer labels stepped out on towering stilettos. They were the infamous plastic sisters of the Magic City's socialite circle, and also Xia Bingning's old classmates from business school. These 3 loved nothing more than competing with each other. If one bought a limited edition bag, she would post at least 10 WeChat moments to show off. Bingning really is something else. A CEO worth $100 billion, yet she actually stoops to marry some lowlife ride-hailing driver. The socialite in the red dress walking at the front pursed her lips. As she gazed at the lavish entrance of Daijing Villa, a flicker of intense jealousy flashed in her eyes. This house must have been bought with the Xia family's money. And that photo of her riding a white tiger. Probably an AI-generated fake to save face. Exactly. A poor boy is still a poor boy. Dress him in a dragon robe, and he still won't look like a prince. Another woman carrying a limited edition Hermes bag chimed in with a cutting tone. Today we really need to help Bingning check him out. If that guy is too much of a loser, we should convince Bingning to dump him before he brings shame to our social circle. With a judgmental, gleeful gaze, the 3 rang the doorbell. The heavy solid copper door slowly swung open on both sides. A wave of cool air carrying a faint scent of ambergris rushed out. The moment they stepped into the foyer, their scornful remarks got stuck in their throats. The floor tiles beneath their feet were not ordinary marble. They were made of whole, seamless slabs of Hetian mutton fat jade with seams inlaid with high-purity crushed gold. Stepping on them gave one a dizzying sensation of treading on the national treasury. Thighs floor. The red-dressed socialite gasped, afraid to put her full weight on her heels for fear of chipping a corner she couldn't afford to replace. Forcing herself to stay composed, she raised her head and swept her gaze across the living room walls. She had intended to mock the nouveau riche's taste. But when she recognized the paintings hanging there, her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. An authentic Zhang Daqian splash ink landscape, and a fragment of Along the River during the Qingming Festival. A scroll she had only seen a replica of at the National Museum. These treasures, hailed as lost national relics, were casually displayed in the living room like ordinary decorative paintings without even a single protective glass case. Like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, the 3 socialites stood stiffly in the center of the living room, their breathing becoming cautious. Please have a seat. The young master and madam are in the back garden with the little masters, and will be here shortly. A mellow male voice with a pure London accent sounded behind them. The 3 turned around instinctively. There stood an elderly white gentleman in a crisp butler's uniform carrying an exquisite set of bone china teacups, bowing to them with a smile. His silver hair was immaculately combed, and his sapphire blue eyes radiated a profound charm. The woman with the Hermes bag stared at his face, and a bolt of lightning struck her mind. Her hand trembled, and the designer bag dropped right onto her own foot. You're Mr. Smith, the 3-time Oscar-winning Hollywood legend. Her voice cracked from shock like a choking chicken. The elderly gentleman bowed slightly, his tone humble. Those are all past glories. Now I am merely a butler serving tea and water in young Master Lu's household. Serving tea and water. A Hollywood legend worth over $100 million in this ride-hailing driver, named Lu Chen's home, working as a butler. The 3 socialites felt as if a sledgehammer had shattered their worldview. The shock of the apocalypse could not compare. Just then, Lu Chen, holding Xia Bingning's hand, stepped into the living room through the floor-to-ceiling windows from the rear garden. He wore a simple cotton t-shirt that had faded from washing, looking starkly out of place in the opulent villa. Yet that effortless, commanding aura of a supreme overlord made him the absolute focal point of the entire space. Seeing her friends dumbfounded, a proud smile curled at the corners of Xia Bingning's mouth. To outsiders, she was an icy, aloof CEO, but beside Lu Chun, she was just a little woman eager to show off her perfect husband. You're here. Xia Bingning released Lu Chen's hand and walked over to sit on the sofa. Lu Chen, these are my... Lu Chen gave a slight nod as a greeting. He walked to the marble coffee table and casually pulled a few things from his pocket, tossing them onto the surface. Platter. A pure black metal card landed first. Then came a heavy bunch of keys, each engraved with the exclusive emblem of Thomson Riviera. I didn't have enough small change for ice cream. Take this card and use it. Lu Chen pushed the limitless American Express Centurion Black card across to Xia Bingning. His tone was as casual as if he were handing over 2 coins. Also, these are the keys to those dozens of penthouses at Thompson Riviera. Call a maid this afternoon to clean them. They're just collecting dust there. On the coffee table, the black card, symbolizing supreme global power, and the pile of keys worth tens of billions glittered under the crystal chandelier radiating the blinding light of money. The 3 socialites stared at the scene, their legs giving way as they collapsed onto the leather sofa. Their minds went blank. All they could hear was Lu Chen's offhand remark about ice cream. Buying ice cream with a Centurion Black card. Dozens of Thompson Riviera penthouses gathering dust. This is a poor boy. This is a low-life ride-hailing driver. This was clearly a living ancestor who controlled the global economy. Their prized Ferraris and limited edition bags were nothing but scrap metal compared to these things. Bingning. The red-dressed socialite's lips trembled, the jealousy in her eyes completely replaced by boundless fear and reverence. She suddenly slid off the sofa and kneeling half prostrate at Xia Bingning's feet, clutching her hands tightly. Dear sister, teach me. Which street did you take that ride-hailing to find him? Please share your secret for catching a gold husband. He'll be your slave for the rest of my life. The other 2 socialites snapped out of their stupor, abandoning all pretense of elegance as they scrambled over each one humbly, trying to claim Xia Bingning as their godmother. Lu Chen watched this farcical spectacle with a cold smirk, then turned and walked to the kitchen to warm milk for the children. Xia Bingning, chin held high, savored the worship from these plastic sisters. She gazed at the tall, busy figure in the kitchen, her peach blossom eyes brimming with unabashed tenderness and pride. The storm subsided. The socialites, mentally shaken, slunk out of the villa. A few days later, as the new year approached, red lanterns hung along the streets of the Magic City. A festive atmosphere filled the villa. Buzz, buzz. The phone on the coffee table suddenly vibrated. Xia Bingning picked it up, and after listening for a moment, her brow, which had been carrying a smile, furrowed slightly. She hung up and walked over to Lu Chen, who was helping the little one assemble Legos on the sofa. Honey, that was my dad. Xia Bingning sighed, a note of helplessness and worry in her voice. The new year is almost here. Dad says that according to tradition, our family must go back to our hometown on the coast to honor the ancestors and pay New Year's visits. But the relatives back home are all nouveau riche who made their fortune relying on the Xia family in other provinces. They love to show off, and every gathering turns into a chaotic mess. She took Lu Chen's hand, her eyes full of concern. I'm afraid they don't know who you are and might say something disrespectful, making you feel wronged. Lu Chen set down the Lego brick. A playful cold glint flickered in his deep eyes. Showing off with extravagance. He turned his hand and wrapped it around Xia Bingning's delicate fingers, a domineering curve lifting the corner of his mouth. Tell your father to put his heart at ease. Going back to the hometown this year, I promise to open their eyes. Let them see what real extravagance means. On the eve of the New Year's Eve, in the walk-in closet of the master bedroom of Diyuan No. 1, as Xia Bingning stood in front of a row of priceless haute couture dresses, her brow furrowed. Her slender fingers brushed over the rows of hangers, yet she struggled to make a decision. Normally decisive in her business, the female CEO was now in turmoil over what to wear for the new year back home. Husband. Xia Bingning turned her head, looking at Lu Chen leaning against the door frame, her eyes filled with worry. Those relatives back home are all nouveau riche who made their fortunes through my father's early support, relying on superficial things like cars and brands. They've never seen the world and only recognize these surface-level things. She bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing. I'm afraid if we dress too low-key, they'll use your background against us, saying you're just a poor kid leeching off the Xia family's luxury cars. Lu Chen stepped forward, pulling her tightly into his embrace, resting his chin on the top of her head. Don't worry, my wife. We won't be taking a car tomorrow. A mysterious smile played at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth. I promise to give them a New Year's greeting they will never forget. On the first day of the new year, at a famous deepwater port along the coast, the Xia family's welcoming venue was chosen at the most luxurious seaside restaurant near the port. A long line of Mercedes-Benz S-Class and BMW 7 Series tied, with red ribbons, arrogantly parked in the square in front of the restaurant, almost occupying all parking spots. Several portly distant uncles were standing by the cars, passing around soft Zhonghua cigarettes, loudly boasting about this year's construction contracts. Hey old Zhang, did you just get this new Maybach? It must have cost 3 to 4 million, right? Oh, it's nothing, just something to drive around. It's New Year after all, we need to maintain our appearance. Their words were filled with the distinct odor of nouveau riche. At that moment, a convoy of black armored vehicles escorted Xia Zhentian to the restaurant. Upon the arrival of the head of the Xia family, the relatives quickly stubbed out their cigarettes and put on flattering smiles to greet him. Happy New Year, big brother. Oh, why haven't I seen Bingning and that rumored son-in-law? A distant cousin with high cheekbones stretched her neck to peek into the car, deliberately emphasizing the word son-in-law. The rumor of this poor kid living off his wife had long spread through the family group chat. Xia Xinchen's expression darkened slightly as he snorted coldly. Lu Chen has his own means of transportation. He'll be here shortly. He had witnessed Lu Chen's capabilities firsthand, yet these fools still dared to speak so boldly. The cousin rolled her eyes and giggled behind her hand. Oh, big brother, you're not afraid of showing up in a shabby car and embarrassing yourself, are you? Did you just take a long-distance bus instead? Other uncles joined in with unrestrained laughter. In their eyes, a person driving for ride-hailing, even if married to a CEO, was still a person with a tarnished background. Just as these nouveau riches were reveling in their laughter. Whoa! A terrifying horn, as if trying to tear through the heavens, suddenly erupted from the distant horizon. The sound was deep and vast, carrying a sense of overwhelming pressure. The glass windows at the port rattled, and even the ground seemed to tremble. All laughter ceased immediately. They covered their ears, which tingled from the shock, and turned in terror to gaze at the boundless, deep-water port. At the horizon, a massive black beast resembling a mountain of steel was tearing through a wall of white waves dozens of meters high, rushing toward the port with a devastating momentum. As it drew closer, the enormous outline became clearer, casting a huge shadow that instantly obscured the sunlight over the entire port. The flight deck, over 300 meters long, resembled a small city floating on the surface of the sea. The towering island of the ship had radars spinning wildly. On the broad deck, dozens of neatly arranged, streamlined vertical takeoff and landing fighter jets It was a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. The entire area fell silent. A deathly stillness. Those relatives who had just been flaunting their Mercedes and BMWs now looked as if they had been struck by lightning, mouths agape, eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The gossipy cousin dropped her limited edition bag to the ground with a thud. Her legs went weak and she collapsed onto the hard asphalt, terrified, scrambling backward. What Maybach, what rolls? In front of this war behemoth representing the pinnacle of human industrial achievement capable of destroying a small country, they were nothing. Like a pile of ridiculous plastic toys. Is this a drill? Why is it at a civilian port? One uncle terrified wet his pants, his voice shaking like chaff. The enormous nuclear-powered aircraft carrier anchored 200 meters from the port, causing a small tsunami with its violent wake. Just as everyone thought this was a military operation and prepared to flee in terror, the massive elevator of the carrier slowly descended. A luxurious, futuristic black speedboat emerged from the belly of the carrier, cutting through the waves, and steadily docked at the port's pier. The speedboat's hatch opened. Lu Chen, dressed simply in white casual, were held the still startled Xia Bingning by the hand, surrounded by a group of armed dark web bodyguards wearing tactical sunglasses. He confidently stepped onto the pier from the speedboat that represented violence. 3 adorable children in festive red cotton jackets bounced happily behind him. Little Bao even curiously pointed at the fighter jets on the carrier's deck. Daddy, can that big iron bird fly? Yes, when we get back I'll let you go play on it. Lu Chen ruffled his son's hair, gently, his voice warm. He lifted his head, his deep gaze sweeping over the distant relatives who were sitting on the ground, their faces as white as paper. A cold, bone-chilling smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. There was a bit of traffic on the way. Lu Chen led Xia Bingning to stand in front of them, looking down at the cousin who had just been boasting. So, I just casually changed my mode of transportation. I didn't scare the elders, did I, eh? The entire area was silent, only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks could be heard. Those usually arrogant nouveau riches at this moment looked at Lu Chen as if he were a divine being descending to Earth, arriving in a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier to pay New Year's respects. What? And he calls that a mode of transportation? This isn't some poor kid living off his wife. This must be some emperor from a superpower undercover for a visit. The cousin swallowed a mouthful of bloodied saliva, terrified, and directly knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head. Lord Lu, we were blind. We didn't recognize the mountain. Xia Zhentian, witnessing this scene, gasped in shock. He knew Lu Chen had a powerful background. But this insane act of bringing an aircraft carrier to the port for New Year's greetings still made the head of this multi-billionaire family's heart race. All right. Don't embarrass yourselves on the ground. Xia Zhentian quickly spoke to smooth things over, fearing Lu Chen might unleash his anger and fire the carrier at this group of fools. Lu, let's hurry back to the old house. A few local officials have been waiting in the hall for a while now. The group, like stars surrounding the moon, cautiously escorted Lu Chen's family toward the Xia family's old residence. Those luxury cars that had just been a source of pride now looked like unwanted trash. In the ancient, elegant redwood hall of the Xia family's old residence, the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Several local dignitaries dressed in Zhongshan suits and exuding an impressive demeanor were seated in grand armchairs. They looked at the ordinary West Lake Longjing tea on the table. Although they said nothing, their eyes revealed a hint of disinterest. Visiting the Xia family on New Year's Day was initially intended to lure in investments. However, the reception standard was indeed lacking. Xiao, we still have a few meetings to hold. If there's nothing else, we won't disturb you any longer. The head dignitary set down his teacup, preparing to rise and take his leave. Xia Zhentian, in a cold sweat, was anxious. He had rushed back home and forgotten to bring proper tea. The air in the hall seemed to solidify. Several high-ranking officials in mouse suits glanced listlessly at the ordinary Longjing tea on the table, and the one at the head had already risen to his feet. Father-in-law, I happen to have some coarse tea I usually drink. Why not let the leaders try it? Lu Chen's voice shattered the awkward silence. He casually pulled a crumpled, transparent plastic bag from his casual pants pocket. The edges of the bag were stained with a bit of grease, as if it had been left over from buying steamed buns at a street stall that morning. Inside the bag was a small handful of dry tea leaves, black and twisted like withered tree leaves. He handed the shabby plastic bag to Xia Jintian as if passing a trivial item. The Xia relatives who had been following behind, still shaken by the aircraft carrier, watched this scene. Though they dared not sneer aloud, their eyes betrayed a flash of undisguised contempt. Driving an aircraft carrier, that was borrowed military power to save face. But giving gifts with a broken bag that once held buns, that ingrained poverty-stricken nature, can't be hidden. Xia Jintian looked at the worn-out bag, the corner of his mouth twitching involuntarily. But he had personally witnessed Lu Chen casually producing century-old Da Hong Pao tea from nowhere. Anything this living ancestral master takes out, even if wrapped in a chamber pot, is an earth-shattering, priceless treasure. Ahem. Good, Brother Lu. My good son-in-law's heartfelt gesture. Leaders, please sit for a moment and taste this coarse tea. Xia Jintian stood as straight as a rod. He cupped the broken plastic bag, as if holding an imperial edict, taking it with extreme care. The officials, out of respect for Xia Jintian, sat back down, but the impatience in their eyes deepened. What top-grade tea hadn't they tasted? What good could come from a brat's bag of crushed leaves? Xia Jintian walked to the rosewood tea table and personally washed his hands and lit incense. He didn't even dare to touch the leaves with his hands. Using a purple bamboo tea pick, he carefully extracted 3 withered tea leaves from the plastic bag and dropped them into a large jade gaiwan that had been rinsed several times with boiling water. Splash! Scorching mountain spring water poured into the gaiwan. The moment the hot water touched those 3 withered leaves, bang! An indescribable exotic fragrance, like an azure dragon breaking free from its chains, carrying a transcendent quality that seemed to cleanse the soul, burst forth from the gaiwan and instantly filled the entire antique rosewood hall. The fragrance even penetrated through the doors and windows, causing the old plum tree in the courtyard, which had withered all winter, to sprout new buds in the bitter wind. System check-in, divine treasure. Tao enlightenment, divine tea. Within the hall, a deathly silence fell. The leading official, whose brows had been tightly furrowed from years of desk work, suddenly relaxed completely. He suffered from severe neurological migraines, and just moments ago the pain had been like needles stabbing. But merely inhaling the tea's aroma, that agonizing pain that had plagued him for over a decade vanished like snow under the scorching sun, leaving no trace. His mind became clear, as if he had rejuvenated 20 years. This? What divine thing is this? The official gripped the armrests of his rosewood chair and stood abruptly. His authoritative face, accustomed to holding a high position, twisted violently from shock. His legs even trembled uncontrollably. He ignored the scalding heat and snatched the large jade gaiwan from Xia Jintian's hands. Forgetting all decorum, he tilted his head back and downed the tea liquid that shimmered with an emerald green glow. As the tea slid down his throat, the official let out an uncontrollable moan of pure pleasure. He could clearly feel the organs within his body, long worn out from overwork, springing back to life, like a parched land after a long-awaited rain, bursting with vitality. This was not tea, it was an immortal elixir that could steal life from heaven. Elder Xia, this tea. How much of this tea is left? The official grabbed Xia Jintian's arm, his eyes bloodshot, his breath ragged like an old man whose bellows had burst. He turned his head and stared at the broken plastic bag on the table, his gaze as fanatical as a starving beggar beholding a feast of 100 dishes. Xia Jintian was also stunned by the tea's effects. He swallowed hard, pointing at the plastic bag. Just this half-tail. My son-in-law drinks it like water. Drinks it like water? The official's voice cracked. He trembled as he pulled a special checkbook from his breast pocket. He uncapped his fountain pen, scribbled a string of numbers with his schwa schwa sound, tore off the check with a ci la, and handed it respectfully to Xia Jintian. Elder Xia, this cash check for 100 million. Please accept it. The official's voice carried a humble plea. I only asked to buy the remaining half-tail of tea leaves. No, even just 1 leaf will do. I need it to prolong my father's life. Silence fell over the entire hall. The Xia relatives, who had been sneering at Lu Chen in their hearts just moments ago, were now struck as if by lightning. Their eyes nearly popped out, and their jaws were about to hit the floor. 100 million. Buying half a tail of tea dregs in a broken plastic bag, and begging humbly to buy it. Had the world? Xia Jintian looked at the 100 million check in his hand, then at the dumbfounded relatives. His back straightened like a spear, his face glowing red with satisfaction. He was ecstatic to the core of his being. This wasn't gifting tea, it was giving him an earth-shaking favor that would let him swagger unimpeded along the coast. Leader, you're too kind. Since this is a New Year's gift for my son-in-law, this tea will be the Xia family's return gift. Xia Jintian casually pushed the 100 million check back and stuffed the plastic bag into the official's hands. The air of treating money like dirt was a perfect mirror of Lu Chen's attitude. The official was moved to tears, bowing repeatedly. When he left, he even tucked the shabby plastic bag against his chest, as if worshipping an ancestor. With this connection, the Xia family's business along the coast would have a green light all the way, with no one daring to provoke them. The New Year greeting ended amid awe and shock. Those nouveau riche relatives, upon seeing Lu Chen again, dared not even lift their heads, shunning him as if avoiding a deity. The third day of the Lunar New Year. A Boeing 747 private jet landed smoothly at Modu International Airport. Lu Chen, holding Xia Bingning's hand, led the three adorable children back to DUN1. As soon as they pushed open the villa's main door, Chairman Lu, something terrible has happened. A huge disaster. Ma Hualong, the founder of Penguin Group, rushed over, drenched in sweat and stumbling. He had lost one shoe in his haste, and his hand clutched a tablet computer whose red warning light was frantically flashing. Ma Hualong dropped to his knees before Lu Chen, his voice filled with profound despair. The Overseas Rothschild Consortium and several other financial giants have joined forces. They have mobilized 100,000 top-tier hackers to launch a devastating cyber business war against all our internet enterprises, including the underlying servers of Longshin Technology. Moda's stock trading system has been crippled. Our capital chain is about to be completely locked down by them. Ma Hualong wiped the sweat pouring like a waterfall from his forehead and tremblingly handed the tablet covered with red alarms to Lu Chen. On the tablet screen, the data network defenses representing major domestic financial institutions and internet giants were collapsing on a large scale. Chairman Lu, those old bastards from the Rothschilds really went all out this time. Ma Hualong's voice was filled with endless panic. They've allied with over a dozen conglomerates and hired the top 10 hacker organizations in the world, 100,000 people. They launched DDoS attacks and tampered with our underlying code simultaneously. The stock trading system in Modu has been forced to halt. If we don't physically isolate now, the tens of billions of liquid assets under our name will be looted within 10 minutes. Ma Hualong jumped up in anxiety, yanking his tie loose. I've already prepared a 100 billion reserve fund. Please give the order to immediately recruit top domestic security experts for a defensive battle. Lu Chen leaned back on the leather sofa, not even glancing at the tablet. There was no trace of panic in his deep eyes facing the catastrophic disaster. Instead, a cold sneer of contempt flickered. Defense. Lu Chen picked up the whiskey on the table and took a sip, the ice cubes clinking in the glass. In my dictionary, there has never been such a word as defense. Since they enjoy playing cyber warfare, let's just flip the table, men and all. Ma Hualong was stunned. His mind. No defense. Flip the table. This is the world's top 100,000 hacker coalition. They're sitting in fortresses across the ocean, typing on keyboards. How do you flip a table halfway across the globe? Lu Chen ignored Ma Hualong's shock and turned to look at his son, who was playing with a Rubik's Cube on the carpet beside him. Debeo. Lu Chen's voice was gentle as water. That little gadget you made last time, lend it to Dad for a bit. Debeo put down the Lego bricks in his hand and dusted off his palms. The 4-year-old boy adjusted his blue light blocking glasses and coolly nodded. Dad, those bad guys are making so much noise that Debeo can't build his bricks properly. Debeo pulled out the specially made mini tablet from his backpack and tapped his short chubby fingers on the keyboard 3 times. Click. The crisp sound of the enter key echoed in the living room. Ma Hualong was dumbfounded. He watched the 4-year-old child, who could barely recognize characters, casually tap the keyboard twice. Was Chairman Lu planning to rely on a child to fight against the 100,000 hacker army of Wall Street? Wasn't this an international joke? Just as he was about to voice his objection again. Ding! The tablet in Ma Hualong's hand suddenly emitted an eerie screech. Then the red warning boxes that had been flickering all over the screen disappeared instantly, like leaves swept away by a gale. A line of warning slogan written in pure Chinese, glowing with a deep blue light, appeared on the screen. Divine punishment code has been implanted. Executing physical level meltdown. At the same time, on the other side of the ocean, in the highest security underground data center of Wall Street, hundreds of white hackers were frantically typing on their keyboards, their faces glowing with fanatical smiles at the imminent destruction of the Eastern Economic Empire. Boss, their defenses are down to the last 10%. Give me 2 more minutes, and I'll wipe that mysterious Easterner's account clean. The hacker leader shouted excitedly into his headset, but the next second his smile froze on his face. Zazup! The huge 100-inch screen in the center of the command center suddenly erupted with a harsh electric hum. The originally green data streams instantly turned into dripping blood-red gibberish. A terrifying virus beyond common understanding flowed backward through their attack springboard into their root servers. No, this is impossible. They're crawling through the network cable. The hacker leader shrieked, pounding the enter key in a desperate attempt to intercept. But all efforts were futile. That code was like the scythe of death from a dimensional attack, completely ignoring any firewall. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by a series of eerie, hair-raising, muffled explosions in the underground data center, the CPUs of thousands of supercomputers costing hundreds of millions, each overloaded and melted down in the same second. Thick smoke and acrid burning smell instantly filled the entire hall. Moreover, the virus spread like a plague, madly infecting all 12 core root server nodes across North America. Just 30 seconds later, the big screen of the New York Stock Exchange went black. The internal trading networks of the major Wall Street conglomerates were paralyzed. Even the Pentagon's peripheral surveillance system experienced a bizarre 3-minute freeze. Unplug the network cable. No, Lu Chen had physically burned out half the enemy's national network hub. Modu Dun no. 1. Ma Hualong watched the real-time overseas news feed on the tablet, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the carpet with a thud. His mouth wide open, he made a whistling sound like air leaking from his throat, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. 30 seconds. Without using a single cent of defense funds. Without recruiting any security experts. Just by a 4-year-old child tapping the keyboard 3 times. He directly plunged the financial heart across the ocean into an unprecedented physical paralysis. Ma Hualong looked at DeBeo, who was still building Legos with his head down, and then at Lu Chen, who was calmly drinking wine. He suddenly felt that he, the richest man in Modu, was nothing in front of this man and his monstrous son. Not even as good as an ant on the roadside. This was practically a god descending to earth to experience mortal life. The wails of overseas capital echoed throughout the financial world in the following days. The conglomerates that participated in the attack not only lost tens of billions in equipment, but also faced trillion-level losses from the trading halt. The old Rothschilds and others, terrified, recalled all their hackers overnight and dared not cross the line again. Business war. In the face of absolute dimensional strike, it wasn't even a joke. The business circle of Modu returned to a dead calm. No one dared to mention Lu Chen's name anymore, as if it were a taboo. Until 3 days later. At dusk, a Gulfstream G650 private jet, with no markings, tore through the clouds over Modu International Airport with a deafening roar and landed forcefully. The cabin door opened. A young man in a pure black bespoke suit with eyes as venomous as a snake descended the gangway, surrounded by dozens of heavily armed bodyguards. Chu Tianjiao, the elder brother of Chu Feng, the eldest son of the Chu family in the capital. Also the financial tyrant who had been lurking on Wall Street for years, controlling trillions in overseas capital. He looked at the bustling skyline of Modu in the distance, a cruel sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. He took a document from his bodyguard. That was the investigation report on Lu Chen's destruction of the Chu family and driving Chu Feng mad. A mere nouveau riche who got lucky dares to touch my Chu Tianjiao's brother. Chu Tianjiao tore the document to shreds, letting the pieces fly in the gusty wind of the tarmac. He dialed a number, his voice laced with chilling arrogance. Buy all the LED screens at every intersection in Modu. I'm going to issue a public death challenge to that man, surnamed Lu. The night sky of the Magic City was illuminated as if it were daylight by the massive LED screens at the major intersections in the city center. The screens that had been playing luxury advertisements all suddenly went black at the same moment. Immediately after, the sinister and arrogant face of Chu Tianjiao, pale and sickly, was magnified countless times, appearing directly above the heads of millions of citizens. Lu Chen. Chu Tianjiao's voice resonated through the loudspeakers on the streets, echoing across the skies of the Magic City, laden with undisguised disdain and a sense of lofty judgment. You ruined my brother and destroyed the foundation of the Chu family in the capital. I don't care what underhanded means you used to rise to power. I, Chu Tianjiao, with 30 trillion overseas funds from Wall Street, officially declare war on you. Within 3 days, I want to see you kneeling at the Chu family's gate, bowing your head in apology. Otherwise, I will make the entire business circle of the Magic City accompany you to your grave. Arrogant. Conceited. Pedestrians on the street stopped in their tracks, looking up at the screen, gasping in disbelief. 30 trillion overseas funds. This was no longer a simple business battle. It was a terrifying capital scale capable of triggering a localized financial tsunami. The recently calmed business world of the Magic City fell back into deep panic due to this public challenge. As the challenge party, Lu Chen was currently in the kitchen of Diyuan No. 1, wearing an apron and meticulously making dumplings filled with pork and green onions for Xiaobao. The television screen was simultaneously playing Chu Tianjiao's declaration video. Lu Chen didn't even lift his eyelids. He skillfully pinched a beautiful fold at the edge of the dumpling skin and neatly arranged the finished dumplings on the counter. In his deep-set eyes there was neither anger nor fear. Only a sort of indifference akin to watching a monkey jump through hoops in a circus. Daddy, that uncle on the TV looks so ugly, what's he shouting about? Xiaobao asked, leaning against the countertop with his chubby little hands holding a lump of dough. It's nothing. Just a blind wild dog barking randomly. He'll disappear soon. Lu Chen ruffled his son's hair, leaving a white flour mark on his cheek. He wiped his hands and awakened the system in his mind. Lin Aoshua. Play with him for a bit. Received. Dimensional strike program is ready. The holographic Loli excitedly snapped her fingers. On the first day, Chu Tianjiao sat in the most luxurious presidential suite in the Magic City, holding a glass of red wine, watching as trillions of short positions were frantically targeted at the Xia Group on his computer screen. The smug expression on his face hadn't lasted half an hour. The stock market was undergoing a dramatic upheaval. A bottomless and illogical wave of terrifying long positions crashed like a furious dragon into all of Chu Tianjiao's pressure positions. It wasn't defense, it was a one-sided massacre. 20 trillion in cash flow. No leverage, just pure cash smashing down. This is impossible. This defies financial principles. Chu Tianjiao's proud dual PhD in finance from Harvard turned into a joke at that moment. The high-stemmed glass in his hand shattered with a crack, and red wine mixed with blood flowed all over his hand. In just 12 hours, the 30 trillion in overseas funds he brought was firmly trapped, and the capital chain snapped instantly under Lu Chen's violent surge. On the second day, Chu Tianjiao, like a mad dog driven to the brink, began frantically making phone calls, attempting to leverage the connections and allies that the Chu family had built overseas for many years. Mr. Tom, I need bridge financing support from your Rockefeller Foundation. Beep beep beep. Shan Tianchable. As long as you lend a hand, I am willing to give up 30% of the equity. Sorry, Mr. Chu, the number you dialed is not in service. Chu Tianjiao collapsed on the sofa, his hair in disarray like a bird's nest, and his eyes bloodshot. What he didn't know was, last night Lu Chun had used just 1 hour to send all the core black materials and leverage of those so-called allies directly to the tax and anti-corruption departments of their respective countries. At the same time, he forcibly acquired their most coveted mineral resources at 5 times the premium. With a carrot and a stick, Chu Tianjiao's allies fled faster than rabbits, and he instantly became a pariah, a lonely island. On the third day, the blood-red sun of dusk poured over the glass curtain walls of the Magic City. The presidential suite was in utter disarray. Precious antique porcelain was shattered, and contracts and reports lay scattered everywhere. Chu Tianjiao knelt in front of the computer screen, staring fixedly at the number representing the balance of all his overseas accounts. Negative 15 trillion. He lost, completely and utterly, without a single pair of underwear left. He returned to his country with 30 trillion in arrogance, vowing to cleanse the Magic City with blood. Yet he didn't even see Lu Chen's face, instead being crushed into cosmic dust by a few commands casually typed out, while that man made dumplings. The immense psychological gap and the astronomical debt he could not repay completely shattered the rationality of this financial tyrant. Chu Tianjiao let out a heart-wrenching scream, a mix of laughter and tears. He stumbled to his feet, pushed open the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite, and climbed up to the railing of the rooftop on the 88th floor. Lu Chun, what kind of monster are you? He looked up at the stars gradually lighting up in the sky, his eyes filled with despair and regret. With a leap after a dull thud, the last glimmer of hope for the Chu family transformed into a dazzling pool of blood on the cold asphalt of the Magic City. The business world returned to calm. Those tycoons who once held tentative thoughts about Lu Chun now all shrank back into their shells, not daring to breathe. 3 days to drive a trillion-dollar financial tyrant to his death. This is divine beings battling mortals who touch it will die. However, regarding all of this, Lu Chen merely glanced at the morning news and then turned off the television. On a weekend morning, Lu Chun changed into a loose-fitting white practice outfit, holding the hand of Xiao Bao, who was also wearing a miniature version of the outfit. They stepped out of Diyuan No. 1, breathing in the fresh air. Xiao Bao, today Daddy will take you to the martial arts school to strengthen your body. The father and son got into a low-key armored SUV. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside the largest Jingwu Min martial arts hall in the Magic City. It was particularly lively today, with colorful flags fluttering. As soon as they entered, Lu Chen saw a striking red banner hanging in the lobby. Warm congratulations on the grand holding of the first International Children's Martial Arts Championship in the Magic City. The martial arts arena was filled with a cacophony of voices, the heat rising like waves. Blinding spotlights converged from all directions, intensely focused on the octagonal cage in the center where thick chains hung. A dull thud erupted on the ring. A young domestic competitor no more than 7 or 8 years old, and clad in a white training outfit, faced off against an overseas boy with golden hair and blue eyes whose robust physique resembled that of a young calf. A powerful high kick struck him squarely in the face. The domestic contestant let out a cry of agony, blood gushing from his nose. He flew 2 meters away like a rag doll, crashing heavily against the chains at the edge of the ring, unconscious. The audience fell into a moment of stunned silence, quickly erupting into muffled cries. He was already down. Why the extra kick? This isn't a competition, this is outright malicious harm. Several domestic coaches rushed onto the ring, their eyes red, desperately lifting the injured child to provide aid. On the other side of the octagonal cage, the foreign boy who dealt the blow was gleefully waving his gloved hands. His coach, a burly white man with a beard and tattoos, stood by the side of the ring. He wildly gestured a thumbs down to the domestic audience, hurling filthy English insults. Chinese martial arts is nothing but trash. You East Asian sick men aren't even worthy to hold our British Empire's shoes. Who else dares to come up and take a beating? Today I will have my Little John smash through your entire martial arts academy in Magic City. Arrogance. Hubris. The domestic audience around seethed, their eyes blazing with fury, their back teeth. However, looking at the Little John, who towered a head above his peers and had a solid build, having already taken out 3 domestic seed players. The children who were originally preparing to go on stage were all held back tightly by their parents, fearing severe injury. "Daddy, that bad uncle insulted us." A small voice echoed by Lu Chen's leg. Lu Chen looked down to see Xiao Bao's chubby little fists clenched tightly, his small face flushed red. In his clear, large eyes a flame of anger burned, an emotion beyond his years. Though he was only 4, the bloodline of an ancient martial arts master flowed within him, instilling an indomitable fighting spirit. Moreover, he had just witnessed his compatriot being maliciously injured, and that blonde boy was mocking China. Xiao Bao could not hold back. Xiao Bao will teach them a lesson. Before Lu Chen could respond, Xiao Bao sprang like a tiger ready to pounce. He broke free from Lu Chen's grasp. "Hey, whose child is that? Stop him." Several concerned parents gasped, reaching out to grab him. But Xiao Bao's movements were too swift. He pushed off the ground with his short legs, launching himself like a cannonball. With a whoosh, he leaped over the nearly 1.5-meter high chains of the octagonal cage. He landed steadily in the center of the ring. The arena fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at a 4-year-old chubby child clad in pure cotton training gear. He actually jumped onto the international championship stage. Was this a joke or a death wish? Ha ha ha. The bearded coach below burst into uncontrollable laughter upon seeing Xiao Bao's appearance. Tears almost streaming from his eyes. Have all the Chinese people died? Sending up a chubby toddler without even a full set of teeth. He pointed at Xiao Bao and shouted at Little John on stage, "John, kick this little meatball down like a soccer ball. Don't dirty our ring." Little John scoffed disdainfully. He couldn't even be bothered to raise his gloves, striding forward to grab Xiao Bao by the collar, ready to throw him off the stage. Facing a hand larger than his own face, Xiao Bao did not dodge. A glint of coldness flashed in his clear eyes, akin to that of an ancient martial arts master. As Little John's hand was about to touch his collar, Xiao Bao moved. Instead of throwing a punch at Little John, he suddenly turned around. His gaze locked onto a special 200-pound leather sandbag used for testing the heavy punch power of adult professional fighters at the edge of the ring. Xiao Bao took a deep breath. His chubby right arm pulled back with force, his entire small body drawing into a taut bow. One could vaguely hear a low, thunderous roar emanating from his bones. Boom! Xiao Bao's small fist, accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom that tore through the air, struck the 200-pound leather sandbag with immense force. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The specially made sandbag, designed to withstand the strikes of professional boxers, was crushed under Xiao Bao's punch. It was as if it was made of paper, directly punched through the middle. A storm of yellow sand mixed with iron granules erupted like a downpour from the horrifying hole. The debris rained down on the bearded coach, covering him from head to toe. The entire arena was silent. One could hear a pin drop. The foreigners who had just mocked Xiao Bao now looked as if their eyes were about to pop out, their jaws dropping in unison to the floor. A 4-year-old child, punching through a 200-pound sandbag. This must be a Terminator disguised in a Little John, who had just been so arrogant, saw the hole in the sandbag, and his legs went weak. He was so scared that he urinated his pants, a foul odor spreading across the ring. He staggered back, looking at Xiao Bao with the gaze of someone staring at an ancient beast. "Bad guy, it's your turn." Xiao Bao turned around, his voice soft and innocent as he declared. Little John, terrified, turned to climb out of the octagonal cage. But Xiao Bao was 10 times faster. Xiao Bao slid forward, his chubby little hand grabbing the back of Little John's collar. It was like lifting a chicken ready for slaughter. "Hey!" Xiao Bao let out a low shout, exerting his waist, and actually lifted the 50 pounds heavier Little John above his head. In the horrified gaze of the audience, Xiao Bao threw him with all his might. Whoosh! Little John's large body traced a perfect parabolic arc in the air. He flew over the octagonal cages, chains accurately crashing down onto the bearded coach below. Bang! The two collided, the sound of bones breaking distinctly audible. The bearded coach was knocked out cold, frothing at the mouth, his eyes rolling back. Instant kill. A definitive display of overpowering strength. After 2 seconds of silence, the entire martial arts hall erupted with thunderous cheers that could topple roofs. Good. Well done. Little hero is amazing. Chinese kung fu is incredible. Numerous parents were moved to tears, their voices hoarse from cheering. Lu Chen stood at the side, looking at his son standing proudly on stage, a proud smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Truly, he was my Lu Chen's child, This fearless and troublemaking spirit was evidently carved from the same mold. However, just as the entire crowd celebrated the victory preparing to welcome this 4-year-old new world champion, a harsh malicious whistle pierced the air. At the edge of the ring, the white referee, who had been observing coldly surprisingly, pulled a glaring red card from his pocket. He held it high. With a microphone, he loudly announced in slurred Chinese, "Chinese contestant maliciously harmed others. Severe violation of competition rules. I declare the cancellation of their competition qualifications and all scores. The British Empire team wins this match." The cheers abruptly ceased. Xiao Bao stood stunned on the stage. He looked at the referee holding the red card, his large eyes instantly misting over with a layer of grievance. He had fought according to the rules. It was that bad guy who struck first. Why should the champion go to the bad guy? Xiao Bao pouted, fighting back tears. He turned his head like a wronged young beast, looking longingly at Lu Chen below. "Daddy, they are bullying us. Dad, they're bullying me." Xiao Bao's eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his pale lower lip tightly, desperately holding back tears that trembled on the verge of falling. Like a young tiger robbed of its hard-won trophy, he gazed helplessly up at Lu Chen seated in the audience. That childlike pure sense of injustice cut through Lu Chen's nerves like a rusted iron saw. In that instant, his gaze froze into the sandier black ice. He did not shout. He did not rush onto the stage like other parents wrestling with referees over disputed ruling. To this man, who commanded the very pulse of the global economy, debating rules with a corrupt official was an affront to his dignity. He pulled out his phone. On the stage, the white head referee waved a red card triumphantly. In the octagon, rules are absolute. If I say he fouled, he fouled. He mocked loudly in broken Chinese, his eyes gleaming with the greedy glint of ill-gotten gold. Don't like it? File a complaint with the International Wushu Association. See whose voice carries more weight there. Their so-called sick men of East Asia, or mine. The domestic audience seethed with fury. Plastic water bottles rained down upon the ring like hail. Rigged call. Shameless foreigner. You're openly stealing the world championship title. The referee dodged carelessly, and even arrogantly flipped the audience the middle finger. Just as he prepared to drape the golden belt around the dazed little John, Lu Chen's call connected. Lin Aoshua. Lu Chen's voice was colder than shattered ice. Confirmed. Full social network and financial trail of the referee locked. A holographic girl's voice reported rapidly inside his mind. Detected a 3 million illicit overseas fund transfer under the referee's name. Activating Rothschild family dark web privileges. No need for details. Lu Chen cut off the system's report, his gaze locked unblinkingly on the referee above. Within 3 minutes, acquire full ownership of the International Wushu Association, the organizer of this match. Trace every asset held by his ancestors across 18 generations overseas, then execute hostile takeovers and seizures. Render his entire family homeless, sleeping on the streets. Command confirmed. $1 trillion liquidity pool activated. Dimensional suppression initiated. He ended the call, hands tucked deep in his pockets, standing utterly still. Like a reaper in darkness, calmly marking the final seconds before his prey's demise. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Above, the referee continued his arrogant display, urging staff to bring forward the championship trophy. VRR, VRR. His satellite encrypted phone erupted violently in his pocket, like a death knell. The referee frowned and withdrew it. When he saw the caller ID, International Wushu Association Supreme Chairman, he instantly shifted into a fawning, obsequious mask. "Oh, esteemed chairman, I'm handling a minor issue here on your behalf. Handle your mother's issue. You imbecilic fool." From the other, in the normally aloof association chairman screamed, a guttural, soul-rending shriek worthy of a slaughtered pig. "Who in the Eastern world have you provoked? Moments ago, an unfathomably vast sum of capital forcibly acquired 100% equity of the International Wushu Association." The referee's sycophantic grin froze. His mind went utterly blank. The new CEO has issued his first global purge order. Evidence of your 3 million bribe has already been delivered to Interpol's inbox. You are banned from competition for life. Prepare to spend the rest of your days behind bars. Clack. His hand trembled. The satellite phone slipped from his grasp and clattered onto the canvas floor. His mouth gaped wide, a wheezing, air-leaking ha-ha escaped his throat as violent tremors seized his entire body. He had bought the entire International Wushu Association for a 4-year-old's match, spending hundreds of billions. Was this the illegitimate son of a national? Just as he believed he'd reached the lowest circle of hell, his personal phone rang shrilly once more. This time a video call from his wife in Europe. Trembling, he accepted the call. On screen, his wife knelt sobbing uncontrollably before their 100-acre luxury. "John, something terrible has happened. Everything's collapsing." Behind her, heavy bulldozers relentlessly flattened their manor. 5 minutes ago, our farm supermarket chain, even your parents' rural cottage, were all bankrupted overnight by an anonymous multinational conglomerate. All our bank accounts have been frozen. Not even enough left to buy bread. What unspeakable atrocity have you committed? Her wailing echoed clearly through the arena's speakers, reverberating across the entire martial arts hall. The referee's knees buckled. With a thunderous thud, he collapsed straight onto the rigid wooden ring. The sharp crack of kneecaps striking would send chills down every spine. He finally understood the sheer magnitude of what he had provoked. Not only had his entire existence been stripped away, but every ancestral thread of survival had been severed without mercy. Mr. Liu. Master Liu. Crawling on his knees toward the ring's edge, he faced Lu Chen directly below. Snot and tears streamed down his face as he slapped both cheeks with frantic, desperate force. Slap, slap, slap. Each strike landed with brutal intensity. Blood soon welled at the corners of his mouth. I was blind. I took the bribe. Your son is the true world champion. As he kowtowed repeatedly, his voice cracked with sobs. Please, show mercy. Spare my family's lives. I'll sing conquest for your young master. I will. Thus conquered by you, cutting off all retreat. A burly white referee kneeling on the ring sang the Mandarin pop song off-key while bowing deeply. Grotesque, yet terrifyingly awe-inspiring. The surreal spectacle left thousands of domestic spectators stunned. This breathtaking reversal rivaling science fiction itself. 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. An omnipotent international referee reduced, by sheer financial omnipotence, to a groveling beggar stripped of everything. Such godlike command, turning clouds to rain and rain to clouds, filled every onlooker's gaze with profound reverence. Lu Chen didn't grant the wretch even a single glance. He ascended the steps onto the ring and swept Xiao Bao into his arms. Xiao Bao didn't foul. Xiao Bao is champion. No one in this world may steal my son's honor. Bending low to meet his son's eyes, his voice softened, yet radiated unshakable authority. Xiao Bao burst into laughter, his plump little arms wrapping tightly around Lu Chen's neck. Dad is the strongest. Trembling staff members reverently presented the world championship belt, studded with countless sparkling diamonds, and carefully looped it around Xiao Bao's round little waist. Though comically oversized beneath the deafening roar of the crowd, the boy beamed. Truly a little warrior king. Night fell. Warm light glowed softly in the living room of DUN1. Xia Bingning had just concluded a day-long cross-border merger conference. She kicked off her crimson-soled stilettos and collapsed wearily into the leather sofa. Today, to assert dominance over foreign delegates, she'd worn 10-centimeter heels all day. Now her once alabaster ankles swelled fiercely, tinged with a vivid, painful crimson. She drew in a sharp breath at the sting, reaching down to rub them. But warm, steady hands gently cradled her. Lu Chen knelt on the wool rug before the sofa, holding a steaming basin of herbal-infused water, its surface dotted with soothing medicinal leaves. His deep-set eyes brimmed with tender concern. He lowered her swollen feet into the warm water with infinite care. Warm water flowed over the back of his feet, with several medicinal herbs for soothing muscles and promoting blood circulation swirling in the basin. Lu Chen knelt half-heartedly on the soft wool carpet. His rough and large palm gently wrapped around Xia Bingning's delicate yet swollen ankle. He possessed the physique of an ancient martial arts master with an unparalleled mastery over the acupoints of the human body. His thumb found the Tai Chi and Kuan Luan acupoints. The pressure was perfectly measured, kneading her ankle with just the right balance. Hiss. Xia Bingning inhaled sharply, her body flinching slightly. Does it hurt? He'll be gentler. Lu Chen immediately eased his grip, lifting his gaze to his wife, deep concern evident in his profound eyes. Xia Bingning shook her head. She looked at this extraordinary wealthy man who could effortlessly manipulate trillions of funds, causing the affluent young men of the capital to go bankrupt and leap from buildings. Yet at this moment he was kneeling on the ground like the most ordinary husband, washing her feet and massaging her. An indescribable pang of bitterness welled up in her throat. Xia Bingning's eyes instantly reddened, mist forming in her peach blossom-like eyes. In front of others, she was the decisive and cold-hearted billionaire female CEO, not even furrowing her brows. But in front of this man, all her strong facades crumbled. She reached out, her slightly trembling fingertip hovering in midair, yet dared not touch Lu Chen's cheek, fearing it was merely a dream. Hubby. Xia Bingning's voice was thick with a nasal tone, a hint of grievance laced in her teasing. Those foreigners were so hard to deal with today. If it weren't for your support behind the scenes, the Xia Corporation would really have been devoured by them. Lu Chen chuckled lightly, pouring warm water over the back of her foot. As long as I'm here, the sky can fall, and it won't crush you. Don't wear high heels tomorrow, switch to flats. Just as this warm and amorous atmosphere was about to overflow from the screen, a sudden piercing electronic synthesized voice akin to an air raid siren echoed in Lu Chen's mind. Ding. Detected host completing high-quality pampering actions, personally washing and massaging wife's feet. Triggering system's ultimate technology crit reward. Reward distribution in progress. Congratulations, host, complete confidential core blueprints and underlying source code for a 1 nanometer extreme ultraviolet EUV lithography machine. Note this technology is at least 50 years ahead of current Blue Star technology. It has been encrypted and stored in the system space. Please check host. Lu Chen's hand, which was massaging her ankle, suddenly paused. His fingers tensed in shock. Ouch, hubby, you're hurting me, Xia Bingning lightly exclaimed. Lu Chen regained his senses, quickly easing his grip and grabbing a pure cotton towel to dry her feet. Sorry, I lost focus. After ensuring Xia Bingning was comfortable, Lu Chen walked alone to the floor-to-ceiling window in the study and lit up a special cigar. He gazed at the vast data packets shimmering with a blue technological glow within the system space. A rare bemused expression appeared on his usually calm face. This system is completely nonsensical. There's no logic at all. Buying an ice cream for his 4-year-old son earns a reward of the world's largest chip foundry Longshin technology. That would be fine, at least it's somewhat related to money. But now, just for washing his wife's feet and massaging her ankle, he receives a blueprint for a 1-nanometer lithography machine that could change the global technological landscape and potentially spark a third world war. You have to understand, those Western tech giants across the ocean have united with several developed countries, pouring over $1 trillion into R&D, and they are still struggling at the 3-nanometer barrier. The lithography machine is hailed as the most dazzling jewel on the crown of human industry. It is the nuclear weapon that the West uses to strangle the rise of Eastern technology. And now this sword of Damocles that can shatter the century-long technological blockade of the West has landed in his pocket simply because he washed his wife's feet. If those top Western scientists and tycoons found out, they would probably be so enraged they would collectively commit harakiri. Lu Chen took a deep puff of his cigar, exhaling thick smoke. Though Longshin technology controls the foundry capacity, the most critical lithography machine equipment is still under the embargo of the Western Alliance. This blueprint comes at just the right time. However, he did not plan to directly use the blueprint to start a company. A common person is innocent, but possessing such treasures invites trouble. Without absolute global military deterrence, hoarding such strategic-level technology alone would only attract endless assassinations and wars. Lin Aoshue, Lu Chen issued a command in his mind. Here, is Miss Foot washing gift package satisfactory? The holographic girl popped out looking smug. Decrypt and encrypt this blueprint. Erase all IP traces and location information. Lu Chen extinguished his cigar, his gaze icy and resolute. Send it to the most confidential mailbox of the Long Kingdom Academy of Sciences. Sign it as Huaxia Night Watchman. Although he was not fond of exposing himself to this nation that raised him, he was still quite willing to send a grand gift to break the spines of those Western white pigs. Command received. God-level hacking program has been activated. Transmission completed. After doing all this, Lu Chen turned and returned to the master bedroom. He hugged his fragrant and soft wife, falling into a deep sleep. However, the click of his mouse at that moment ignited a 10-level earthquake that would sweep through the very core of the Long Kingdom's highest power in this quiet night. The next morning, in the capital of the Long Kingdom, within the secret underground shelter of the highest academy, Zhang Guozhu, the elderly president of the academy who had devoted his life to the nation, was holding a strong tea, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the large screen. The West had just announced a new round of chip embargo yesterday. The Long Kingdom's tech industry was facing a disaster. Ding! A mysterious email suddenly popped up in the encrypted mailbox. Zhang Guozhu frowned as he clicked it open. He took just one glance. Clang! The scalding teacup smashed onto the marble floor, shards flying. Zhang Guozhu's wrinkled old face turned bright red instantly, his breathing rapid like a torn bellows. He clutched the edge of the screen tightly, his eyes nearly popping out. This is the structural diagram of the underlying light source for the 1-nanometer lithography machine. He furiously hammered the keyboard, opening the subsequent attachments. The complete blueprint's source code, material ratios. All flawless. It was even 50 years ahead of the theoretical model. Miracle. This is a miracle. Zhang Guozhu trembled with excitement, his heart experiencing intense pangs. He slid off his chair to the floor, clutching his chest, tears streaming down his face. President, what's wrong with you? The guard was terrified, rushing in to provide him with a heart-saving pill. Zhang Guozhu shoved the guard away, roaring like a madman. Don't mind me. Hurry. Track the IP of this Huaxia Night Watchman. Even if we have to turn the earth upside down, we must find this national protector. 10 minutes later, the technical staff, drenched in sweat, reported, President, the other party's technology is too terrifying, we can only barely lock onto the last area where the signal disappeared in Magic City. Prepare backup. Notify the entire city of Magic City to go on alert. Zhang Guozhu didn't even take off his lab coat, his eyes reddened as he rushed out. Today, even if I have to crawl, I will go to Magic City to bow to this deity. Dozens of high-level official vehicles bearing white license plates, their glaring double-flash hazard lights blazing, roared into the heart of Modu like a steel dragon. The shrill wail of police sirens pierced the sky. The traffic department completed a full clearance of the main thoroughfare within 10 minutes. This highest level of traffic control, typically only activated for visiting foreign heads of state, caused citizens of Modu along the route to pause and speculate which monumental figure had descended upon the city. The convoy finally came to a steady stop outside a secluded private tea house called Red Leaf. The car door swung open. Dean Zhangguozhu, well over 70 years old and still in his white lab coat, stumbled into the tea house, supported by 2 armed guards. His eyes, bloodshot from a sleepless night, burned with a frenzied urgency. Inside the private room on the 2nd floor, sandalwood incense curled through the air. Lu Chen, dressed in simple white casual clothes, sat alone before a rosewood tea table, leisurely warming a teacup. Though he had severed all traceable IP addresses from the email, since he had decided to hand over the lithography machine, he had still left a subtle trail for this patriotic old dean to follow here. However, he now needed a perfect cover identity. Bang! The sliding door of the private room was thrust open with brute force. Zhangguozhu stood panting at the doorway, his gaze locked on Lu Chen seated at the tea table. His eyes fell upon the inconspicuous black USB drive beside Lu Chen's hand, and his breathing grew ragged. You are the Huaxiao night watchman who sent the email. Zhang Guzi's voice trembled as he shook off the guard support and shuffled forward unsteadily. Lu Chen poured a cup of tea and gently pushed it toward the old dean. Dean Zhang, please sit. His voice was calm as water, neither confirming nor denying. He took a sip of tea, his gaze deep and penetrating as he regarded the agitated national treasure. I am not that senior. Lu Chen fabricated a colossal lie, yet his tone was so sincere that no one could doubt it. I am merely an intermediary entrusted by a mysterious friend overseas. That senior fled abroad in his early years, lurking within the core of Western tech giants for decades before risking his life to bring back these blueprints. He does not wish to reveal his identity, only to see this technology return to where it belongs. Lu Chen gently slid the USB drive containing the top-secret 1-nanometer lithography machine blueprints and source code to Zhangguozhu. Inside are the complete industrial machine tool parameters and light source cutting code. Take it, just like that. Given away. Zhangguozhu stared at the USB drive resting quietly on the table, his mind blank. The Western nations had spent trillions of dollars, even launching local wars and assassinations to prevent this technology from leaking. And now this divine object, capable of altering the course of human technology and shattering a century of Western blockade, was casually placed beside a coaster. Zhang Guzi's hands, speckled with age spots, trembled as if electrocuted. He carefully picked up the USB drive, as if holding a star that could go dark at any moment. Thud! Without any warning. This esteemed titan of Longwo's scientific community, so revered that even the chief minister would defer to him, suddenly bent his knees and knelt straight before Lu Chen. Dean. The 2 guards turned pale in terror and moved to help him up. Stand back. All of you stand back. Zhangguozhu barked sternly, then turned to Lu Chen with tears streaming down his weathered face. The murky tears flowed along the crevices of his face and splattered on the rosewood floor. Mr. Lu, please accept this old man's bow. Zhang Guzi's forehead struck the floor heavily, producing a dull sound. This is not merely a set of blueprints. It is the pillar of our nation that will break the spines of the Westerners and allow our Huaxiao people to truly stand tall. On behalf of 1 billion countrymen and the researchers who have suffered under sanctions their entire lives, I thank that anonymous senior. Thank you. Lu Chen looked at the kneeling old man, a faint ripple stirring in his heart. He reached out and helped Zhangguozhu to his feet. If this old national treasure ever learned that these world-shaking blueprints which had moved him to tears were merely a system reward Lu Chen had received the previous night, while casually rubbing his wife's feet to please her, the old man would probably have a stroke on the spot from sheer fury. Dean Zhang, you flatter me. Take it back for production as soon as possible. We have little time left. Lu Chen patted the old man on the shoulder and walked out of the private room, vanishing without a trace. That evening at exactly 7 o'clock, all national television stations and online platform live feeds were forcibly switched at the same moment. The news anchor, with a rare tone of passion that bordered on choked emotion, broadcast a top-level national bulletin to the world. Our country's research team has achieved a major breakthrough in the core semiconductor field. Today, a fully independently developed 1-nanometer extreme ultraviolet EUV lithography machine has been officially declared successful and put into mass production. Huaxiao technology has completely crushed the West's half-century technological blockade. We are about to usher in our own China chip era. The news sparked nationwide jubilation. Countless university dorms erupted with cheers loud enough to lift roofs. Late-night researchers wept in each other's arms. In front of LED screens on the streets, passers-by waved national flags in excitement. The technological mountain that had weighed on the people of Longwa for decades was shattered tonight. On the other side of the ocean, on Wall Street, this news was like a 10-megaton nuclear bomb exploding directly in the heart of Western technological hegemony, in a secret underground meeting room of a top Manhattan financial conglomerate. A dozen white capitalists who controlled the lifeblood of the global electronics industry chain stared fixedly at the Longwa news on the big screen. Their cigars dropped onto the carpet burning holes, yet no one cared. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A blond, blue-eyed old man roared hysterically, slamming his fist onto the conference table. Unanemometer technology. Even with the combined strength of the entire West, we are still groping in the lab. How could they possibly mass-produce it overnight? This must be fake propaganda. An Eastern information war. But soon satellite reconnaissance data arrived like a resounding slap across the faces of these arrogant capitalists. Longwo's top-grade wafer fabs had indeed begun operating around the clock, and the yield rate of the chips produced far exceeded Western theoretical limits. Panic spread through the room like a plague. Once the East seized control of the bottom-level chip hegemony, these Western conglomerates that had bled the world through technological monopoly would face catastrophic ruin. We must stop them. We cannot let their electronic products dominate the global market. The chairman of the consortium, his face twisted with desperation, a glint of last-ditch madness in his eyes. Launched the meat grinder plan immediately. He gritted his teeth and issued the joint sanctions order. Forcefully cut off the underlying chip supply and overseas manufacturing channels for all electronic products under the so-called XIA consortium in the East. I want their entire industrial chain paralyzed and bankrupt within 3 days. The major news of overseas sanctions hit like a sudden snowstorm, instantly covering the front pages of major domestic media outlets. Xia Bingming sat in the spacious study of the Emperor Yuan No, her desk piled high with urgent documents. Her slender fingers flipped through reports of factories that were completely shut down, and the more she read, the tighter her brows furrowed. Her once clear peach blossom eyes were now filled with bloodshot veins from a sleepless night. In just 4 hours, 12 of our overseas factories have been forcibly sealed. 32 production lines for electronic products in the country have been completely halted due to the lack of underlying chips protected by Western patents. Xia Bingming's voice carried an unmistakable weariness and hoarseness. She leaned back wearily in the leather chair, reaching up to massage her aching temples. Despite managing a 100 billion-level Xia family conglomerate in the face of such a technological blockade backed by several superpowers, she felt like a small boat lost in a raging sea, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. On the wall-mounted LCD TV, the rotating chairman of the Western Technology Alliance stood at a press conference, bathed in flashing lights, spouting arrogant claims to the cameras. His arrogant white face was filled with disdain from a lofty height. We have completely cut off any technical support to the Xia Group. Such Eastern companies that rely on stealing our technology should have been eliminated long ago. The white CEO waved his fist, spitting as he spoke. I announced to the world, in 3 days, at most 3 days, the Xia industrial chain will completely collapse. I want that so-called female CEO of theirs to kneel at the gates of Wall Street, begging us to graciously acquire their worthless scrap. These arrogant words spread worldwide through satellite signals. Domestic netizens furiously berated him in the barrage of comments, yet felt utterly helpless. Being behind means facing punishment. This is the cruel law of technological warfare. The door to the study was gently pushed open. Chen entered with a cup of hot milk. He did not look at the white CEO on the TV, who was barking like a clown. Chen walked to the desk and placed the warm milk into Xia Bingming's slightly cold hands. His broad hand rested on her tense shoulder, gently massaging her stiff muscles. Wife, stop looking at it. Chen's voice was low and calm, yet carried a terrifying power capable of instantly easing all anxiety. They're just a bunch of barking dogs. Break their legs, and they will quiet down. Xia Bingming looked up at her husband's calm profile, and her tense nerves miraculously relaxed. But she couldn't help but sigh with worry. But dear, that's the entire Western Technology Alliance. Their scale is too enormous. We are completely choked by their production capacity for underlying chips. Chen's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. Choked. It seemed these arrogant foreigners had forgotten that half a month ago he had taken to Bao to the amusement park and basked in the sun for 5 minutes. The system rewarded him with something. 70% absolute control of the world's largest chip foundry, Longshin Technology. No matter how advanced the chip designs those so-called Western tech giants produce, they will ultimately have to kneel before Longshin Technology's production line, begging them to turn the designs into tangible silicon chips. It can be said that Chen held the most fatal 7 inches of the global semiconductor industry chain in his hands. Lin Aoshua. Chen coldly uttered 3 words in his mind. The domineering host, this young lady, is already ready to overturn the table. The holographic lowly excitedly rubbed her small hands on the virtual panel, her big eyes sparkling with a mischievous gleam. Issue the highest control orders to the 38 super wafer factories of Longshin Technology. Chen's deep eyes erupted with a cold-blooded killing intent that seemed almost tangible. Immediately cut off all high-end chip foundry contracts with the giant enterprises under the Western Technology Alliance. stop all their production lines, and lock up all completed chips in the warehouse. Not a single piece is to be shipped. Since they want to place sanctions, I will cut off their roots. Command received. Divine-level reverse sanctions have been currently cutting off global production capacity supply. Across the ocean, the arrogant press conference was still ongoing. The white CEO was proudly raising a champagne glass, preparing to toast with the media below to celebrate the downfall of the Eastern giant. At that moment, bang! The heavy wooden door of the conference hall was forcefully slammed open. The white CEO's chief secretary rushed in tumbling. He didn't even care about the media cameras around. He directly dove to the CEO's ear, his voice trembling like a sieve. Boss, something big has happened. The secretary gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking through his expensive shirt. Just now, Longshin Technology unilaterally and without warning tore up all our foundry contracts. Our 3nm and 5nm chip production lines have been forcibly shut down and powered off. Even the stock we paid in full for is being held at the port, not allowed to be loaded onto ships. Crash. The high-footed glass in the white CEO's hand smashed onto the carpet, expensive champagne splattering everywhere. His arrogant expression instantly froze, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Are you crazy? Has Longshin Technology gone mad? Unilaterally tearing up contracts, they will owe us hundreds of billions in penalties. The CEO shouted hysterically like a wild boar whose tail had been stepped on. They said they don't care about that penalty. The secretary collapsed on the floor in despair, swallowing a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. The new boss of Longshin has declared, even if they had to smash Longshin to pieces, they absolutely would not provide us with even a chip the size of a fingernail. Boss, all core motherboards of our group have been cut off. All downstream assembly factories will completely halt within an hour. This statement, through the microphone that had not been turned off in time, clearly spread throughout the press conference. It also reached the ears of countless netizens glued to the live broadcast worldwide. The entire venue fell silent. Those Western media who had been applauding and cheering just moments ago now resembled ducks whose necks had been collectively squeezed. Recording pens and cameras clattered to the ground. Retribution came faster than a tornado. 10 minutes later at the Nasdaq Trading Center, the dozen or so once mighty tech giants under the Western Technology Alliance saw their stock prices plummet like they had experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. Lines of bottomless green waterfalls ruthlessly shredded the psychological defenses of Wall Street capital. Tens of trillions in market value vanished into thin air within just half an hour. Inside the highest security underground conference room on Wall Street, dozens of old white men controlling the lifeblood of the Western economy stared intently at the bloody, plummeting curve on the screen. They slumped in their leather seats, cold sweat rolling down their age-spotted cheeks. Madman, the new boss behind Longshin, is definitely a reckless lunatic. The Alliance's rotating chairman clutched his head with both hands, painfully tugging at his hair. Ignoring the hundreds of billions in penalties directly severing the global chip supply chain's throat. Does he have an endless cash flow with such a self-destructive strategy? Investigate. Immediately use the CIA's highest authority. An old man with a hawk nose slammed the table, his bloodshot eyes resembling a wolf driven to the brink. I want to know, who is this Eastern person manipulating the global chip lifeline from behind the scenes? On Wall Street, in the highest security underground conference room, thick clouds of Cuban cigar smoke lingered like inescapable sorrow, enveloping the heads of several elderly white men who held the reins of the global economy. They stared intently at the massive tactical display screen on the wall, their breaths heavy like a bellows. On the screen, the stock charts of several giant corporations under the Western Technology Alliance had already plummeted to the depths. Every second, billions of dollars were evaporating. This unprecedented counter-sanction was like a rusty blunt knife, gradually severing the arteries of Wall Street. Ding! The mechanical unlocking sound of the tightly shut security door echoed in the conference room. A senior agent clad in a black trench coat and adorned with the highest-level CIA badge strode swiftly into the hall. His complexion was ashen, beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead, and he clutched a top-secret dossier tightly in his hand. Gentlemen, we have utilized the Skynet system and global supercomputing for facial and skeletal comparison. The agent swallowed a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva, his voice trembling. We have found the mysterious Eastern man who bought Longshin Technology and forcibly severed the global chip supply chain. Upon hearing this, the tycoons who had been slumped in leather chairs sprang up as if electrocuted. The hawk-nosed elder snatched the dossier, tearing open the seal in a fit of rage, slamming the photos onto the conference table. Activate the holographic projection. I want to see clearly what this devil who dares to crush Western technological hegemony looks like with 3 heads and 6 arms. The large screen flickered momentarily. A somewhat blurry photo, though technically restored, was presented before. This was not a photo taken at some international economic forum or a secret private banquet of tycoons. It was astonishingly a surveillance snapshot from a supermarket in the Magic City. In the photo, an ordinary Eastern man dressed in a casual t-shirt was pushing a shopping cart filled with vegetables and diapers. In his left arm he cradled a little girl with a bun hairstyle who was munching on ice cream. His right hand held the hand of a little boy in an Ultraman pajamas patiently coaxing him. It was such a man exuding the warmth of everyday life who appeared to be an ordinary styrofoam dad. A gentle smile lingered on his lips as he looked at the child in his arms with affection. The room fell into a deathly silence. A silence so profound that it was akin to death itself. Dozens of Wall Street sharks who would kill without blinking an eye in the business world and easily instigate localized wars were all gaping in shock, their jaws nearly dropping onto the marble table. Are you kidding me? The rotating chairman of the alliance slammed his palm heavily onto the table, causing coffee cups to topple. He pointed at the man holding the child on the screen, frantically shouting, "Is this the financial tyrant who shorted the Chu family by $200 billion without batting an eye and severed the lifeline of the global chip supply chain? A man who goes grocery shopping every day and buys diapers for his children." The agent wiped the cold sweat from his brow and reported tremblingly, "Chairman, the intelligence is absolutely accurate. This person is named Lu Chen. He is not only the owner of Longxin Technology, but also controls the top private hospital in the Magic City and the Stun Education Group. He even bought the 8 major Hollywood studios as a toy factory for his son. His wealth can no longer be assessed by the existing financial system of Earth." The conference room once again fell into dead silence. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, a tremor originating from the depths of their souls, instantly drowning out all pride. The more this seemingly harmless family-oriented man appeared, the more terrifying he became when he held a butcher's knife capable of wreaking havoc. Because you simply never knew when he might decide to buy an entire country out of frustration while waiting in line to buy candy for his child. "We cannot employ hard tactics. Absolutely must not provoke him." The hawk-nosed elder slumped back in his chair, a trace of apprehension flickering in his eyes. He took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he issued the command. Since he is a man, he must have weaknesses. Immediately contact MI6 and activate the Medusa plan. Send our top blonde spy to the Magic City. At all costs, even if it requires using her body, we must extract the control of Longxin Technology from this Eastern dad. The scene shifts back to the domestic front in the Magic City. The night fell and the lights began to twinkle. Outside the top theater along the Huangpu River, a red carpet was laid out, and the flashes of cameras illuminated the night like daylight. This was the grand premiere of the historical epic Dynasty, a $100 billion investment by Xia's Media. As the newly appointed male lead of the film, the border collie that had gained intelligence naturally did not attend. But as a prominent backer, Xia Bingming linked her arm with Lu Chen's and slowly walked into the luxurious banquet hall under the pursuit of countless flashing lights. Dressed in a Weinard haute couture evening gown tonight, Xia Bingming's cold and noble temperament was brought out to the fullest. In the business world, she was an untouchable queen. Yet beside Lu Chen, her enchanting peach blossom eyes could only accommodate this man. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the mingling of scents at the banquet, Lu Chen stood holding a glass of champagne by the floor-to-ceiling window, enjoying a moment of tranquility. At that moment, a rich scent of perfume wafted through the air conditioning. A top-tier female star dressed in a deep V high-slit gown with a stunning figure approached Lu Chen with a sultry sway. Her name was Lu Feifei, the second female lead in the film, and she was famously known as a social butterfly. She had already learned that the seemingly low-key man in front of her was the true mastermind behind Xia's Media. "Mr. Lu, don't you feel bored standing here all alone?" Lu Feifei's voice was sweet like a little brush with a hook. She deliberately leaned her body closer to Lu Chen, her snow-white cleavage rising and falling dramatically with her breath almost brushing against Lu Chen's tailored suit. Lu Chen frowned slightly, remaining silent, as he took a half-step back to create distance. However, Lu Feifei was relentless, believing that her stunning face, which had captivated countless fans, could ensnare any man. She bit her red lips lightly, her gaze fixated on Lu Chen's cold profile, suddenly stumbling with an accidental misstep. "Ouch!" Lu Feifei exclaimed, her body leaning softly into Lu Chen's embrace. The red wine glass in her hand tilted. A few drops of bright red wine splashed accurately onto Lu Chen's expensive custom suit. The lights at the premiere banquet were lavish and ambiguous. The halo refracted by the crystal chandeliers danced over the body of Lu Feifei, the popular actress clad in a deep V high-slit gown. With an accidental slip of her foot, she let out a delicate cry. "Ouch!" Lu Feifei, like a piece of soft boneless snake meat, precisely tumbled toward Lu Chen's embrace. The wine glass in her hand tilted slightly. A few drops of crimson liquid with unerring accuracy splashed onto Lu Chen's custom-tailored suit jacket, which was worth a fortune. On the pure black fabric, a patch of glaring dark red remained. A cold gleam flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. He didn't reach out to catch her, he didn't even shrug his shoulders, merely stepping half a pace back. Lu Feifei fell short, stumbling a few steps on the carpet in her high heels before barely regaining her balance. A flicker of embarrassment crossed her face, but it was quickly replaced by a pitiful expression. She pulled a perfume-scented tissue from her handbag and walked briskly to Lu Chen. Extending her hands tipped with bright red nail polish, she reached directly for his chest to wipe it. "Mr. Lu, I'm so sorry, I just twisted my ankle." Lu Feifei's voice was sickly sweet, her coquettish tone carrying a hint of coy allure. While gently rubbing the tissue against Lu Chen's suit, she deliberately bent her head, exposing the suggestive whiteness of her cleavage without reservation into his downward gaze. She raised her head, her fox-like eyes impeccably lined with eyeliner locked onto Lu Chen with a sticky intensity. Lowering her voice to a whisper only the two of them could hear, she murmured, "Mr. Lu, your suit is stained. Why don't I accompany you upstairs to the suite to change?" Lu Feifei bit her rosy lower lip, her eyes filled with blatant innuendo. "I know President Xia is usually busy with work and has no time to take care of you. I don't want a title, I want nothing. As long as you're willing. I might even quit the entertainment circle and bear you a child at home." In this circle, a tycoon like Lu Chen, who controlled hundreds of billions in capital and could blacklist a top celebrity with a snap of his fingers, was simply a walking golden elixir. To climb into his bed, even as a mere kept bird in the shadows, was a million times better than struggling in the entertainment industry for a lifetime. Lu Chen stared at this pretentious display, the disgust in his eyes, almost tangible, just as he was about to coldly summon security to toss this fly out. Smash! A crisp sound of shattering glass exploded not far behind them. Lu Chen looked up. Standing less than 2 meters away was Xia Bingning. In her hands, she held 2 delicate mousse cakes, which she had specially picked for Lu Chen from the dessert table. One of the bone china plates bearing a cake had already fallen and shattered on the floor. Xia Bingning's exquisitely beautiful cold face was veiled with an ice that had never thawed for millennia. In her captivating peach blossom eyes burned a fury capable of incinerating everything. The long hair originally tucked behind her ear quivered slightly with her rapid breaths. An overwhelming aura of a rightful wife, like a Siberian cold front, instantly swept across the corner of the banquet hall. The socialites and entertainment bigwigs nearby, who had been chatting over wine, keenly sensed this low pressure. Laughter and conversation came to an abrupt halt. All eyes turned in shock toward this direction. Without the slightest hesitation, Xia Bingning, in her 10-centimeter heels, strode quickly to Lu Chen's side. She snatched the perfume-scented tissue from Lu Feifei's hand and flung it to the ground in disdain. Then she extended her slender arm and tightly locked it around Lu Chen's. Like a lioness protecting its prey, she shielded Lu Chen behind herself. "Lu Feifei." Xia Bingning's voice was cold enough to shatter ice, every word a blade. "Are you deaf or are you blind? How dare you touch my man?" Lu Feifei, overwhelmed by this terrifying aura, stumbled back a step. She looked into Xia Bingning's murderous eyes and felt a pang of fear in her heart. But thinking of Lu Chen's immense wealth, she braced herself and put on a pitiful, fake innocent expression. "President Xia, you've misunderstood. I just accidentally spilled wine on Mr. Lu and wanted to help him wipe it." "Shut up." Xia Bingning cut her off sharply, her chest heaving violently. "Do you really think no one sees through your filthy intentions? Trying to climb into my husband's bed. Go take a look at yourself in the mirror. What do you think you are?" She turned to Lu Chen, her eyes slightly reddened, her lips tightly bitten. Although she knew Lu Chen could never fall for such a woman, seeing another woman touch her husband's chest with her own eyes, the sour jealousy instantly drowned her reason. Lu Chen looked at his wife's proud, jealous, and possessive demeanor. Not only was he not angry, but a wave of unshakable tenderness surged in his heart. He turned his hand and wrapped his palm around Xia Bingning's cool little hand, gently squeezing it, giving her a reassuring look. Then Lu Chen turned to face Lu Feifei. The deep, profound eyes instantly turned as cold as if looking at a dead thing. "Security." Lu Chen's voice was low, but in the dead silent banquet hall, it rang clearly in everyone's ears. 2 burly bodyguards in black like wolves emerged from the shadows. "Throw her out the main entrance. From now on, I don't want to see that face in any public setting." Lu Chen pronounced Lu Feifei's death sentence in a flat tone. "Inform the group's legal department to terminate all her endorsements and film contracts unilaterally. Blacklist her from the entire industry." A casually spoken sentence landed like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, striking directly onto Lu Feifei's crown. Blacklisted from the entire industry. Lu Feifei's exquisitely made-up face turned deathly pale in an instant. Her legs gave way and she collapsed onto the floor littered with broken glass. The expensive deep V gown was torn by the shards, but she didn't even notice. "Mr. Lu, President Xia, I was wrong. He'll never dare again." Lu Feifei wailed in despair, trying to crawl forward and cling to Lu Chen's leg. "Please give me a way out. I didn't get to this position easily." The security guards didn't give her a chance to touch Lu Chen. Grabbing her arms from both sides, they dragged her toward the main entrance of the banquet hall like a dead dog, showing no mercy. The desperate wailing faded into the luxurious corridor and eventually disappeared. The celebrities and power players present witnessing this felt cold sweat instantly soak their backs. With a single sentence, a top female star worth hundreds of millions, and at the peak of her fame, was utterly ruined. Such decisive ruthlessness and effortless manipulation of power elevated everyone's reverence for Lu Chen to another level. The storm subsided. Lu Chen took off the stained suit jacket and casually tossed it onto a nearby leather sofa. He turned to look at Xia Bingning, who was still sulking. Xia Bingning averted her gaze, refusing to look at him. But the little hand that Lu Chen held in his palm did not pull away. Instead her fingers exerted a slight pressure, curling back to clasp his knuckles. It was a subconscious gesture of claiming ownership. Wife still upset. Lu Chen leaned down and whispered softly in her ear. I can't even be bothered to glance at trash like that throwing themselves at me. From beginning to end my eyes have been only on you. Hearing this deep magnetic confession, Xia Bingning's ears reddened, and the jealousy in her heart vanished instantly. She turned her head, gave a proud little hum, but her eyes shimmered with moved tears. You know what's good for you. If any other woman dares to come within 3 steps of you again, it'll break her legs. She tightly looped her arm through Lu Chen's, pressing her entire body against his. After the banquet ended, sitting in the bulletproof Maybach on the way home, Lu Chen gazed at the speeding nightscape outside the window, but his thoughts flew back to the 3 little dumplings at home. Recently there had been too many business wars and upheavals in Shanghai. The children had been cooped up in the villa, rarely getting a chance to go out and experience nature. Coincidentally, a fearless variety show director had been hanging around the Xia Media building every day for the past few days, persistently begging to invite Lu Chen's family to participate in an upcoming parent-child wilderness variety show. Lu Chen originally had zero interest in such public appearances. But looking at his wife, who seemed a bit weary from perhaps taking his wife and children to a place without scheming and deceit for a good relaxation, wouldn't be a bad choice. Bingning. Lu Chen held his wife's hand, a gentle smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Leave the company matters to the vice president for a few days. This weekend, we'll take DeBeo and the others to film a parent-child variety show for fun. 6 in the morning. On the eastern outskirts of Modu, the morning mist had yet to dissipate. Wang Ponzi, the chief director of the parent-child wilderness adventure variety show Super Dad, was leading an advanced crew of over 30 people. Carrying over a dozen expensive high-definition cameras and boom microphones, they stood yawning outside the 10-meter-wide solid bronze carved gate of Do You Anyhow. This was the surprise shooting location for their first stop of the day. For the sake of the show's effect, the director team had deliberately not notified the specific arrival time in advance, precisely to capture the flustered, simple, and genuine amateur contrast charm of the guests just after waking up. Director Wang only knew that this household was an anonymous investor under Xia Media. In his original conception, although such behind-the-scenes investors had some money, they would inevitably appear awkward in front of the camera due to never having witnessed great sophistication, which would perfectly set off the composure of the other celebrity families. Attention all units. As soon as the door opens, point the cameras directly at their faces. Wang Ponzi rubbed his hands together and commanded in a lowered voice into the microphone. Especially capture their shabby appearance while packing luggage. Shots of that wealthy son-in-law flusteredly taking care of 3 kids. They will absolutely trend on the hot search. The camera guy perked up and aimed the lens at the tightly shut bronze door. Drip, click. A faint electronic unlocking sound rang out. The heavy solid bronze gate slowly opened to both sides, revealing the full view hidden behind it. At the very moment the gate opened, Director Wang and the entire crew, ready to capture the poor contrast, were as if collectively struck by a freezing spell. They stood frozen stiff in place. Their eyes gradually widened, their jaws nearly dropping to their feet. Behind the gate, no flustered amateurs, nor the shabby suitcases they had imagined strewn everywhere. What met their eyes was a welcoming pathway dozens of meters long, paved with white marble. On both sides of the pathway stood 2 rows of maids, all over 1.75 meters tall, dressed in handmade custom tailcoats. Their hands folded before their lower abdomens, wearing pure white silk gloves. The moment they saw Lu Chen and his family, the 30 maids bent down in perfect unison, bowing deeply at 90 degrees. Good morning, young master. Good morning, little young masters. The sweet and uniform greeting echoed through the spacious estate. And at the end of the pathway, a full 12 pitch-black bulletproof level night 15 armored SUVs, like so many crouching steel beasts, lined up imposingly in 2 columns, their engines emitting low roars. Dozens of bodyguards wearing tactical sunglasses exuding a ruthless killing aura stood erect beside the car doors, ready at any moment. How could this be the departure scene of an ordinary family? This was like some Middle Eastern king on a state visit. Director Wang's Adam's apple bobbed painfully as he gasped for air. He felt his worldview being ground into the dirt by the lavish display before him. Just then Lu Chen walked out slowly from the main entrance of the villa, holding the hands of 3 adorable children. He wore a casual outfit that seemed simple, but was actually hand-tailored by top Italian couturiers. The Patek Philippe limited edition tourbillon watch casually revealed on his wrist refracted a dazzling halo under the morning light. That single watch alone was worth the entire production budget of Super Dad for 10 years. DeBeo wore anti-blue light glasses and held the latest miniature satellite communication terminal in his hands. Erbao wore a pink haute couture dress and held a lollipop made of pure gold in her hand. Xiaobao dragged a small custom LV suitcase studded with diamonds. The father and 3 children walked toward the rising sun, their innate aura of superiority crushing the dozens of staff on site so that they dared not even breathe heavily. Clang! The camera guy felt his legs go weak and his hand trembled. The Sony HD camera worth over 100,000 yuan crashed onto the asphalt, its lens instantly shattering into a spiderweb. But he didn't even dare to look at it. He just gaped, staring blankly at Lu Chen approaching. Did you capture it? Director Wang's voice trembled, cold sweat streaming down his plump face. He had originally prepared a bellyful of thorny questions to make Lu Chen look foolish on camera. But now he felt like a clown in a circus. Before this true deity, even the courage to speak had been utterly. Lu Chen walked up to the director team. His deep eyes casually swept over the trembling staff. Weren't we supposed to depart at 6? What are you waiting for? Lu Chen's voice was as calm as water, yet carried an undeniable pressure. Lead the way. Director Wang snapped back to reality, bowing repeatedly. Yes, Mr. Lu, this way please. He led the way like a lapdog, bending so low that his waist nearly touched the ground. The crew members who had initially been ready to watch the show all held their breath, now cautiously following behind, afraid to disturb this behemoth who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. As the motorcade grandly drove out of the villa area, the preview livestream room of Super Dad was instantly bombarded by a frenzy of netizen comments. Holy crap! Who was that? This procession is even more terrifying than a chief's motorcade. What did I see? 12 bulletproof armored cars leading the way. Those mates' clothes, just one piece costs a year of my salary. Didn't the director team say there'd be an ordinary family this episode? This is what they call ordinary. This is clearly a deity descending to the mortal world to experience life. The comments scrolled wildly. The viewership skyrocketed in the first 10 minutes of airing, breaking historical records for that time slot. 2 hours later, on the tarmac of Modum Military Airport, several heavy transport helicopters painted with the show's logo had their propellers roaring deafeningly. Apart from Lu Chen's family, 3 other invited celebrity families had also all assembled. They looked at the dozens of fierce bodyguards behind Lu Chen and the 12 armored vehicles, their faces turning pale. They shrank into corners, lacking even the courage to go say hello. The filming location for the first episode was chosen on an undeveloped, uninhabited island in the South China Sea. The show's rules were brutal. Only the most basic survival tools were provided: a survival knife and a flint. The guests were required to spend 3 days and 3 nights on the deserted island with their children. The helicopter lifted off and flew toward the blue ocean. Several hours later, as the helicopter landed on the beach of the deserted island, the other 3 celebrity families, as soon as they got off the plane, were tormented by the island's stuffy and humid tropical climate, groaning in misery. They wore the sponsor-provided windbreakers and carried heavy backpacks. To maintain their tough guy and loving father personas on camera, they could only bitterly wield machetes to search the jungle for branches to build shelters and edible wild fruits. A few pampered celebrity kids raised in luxury wailed from the heat, crying to go home. At that moment, on the stunning white sandy beach on the other side of the deserted island, Lu Chen stepped off the helicopter holding the 3 adorable children. He glanced at the shabby survival knife issued by the crew, and a mocking sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Casually, he tossed the knife into the nearby bushes. Wilderness survival. Lu Chen put his hands in his pockets, his deep gaze sweeping over the barren beach before him. He turned to look at Director Wang, following behind his tone, carrying a domineering air that regarded rules as dirt. My wife and children, even in the wild mountains, must never suffer the slightest hardship. On the sun-scorched beach of a desolate island, heat shimmers above the sand. Several currently popular male celebrities, normally polished and glamorous, kneel bare-chested in the mud, frantically rubbing sticks together in a desperate attempt to kindle fire. Sweat washes away the foundation still clinging to their faces, carving muddy streaks across their skin. A fragile spark, painstakingly coaxed into existence, vanishes instantly beneath the island's relentless gale. Starving and gaunt, the celebrity fathers cradle their wailing starborn children. With no choice but to endure, they clench rusted survival knives and plunge into swarming thickets, searching for tart wild fruits. This harrowing spectacle stirs waves of sympathy and generous donations from viewers streaming live. In the lower right corner of the broadcast screen, the feed cuts to another stretch of the island, the domain of Lu Chen's family. In the production team's original vision, Lu Chen, a fabulously wealthy father utterly inexperienced in wilderness survival, would flounder helplessly in this harsh environment, perhaps even withdraw from the show outright, unable to bear its rigors. Yet, The moment the camera pans over every staff member of the reality show Superdad, alongside millions of online viewers glued to their screens, collectively inhale a sharp, stunned breath, their eyes bulging with disbelief. On Lu Chen's stretch of beach, there is no frantic fire-making, no bitter gnawing on tree bark. Instead, a deafening sonic boom tears through the sky. Boom, roar. 3 colossal Mi-26 heavy-lift military transport helicopters descend in a triangular formation, dwarfing the horizon like airborne leviathans. Their violent rotor wash bends coconut palms sideways, sand whirls and blinding clouds. Under the collective gaze of utter awe and disbelief, the underbellies of all 3 helicopters swing open, releasing thick steel cables. With a grating whine of hydraulics and gears, a 15-meter-long bulletproof armored luxury motorhome, valued in the tens of millions, descends smoothly onto the soft white sands. Immediately thereafter, modular high-end windproof camping tents and an entire stainless steel professional outdoor kitchen are deployed in rapid succession, like dumplings dropped into boiling water. Is this a sci-fi blockbuster? Director Wong, nicknamed Fat Wong, cowers behind his camera, legs trembling uncontrollably. He has directed variety shows for over a decade, seen stars arrive with personal assistants, nannies, even stylists. But never in his wildest imagination had he witnessed a wilderness survival challenge launched with military-grade heavy-lift helicopters delivering a multi-million-dollar armored motorhome. Once the helicopters depart, circling gracefully into the distance, the motorhome's hydraulic side door glides open, revealing an interior rivaling the opulence of a 5-star presidential suite. Frigid air surges forth, instantly dispelling the island's oppressive humidity. Lu Chen gently holds Xia Bingning's hand as they lead their 3 adorable children calmly into the vehicle. It's too hot outside. Let's cool down first. With a casual press of a button, the vehicle's premium surround sound system begins pouring out a soothing classical symphony. Eldest son claims the leather sofa, immediately pulling out his tablet to resume coding. Second son kicks off his shoes and rolls gleefully across the plush wool carpet, giggling without restraint. Youngest son presses his nose against the panoramic bulletproof skylight, curiously observing the production crew members still gnawing on bark just beyond the window. Meanwhile, on the beach outside, 12 foreign chefs in immaculate white uniforms deftly assemble the recently airdropped outdoor kitchen. This elite private culinary team was urgently dispatched from Lu Chen's Michelin 3-star restaurant group, activated via his system privileges. Within half an hour, an elegant European-style long dining table, draped in snow-white embroidered linen, is set beside the shoreline. Silver candelabras gleam fiercely under the sun. A butler in formal tailcoat bows gracefully and pulls out chairs for Lu Chen and his wife. Master, madam, the luncheon is ready. Wearing pristine white gloves, he inclines his head respectfully. The silver cloche lifts, revealing prime A5 Wagyu, sizzling on a cast-iron plate, its rich aroma of caramelized fat filling the air. Fresh foie gras flown in from France, Australian lobsters larger than a palm, and icy caviar glisten beside a perfectly decanted bottle of Romanée-Conti, worth over 1 million yuan. Lu Chen raises his crystal goblet in a gentle toast with Xia Bingning. He slices a tender, crimson-marbled piece of Wagyu and feeds it into youngest son's eagerly opened mouth. The family dines in the sea breeze, accompanied by symphonic music, feasting on the world's finest French cuisine, on a remote, uninhabited island. Meanwhile, less than 500 meters away, a top-tier male celebrity, having just bitten into a sour wild fruit, stares at the savory aroma drifting across the sand, and then down at the shriveled, tasteless thing in his hand. Tears spill instantly. In that instant, the live-stream chat of Superdad falls into stunned silence, then erupts into absolute, uncontainable pandemonium. Holy shit. Is this even wilderness survival? Others struggle to survive in the wild, while Lu Chen's family dines on haute cuisine in the wild. The contrast is unreal. I just peeked into the adjacent stream. The reigning idol got into a fistfight with a monkey over a single coconut. Poverty has shattered my imagination, airdropping a motorhome and Michelin-starred chefs via military helicopter. This isn't bold, it's deranged. The stream's concurrent viewership rockets upward, surging past 1 million, 3 million, and exploding past the staggering milestone of 10 million. All are mesmerized by this role-defying, dimension-shattering display of wealth. Yet, behind this nationwide frenzy, dark corners quietly fester with serpentine envy. Inside a luxury apartment in Shanghai, Zhou Qiang, a once viral celebrity, now faded from relevance for 2 years, stares fixedly at his tablet screen. His knuckles whiten around a glass tumbler, bloodshot veins spiderweb across his eyes, swollen with raw corrosive jealousy. Why does some upstart nouveau riche, who emerged from nowhere, steal all the spotlight? Zhou Qiang hurls the glass to the floor, where it shatters violently. He'd attempted to join the show himself, hoping for a comeback, only to be coldly rejected by the producers for lacking topic potential. Now witnessing Lu Chen's unapologetic extravagance, his envy blooms like venomous weeds. You want attention? Fine. I'll bury you alive online today. Gnashing his teeth, Zhou Qiang snatches up his phone and dials a number buried deep in his contacts. Hello, is this the Water Army boss? Same terms as before. His voice drips with chilling malice. I'm wiring you 20 million. I want 100,000 accounts mobilized immediately, flooding the Super Dad livestream. Spread chaos. Brand Lu Chen a corrupting influence on society. Shameless ostentation. I want him socially obliterated. Today before the entire internet. The bullet comments in the live stream of Super Dad were still uniformly marveling at Lu Chen's sheer financial prowess. Suddenly, without any warning, the tone took a dramatic 180-degree turn. An overwhelming flood of accounts bearing a uniform prefix surged like a black tidal wave bursting through a dam, instantly drowning the entire screen. What kind of wilderness survival is this, eh? This is nothing but a capitalist's publicity stunt. Eating a French feast. Drinking red wine. Get out of the show. Corrupting public morals. Just because you have a few stinking bucks you think you're something special, eh? Such a brazen show-off should be banned across the entire internet. We demand a permanent block on Lu Chen. Boycott Lu Chen. Boycott filthy capital. 100,000 paid trolls struck simultaneously, whipping up the rhythm to a frenzy. Even some clueless bandwagoners began to be carried away by the emotions, venting their own vitriol in the comments. The once warm and harmonious live room turned into a cyber gladiatorial arena filled with venomous curses within just 2 minutes. Inside the motorhome, Lu Chen paused, his hand holding the wine glass, freezing for a moment. His deep, abyss-like eyes coldly swept across the liquid crystal screen on the wall that monitored the live stream feedback. Watching the unsightly profanities scrolling by, a bloodthirsty sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Dare to launch a public cyberbullying against him in front of tens of millions of viewers. These rats hiding behind their screens must be tired of living. Just as Lu Chen was about to give the order for Mu Yu to directly raid the troll's den, Debao, sitting on the genuine leather sofa beside him, abruptly put down the Wagyu steak he had just bitten into. The 4-year-old boy's chubby fair face showed not a trace of childish panic. He adjusted the anti-blue light glasses on his nose. The lenses reflected the ghostly blue glow of the bullet comments on the screen. Debao's brows knitted tightly into a deep furrow. Dad, these bad guys are insulting you online again. Debao's voice was still babyish, yet his tone carried a chilling ruthlessness that mirrored his father's. Debao doesn't like them. Debao wants to make them disappear. He turned around, pulled out a special mini tablet from his little backpack, and placed his tiny fingers on the virtual keyboard. Lu Chen watched Debao's earnest demeanor, a warmth flooding his heart as the violence in his eyes melted into an indulgent smile. He took a sip from his glass, making no move to stop him. Go ahead, but don't go overboard. You might scare your little sister. Debao nodded. His short, chubby fingers transformed into a blur on the keyboard. Tat-a-tat-a-tat. The crisp sound of keystrokes echoed clearly in the quiet motorhome. Empowered by the system's black tech level hacker skill, Debao didn't even bother cracking the passwords of the troll. He directly launched a dimensionality reduction strike, a reverse trace, along the physical nodes through which those 100,000 accounts were simultaneously sending data. 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. Debao's fleshy fingers slammed down hard on the enter key. Snap. On the live screen, the frenziedly scrolling vitriolic comments seemed to hit a pause button, instantly frozen. Then on the screens of all 100,000 troll accounts stirring up trouble in the stream, a blood-red skull warning icon popped up simultaneously. Account permanently banned. Real IP address and personally identifiable information locked and uploaded to the public security system. And that wasn't all. At the same moment, the motherboards of these people's phones and computers let out a dull bang, physically burned out, spewing wisps of white smoke. The online world was clean in an instant. But that wasn't enough. Debao pouted and swiped his finger across the screen a couple more times. So it was this bad uncle named Zhou Qiang who paid them. He's hiding so many unspeakable secrets at home. The next second, the main screen of the Super Dad live stream with an audience of over 100 million was forcibly switched. A high-definition digitally stamped top-secret ledger draft was forcibly pinned full screen in front of everyone. It was a tax evasion list detailed to an appalling degree with a staggering amount of 800 million yuan. Besides that, there were several high-definition videos of Zhou Qiang consuming illicit substances and engaging in orgies at his private villa. Those obscene images and ironclad evidence were laid bare, without reservation, before tens of millions of viewers. The fated celebrity Zhou Qiang. In his upscale apartment in Shanghai, he was holding a wine glass, smugly watching the trolls whip up momentum, already fantasizing about Lu Cheng's miserable downfall. Suddenly his computer screen went black, then displayed the video of himself doing drugs. The wine glass in Zhou Qiang's hand crashed to the floor with a clatter, splashing red wine all over him. His blood ran cold in an instant. His face turned ashen like a dead man's. What? What is this? How was my top-secret cloud drive hacked? Zhou Chang, like a madman, lunged to pull out the computer's power cord, his hands trembling so violently he couldn't even yank the plug. It's over. It's all over. His desperate scream hadn't even died down. Boom. The security door of the apartment was smashed open by a heavy battering ram. A dozen fully armed narcotics police and economic crime investigators stormed in like wolves and tigers. A cold glint flashed off the steel handcuffs under the light. With a click, they were firmly locked around Zhou Chang's wrists. He was dragged out like a dead dog, his face a deathly gray, a yellow stain of urine spreading in his pants. From hiring trolls to having his secrets exposed, and the police at his door. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. One click, and he was socially dead across the entire internet. Even more terrifying, the rest of his freedom was also terminated with the press of a button. In the live room, the evidence hung on screen for a full 3 minutes before the feed switched back to the motorhome of Lu Chen's family. Debao Yan stuffed the tablet back into his backpack and picked up the half-eaten Wagyu steak. Dad, the garbage is cleaned up. Let's eat. After a brief moment of dead silence, the bullet comments exploded like a nuclear bomb of 1 billion megatons. It was utterly cataclysmic. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Who did that just now? A direct counterkill that revealed the mastermind behind the scenes. For years old, that 4-year-old kid named Debao was typing on the keyboard. It was him. A 4-year-old top hacker. One-click social death plus prison for a faded celebrity. What kind of godly family is this? Can't mess with them, can't mess with them. Who can withstand this? Is the Lu family a bunch of monsters? Serves them right. Trash who hires trolls from behind the scenes should be sent inside to sew sewing machines. After this legendary spine-tingling reverse face smack operation, the popularity of the Super Dad live stream shot straight to the heavens like a rocket. Inside the backstage monitoring room, the head director Fatty Wong was clutching his chest with one hand while holding a bottle of quick-acting heart medicine with the other. His eyes were wide as he stared at the red curve on the data panel that had broken through the stratosphere. The number of concurrent viewers, 120 million. This number directly shattered the historical record of all variety shows across the globe. Fatty Wong's heart gave a violent lurch, his eyes rolled back in ecstasy, and he nearly passed out. We're rich. The production team is about to be completely filthy rich. Meanwhile, in the live room, the netizens who had been utterly conquered by the Lu family's godly operations had stopped posting ordinary comments. Instead, they filled the entire screen with 2 characters in perfect unison. Godfather. Godfather, please protect us. May the big shot send a red envelope to let us bask in your Inside the broadcast van, the air conditioning was cranked up high, yet Wang Pengzi was still drenched in sweat. He tightly pressed his hand against his wildly beating heart, while tremblingly popping 2 quick-acting heart-saving pills into his mouth. His eyes were glued to the giant data monitoring screen in front of him. 120 million. Now 150 million. Wang Pengzi threw his head back and let out a near-manic laugh, spitting droplets onto the face of the assistant director beside him. We've broken the record. The viewing miracle in the history of global variety shows was born in my hands. He excitedly slapped his thigh, wishing he could rush to a deserted island right now and give Lu Chen a few loud bows. These are not just invited guests, they are the living ancestors who have elevated the entire production team to the altar. Inside the RV, Lu Chen cut a juicy piece of Australian lobster meat and placed it onto the fine bone china plate in front of Xia Bingming. Xia Bingming looked out the window at the other celebrities still struggling under the scorching sun to make fire by friction, then glanced at the Michelin French feast laid out before her. Even her usually cold face couldn't help but show a hint of a sly smile. She gently leaned on Lu Chen's shoulder, her eyes filled with admiration and dependence. Hubby, want this attract too much hatred? Hatred? Lu Chen raised his wine glass and took a sip of the $1 million Romani Conti. His deep-set eyes swept over the suspended live cameras within the vehicle, a lazy smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As long as I don't allow it, no one in this world dares to harbor hatred towards me. He looked at the monitoring screen on the opposite wall. At this moment, the tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room had been completely conquered by the reverse operations and incredible prowess of the Lu Chen family. The previous derogatory comments had long since vanished, replaced by a flood of orderly, almost server-crashing, enthusiastic bullet comments. Lu Chen is amazing. Great Master Baobao's operation. Adoptive father. Please accept my niece. Do you need a son? I can sweep the floor and have a college degree. Please big shot send a red envelope for some luck. I have a blind date tomorrow. Even a little bit from the adoptive father would be enough for us ordinary folks to eat for a lifetime. Please send a red envelope. The screen was flooded with adoptive father, and please send red envelopes frantically scrolling. Lu Chen looked at these comments filled with local flavor and found them amusing rather than offensive. He turned his head to see Da Bao, who was sprawled on the carpet fighting with Air Bao and Xiao Bao over a limited edition remote-controlled car. Then he glanced at his wife, who was filled with affection. Today his wife and children were having a great time, which put him in an unusually good mood. Since the whole internet was joining in the excitement, Chen didn't mind playing along. Chen took out the old Android phone from his pocket. With one hand, he swiped the screen and entered the official live broadcast back-end interaction interface of Super Dad. Lin Aoshua. Chen commanded in his mind. I'm here, host. Are we going to distribute some benefits? Set up a lucky bag in the live broadcast room, and let's draw some pocket money for everyone to enjoy. Chen's slender fingers tapped casually on the screen. 10 seconds later, in the live broadcast room of Super Dad, with 150 million people online, a huge, dazzling golden lucky bag icon suddenly popped up in the center of the screen without any warning. The countdown for the lucky bag showed 1 minute. And beneath this lucky bag, a line of glaring red words read Mr. Lu's exclusive red envelope, rain total amount, 1 billion RMB. Random drops. The live broadcast room fell silent for a second. Only the ticking sound of the countdown could be heard. The next second, the entire Dragon Kingdom's internet went completely crazy. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? 1 billion cash. Am I blind? This isn't just joy beans. This is real cash, 10 billion. Chen has gone insane. Did he just bring the bank to the live broadcast room? Quick, grab it. Even if I get $100, I can brag about it for a year. 1 second. Boom. At the moment the countdown hit 0, a torrential downpour of golden red envelopes cascaded down the screen. However, at that instant, when 150 million people were frantically clicking the screen, the highest level joint server cluster of the Penguin Group and Douyu platform, which carried the live broadcast signal, let out a mournful wail of being overwhelmed. Zila. Netizens across the country felt the screen flicker. The live broadcast room went black. In Magic City, at the headquarters of the Penguin Group, Ma Hualong was watching the live broadcast in his office with a cup of coffee. When he saw the black screen, his hand shook, spilling coffee all over his lap. The technical director rushed into the office, rolling and crawling, his voice shrill like a pig being slaughtered. Mr. Ma, it's crashed. Everything's crashed. The instantaneous concurrent traffic exceeded 300 billion. Our 30 server clusters have completely crashed. That's a cash flow impact of 10 billion. The system simply can't handle that level of concurrent commands. For a full 3 minutes, the largest live broadcast platforms in the Dragon Kingdom fell into a deathly paralysis. It wasn't until the tech department urgently activated backup servers and forcibly expanded the bandwidth tenfold that the live broadcast room barely restored the picture. When the picture lit up again, the bullet comments had turned into a grand scene of boasting and gratitude. I got $2,000. Long live Chen. I got 10,000. Adoptive father, I bow to you. Whoa, I only got 800, but I absorbed the celestial energy. Director Wang looked at the recovered data, his eyes rolling back, and he truly fainted this time, because the number of online viewers had already exceeded the terrifying 200 million mark. The entire internet was flooding the screen, begging for Chen's family to remain on this show. This was not just a variety show. It was clearly a billionaire distributing money for poverty alleviation. The first episode of Wilderness Survival, amid Chen's overwhelming display of wealth and money distribution, came to a perfect conclusion. In the evening, a long black convoy of 12 armored cars escorted Chen's family back to the city. The convoy smoothly traveled along the wide ring road in Magic City. Just as they passed near the Magic City International Circuit, a deafening roar of F1 engines tearing through the air faintly reached the cabin through the armored car's bulletproof glass. Air Bao was leaning against the car window watching the scenery. Hearing this wild sound, the little girl quickly turned her head. Excitement lit up her clear, bright eyes. She pointed at the gigantic cipher-shaped racetrack in the distance, happily bouncing in her seat. Daddy, look at the big car. That big car is going so fast. Chen looked at his daughter, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and a hint of softness appeared in his deep gaze. Want to see the big cars? All right. He pressed the communicator, issuing a directive in a calm tone. Turn the convoy around. Head to the racetrack. 12 armored vehicles drew a neat and imposing arc on the wide road, heading straight for the Magic City International Racetrack. At this moment, the racetrack was bustling with voices. The F1 Magic City Grand Prix was reaching its most intense qualifying stage. Chen held his second child in his arms, grasping Xie Bingming's hand as they entered the crowded VIP stands. The roar of engines was like the growl of wild beasts, quickening hearts and filling the air with the acrid smell of burnt rubber. Oh, isn't that Mr. Xie? A voice tinged with mockery and an exaggerated accent came from beside them. A blond man in a Ferrari team uniform approached, holding a champagne bottle. He was the star driver of the Ferrari team and the reigning world champion Schumacher. He cast a disdainful glance at Chen, then brazenly swept his gaze over Xie Bingming's alluring figure. Mr. Xie, I heard the Red Star team you sponsored previously couldn't afford to replace their engine, and now they're at the bottom again in the qualifying rounds. Schumacher laughed heartily, not bothering to hide his contempt. I think that broken team should just disband and spare us top teams the embarrassment on the track. Racing is an expensive sport for the elite. You Eastern upstarts who only know how to assemble factories simply can't afford it. Several foreign team owners nearby chuckled in agreement. Xie Bingming's expression darkened instantly. The Red Star team was indeed an early investment of the Xie family, but due to years of losses they had been consistently overshadowed by established foreign teams, becoming a laughingstock in the circle. She was about to retort coldly. Although the second child did not understand the complex commercial mockery, she sensed that this blonde uncle was bullying her mother. The little girl puffed her cheeks and pointed at Schumacher, shouting loudly, "You're the upstart. My daddy is Schumacher looked at the second child and scoffed. Little girl in F1 having money isn't enough, you need real skill. He provocatively turned to Lu Chun, shaking a finger at him. Orientals are inherently unsuitable for this speed and passion-driven sport. You only deserve to clap from the stands. Lu Chen's deep eyes narrowed slightly, a layer of frost forming in his gaze. He did not argue with such a he simply took out his phone. Lin Aoshua purchased the Red Star team outright. Also send their latest black technology engine blueprints to the team system. Lu Chen's voice was low but carried an undeniable authority. Ding. Command received. Acquisition complete. Huafu level anti-gravity engine blueprints have been dispatched. In less than 3 minutes, the panicking CEO of the nearly bankrupt Red Star team, who had been in the maintenance area weeping, suddenly jumped up as if struck by lightning. He trembled as he looked at the computer screen where an unexpected funding of billions appeared alongside blueprints that could revolutionize the entire automotive industry. This man in his 50s was so excited that he knelt on the ground in the maintenance area laughing towards the sky. 15 minutes later, the qualifying rounds were about to enter the final showdown. A pitch-black F1 car resembling a black lightning bolt gliding close to the ground was slowly pushed out from the Red Star team's maintenance area. At the rear of this car there were no traditional exhaust pipes, but rather 4 ion thrusters emitting a ghostly blue glow. Lu Chun donned a black fireproof racing suit. He held his helmet in one hand and strode towards the car amidst the astonished gazes of tens of thousands of spectators. With the system's god-level driving skill enhancement, he exuded an overwhelming sense of calm and pressure, as if he was born to conquer the racetrack. What does he think he's doing? Isn't he just an outsider? Schumacher stared wide-eyed, looking at Lu Chun as if he were insane. That broken car can't even make it past the qualifying rounds. Is he trying to get himself killed? Lu Chun ignored the ridicule from the stands. He stepped into the narrow cockpit and put on his helmet. The engine's hum was deep, almost inaudible. The black car glided onto the starting line like a ghost. The signal lights changed from red to green. There was no screeching of tires, only a terrifying explosion that shattered the sound barrier. The black car shot forward like a cannonball the moment the race started, accelerating to 100 kilometers in half a second. The spectators in the stands were left dazzled. The black car had transformed into a shadow, vanishing at the first bend. How is this possible? Schumacher's champagne glass dropped to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. He stared at the real-time speed radar on the big screen, his eyes nearly popping out. 300 kilometers. 400 kilometers. 500 kilometers. This had already broken the physical limits of F1 racing. Even more terrifying was the fact that facing the so-called death corner with its series of up-ends, the black car showed no signs of slowing down at all. He's insane. It's a guaranteed disaster. Several foreign coaches covered their eyes in fear, unable to bear witnessing the impending carnage. However, in the high-definition slow-motion replay on the big screen, the black car at the moment of entering the turn unleashed a reverse airflow from the blue ion thrusters at the rear. The car's body adhered tightly to the protective barriers on the inner track in a posture that completely defied the laws of physics, pulling off a perfect drift that seemed inhumane. The 4 tires even sparked brilliantly as they brushed against the bend. My God! The entire racetrack fell into a deathly silence. Immediately after, as that black lightning car surged across the finish line in an overwhelming fashion, leaving the second-place Ferrari team 3 laps behind. The crowd erupted with thunderous screams and cheers that could tear the roof off. A miracle. This is a miracle in racing history. The commentator's voice was hoarse to the point of cracking, excitedly bouncing around the commentary booth, nearly crushing the microphone in his grip. He broke the track's historical record. He crushed all the world champions. This is the speed king that belongs to us Orientals. Lu Chun took off his helmet and stepped out of the cockpit. He didn't even break a sweat. That effortless grace drove the female spectators wild, and some even fainted on the spot. He walked to the front of the stands under the frenzied flash of reporters' cameras, lifting the second child high. Did you enjoy the big cars? Lu Chun asked with a smile. The second child, excited and blushing vigorously, nodded her head. Daddy is the best. Daddy is a racing hero. The award ceremony took place amidst the celebration of the crowd. The CEO of the Red Star team was moved to tears, holding the heavy championship trophy and crying like a child. The Chinese team finally had a chance to stand tall on the world's top racetracks. And in the dimly lit backstage changing room corridor, Xie Bingning wore a proud smile preparing to find Lu Chen to celebrate. Tap tap tap. A heavy chaotic sound of footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. Xie Bingning looked up. She saw Schumacher, who had just lost the race and was not even qualified for the podium, coming towards her with several burly white mechanics. They formed a solid wall blocking her path. Schumacher's face was as dark as water, having lost to an Eastern outsider, shattering his pride for a lifetime. His bloodshot eyes were now filled with a nauseating lewdness, openly scanning Xie Bingning's impressive curves. In the dimly lit corridor of the changing room, a pungent smell of burning rubber and a murky scent of sweat filled the air. Schumacher, with his sweat-soaked golden hair, stood in front of Xie Bingning. Behind him, several white mechanics formed an impenetrable wall blocking any chance of retreat. Eyes filled with malice like rats in a sewer greedily roamed over Xie Bingning's long fair legs. Eastern beauty, your husband has caused me great embarrassment on the track. Schumacher stepped forward, a lewd smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He raised his right hand, still stained with black oil, and shamelessly reached toward Xie Bingning's strikingly beautiful face, intending to lift her chin. As long as you obediently hand over the engine blueprints for your race car and accompany us for a drink at the hotel to discuss more profound techniques. He deliberately emphasized the word profound, eliciting knowing lewd laughter from the surrounding mechanics. I can let today's incident slide. Otherwise, the capital behind the Ferrari team will ensure that your Red Star team vanishes forever. The temperature in Xie Bingning's eyes instantly plummeted. She did not scream or panic. As the female CEO of a trillion-dollar conglomerate, she had seen too many people consumed by greed and desire. With a cold expression, she deftly took half a step back in her high heels, perfectly avoiding that disgusting, filthy hand. Get lost. Xie Bingning's peach blossom eyes burned with a sharp, killing intent, her voice seeming to carry the blizzard of Siberia. Before my husband arrives, take your people and get back to your pit. Don't force me to chop off your filthy hand and feed it to the dogs. Schumacher was momentarily stunned before bursting into a fit of arrogant laughter. He glanced around the empty corridor. Chop off my hand. Just because you're a delicate woman. Schumacher's face twisted violently, losing. Looks like you're asking for trouble. Drag her into the storeroom ahead. He waved his hand, and two mechanics resembling grizzly bears leered as they lunged forward. At that critical moment, crack. The heavy iron cover of the ventilation duct above the corridor was suddenly kicked away from the inside. Before Schumacher and the mechanics could look up to see what was happening, a black shadow like a ghost descended from the ceiling with a sharp sound of air being torn apart. It was a stunning woman dressed in a pure black tailcoat, tall and alluring. She resembled a leopard lurking in the night, silent, yet emanating a terrifying, killing aura. Muyu landed on one knee. Her long legs, wrapped in high-end trousers, exploded with astonishing spring upon touching the ground. With no wasted words or flashy cinematic opening, she didn't even glance at Schumacher. Her right leg shot out like an enraged black steel whip, creating a terrifying sonic boom as it sliced through the air in a cruel and precise arc. Bang! A dull, painfully jarring sound echoed through the dark corridor. This kick did not strike his chest or head. Instead, it landed squarely and precisely in the center of Schumacher's groin. The force was so great that two chillingly sharp crunch sounds could faintly be heard, as if two fragile eggs had been instantly crushed by a heavy hammer. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Schumacher's originally arrogant face turned from crimson to an eerie pale in less than a tenth of a second. His eyes bulged uncontrollably, and red veins instantly spread across the sclera. He opened his mouth wide, and a full 2 seconds passed. "Eh!" A shrill scream more beastly than human pierced the tranquility of the backstage at the racetrack. Schumacher clutched his groin with both hands. His towering body, nearly 6 feet 3, curled and convulsed violently like a boiled shrimp. Thud! He crashed straight onto the hard concrete floor. A large amount of white foam erupted from the corners of his mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he rolled on the ground in agony. Blood mixed with some indescribable liquid quickly stained the groin of his racing suit. The white mechanics, who were about to act violently just moments ago, watched the world champion on the ground, foaming at the mouth and thoroughly incapacitated. They only felt a phantom chill in their own groins. Everyone instinctively squeezed their legs together, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. Who is this female killing god? Without a word, she directly rendered him incapable of having children. Take this pile of garbage and get lost. Muyu slowly retracted her right leg and adjusted the tails of her tailcoat. Her emotionless peach blossom eyes coldly swept over the mechanics. Her voice was crisp but carried a chilling aura that made one feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. The mechanics woke from their stupor. They dared not harbor even a hint of resistance. They scrambled to lift Schumacher, who was still twitching like a dead pig, rolling and crawling away from the terrifying corridor. Everyone knew that this once invincible F1 champion would only live the rest of his life as a eunuch confined to a wheelchair. With the crisis averted, Madam, you were startled. Mu Yu turned around, slightly bowing to Xia Bingning, returning to her impeccable English butler demeanor. Xia Bingning took a deep breath, calming her slightly rapid heartbeat. She looked at Mu Yu's stunning face, a proud smile curling at the corners of her mouth. This is the person her husband had who could always provide her with absolute security at the most dangerous moments. It's fine, let's go, we shouldn't keep Lu Chun and the kids waiting. The weekend ended joyfully amidst the festivities at the racetrack. For the Lu family, it was merely an inconsequential episode in the daily life of a wealthy dad. On Monday morning the sun shone brightly. The bulletproof SUV Yuan No. 1 smoothly stopped at the entrance of Stan Noble Kindergarten. Following the recent acquisition upheaval of the education group, Stan Kindergarten had now completely transformed into a private property under Lu Chen's name. The security guard at the gate straightened his back upon seeing Lu Chen's car, eager to engrave the gesture of saluting into his bones. Lu Chen held the hands of Da Bao and Air Bao, while Xiao Bao, carrying a children's backpack with super wings printed on it, bounced along behind them. He safely handed the 3 little ones over to the teacher waiting at the entrance. Lu Chen watched the children enter the campus, a gentle smile reminiscent of a father gracing his face. He turned and got into the car, preparing to visit the Xia group to have lunch with his wife. Just as he started the engine, vroom, vroom. The phone placed on the center console suddenly vibrated urgently. The screen flashed the words, "Teacher's son." This was the young homeroom teacher in Xiao Bao's class, known for her gentle personality and care towards the children. Lu Chen pressed the answer button. "Mr. Lu." As soon as the call connected, Teacher's son's voice, laced with deep terror and despair, crashed through the receiver. In the background there were sounds of things being smashed along with a man's arrogant curses. "Help me. Mr. Lu, a parent, is attacking me in the office." Teacher's son was in tears, her voice trembling like leaves in the cold wind. "They insist on dismissing me and want to expel Xiao Bao from kindergarten." In the background a sharp sound echoed as if someone had slapped Teacher's son across the face, followed by the phone crashing to the ground, cutting off the communication. In the confines of the Maybach the air seemed to be sucked away in that instant. A Siberian blizzard suddenly surged in the depths of Lu Chen's profound gaze. His right foot slammed down on the accelerator. Boom! The heavy armored SUV let out a brutal. On the broad road a black trail was forcefully carved out, the tires screeching against the asphalt, releasing a pungent burnt odor as he executed a wild drift, heading back towards Stun Kindergarten. 5 minutes later, in the teacher's office of Stun Kindergarten, the once tidy desk was overturned, papers and shattered glass littered the floor. Teacher's son covered her swollen cheek, slumped in the corner, tears streaming down her face. She was just a young girl, freshly graduated with dreams of teaching. At this moment, she resembled a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, trembling as she gazed at the few fierce-looking men before her. "You shameless whore. My son wants that toy. He deserves it more than that little bastard." A bald man wearing a flashy shirt and a thick gold chain pointed at Teacher's son, cursing vehemently. He was a somewhat well-known contractor in Magic City named Zhao Chong. "How dare you protect that little bastard and criticize my son? Are you tired of living?" Zhao Chong grew angrier, lifting his foot in leather shoes to kick over a nearby chair. "Let me tell you. My brother is the head of the Education Bureau in Magic City. He controls the fate of all your private schools. Today not only will I have you fired, but I will also revoke your teaching license. You will never find even a street sweeping job in Magic City for the rest of your life." The few lackeys who came with Zhao Chong chimed in arrogantly. "Exactly. Hurry up and bow down to apologize, then kick that little bastard named Xiao Bao out of the school." Outside the hallway, a few teachers who heard the commotion hid behind the door, watching the scene unfold, but no one dared to step forward to help. The younger brother of the head of the Education Bureau. In this circle, he was the one wielding life and death who would dare to provoke him. Just as Zhao Chong was cursing wildly and preparing to slap again, bang! The heavy solid wood door of the office was kicked and shattering into pieces along with the frame. Wood splinters flew like a torrential rain. Zhao Chong and his lackeys were startled, turning around abruptly. Lu Chun, exuding a terrifying aura that could freeze souls, stepped over the scattered wood and slowly entered the office. He did not shout or scream. However, the coldness in his eyes made everyone present feel a suffocating pressure, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Lu Chen approached Teacher's son, crouching down. Looking at her swollen face, the murderous intent in Lu Chen's eyes intensified. "Teacher's son, Xiao Bao has caused you trouble. Leave the rest to me." He stood up and turned to Zhao Chong. "You were the one just now who said you'd fire her and kick Xiao Bao out of school." Lu Chen's voice was calm, but carried a chilling finality. Zhao Chong felt the pressure and took a step back. Yet, bolstered by his brother's power, he quickly straightened up. "So what if I did? You must be that little bastard's father." Zhao Chong pointed at Lu Chun, his face contorted. "Let me tell you, the education system in Magic City is dictated by my brother. If you don't kneel and bow 3 times today, I'll make sure your son never gets to read a book for the rest of his life." "Is that so?" Lu Chun couldn't even be bothered to waste words. Arguing with such an arrogant insect was an insult to his identity as a billionaire. He took out his phone and dialed the private line of the city mayor. This was the number the mayor had given him last time when the academy president sought blueprints in an attempt to curry favor. The call was answered immediately. Lou. Mr. Lou. What can I do for you? The voice on the other end was filled with utmost respect and fear. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Chang's arrogant face, his tone indifferent. That Zhao from the Education Bureau, I find him displeasing. 3 minutes. Make him rot in prison. After hanging up, Lu Chen awakened the system in his mind. Lin Ao Shui checked the entire street where the Education Bureau office is located and find out who owns the land. Buy it. Acquire it outright. This operation left Zhao Chang and his lackeys dumbfounded. Then a burst of unrestrained laughter erupted in the office. Huh? Have you gone crazy from reading too many CEO novels? Zhao Chang laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face, clutching his stomach and pointing at Lu Chen. You think one phone call can send my brother to jail? And buy up the entire street of the Education Bureau? Why don't you say you bought the whole earth? Stop acting so tough, get him. The lackeys sneered, clenching their fists ready to teach Lu Chen a lesson. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, Zhao Chang's phone in his pocket began to vibrate wildly like a death knell. The piercing ringtone interrupted the lackey's actions. Zhao Chang impatiently took out his phone. When he saw that the caller ID was his brother, his expression instantly shifted to one of pride as he pressed the speakerphone. Hello, brother. I was just dealing with that blind fool. Deal with your mother's head. What kind of trouble have you caused outside with that living hell? On the other end of the line, his brother's voice had completely changed, filled with an unfathomable despair and fear. Just now, the mayor himself barged into my office with the disciplinary committee. Not only did they put me under investigation, but they also uncovered all the solid evidence of the bribes I've taken over the years. I'm finished. I'll be spending the rest of my life in prison. You beast, what have you done? Crash. Zhao Chang's phone smashed to the ground, the screen shattering into pieces. The flesh on his face went stiff, blood draining from his brain, leaving his face as pale as a corpse. His brother, the influential figure in the education sector of Magic City. Had he truly been uprooted in less than 3 minutes? Before he could recover from this devastating blow, another partner called him frantically. President Zhao, a major incident has occurred. The office building our headquarters rented along with all the shops on the street of the Education Bureau was forcibly purchased by a mysterious financial magnate 10 minutes ago. The new landlord unilaterally tore up the contract and has given us 1 hour to vacate. Moreover, all banks have been notified, cutting off our entire loan funding chain. The company is bankrupt. We have nothing left. This single statement left Zhao Chang devastated. The power and wealth he prided himself on were, in Lu Chen's presence, weaker than paper. Thud. Zhao Chang's legs gave way, collapsing like a puddle of mud before Lu Chen. His knees struck the glass-strewn floor, heavily, blood streaming down. Lord Lu. Mr. Lu. I was wrong. I failed to recognize a great man. He frantically knocked his head against the ground while raising his hand to slap his own face. Please show mercy and leave a way out for my family. Lu Chen looked down at him from above, devoid of any pity. Which hand did you use to hit teacher's son? Zhao Chang trembled all over, unable to speak yet. Lu Chen's toe gently pressed down on a piece of broken glass on the ground. The shard of glass shot through Zhao Chang's right palm like a bullet. Oh! The piercing scream echoed throughout the corridor. Get out! Lu Chen's voice was like a blade of ice in winter. Zhao Chang covered his blood-soaked right hand and crawled out of the kindergarten in fear. The lackeys were so scared they nearly wet their pants, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. Lu Chen turned and stuffed a check worth millions into teacher's son's hands as a form of consolation. Then, under the grateful farewell of the principal, he left the school. However, Zhao Chang, who was expelled and left with nothing, did not wake up from his folly. He hid in a small alley outside the kindergarten, watching Lu Chen's Maybach drive away. In his bloodshot eyes, madness and malice flickered. If you cut off my path to life, I will make your entire family pay with their lives. Zhao Chang gritted his teeth, using his uninjured left hand to pull out his phone, dialing a number hidden at the very bottom of his contacts. It was a ruthless leader in Magic City's underground world. Hello, Longo. Prepare 300 brothers from the Suicide Squad and bring weapons. I want to kill that Lu when he picks up his child from school. At dusk, the setting sun resembled blood. On a rarely traveled old path shaded by trees in the west suburbs of the Demon City, the French parasol trees cast mottled shadows. A pure black bulletproof Maybach glided smoothly along the road. Lu Chen had just picked up 3 adorable children from school and was preparing to return to Dun No. One to make dinner for them. The eldest and second child played with a string game in the back seat, while the youngest leaned against the car window, curiously counting the large trees by the roadside. Just as the Maybach entered a narrow bend, whooshed! The harsh sound of tires screeching instantly tore through the evening's tranquility. Dozens of dilapidated Jinbei vans, which didn't even have license plates, surged out like mad dogs from both the fork in the road ahead and the blind spot behind. They flanked the Maybach, forcing it to a complete stop in the middle of the road. Immediately, bang! Dozens of car doors were brutally flung open at the same time. A throng of dark figures surged forth like a tidal wave. There were over 300 ruffians bare-chested and adorned with dragon and phoenix tattoos. They held gleaming mountain knives, rusty steel pipes, and baseball bats, surrounding the Maybach with brutish expression. The fierce and menacing aura that came from their sheer numbers wafted through the narrow path. Leading them was Zhao Chong, the bully who had everything stripped away by Lu Chen. His right hand was wrapped in thick bandages, and his eyes glinted with venom like a poisonous snake. "Smash it!" Zhao Chong bellowed, hysterically pointing at the Maybach. "Break this junk car to pieces. Drag that Lu out, and I will slice his flesh off piece by piece today." Bang! Clang! Dozens of steel pipes and knives rained down on the body of the Maybach like a storm. However, this top-tier vehicle produced by the system was equipped with the highest-grade military-grade bulletproof armor. Under the assault from these thugs, not even a white mark was left. Instead, a few thugs who swung too hard were stunned by the recoil, causing the steel pipes in their hands to fly out. Inside the cabin, the soundproof, bulletproof glass dulled the shouts and curses from outside significantly. But the dark crowd and the weapons being waved still made the three kids feel uneasy. The second child curled up in her seat, her big eyes revealing a hint of fear. "Daddy, there are so many bad guys outside." Lu Chen reached out his broad and warm hand, gently ruffling his daughter's hair. "Don't be afraid, they're just a few noisy flies. Daddy will have someone clean them up right away." Lu Chen's voice was low and calm, with no ripples in the depths of his eyes. He had no interest in rolling down the window or wasting time talking to these ants. Lu Chen raised his hand, his long index finger tapping lightly on the bulletproof window. He knocked twice, neither too hard nor too soft. Knock, knock. The two subtle sounds transformed into a special frequency wave through the bone conduction system hidden within the Maybach. Instantly, it was sent to a secret command center a kilometer away. Outside, Zhao Chong stared at the Maybach, which bore no scratches, and was infuriated. "Go get gasoline. Burn the car. I don't believe I can't roast him alive." Just as several thugs turned to prepare to fetch gasoline from the trunk, an unexpected change occurred. Swish, swish, swish. From both sides of the previously silent tree-lined path, black shadows like phantoms surged forth from the crowns of the towering parasol trees, from the manhole covers by the roadside, and even from seemingly ordinary shrubs. Without warning, over 100 assassins dressed in unified black tactical combat uniforms and sporting night vision masks appeared around the group of thugs. Like reapers descending from the depths of hell, they instantly surrounded the ruffians. They carried no only a uniform array of cold blue glowing, curved military daggers. They were the core melee assassination unit of the Divine Temple. Zhao Chong stared at the suddenly appearing black-clad figures, first stunned, then burst into wild laughter. "Oh ho, you even called bodyguards. Just over 100 of you dare to confront my more than 300 brothers Heathen. Brothers, kill them. If anything happens, Long Gu will take the blame." Before he finished speaking, the 100 dark web assassins moved. There were no deafening battle cries, only a chilling rustle of fabric and the faint sound of blades slicing through flesh. This was a one-sided massacre with no suspense. The dark web assassins were like tigers entering a flock of sheep. Their movements were simple, ruthless, and precise. Every swing of the military dagger resulted in a series of piercing screams and splattering blood. Those ruffians who relied on their numbers seemed like a bunch of stumbling infants in front of these real killing machines. "Ah, my hand. My leg is broken. Help." In less than a minute, the more than 300 ruffians who had just been so arrogant were now, like a puddle of mush, collapsed in a pool of blood. Their wrist and ankle tendons were precisely severed. They were completely rendered useless. A strong smell of blood wafted through the tree-lined path. Zhao Chong stood dazed, still holding the lighter. He looked at his brothers lying all around, then at the black-clad assassins whose blades were hardly stained with blood. A chill ran up his spine, and his mind went blank. 1 minute. Over 300 people. All incapacitated. Which special assassination unit of a country did I provoke? Clang. The lighter fell to the ground. One dark web assassin walked up to Zhao Chong. Without any unnecessary words. The flash of a blade. Zhao Chong let out a pig-like scream, his knees giving way as he heavily knelt in front of the Maybach. His meridians in his hands and feet were also instantly severed. "Kneel well. Sing a song." The leader of the dark web team coldly uttered 4 words. Several hundred ruffians rolling on the ground in pain were forced to prop themselves up on their broken legs, kneeling on the ground. They formed a neat square formation facing the Maybach. Amidst a nauseating stench of blood, hundreds of tattooed muscular men with tears and snot flowing sang in trembling off-key voices. In unison they began to sing that classic pop song. "Just like this you conquered me. Cut off all the escape routes. This scene was bizarre and comical, yet it radiated a terrifying essence that sent shivers down one's soul. Lu Chen sat in the car watching this scene with an indifferent gaze. This was the consequence of provoking him. The crisis was resolved. The door of the Maybach was respectfully opened from the outside. Mu Yue, dressed in a tailcoat and untainted by a drop of blood, approached the car window. She held a brown paper envelope in her hand. The seal of the envelope bore a top-secret red wax stamp. Typically as cold as ice, unflinching even in the face of a mountain's collapse, Mu Yu's voice now carried a rare hint of imperceptible tremor and gravity. Young master, the old master's distant relative in that remote town in the north has already been found by the Divine Temple. There is unusual news from there. Lu Chen rolled down the car window and took the top-secret dossier from Mu Yu. The edges of the yellowed paper bore the marks of time, and the red wax seal appeared strikingly conspicuous in the dimly lit carriage. His brows furrowed slightly, and his knuckles lightly tapped the dossier twice. Cut out his tongue. Lu Chen's voice was low as ice, carrying a sense of impending storm. His adoptive father Yi Jiangwo was merely an honest and law-abiding retired soldier. How could his distant relative in the north become entangled in such a brutal, silencing incident? Arrange a flight immediately. Lu Chen casually tossed the dossier onto the passenger seat, his gaze sweeping past the thugs still lying in a pool of blood, singing conquering. He'll go to the north. 3 hours later, a Boeing 747 private jet tore through the thick night, landing at an abandoned military airport in a remote industrial town in the north. In the early winter, north the biting wind was as sharp as a knife. Wearing a thin black trench coat, Lu Chen stepped alone over the ground covered with withered yellow leaves and walked into a dilapidated old residential alley. At the end of the alley stood a dilapidated red brick bungalow. The courtyard gate was half open, emitting a strong smell of mildew and the sour bitterness of Chinese herbal medicine dregs. Lu Chen pushed the door open and entered. Under the dim incandescent light, an old man with graying hair and tattered clothes was huddled in a worn-out rattan chair. He clutched tightly a faded rag doll whose color was no longer discernible, making meaningless sounds of ABA from his mouth. Saliva dripped from the corner of the old man's mouth, his eyes vacant and unfocused, clearly showing signs of dementia. When he opened his mouth to laugh foolishly, Lu Chen distinctly saw the half of his tongue that had been severed cleanly by a sharp instrument. Although the wound had long healed, it was still shocking. This was the only distant cousin of his adoptive father Yi Jiangwo in the world, Yi Jianshui. Lu Chen crouched down and grasped the old man's hands, which were like withered tree bark. A gentle stream of qi flowed from his palm into the old man's body, attempting to awaken a trace of clarity. Uncle Yi, I am Jiangwo's son. I've come to see you. The old man's cloudy eyes rolled slightly. When his gaze fell upon Lu Chen's angular face, his previously dull pupils suddenly contracted violently. The old man let out a piercing scream, as if seeing a ghost. He jerked his hand back as if electrocuted, tumbled off the rattan chair in a panic, and crawled desperately toward the cellar in the corner of the room. He pointed at Lu Chen, spraying saliva wildly from his half-dung mouth, as if he saw the devil that crawled out of hell 24 years ago. Lu Chen's brows tightened. The old man's extreme reaction could absolutely not be because of his adoptive father. Who exactly did his face remind the old man of? Lu Chen strode over and followed the old man to the cellar entrance covered with a broken wooden board. The old man clung tightly to the board, using his body to protect something trembling like a leaf. Move aside. Lu Chen's voice was calm, but carried an irresistible authority. He lifted the old man by the back of his collar with one hand and gently placed him on the rattan chair nearby. He flipped open the moldy board. A pungent, earthy smell rushed toward him. Lu Chen descended the narrow steps into the cellar. The cellar was piled high with moldy sweet potatoes and cabbages, nothing special. But he possessed the keen perception of a grandmaster of ancient martial arts. As soon as he stepped off the last stair, Lu Chen's toe stopped on a blue brick. The sensation under his foot was wrong. The echo from this blue brick was hollow. Lu Chen crouched down, inserting 2 slender fingers into the gap of the blue brick. With a slight exertion, with a crack, the heavy brick was pried out and crumbled into powder. Hidden in the interlayer under the brick was a palm-sized rusty biscuit tin. Lu Chen took out the tin and blew. The tin was not locked, only tightly wrapped in a layer of waterproof oil paper. He tore open the paper and lifted the rusty lid. Inside lay a neatly folded square of white cloth. The edges of the white cloth had yellowed and become brittle, but the dense handwriting on it was still shocking. It was not written with ink. Instead, it was a blood letter written stroke by stroke with dark red blood that had dried for 24 years. Lu Chen's breath caught slightly as he slowly unfolded the blood letter. To my younger brother Jiangwo, by the time you see this letter, your elder brother will likely have met with misfortune. 24 years ago, the Yi family of Jingsheng was brutally massacred, 76 members in one night. I fled all the way with the young master entrusted to me by the family head, and finally placed him at the gate of an orphanage in Modu. I thought by hiding my identity, I could escape this catastrophe. But I was wrong. Those rats finally found me. They cut out my tongue and demanded the whereabouts of the young master and the dragon-patterned jade pendant. I pretended to be crazy and foolish, barely saving my life. Zhang Wo, you must remember. If one day that child comes to you, tell him that his biological father Yi Xuan did not die in that staged car accident back then. He was taken by those beasts, his tendons slashed and imprisoned in. The blood letters writing became messy at this point, as if the writer was suffering immense agony. The knuckles of Lu Chen's fingers gripping the edge of the blood letter instantly turned white, losing all color. His biological father was not dead. That man who had appeared countless times in his dreams, yet whose face was blurry, had actually been imprisoned for a full 24 years. Lu Chen's heart felt as if it were tightly squeezed by an invisible hand, and even his breath carried a strong scent of blood. He abruptly looked down at the last line of the blood letter, a final testament that seemed to have been written with all the writer's strength. Beware of the Indra of the Hidden Family Alliance. Never reveal your bloodline. Indra. These 3 words struck Lu Chen's crown like a thunderbolt. Boom. A terrifying surge of chi suppressed for 24 years exploded from Lu Chen's body, without restraint. The mountains of sweet potatoes and cabbages in the cellar instantly turned into dust under the impact of the shockwave. The moldy wooden board above was even sent flying, smashing through the roof of the bungalow. In the midst of the Lu Chen clenched the blood letter tightly, and in his deep eyes a dark golden karmic flame blazed enough to incinerate the entire blue star. The bloodline within him, just unsealed by the system, and belonging to a grandmaster of ancient martial arts at the great perfection stage, boiled over completely at this moment. Indra. Lu Chen raised his head, his voice like a demon crawling out of the 9 layers of purgatory. No matter if you are man or god lurking in the deepest rat hole, for the blood debt of 24 years I will take the lives of your entire Hidden Family Alliance to pay. Lu Chen clutched the yellowed blood letter tightly. The coarse brown-stained cloth was crumpled into a ball between his fingers, his knuckles, blanched from excessive force, turned a terrifyingly pale white. 24 years. A full 24 years. Since he could remember, the one-legged director of the orphanage had told him that he was left in a cardboard box on a snowy winter night, a foundling. Countless nights, he had fantasized about what his parents looked like. Was it because the family was too poor to raise him? Or an unavoidable consequence of an unwed pregnancy? Even during that summer when his ride-hailing job was hardest, and Lu Meyer humiliated him with 200 yuan, he silently vowed that once he had money, he would find his biological parents and ask why they had abandoned him. But now, this cloth written in dark red blood was like a rusty dull blade violently tearing apart the warm veil that had disguised his life for 24 years. He was not an abandoned orphan at all. He was the sole direct bloodline heir of the Yi family, the foremost hidden ancient clan in Jingxing. That was a colossus that once stood at the pinnacle of Huaxiao martial arts, revered by countless dignitaries and tycoons. The horrific chain collision that had shocked Jingxing back then was no accident. It was a premeditated, bloody massacre targeting the 76 members of the Yi family. His biological father Yi Xuan had not died. Instead, his tendons had been severed, and he was imprisoned like a dog in a sunless, freezing hell, tortured for 24 whole years. Hidden Clan Alliance. D. Shirtion. Lu Chen lowered his head, staring at the shocking blood characters on his Adam's apple bobbed painfully. A strong, bloody, iron rust smell rushed straight up his trachea to his molars ground audibly. Boom. A muffled thunderclap suddenly erupted in the previously silent cellar. The sound did not come from the outside. It came from within Lu Chen. The truth of his bloodline was like a key instantly inserted into the deepest lock. The ancient martial grandmaster level perfection physique, previously granted by the system, now completed the deepest fusion and resonance with the berserk bloodline of the Yi family that had lain dormant within him for 24 years. A wave of dark golden chi visible to the naked eye erupted like a solid shockwave from Lu Chen's upright body. Bang, bang, bang. The hard walls of the cellar, built from hundred-year-old blue bricks, cracked inch by inch under the pressure of this terrifying chi wave. The deep underground soil showered down. Outside, the sky had been clear and bright. Now large swaths of lead-gray thunderclouds gathered eerily. The oppressive black clouds seemed ready to crush this remote northern town. Thunderbolts as thick as buckets twisted crazily through the clouds, tearing the sky and roaring deafeningly, as if welcoming the awakening of an unparalleled god of slaughter. Lu Chen slowly raised his head. His originally deep and calm black eyes were now completely replaced by a brilliant dark golden light. No sorrow, no tears. Only a killing intent cold enough to freeze the entire galaxy. 24 years of blood debt of 76 lives. Lu Chen slowly closed his fingers, and the blood letter turned to ash in his palms, scattering in the wind. D. Shirtion. I will find you, and then I will crush your bones inch by inch with my own hands. Lu Chen stepped out of the cellar. With a ghost-like flicker, he appeared inside the dilapidated cottage. On a wicker chair, the tongueless old man, Yi Jinshui, was trembling, huddled into a ball. Seeing Lu Chen's dark golden eyes, the old man wet his pants in terror, uttering desperate garbled cries and kowtowing frantically for mercy. He thought the legendary demon had come for him again. Lu Chen closed his eyes and withdrew all his killing aura. When he opened them again, his gaze had returned to its usual calm. He walked to the old man, placed his hand on his head, and infused a strand of gentle blood, chi calming his frightened nerves. Uncle Yi, you have suffered these 24 years. Lu Chen looked at the old man's empty mouth, his heart aching faintly. Rest assured, I will exact revenge 100-fold, 1,000-fold. From now on, you will live out your years in peace with Zhang Wo in Modu. Half an hour later, a team of fully armed dark web bodyguards arrived at the family compound in several discreet bulletproof SUVs, carefully taking the now asleep old Yi Jinshui away. Lu Chen stood alone on the military airstrip of the small town. The early winter wind whipped the hem of his black trench coat, making it rustle loudly. He looked up at the dissipating clouds, a flash of determination in his eyes. Although he wished he could immediately kill his way to Siberia. But he knew that with the vast resources of Di Shirtian and the Hidden Clan Alliance, capable of manipulating several small nations, he could not annihilate them single-handedly. He needed to mobilize global capital, set up an inescapable trap, and even leverage the strategic deterrence of Dragon Core technology and Star Mineral. More importantly, in Modu were his beloved wife and 3 adorable children. Until he was absolutely certain of their safety, he must not act rashly and alert the enemy. First, return to Modu. Lu Chen turned and ascended the boarding stairs of his private Boeing 747. However, even as Lu Chen flew back to Modu with his earth-shattering killing intent, Modu Xia family mansion, the heavy bronze-carved gate had been tightly shut. Bam! That gate, weighing several tons, was brutally rammed open by a customized Hongqi sedan bearing a special white plate with red characters from Jingxing and 2 small red flags on the hood. The ear-splitting alarm instantly echoed across the Xia estate. Dozens of Xia family martial bodyguards, alert as if facing a major enemy, swarmed from all directions wielding riot sticks and surrounded the Hongqi sedan. Xia Jintian heard the commotion, leaned on his dragon-head staff, and hurried to the front yard with several Xia family elders. Seeing the Hongqi that had shattered his gate, his face turned livid and his beard trembled with rage. In Modu, even the city mayor had to respectfully present his card outside the gate. Who dared to ram the door so arrogantly? The car door slowly opened. A middle-aged man in a navy blue mouse suit with hair combed back stepped out leisurely. His drooping triangular eyes exuded an insufferable arrogance. He didn't even spare a glance at the bodyguards surrounding him. The man pulled out a red invitation card with gold edges and an embossed dragon emblem from his breast pocket. He tossed it carelessly at Xia Zinchen's feet, as if discarding trash. Dirt smeared the edge of the invitation. The Wang family of Jingxing sends a special envoy. The man's voice was low but carried an unyielding authority. The Wang family's eldest young master has taken a liking to your Xia family's Miss Bingming. In 3 days, the young master will personally come south to escort Miss Bingming back to Jingxing for the wedding. You, the Xia family, will accept this betrothal letter whether you want to or not. The screech of brakes echoed in the courtyard of the Xia family's ancestral mansion. Tire marks scorched black on the bluestone slabs. The Wang family's envoy, with his slicked back hair and arrogant upturned nose, stepped out of the Hongqi sedan with a group of ancient martial bodyguards whose temples bulged high from training. He didn't even spare Xia Jintian a glance, directly pulling a gold-embossed scarlet betrothal letter from his pocket. With a sharp slap, the letter was flung mercilessly against Xia Zinchen's dignified square face, its sharp edge leaving a thin trail of blood on the elder's cheek. Then it fell onto the mud-stained bricks. Your Xia family should be thanking your ancestors for being favored by our young Master Wang of the capital. The envoy dusted off his suit, his tone dripping with condescending charity. Young Master Wang has spoken. Xia Bingming may have borne a child, but her appearance is still passable. Send her together with the Xia group's hundreds of billions in assets to the capital, and young Master Wang will forgive your family's disobediences over these years. Xia Jintian pressed the wound on his cheek, trembling with rage. His dragon head cane pounded against the bluestone slabs. He was the patriarch of 100 billion Tikkun family in Modu. Yet now he was being insulted to his face by a servant of a capital clan, and they even dared to forcibly take his daughter and fortune. How dare you? My daughter is already married. The Wang family has gone too far. Xia Jintian roared, and dozens of Xia bodyguards immediately gripped their riot batons and stepped forward. Married? You mean that worthless ride-hailing driver? The envoy threw back his head in unrestrained laughter, as if hearing the greatest joke. The ancient martial bodyguards behind him joined in the mockery. An orphan from the gutter, and he dares to compete with young Master Wang for a woman. Just as their laughter reached its peak, a low, savage engine roar erupted from the tree-lined avenue outside the Xia mansion. Boom. A pitch-black armored Maybach like an enraged steel beast charged at 100 kilometers per hour, smashing through the already broken gate. With a wild drift it halted perfectly in the center of the courtyard, forcing itself to a stop in front of the Hongqi sedan. The door swung open. Lu Chen had just returned to Modu from a small northern city. His black trench coat still carried the icy chill of the polar region. In his deep eyes the terrifying murderous intent, suppressed upon learning of his biological father's imprisonment, now churned like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Frustrated for an outlet, these doomed rats from the capital had delivered themselves to his gun. Lu Chen strode forward, stepping over the rubble, approaching the Wang envoy. The envoy stared at Lu Chen's stern face, hesitated for a moment, then recognized the tycoon who had stolen the show on live streams. But backed by the capital's foremost family, he dismissed such parvenus with contempt. Jutting his chin out, he pointed at Lu Chen and cursed. "Oh, the man himself returns. What kind of bastard are you to covet the woman our young master Wang desires? Be smart and kneel now to sign the annulment. Otherwise our Wang family." Before he could finish, the last syllable stuck in his throat. Lu Chen moved. No words. No warning. No one even saw his strike. Crack, boom. A sound like thunder exploded in the Xia courtyard. With a piercing sonic boom, a visible white shockwave rippled through the air. Lu Chen's large, well-knuckled hand struck the envoy's face squarely. Under the monstrous force of that slap, the envoy's 160-pound body instantly left the ground. Like a runaway top, it spun an incredible 3 full circles in midair. PFFTT. A mouthful of blood mixed with a dozen broken teeth sprayed a miserable crimson mist across the air. The envoy crashed like a sack of mud onto the hood of the Hongqi sedan, denting the solid steel with a horror. Then he rolled off, his face a bloody pulp, unrecognizable even to his mother. Absolute silence reigned. The laughing ancient martial bodyguards froze, their grins petrified. They stared at Lu Chen in sheer terror, their eyes bulging. A single slap, sending an adult spinning 3 times in the air. Was that even humanly possible? Xia Zhenshin's hand clutching his cane trembled violently, but his eyes blazed with fervor. This was the young master of the Yi family. This was the true dominance and heritage of a hidden ancient clan. The ancient martial bodyguards snapped out of it, roared, and drew their collapsible batons, charging at Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't even glance at them. He merely tilted his head, his piercing gaze sweeping like a blade. The terrifying aura of a grandmaster of ancient martial arts poured out like a physical force. The foremost guards felt as if a 10th sand-pound hammer had struck their chests. They coughed blood in unison, their knees buckled, and they collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Lu Chen walked over to the envoy, who was still convulsing on the ground, spitting bloody froth. He raised his custom leather shoe and pressed it onto the envoy's chest with slight force. Crack! The sound of broken ribs was stark in the silent yard. Crawl back to the capital and report the death. Lu Chen's voice was low, as if from the depths of hell, carrying a bone-chilling menace. Tell that worthless young master of yours. This debt is recorded. The Wang family, they'll be coming soon. Lu Chen lifted his foot, scraping the sole disgustedly on the tire of the Hongqi car. He turned to Xia Zhentian, his tone softening. Father-in-law, leave this to my men. Go and rest. The ancient martial bodyguards, feeling pardoned, scrambled to stuff the half-dead envoy into the Hongqi sedan. Not daring to drop so much as a threatening word, they floored the accelerator and fled out of the Xia mansion. In the dead of night, a sudden downpour lashed Modu. Raindrops the size of beans drummed against the bulletproof glass of the Dun1 villa. Lu Chen had just showered and stepped out of the bathroom in his robe. Xia Bingning was already fast asleep, her brows slightly relaxed. The past few days had exhausted her. Just as Lu Chen was about to turn off the bedside lamp, a frantic alarm blared from the electronic door system on the first floor. Beep, beep, beep. Someone was pounding frantically on the wrought iron gate outside. Lu Chen's eyes sharpened, he threw on a coat and hurried downstairs. Through the high-definition night vision monitor in the foyer, Lu Chen saw in the pouring rain a girl in an expensive white dress, torn in several places, with a fragile, pitiful beauty. She was kneeling outside the villa's wrought iron gate. The icy rain streamed down her pale, bloodless cheeks. Her slender fingers gripped the gate bars tightly, as she sobbed hoarsely like a lost lamb with nowhere to go. The icy rain lashed against the high-definition night vision surveillance camera, blurring the footage. A strikingly beautiful girl knelt before the wrought iron gate, her frail frame trembling uncontrollably. Her once luxurious white haute couture gown was now torn and tattered, stained with mud. On her pale arms and shoulders, several horrifying bruises and whip marks were faintly visible. She gripped the cold iron bars desperately, tilting her bloodless, rain-soaked face upward and screaming with despair toward the camera. "Mr. Lu, please open the door. Save me." Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Given the security level of Dun1, how the fact that this woman had evaded the outer patrols and reached the main gate meant she was no ordinary person. He pressed the door-opening button, grabbed a black umbrella, and strode out of the villa. The heavy, pure copper-carved gates slowly swung open to both sides. When the girl saw Lu Chen's tall and imposing figure, it was as if a drowning person had found their last lifeline. She scrambled forward, crawling and stumbling, not caring about the muddy ground. With a thud, she collapsed directly at Lu Chen's feet, her hands clutching his leg tightly. The icy rainwater instantly soaked the hem of Lu Chen's trousers. Mr. Lu, my name is Su Qinghan. I am the daughter of the Su family in the capital and also the nominal fiancée of the eldest son of the Wang family. Su Qinghan lifted her head, her teeth chattering from the cold, her voice laced with heart-wrenching despair and terror. Wang Teng is a demon. He's a pervert. To cultivate his evil arts, he tortured his previous fiancées to death. She choked on her tears, the knuckles of her fingers gripping Lu Chen's trousers, turning white from the strain. I don't want to die. I heard that this afternoon at the Xia family, you slapped the Wang family's envoy away with a single blow. In all of Huaxiao now, only you dare to oppose the Wang family, only you can save me. Su Qinghan knocked her head heavily into the puddle, mud splashing across her face. I beg you to take me in. Just let me live. Even if I have to be a beast of burden, serve tea or scrub toilets, I am willing. The once proud daughter of a capital city's great family was now more pitiful than a stray dog. Her dignity, utterly shattered by fear, seemed especially desolate under the cold, rainy night. Lu Chen looked down at the girl clinging to his leg. A cold, murderous gleam flickered deep in his eyes. Not only did he forcefully take another man's wife, but he also tortured his own fiancées to death. The Wang family of the capital was indeed a rotten tumor down to its very roots. Come inside first. Lu Chen's voice was flat, yet it carried a power that could steady one's heart. He did not help Su Qinghan up, but simply opened the black umbrella to shield her from the pouring rain. The first-floor hall of the villa was brightly lit. Xia Bingming, draped in a silk shawl, was hurrying down the stairs. She had heard the alarm and was worried. When she saw Su Qinghan drenched and covered in wounds, a flicker of shock passed across her perpetually icy face. As a woman, she recognized at once the origin of those bruises. They were not ordinary fall injuries, but marks left by prolonged abuse with some blunt object. Xia Bingming's eyes reddened instantly. She did not feel jealous, nor did she question why Lu Chen had brought a beautiful woman home in the dead of night. Instead, she quickly stepped forward and wrapped her own warm silk shawl around Su Qinghan's trembling shoulders. Don't be afraid, no one can hurt you here. Xia Bingming's voice was as gentle as spring water. She extended her slender fingers and softly brushed the wet hair from Su Qinghan's face, her movements so tender, as if afraid of causing pain. Su Qinghan looked at the woman before her, the billionaire CEO renowned throughout Modu, even coveted by Master Wang. Feeling the warmth from the shawl, the suppressed grievance and fear of the journey burst forth. She threw herself into Xia Bingming's arms and sobbed loudly. Nanny Wang, take Miss Su to the guest room for a hot bath and find some clean clothes for her. Xia Bingming patted her back to comfort her for a moment, then turned to instruct the housekeeper. Watching Su Qinghan being helped upstairs, Xia Bingming turned to look at Lu Chen. In her beautiful peach blossom eyes burned an unprecedented fury. Husband those beasts from the Wang family. Their deaths would be insufficient to repay their sins. Xia Bingming bit her lower lip, her hands unconsciously clutching Lu Chen's clothes. She dared not imagine what hellish torment she would have faced if Lu Chen had not returned in time, and those men had forcibly taken her to the capital. Lu Chen pulled his wife into his arms, his broad hand gently stroking her back. Don't worry, they won't live long. Deep in Lu Chen's eyes, the dark golden glow of ancient martial bloodlines flickered faintly, seething with killing intent. The next day, dark clouds still hung over Modu. The news that Su Qinghan had fled the capital overnight to seek refuge with Lu Chen in Modu spread like wildfire. Within half a day, it had traveled through the top elite circles of both the capital and Modu. In the capital, at the Wang family compound, bang! A priceless Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain teacup was hurled viciously onto the rosewood floor, shattering into 1,000 fragments. Wang Zhinshan, the head of the Wang family, his face twisted with rage like a thoroughly provoked lion. Useless. All of you are useless. How could a living person slip away right under your noses? He pointed at the guard captain kneeling below to beg forgiveness, his roar deafening. The face of my Wang family has been completely disgraced by that bitch. Seated nearby, the eldest son Wang Teng wore an expression even darker, as if it could drip water. He toyed with a dagger that had a blood groove in his hand, his gaze venomous like a serpent. Father, it's not just that slut Su Qinghan. That scum Lu Chen from the Xia family also crippled the envoy we sent. This is openly grinding our Wang family's face into the dirt. Issue my kill order immediately. Wang Zhinshan slammed his fist into the armrest of the grand chair, sending wood chips flying. Mobilize the Wang family dark guards. Notify the underground forces in the north. I want Modu turned into a barren land. I want that surnamed Lu's entire family dead. Capture Xia Bingming and Su Qinghan and let Tinggayer play with them like dogs. A storm of blood and violence was about to erupt over Modu. Meanwhile, in the living room of Diyuan, Yihao, Lu Chen was playing with puzzles alongside Debao and Erbao, while Xiaobao rode on the back of the mutated white tiger, strolling in the courtyard. The atmosphere was so warm it felt as if the raging storm outside didn't exist. Xia Bingning sat on the sofa looking at the urgent intelligence from her secretary about the Wang family's kill order. Although she trusted Lu Chen's strength facing a century-old capital family, with such deep roots still made her palms sweat. Husband the Wang family. She bit her red lip about to speak to warn him. Lu Chen put down the puzzle piece. He moved over and gently pulled Xia Bingning into his arms, resting his chin on the top of her head. That reassuring warmth instantly dispelled the gloom in Xia Bingning's heart. Wife, don't bother with those clowns. Lu Chen's voice was low and magnetic, carrying an unquestionable dominance. 4 years ago I had nothing, and I made you suffer so much. I couldn't even give you a proper wedding. He cupped Xia Bingning's exquisite face, his deep eyes brimming with affection. Next week is a good day. Before we officially go to war with those rats, I've decided to hold a magnificent, globally stunning wedding for you. A belated one. Lu Chen gently rested his chin on Xia Bingning's nape, his deep and magnetic voice brushing against her ear. Xia Bingning's entire body trembled, and in an instant tears welled in her eyes. The fears and worries about the Wang family's death warrant were shattered at that moment by this promise. She turned around, tightly wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's neck, buried her face in his broad chest, and sobbed uncontrollably. In this world, what could be more reassuring than the man you love putting a wedding dress on you just before the storm of blood and violence descends? At Moda Century Square, as the news that the world's mysterious richest man, Mr. Lu, was about to hold a belated century wedding spread like wildfire, the entire world erupted in frenzy over this wedding. Although Lu Chen's identity as the world's richest man beneath his trillion-asset facade was not fully confirmed by the authorities, it had long been an open secret among the top circles. Those tycoons who could only see Lu Chen spending millions in the news before were now, like sharks catching the scent of blood, driven wild. From the Wall Street plutocrats across the ocean to the oil royal families of the Middle East to the ancient nobility of Europe. Even the elders of reclusive families hidden deep in the mountains who hadn't concerned themselves with worldly affairs for decades. Everyone was using every connection, resource, and fortune at their disposal just to obtain one of those thin, gold-embossed wedding invitations bearing the double C initials Chun and Ning. Inside the top auction house of Modus underground black market, the lights were opulent and the smoke from cigars swirled in the private booths. I bid $10 million just for one entry ticket. A coal tycoon from the south wearing a Patek Philippe diamond watch raised his placard frantically with bloodshot eyes. 10 million. Are you mocking, beggars? I bid $50 million. A North American financial magnate across from him sneered and unhesitatingly raised the stake. Yet just as they were arguing fiercely over tens of millions, a clumsy Chinese voice tinged with a heavy Arabic accent came from the VIP booth on the second floor. $100 million. A Middle Eastern oil prince with a piece of cloth on his head and dripping with wealth had directly doubled the price. As long as I can see with my own eyes, the Eastern deity who controls star mining ID give $1 billion too. A wedding invitation was stubbornly driven to a sky-high price of $100 million, and it was still in short supply. This was simply the most insane and absurd auction in human history. Meanwhile, in the old Xia family mansion in Modu, Xia Jintian sat on his armchair staring at the dozens of gold-embossed invitations Lu Chen had sent over on the table. The purple clay teapot in his hand trembled slightly. A few drops of tea splashed onto the table, but he was oblivious. Those distant relatives of the Xia family, who usually looked down on everyone, were now gathered around the table, hardly daring to breathe. They looked at the invitations that were being hyped to $100 million on the outside, feeling as if their worldview was being ground into dust underfoot. Big brother. Is this really from Lu Chen? An uncle who had often mocked Lu Chen for being a kept man swallowed blood-laced saliva, his hands shaking like a Parkinson's patient. He tremblingly extended 2 fingers to touch the invitation, then recoiled as if shocked, afraid of dirtying something he couldn't afford. Could it be fake? Xia Jintian slammed his hand on the table, standing bolt upright with a radiant face. Listen up, all of you. The wedding is next week. Dress properly, and don't embarrass our Xia family or brother Lu. The relatives nodded frantically, like pounding garlic with none of their former arrogance. Are you kidding? This was the wedding of the world's richest man. For these bumpkins to bask in the glory, even their ancestors' graves would smoke. A week passed in a flash. On the morning of the wedding day, Moda's sky was cloudless and the sun was brilliant. The sprawling Century Square, covering tens of thousands of square meters, had been completely cleared. On the main road leading to the square, a 10-kilometer-long handmade red carpet flown in from France, without a single seam, was laid out. Every meter along the red carpet stood a fully armed live ammunition elite guard from the dark network of the Divine Temple. Austerity and luxury intertwined here into a suffocating tableau. The Xia relatives who arrived early were arranged in the family viewing area on the periphery. Watching the spectacle, though shocked, they still thought it was just a slightly grander display of a wealthy family's pomp. After all, even top domestic celebrities had such gimmicks at their weddings. The scale is impressive, but I wonder about the caliber of the guests, muttered that uncle, adjusting his rented Armani suit. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening roar of engines thundered from the sky. It wasn't the sound of a commercial airliner. It was the distinctive sonic boom of military fighter jets. Several top-level government planes painted with the stars and stripes and the Union Jack, accompanied by an escort formation, arrogantly cut into modus airspace and landed steadily on the temporary tarmac near Century Square. Then outside the gate, the first batch of the most distinguished guests began to enter slowly to the announcer's voice, which had gone hoarse from excessive excitement. The red carpet of the welcoming avenue stretched all the way to the banks of the Huangpu River, bathed in a dazzling golden hue by the sunlight. Hundreds of Rolls-Royces and extended Bentleys adorned with the emblems of various embassies or confidential licenses glided into Century Square like a flowing river of black steel. The deep rumble of engines intertwined, causing the champagne tower at the edge of the square to tremble slightly. The relatives of the Xia family, those who relied on Xia Yunhai for support and enjoyed looking down on others, were arranged in the outer observation area. Initially, they held their airs, eager to see what kind of guests this nouveau riche Lu Chen could invite. After all, wealth and heritage are two different matters. Without a real foundation on the world stage, this was ultimately just a carnival for a local tycoon. Just as several uncles and aunts were whispering amongst themselves, preparing to watch the spectacle. In the center of the square, the honorary officiant, a chief auctioneer from a top international auction house, took a deep breath. Holding the gift list adorned with shattered diamonds, his voice trembled with shock. From across the ocean, the current head of the Rothschild family, Mr. Gold, has arrived. The officiant wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and shouted the congratulatory gift with all his might. Presenting a pure gold castle located in the Alps, covering an area of 1,000 hectares. Wishing Mr. Lu and Ms. Xia a joyful marriage. As soon as the words fell, an elderly Western gentleman with gray hair, dressed in a custom-tailored tailcoat, walked down the red carpet with a pure silver cane, surrounded by dozens of bodyguards. This man, whose mere stamp of a foot could shake Wall Street, now appeared like a humble old steward, bowing deeply toward the main stage of the wedding from afar. The observation area fell into instant silence. The Xia family relatives, who had just been whispering, were like ducks with their necks collectively squeezed, their mouths agape, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. The Rothschild family, gifting a pure gold castle. Is this a real congratulatory gift? This is simply as if an entire nation's treasury has been moved here. Before they could regain their composure from the shock, the officiant's altered voice rang out again. The Crown Prince of the oil-rich Emirates of the Middle East, His Highness Hassan, has arrived. Presenting 3 high-yield oil fields in the Persian Gulf, 2 custom Boeing 787s, plus 100 Arabian steeds. Wishing divine Mr. Lu and the mistress a lifelong union. A young Arab man with a white cloth on his head and adorned with emeralds nearly sprinted up the red carpet. His deep-set eyes were filled with fervor and awe, as if he were a zealous pilgrim. My God! The most talkative aunt dropped her champagne glass with a bang, shattering it into pieces. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the lawn. An oil field. Using an oil field as a gift. This is not just attending a wedding, this is clearly coming to pay tribute. However, this groundbreaking ceremony was only just beginning. In the next few minutes, the ancient vampire family of Europe, Duke Thomas, has arrived, presenting 10 lost artifacts from the British Museum and 5 century-old estates. From across the ocean, Longshin Technologies Overseas Headquarters presents Star Mining's Global Division. As each terrifying giant who controlled the global underground world and economic lifeline stepped onto the stage with names too powerful to be displayed on the Forbes list. The psychological defenses of the Xia family relatives were thoroughly shattered. They looked ashen, trembling like a sieve, and even breathing felt difficult. They finally realized that the ride-hailing driver they had once mocked was a deity standing at the pinnacle of the human power pyramid, looking down upon all. And the most terrifying was yet to come. Buzz! 3 military jets painted with the stars and stripes, the Union Jack and the Gallic Rooster, flew over the square, accompanied by escort formations. The massive airflow lifted the edges of the red carpet. The officiant looked at the newly handed gift list, his hands trembling to the point that he could barely hold the microphone. The private envoy of the head of state from across the ocean. The highest executive officer of the European Union, bringing national gifts. Congratulations to Mr. Lu on his wedding. Several foreign envoys dressed in immaculate military uniforms and high-ranking diplomatic attire marched up the red carpet, holding badges and gifts representing their nation's highest honors. The crowd was in an uproar. Various financial tycoons stood up, gasping in shock. National gifts of congratulations. This was not just a show of financial power, but an absolute force capable of making a head of state bow down. The scale of this wedding could no longer be described as a century. It was simply unprecedented, the first of its kind on Blue Star. On the main stage, Xia Bingming wore a trailing gown handcrafted by dozens of top artisans from Paris over 6 months. The hem was adorned with 99,999 diamonds sparkling like a brilliant galaxy under the sunlight. She linked her arm with Lu Chen, watching the dignitaries on the red carpet who usually could only be seen on news broadcasts bowing respectfully like elementary school students. Xia Bingning's eyes turned red, instantly warm tears swirling in her eyes. She knew that this man in the most domineering way had declared her status to the world. Lu Chen was dressed in a well-tailored black tailcoat. In his deep-set eyes there was no hint of obsession with power, only an unyielding tenderness when he looked at his wife. The wedding reached its climax. In the sky, hundreds of drones formed a formation, piecing together the smiles of Xia Bingning and 3 adorable children above the city. A sky filled with pink petals mixed with fireworks poured down like a romantic downpour. At that moment, all the guests held their breath, waiting for the sacred moment of exchanging rings. Lu Chen released Xia Bingning's hand. He took a half-step back under the gaze of tens of thousands of people and countless high-definition cameras. This man who made many world leaders bow and caused global tycoons to tremble knelt slowly on one knee before Xia Bingning. Xia Bingning covered her lips, tears streaming down her face. She thought Lu Chen would, like other wealthy men, present a ring worth a fortune. But Lu Chen did not. What he pulled from the inner pocket of his tailcoat was not a ring box. Instead, it was a mysterious palm-sized black velvet box. There was no dazzling brilliance nor luxurious packaging, appearing ancient and profound. Lu Chen raised his head, looking at his wife, who was crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. His long fingers gently pressed on the dark clasp of the black velvet box. The metal clasp of the black velvet box was gently pried open. Neither the eye-blinding pigeon egg diamond ring nor the vulgar jewelry pieces appeared as expected. Inside the box lay a certificate resembling parchment paper and a microscale galaxy projector crafted from a special crystal, silent and serene. The certificate bore the top-secret steel seal of the International Astronomical Union, surrounded by the joint endorsement signatures of several superpower space agencies. Every guest in the venue froze. The wealthy magnates who had prepared gasps and praises craned their necks, straining to see what rare treasure the box contained. Lu Chen knelt on one knee on the red carpet. In his deep ink-black eyes reflected Xia Bingning's ethereally beautiful face, slightly flushed with confusion and anticipation. He picked up the certificate. His low magnetic voice, amplified by the venue's top-tier sound system, reached every corner of Century Square. Bingning, for the past 4 years you've single-handedly taken care of Dabao Air Bao and Xiao Bao while fighting fierce battles in the cutthroat business world. You've endured far more grievances than you ever deserved. Lu Chen's voice was soft and tender, as if uttering the most moving love words in the world. They all say diamonds represent eternity. But I, Lu Chen, believe these stones hyped by capital on Earth are utterly unworthy of you. He raised his hand and pressed the switch of the microscale galaxy projector. A brilliant pink beam shot out from the projector, piercing into the sky. Above the square, a colossal holographic pink planet slowly revolved against the backdrop of a vast cosmic star chart. The planet radiated a dazzling pink glow as if carved from a single flawless pink diamond. This is a white dwarf crystal located 50 light-years from Earth. Its core is a super pink diamond over 4,000 kilometers in diameter. Lu Chen looked up at Xia Bingning, whose peach blossom eyes were now completely dazed. I mobilized all my resources to buy it. From today onward it has its own name on the International Astronomical Star Chart. Lu Chen paused, each word resounding with weight. It is called the Xia Bingning Star. A thunderous roar erupted as tens of thousands of guests felt as if a megaton nuclear bomb had blown off their skulls. The sound of sharp inhales spread across the square. The wealthy matrons and socialites in haute couture dresses covered their mouths with both hands, their entire bodies trembling uncontrollably. Their eyes bulged as if about to pop out of their sockets, green with envy to the point of near fainting. Others sent a few carats of diamond rings for weddings. But this god among men. He directly went to outer space and bought a pure pink diamond planet thousands of kilometers in diameter, and even named it after his wife. This wasn't just the power of money. It was the romantic domination of a creator. The nouveau riche relatives of the Xia family were so terrified their legs gave way, collapsing in droves on the lawn. They looked at the dazzling pink holographic planet in the sky, then at Lu Chen, kneeling on one knee, feeling that the wealth they had prided themselves on all their lives was less than a speck of dust in the universe before this man. On the main stage, Xia Bingning pressed her hand over her lips, tears streaming like a burst dam. Her face, usually as cold as an iceberg in front of outsiders, was now crying like a little girl who had received the most precious candy in the world. No woman could resist such romance spanning light years. She threw herself into Lu Chen's arms without hesitation, her expensive trailing wedding dress spreading across the red carpet. Xia Bingning tightly wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's neck, and her rosy lips pressed without hesitation onto his thin lips. Amid the shower of petals flying through the air, amid the mad screams and thunderous applause of tens of thousands of people, the two kissed deeply. Da Bao, Air Bao, and Xiao Bao stood hand in hand nearby dressed in miniature suits. Air Bao pointed excitedly at the pink planet in the sky and cheered in a childish voice. Wow, that's Mommy's star. Daddy picked a star and gave it to Mommy. Xiao Bao and Da Bao giggled along. The romantic and warm atmosphere reached its peak. Yet in this world, the brighter the light, the easier it attracts the corrupt gaze from the darkness. Just as fireworks bloomed and cheers thundered over Century Square, a sinister blood-red meteor streaked without warning across the clear night sky. The meteor carried a palpably violent aura flashing past so fast that even the elite guards of the dark net present did not detect it. At the same time, 1,000 kilometers away from Modu, deep within the 10,000 mountains inside a vast ancient castle hall perpetually shrouded in thick fog and miasma. On the walls of the hall, eerie green, eternal lamps burned. On the bone-white throne at the center sat a man in a wide black robe, his face indistinct, playing with a string of prayer beads made from human skulls. He was Di Shitian, the master of the Hidden World Alliance, controlling half of China's underground resources and striking fear into countless powerful figures. Drip, drip. In the empty hall, only the sound of water falling on stone could be heard. Suddenly, an ancient bronze compass on the table before Di Shitian vibrated violently. At the center of the compass, a previously dim red dot now flashed with piercing blood light. The direction the red dot pointed to was precisely Modu. Di Shitian stopped turning the prayer beads. From beneath his black robe came a bone-chilling hoarse laugh. The laughter was like rusted iron scraping against bone. 24 years. Di Shitian slowly rose, and a terrifying blood-fiend aura enough to tear the air apart burst from his withered body. Instantly, cobweb-like fissures spread across the hall's blue brick floor. Yi Sanxuan, that little bastard you desperately hid back then, has finally exposed his bloodline aura. His skeletal ghost-like hand gently caressed the vibrating bronze compass, green light flickering in his eyes, cruel and greedy intertwined. The dragon-patterned jade pendant. The Yi family's treasure. All mine now. Issue my death warrant. Di Shishin's voice echoed through the empty hall like a death knell from the Nine Abyss. The Hidden World Alliance's 12 heavenly enforcers and 36 earthly fiends full deployment. Target Modu Lu Chen. I want that little bastard along with his wife and 3 brats, all dead without a trace. Amidst the swirling pink petals, Lu Chen deeply kissed Xia Bingning with affection. But at the moment their lips touched, Lu Chen's senses, enhanced by his ancient martial bloodline, suddenly jolted. A chilling and vicious bloodthirsty aura like a malignant curse pierced through the distant space, subtly locking onto the air above the Century Square in the Demon City. It felt as if he were being closely watched by a prehistoric venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Lu Chen's brow slightly furrowed, and a fleeting glint of dark, golden, murderous intent flashed deep within his profound gaze. He knew that after exposing his bloodline aura, the Hidden Family Alliance's rats could no longer contain themselves and were ready to emerge. But he absolutely could not allow the flames of war to ignite in the Demon City. Here was his wife, with whom he had just completed their wedding ceremony, along with 3 young children, and the entire Xia family composed of ordinary people. The kiss ended. Lu Chen released Xia Bingning, his broad hand naturally wrapping around her slender waist, which was barely sufficient to grasp. Wife, the wedding is done. You've been working for the past 4 years without a proper rest. His voice was as gentle as water, and the deep magnetic tone carried an irresistible dominance. I've arranged a private jet. Tonight we will set off for our honeymoon. Consider it a trip around the world with the children. Xia Bingning was momentarily stunned. A flicker of astonishment flashed in her tear-brimmed, peach-blossom eyes, soon replaced by a wave of sweetness. In front of this man she needed not to worry about anything if it was enough for her to simply be a spoiled little woman. She obediently nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed as she leaned against Lu Chen's chest. That evening, a custom Boeing 747, painted entirely in pink with the golden lettering Xia Bingning star on its side, broke through the night sky of the Demon City, heading straight to the Middle East. 10 hours later, glaring sunlight pierced through the cabin window as the private jet smoothly landed on the royal runway of Dubai International Airport. The cabin door slowly opened. A gust of dry desert wind mixed with a scorching heat wave rushed towards them. As soon as Xia Bingning stepped out of the cabin, the temperature exceeding 40 degrees Celsius made her furrow her lovely brows slightly. A thin layer of fine sweat instantly formed on her fair forehead. Lu Chen quickly shielded his wife from the blinding sunlight with his large palm. Turning to look, he saw a long Persian carpet laid out on the runway. Prince Hassan of the Emirates, accompanied by dozens of royal members dressed in traditional white robes, stood respectfully on either side of the carpet. The top tycoon, who had previously splurged on several oil fields at the wedding, now wore a worried expression, his signature bushy beard appearing somewhat disheveled. Honorable Mr. Lu, matriarch, welcome to Dubai. Prince Hassan exclaimed as he saw Lu Chen descend the steps, immediately rushing forward, placing his right hand on his chest and bowing deeply. Lu Chen held Xia Bingning's hand and nodded slightly. Hassan, you don't look well. Have you encountered trouble? Prince Hassan sighed with a wry smile, wiping the sweat from his forehead, his eyes filled with urgency and helplessness. Mr. Lu, your discerning eye is sharp. To speak candidly, we are in grave trouble. The neighboring country's Duke Salman, envious of the divine blessings we received at your wedding, has allied with several old-school tycoons and maliciously severed the only source of water flowing to us, the tributary of the Kalen River. Prince Hassan's voice trembled slightly with anger. In the desert, water is more precious than gold. Once the water source is cut off, not only will our citizens face drinking water issues, but even our core oil field cooling systems will come to a complete standstill. If we do not resolve the water issue, soon our crude oil extraction will completely collapse in 3 days. The entire nation's economy will collapse. Lu Chen looked at the worried Prince Hassan, then glanced at Xia Bingning, who was fanning herself and the 3 adorable children. It was not a small matter if his wife and children felt hot. I thought it was something serious. Lu Chen's lips curved into a nonchalant smile, his tone as calm as discussing what to eat for dinner. It's just a broken river. If it's cut off, then so be it. Prince Hassan was stunned. The royal members around them exchanged glances, panicking like ants on a hot stove. This was a lifeline regarding the survival of the nation. In the eyes of this eastern deity, it was merely a broken river. Lu Chen paid no attention to their shock. In his mind, he coldly awakened the system. Lin Aoshue retrieved the holographic map of the underground water veins in the Middle East. Received, Supreme Host. The voice of the holographic lowly rang in his mind. A faint blue 3-dimensional map, visible only to Lu Chen, instantly unfolded before his eyes. Use the highest authority of Xingqian mining to deduct $10 billion. Lu Chen's command was decisive without a hint of hesitation. Initiate the Earth Core Rending Black Technology Drilling Project. At a depth of 3,000 meters beneath this country, forcibly blast out an underground river that runs through the entire Arabian Peninsula. I want the oil fields here to have sufficient cooling water for 100 years. Command confirmed. 10 billion funds have been deducted. Earth Core Rending Array has been initiated. Countdown 1098. Lu Chen held Xia Bingning's hand and walked directly towards the bulletproof extended Rolls-Royce parked at the end of the red carpet. Hassan, prepare the banquet. In 5 minutes your oil fields will have water. Prince Hassan stood dazedly in place, watching Lu Chen's retreating figure, his mind blank. 5 minutes. Water. Is this a myth? That's the arid desert that has been dry for thousands of years. Just as he doubted whether he had misheard. Boom, rumble. A deep, terrifying roar, as if coming from the depths of hell, suddenly erupted beneath the ground of Dubai. The asphalt surface of the helipad began to tremble violently. An earthquake. Several royal guards turned pale with fright and looked around in panic. Prince Hassan's satellite phone in his pocket rang frantically like a death knell. He scrambled to answer the call. On the other end of the line, the person in charge of the oil fields was screaming in agony, yet filled with joy, almost shattering his eardrum. Prince, a miracle. This is a sign from the Almighty. Just now, the desert heart of our third oil field suddenly collapsed. A massive underground spring shot up dozens of meters high, bursting forth from the surface. Water. All clear and sweet underground water. The flow rate is 10 times that of the Kalen River. Our cooling systems have fully resumed operation. The crude oil output has directly doubled. Clatter. The satellite phone in Prince Hassan's hand slipped to the ground. He stiffly turned his head and looked at Lu Chen, who was already seated in the back of the Rolls-Royce, gently wiping sweat from Xia Bingning's forehead. That deep and calm profile had transformed in Prince Hassan's eyes into a divine creator. One word. 3 minutes. A life-saving underground river was blasted out from beneath the desert that had been dry for thousands of years. Can this be the power that humanity possesses? Mr. Lu. No God, Lu. Prince Hassan's knees buckled, and he directly fell to the scorching asphalt runway. Ignoring the high temperature that could burn his skin, he crawled to the door of the Rolls-Royce, lowering his noble head, with a fervent attitude, reverently kissing the unblemished tips of Lu Chen's shoes. Your grace is like the sun, moon, and stars. From now on, every drop of oil in this country will burn for you. Prince Hassan was overwhelmed with emotion, tears in his eyes, repeatedly bowing. That evening at the top-tier 7-star Burj Al Arab Hotel, a grand royal welcome banquet was being held to celebrate the resolution of the water crisis, an event so lavish it was astonishing. Lu Chen's family sat at the most honored position. Prince Hassan personally served, humbly pouring priceless wine for Lu Chen. Just as the atmosphere of the banquet reached its peak, with everyone raising their glasses in celebration, bang! The pure gold double doors of the banquet hall were suddenly kicked open roughly from the outside. An Arab man wearing a white headscarf with a thick beard and a face full of flesh burst into the banquet hall, accompanied by dozens of fully armed private mercenaries wielding American assault rifles. Filled with murderous intent, he was none other than Duke Salman, the old-school oil tycoon from the neighboring country, who had maliciously cut off the water supply, intending to force Hassan to his knees. His sinister eyes scanned the crowd before finally fixing on Lu Chen seated at the head table, his lips curling into a cruel and domineering smile. The face of Duke Salmon, filled with excess flesh, appeared particularly menacing under the glow of the crystal chandelier. He suddenly drew a gem-studded Desert Eagle handgun, aiming it directly at Lu Chen, who sat at the head of the table. Dozens of mercenaries behind him simultaneously cocked their guns, the dark muzzles instantly locking onto the entire banquet hall. The atmosphere was tense and charged. Several Arab women serving drinks screamed in fright and dove under the table. Prince Hassan's face changed drastically as he stood up, abruptly blocking Lu Chen's table. Salman, have you lost your mind? This is Dubai. This is the esteemed Lu Chen. Hassan trembled with anger, pointing a finger at Salman's nose and shouting. What nonsense about a deity? Just a charlatan from the East who knows a bit about geological exploration. Duke Salman laughed wildly, spraying spittle as he looked at Lu Chen like a pathetic clown. He thought he had seen through everything. Digging a well in the desert. Aside from a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, what other explanation could there be? Could he possibly be the creator controlling the tectonic plates of the earth? Kid, I heard you have some money. Salman walked to the long dining table, pulled over a solid gold chair, and sat down, slamming the handgun on the table. He pulled out a thick cigar from his pocket, lit it, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. But in this land of the Middle East, what matters is not money but oil. It's black gold. He arrogantly pointed at the ground beneath him. I control 14 super oil fields. I monopolize the oil pricing rights of the surrounding 3 countries. If you're smart, get out of the Middle East immediately. Hand over the control of that underground river to me. Otherwise I can crush you into meat paste with dollars. Faced with the dark muzzles of guns and Salman's arrogant shouts, Lu Chen remained lazily reclined against the velvet sofa. He didn't even glance at Salman, merely lowering his head, gently slicing a piece of top-grade foie gras from the plate. He used a silver fork to pick up a small piece and fed it into the open mouth of Herbal beside him. This disregard stung Salman's proud heart more painfully than the vilest insult. You're asking for death. Salman's eyes turned red, and he suddenly grabbed the handgun on the table. Muyu. Lu Chen put down the silver fork, took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, and spoke in a tone as flat as if he were ordering a glass of water. He's too loud. Make him shut up. Muyu was standing like a shadow behind Lu Chen, slightly inclined her body. She pulled out a specially made black tablet computer, thin as a cicada's wing, from her tuxedo's inner pocket. Her slender jade fingers quickly struck a few keys on the virtual keyboard. Salman watched this scene, laughing so hard that tears nearly came out. Ha ha ha. What's this? You want to call the police when you're about to die? In front of my mercenaries, anyone who comes. Buzz. Suddenly the satellite phone in Salman's pocket vibrated violently like a death knell. The shrill ringtone interrupted his wild laughter. He impatiently took out the phone and pressed the answer key. Who is it? Can't you see him in the middle of? It's all over. Everything's gone. On the other end of the line, his chief financial officer emitted a desperate wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, his voice hoarse and cracking. 5 minutes ago, an untraceable overseas terrorist capital forcibly, maliciously acquired all 14 oil fields under our name for a price exceeding 10 times our market value. They froze all our offshore accounts. The Swiss bank has also sent a mandatory liquidation letter. The financial officer cried out in agony. You are bankrupt. We have nothing left. We can't even pay the mercenaries' final payments. Clang. Salman's Desert Eagle smashed onto the marble floor. His arrogant face lost all color in less than a second, turning as pale as that of a corpse. He even forgot to breathe, staring blankly at Lu Chen, who was sitting across the table raising a wine glass. 14 super oil fields. Enough to buy the vast assets of a small country. How could he have been uprooted in less than 5 minutes in front of this man? What? What have you done? Salman's voice trembled like sifted grain, his finger pointing at Lu Chen, weak and wavering. The mercenaries behind him, upon hearing the news of their boss' bankruptcy and the inability to pay their wages, exchanged glances and unhesitatingly put down their guns, silently exiting the banquet hall. In the face of money, the loyalty of mercenaries is thinner than paper. Lu Chen swirled the crimson liquid in his goblet, a cold mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. Oil tycoon. Is that impressive? He looked up, his deep abyss-like eyes locking on his Salman. The terrifying aura, a blend of ancient martial master and a billionaire, descended like a mountain. Salman felt a surge of blood rise in his chest. His knees softened. With a loud thud, he kneeled straight onto the hard marble floor, his kneecaps nearly shattering. Master Lu. I was wrong. I was blind. Salman was terrified, his liver and gallbladder quaking as he desperately bowed his head to the ground. The arrogance he had just displayed was completely gone, and now he was so humbled that he was not even as good as a stray dog. Please have mercy and return the oil fields to me. I will be your dog. Noisy. Lu Chen frowned slightly. The tires of those Rolls Royces outside are dirty. Lu Chen put down his goblet, his tone as indifferent as if he were declaring a death sentence. Go clean the tires. If they aren't shining, don't leave Dubai alive. The once mighty oil magnate of the Middle East, a tyrant monopolizing the economies of several countries, could only crawl out of the banquet hall in disgrace, like the most despicable slave kneeling on the scorching asphalt road outside the hotel. Using his precious handcrafted custom suit, he wiped the dirt off the tires of the Rolls-Royce bit by bit. The passing celebrities and wealthy individuals looked at this scene, their jaws nearly dropping, gasping in shock. Inside the banquet hall, Prince Hassan gazed at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with a level of awe that had reached a frenzied degree. With a flip of his hand, he could summon clouds, and with another he could bring rain. This was the true deity. After dealing with this clown in the Middle East 2 days later, Lu Chen and his family boarded the Xia private jet heading to the romantic capital Paris. In early autumn Paris, the sun lazily poured over the banks of the Seine. Xia changed into a French vintage floral long dress. Accompanied by Air Bao and Xiao Bao along with several dark web female bodyguards, she walked into the world-renowned art palace, the Louvre. Lu Chen did not enter. He stood in front of the famous glass pyramid outside the Louvre, receiving a top-secret report from Mu Yu regarding the heavenly god hall, dead soldiers investigating the situation in Siberia. The phone call had just reached halfway. Wow! A piercing and grievance-filled cry of a child suddenly echoed from the second-floor Monet exhibition area of the Louvre, faintly transmitted through the thick glass walls. Lu Chen's ears twitched slightly. That cry was too familiar. It was Bao's voice. The knuckles gripping the phone turned white in an instant, and with a crack the latest custom phone was squeezed in his palm, leaving a crack. Lu Chen hung up the phone. The warmth in his eyes was instantly replaced by a violent and earth-shattering killing intent. He was like a furious lion that had been touched on its reverse scale, transforming into a black shadow as he charged through the entrance of the Louvre. Lu Chen took a long stride. Beneath his seemingly casual attire, the terrifying vitality of an ancient martial arts master surged like an impending volcanic eruption. He transformed into a whirlwind of black, directly ignoring the sluggish security personnel at the Louvre's security check, and forcefully crashed through the revolving door, heading straight for the second floor's Monet exhibition area. At this moment the Monet exhibition hall was in complete disarray. Bao was sitting on the smooth marble floor, clutching a pink drawing board tightly in her small hands. Her knee was bruised and tears rolled down her cheeks like beads from a broken string. "That was the brush Dad bought for me. Give it back." The little girl cried out pitifully, stubbornly wiping her tears with the back of her hand. In front of her stood a chubby white boy resembling a little meatball. The chubby boy was holding a handful of colorful high-end watercolor brushes, grinning as he made faces at Bao. "I just took yours. The yellow-skinned monkey doesn't deserve such fine brushes." Little Bao looked at his sister being bullied, and anger ignited in his clear big eyes. The 4-year-old boy charged like a little tiger protecting its cub. "Don't bully my sister." Little Bao pushed the chubby boy forcefully. Little Bao was born with immense strength, though he intentionally held back. Nevertheless, the chubby boy stumbled like a ball and fell backward with an ouch. He flailed his arms wildly, trying to grab something to steady himself. Thud! The watercolor brush in the chubby boy's hand traced a brilliant parabola in the air. A few uncovered colored brushes landed precisely on the adjacent wall. On the wall hung a century-old masterpiece protected by a bulletproof glass cover with a slight gap left for exhibition purposes. That was Monet's most proud peak work in his later years, a unique piece from the Water Lilies series. Red and yellow watercolor dripped through the glass gap, staining one corner of the masterpiece with an eye-catching blemish. This priceless artistic treasure instantly turned into a piece of graffiti-covered rags. The hall fell silent for 2 seconds. Then suddenly, a sharp, piercing scream like an air raid alarm tore through the air of the exhibition hall. "Oh my God! This group of uncultured Eastern barbarians! Look at what your wild offspring have done." A French noblewoman dressed in an exaggerated vintage French puffy skirt and adorned with a string of pearl necklaces rushed out like a madwoman. She was the chubby boy's mother. She scooped up the chubby boy from the floor and, pointing at the ruined masterpiece, began to scream hysterically. "This is a national treasure of France. A priceless masterpiece worth 1 billion euros. The noblewoman spat as she spoke, her finger painted with scarlet nail polish, almost poking Xia Bingning's face. "You lowly people wouldn't be able to compensate even if you sold all your family's organs." The curator of the Louvre, drenched in sweat, arrived on the scene with a dozen security guards. Seeing the ruined water lilies, the curator felt as though his heart was being gripped tightly by a large hand. His vision darkened, nearly fainting on the spot. "Call the police. Immediately notify the Paris police." The curator angrily pounded his chest, pointing at Xia Bingning and the 3 adorable children, shouting, "Arrest these Easterners. Confiscate their passports. They must pay 1 billion euros or they'll spend their lives in a prison in France." Xia Bingning tightly shielded the frightened Bao and little Bao behind her. The Bao, with a stern little face, stood in front of his mother and siblings, staring at the approaching security guards like a little adult. Faced with the noblewoman's insults and the curator's threats, Xia Bingning did not back down. She straightened her back, and the aura of a multi-billionaire CEO erupted in that moment. The surveillance cameras are right overhead. Your son was the one who first snatched my daughter's brush, and it was during his fall that he flung the brush onto the painting. Xia Bingning glared coldly at the French noblewoman, her words resonating firmly. The loss of this painting should be borne by whom the law will have its own judgment. But you keep calling my children wildlings and barbarians. I demand you apologize to my children immediately. The noblewoman seemed to have heard the greatest joke. She clutched her stomach and began to laugh wildly, the thick powder on her face flaking off with her laughter. Apologize? To lowly yellow-skinned monkeys like you? Do you think that dressing in designer brands makes you a noble in Paris? The noblewoman turned to the curator, her tone dripping with haughty arrogance. Mr. Curator, I am a platinum sponsor of your Louvre. I demand you let the security beat the legs of these 3 little wildlings. A dozen ferocious French security guards drew their batons and slowly approached. The few bodyguards accompanying the Xia family, who were unable to enter due to gun control, left Xia Bingning isolated and helpless. She bit her red lip, holding the 3 adorable children tightly in her arms. At that tense moment, bang! 2 strong security guards from the outside collided head-on like they were struck by a speeding train. They let out no screams, directly lifting off the ground and being thrown back 8 meters, crashing heavily against a load-bearing pillar in the exhibition hall. The crowded people were forcefully torn apart by an unreasonable terror. Lu Chen stepped into the encirclement, exuding a chilling, murderous intent that could freeze the air. Daddy! Erbao saw Lu Chen and broke free from Xia Bingning's embrace, running over with her short legs. The little girl hugged Lu Chen's thigh, her voice sweetly reporting, Daddy, that fat brother snatched Erbao's brush. And that auntie called us wild children. Lu Chen bent down. He did not look at the so-called priceless painting worth 1 billion euros, nor did he pay attention to the fierce-looking security guards around. He gently wiped away Erbao's tear stains with his rough fingertips. Don't cry, Erbao. Daddy has said that anyone who dares to make my little princess shed a tear, Daddy will make them pay with blood. Lu Chen picked up Erbao and stood up. He shielded Xia Bingning and the other 2 adorable children in the shadow of his broad back. Then, Lu Chen slowly raised his gaze. In the depths of his ink-like eyes, a peerless tyranny that viewed the world's nobility as mere grass and dirt emerged. Who just said they wanted to break my child's legs, eh? Lu Chen's voice was not loud, but in the Monet exhibition hall where a pin drop could be heard, it struck each person's heart like a heavy hammer. The French noblewoman felt a chill down her back under Lu Chen's terrifying gaze. Yet relying on the security, she steeled herself and took a step forward. So what if I said it? You ruined France's national treasure. 1 billion euros. If you can't come up with the money, no one will save you today. She pointed at Lu Chen's nose, her face full of mockery. Don't think that putting on a fierce act will get you off the hook. Poor scum is still poor. The noblewoman's words were not yet finished. Lu Chen's lips curled into a cold, bone-chilling smirk. He leisurely pulled out a card from his suit pocket. It was a pure black metal card. There was no bank logo, only a series of complex anti-counterfeiting laser codes. Under the dazzling crystal chandelier of the exhibition hall, the card's edges, embedded with small diamonds, refracted a suffocating dark light. The Centurion Black Card from American Express. A symbol of ultimate power, limited to a global issuance with no credit limit. Lu Chen held the black card with 2 long fingers. His gaze bypassed the noblewoman and directly landed on the sweating curator of the Louvre beside her. Is 1 billion euros a lot? Lu Chen's tone was as flat as if discussing cabbage at the market. He waved his hand casually. Thud! The black card representing supreme wealth and power precisely fell onto the curator's polished marble floor. It made a crisp metallic clink. The curator lowered his gaze to the black card on the floor. As the overseer of France's premier art institution, he naturally recognized it as an American Express Centurion Black Card. Yet on his flushed face there was not a trace of reverence. Instead, he was thoroughly enraged by Lu Chen's condescending, charitable demeanor. Do you think flashing a black card solves everything? The curator barked furiously, kicking the card away with his leather shoe spittle flying through the air. This is a unique Monet masterpiece. A priceless national treasure of France. 10 billion euros is just the starting bid, he thundered. Even if that card of yours holds a mountain of cash today, you've destroyed a national treasure, and you're going to jail to face the most severe trial. The French noblewoman doubled over in a bitter, mocking laugh. How ridiculous. An Eastern nouveau riche actually thinks money can buy France's dignity. She pointed at the defaced masterpiece, her eyes venomous. Security. What are you waiting for? Arrest these 3 little bastards. A dozen burly French security guards sprang into action, drawing their batons and tightening the encirclement. Xia Bingning fiercely shielded the 3 children. Though she knew Lu Chen's capabilities standing in this foreign top-tier museum against the curator who represented official authority, a flicker of concern inevitably glimmered in her peach blossom eyes. Lu Chen, however, didn't even raise an eyelid. He didn't bend down to retrieve the kicked black card. Instead, he pulled out his phone from his suit pocket and leisurely swiped the screen. Since you think money isn't enough, Chen said, his voice flat and devoid of any fluctuation, as if discussing the weather. Then let's settle this another way. He dialed a top-secret international number. The call connected and Chen spoke just one brief sentence in the most pristine authoritative French, exuding dominance. 100 billion euros to acquire full ownership of the Louvre. I want the documents in 3 minutes. He hung up, slipped the phone back into his pocket, and stood still with Herbao in one arm. Ha ha ha. After a 2-second stunned silence, the curator and the French noblewoman erupted into deafening laughter. The curator laughed so hard tears almost came, pointing at Chen as if at a complete madman. 100 billion euros. By the Louvre? Have you lost your mind from watching too many sci-fi movies? The Louvre is state property of France. It's the world's artistic sanctuary. Not even 1 trillion euros would make the French government sell it to. The surrounding foreign tourists shook their heads, staring at Chen as if at an utter fool. Showing off to this extent was simply beyond salvation. Time ticked by. 2 minutes. It seems your delusion hasn't been cured. Take them away. The curator lost patience and gestured for the guards to move in. Just as the guards' batons were about to touch Chen's clothes, a violent, ear-splitting roar of engines suddenly came from above the Louvre's massive glass pyramid dome. A tremendous gust of airflow burst through the vents, rustling several lightweight, hanging paintings in the gallery. What's happening? The curator's face changed as he looked up. Through the transparent glass dome, 3 heavy military helicopters bearing the highest French government emblems were hovering aggressively over the Louvre. Immediately after, a chilling uniform stomping of military boots sounded outside the gallery. Dozens of fully armed live ammunition-carrying French royal guards rushed into the hall like wolves and tigers. They roughly pushed aside the security guards and tourists, forcing a wide passage through the crowd. Under the stunned, horrified gaze of everyone present, a high-ranking French official in a tailcoat with graying hair and chest laden with national medals stumbled frantically into the Monet Gallery, drenched in sweat. Behind him followed several senior lawyers and financial officers carrying top-secret briefcases. Minister, what brings you here? The curator, recognizing the man, felt his legs give way. This was the supreme head of France's Ministry of Culture. Why would he arrive by military helicopter and land at the Louvre? The curator scurried up like a fawning lapdog, pointing at Chen to claim credit. Minister, these Eastern barbarians have ruined our national treasure. I was about to send them. Slap. A crisp, resonant slap exploded in the dead-silent gallery. Before the curator could finish, the Minister of Culture swung his arm and landed a heavy slap across the curator's face. The curator's over 1,200-pound frame spun half a turn before crashing to the floor with a thud. Several bloody molars skittered across the tiles. Blind as a bat. Shut your filthy mouth. The minister roared, spittle spraying across the curator's face. Without even glancing at the curator's pathetic state, he turned to face Chen. Under the wide-eyed, almost popping-out stares of the tourist security guards and the French noblewoman, this lofty French government official with knees together bent deeply at a perfect 90-degree angle before the casually dressed Eastern man. Esteemed Mr. Liu, the minister's voice trembled with excitement and reverence. Just 1 minute ago, France's treasury received an unconditional injection of 100 billion euros. President himself has signed the supreme pardon. He took the documents handed by the lawyer behind him with trembling hands, raising them high above his head. From this very second, the Louvre, along with all 400,000 artifacts within, belongs entirely to you, Mr. Liu. You are the sole private owner of this artistic sanctuary. Absolute silence fell over the hall. A deathly stillness. The sound of a pin dropping would be audible. The French noblewoman who had been shouting just moments ago collapsed to her knees, her heavily powdered face drained of all color in a fraction of a second, turning ashen pale, like a corpse in a morgue. Her prized pearl necklace scattered across the floor, yet she was oblivious. 100 billion euros. Buying the Louvre in 3 minutes. Even the French president personally issued a pardon. What kind of godlike tycoon was this? His terrifying money power, which could turn clouds with a flip of his hand, crushed her proud aristocratic status to dust. Ugh. The curator on the floor, staring at the transfer document stamped with the national seal, rolled his eyes. A tearing, wrenching pain shot through his chest. He suffered a heart attack on the spot, foaming at the mouth and convulsing before fainting. Chen didn't even glance at the contract worth 100 billion. He turned and looked at the 10 billion euro masterpiece, stained with watercolor pens. Daddy, the painting is dirty. Herbao, clinging to Chen's shoulder, lowered her head with guilt. It's nothing, just a painting. Buy it, that's all. No big deal. Chen gently tousled his daughter's hair, his voice warm. Pointing at the bulletproof glass-encased water lilies, he spoke casually to the minister, still bowing at 90 degrees. Since this painting is dirty, take it down. Give it to my daughter to take back to the hotel and use as a doodle board. A 10 billion euro irreplaceable masterpiece, given to a 4-year-old as a doodle board. Shh. The surrounding tourists listened to this offhand remark, feeling their scalps tingle and their worldview shattered. Half an hour later, Lu Chen's family of 5 walked out of the Louvre escorted by dozens of royal guards. Behind them, a few beleaguered staff carefully carried the water lilies, following dutifully. The night breeze of Paris carried a chill. The bulletproof Rolls-Royce convoy glided smoothly down the Champs-Élysées. As the convoy passed a brightly lit large intersection, Bao was leaning against the window looking out. "Wow, Daddy, look." The little girl suddenly tapped the window, excitedly pointing at a lottery booth on the corner adorned with a giant neon sign. It was a massive poster covering half the wall with exaggerated French text, Euro Millions jackpot €1.5 billion. Drawing tonight. The neon light glimmered in Bao's clear big eyes. "Daddy, that glowing little slip is so pretty." Bao turned, tugged at Lu Chen's sleeve, and whined in a milky voice, "Bao wants to buy that glowing little slip to play with." Bao pointed at the massive poster of the Euro Millions lottery outside the ticket booth, boasting a staggering €1.5 billion, her big eyes sparkling with brilliance. The neon light fell upon the little girl's delicate porcelain-like cheeks, radiating a pure and innocent anticipation. "Want to buy a glowing little slip?" A soft smile flickered in Lu Chen's deep eyes. He pressed the window control, and the bulletproof glass slowly descended. "Muiwa, pull over." The Rolls-Royce fleet smoothly came to a halt on the service road of the Champs-Élysées. Lu Chen stepped out with Bao in his arms while several dark web bodyguards silently dispersed, sealing off the blind spots around the betting station. Inside the betting station, a few unshaven French drunks clutching lottery tickets were cursing as they stared at the countdown clock on the wall. When they saw an Eastern tycoon like Lu Chen flanked by top-tier bodyguards, they instinctively shrank back, making the lottery station owner, a balding French man, wipe the counter and put on a slightly awkward smile. Lu Chen paid no heed to the surrounding gazes. From his wallet, he pulled out a €10 note and placed it into Bao's chubby little hand. "Go on, pick your own lucky numbers." Lu Chen ruffled his daughter's head, his tone as indulgent as if he were buying her a lollipop. Bao let out a cheer and trotted over to the self-service number selector on her short little legs. The machine was a bit too high for her. She stood on tiptoes, unable to even read the French on the screen. So she simply closed her eyes, extended her tiny index finger, and tapped randomly on the screen, a playful patter of sounds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And a 0. Bao recited the numbers in her babyish voice and pressed the confirm button. A lottery ticket printed with the absurd consecutive sequence 0102030405000 emerged with a soft whir. The nearby French drunks burst into laughter when they saw the numbers. Consecutive numbers. Does this little Eastern girl think she's playing house? A super jackpot of €1.5 billion are accumulated for half a year. All the mathematicians in Europe are calculating probabilities. If such a consecutive sequence wins, it'll eat this machine. The owner shook his head with a smile. It was just a rich man spending €10 to amuse his child. No one actually expected a random set of numbers chosen with closed eyes to win. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with those degenerate gamblers. He took Bao's hand and returned to the Rolls-Royce. At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, inside the presidential suite of the most prestigious hotel, George V in Paris, the family had just finished dinner. On the television screen, the much-anticipated Euro Millions lottery draw, watched by all of Europe, was being broadcast live. €1.5 billion, equivalent to over 10 billion yuan in liquid cash. This colossal sum, enough to drive any medium-sized enterprise into a frenzy, tugged at the nerves of tens of millions of gamblers. Ding. Detected probability-based investment behavior by the host's offspring. The hidden attribute exclusive to the second daughter Koi constitution passive effect has been triggered. Fortune reversal in progress. A system prompt suddenly flashed through Lu Chen's mind. His hand holding the wine glass paused slightly, and his gaze unconsciously fell upon the lottery ticket that Bao had casually tossed onto the coffee table. On television, the host's voice trembled with excitement. The lottery balls inside the drawing machine spun wildly. The first number, 01. The second number, 02. The third number, unbelievable, it's 03. As the numbers tumbling from the machine grew increasingly improbable, the host's jaw nearly hit the floor. Across Europe, lottery players glued to their screens held their breath, eyes fixed on the broadcast. The probability of such a consecutive number draw was so low it was virtually negligible. When the final special number, 00, landed steadily on the display stand, the live broadcast erupted with a roar of disbelief that seemed to lift the roof. A09 to 100 million chance. A 6-number consecutive sequence has actually been drawn. The host screamed hysterically, a super jackpot of €1.5 billion. It's here. Inside the presidential suite, silence fell so deep that a pin drop could be heard. Xia Bingning stared blankly at the winning numbers on the TV screen, then looked down at the lottery ticket on the coffee table. She rubbed her eyes and took a deep breath. They were identical. Not a single digit was off. My daughter closed her eyes and randomly tapped, emptying the entire €5 billion jackpot that Europe had accumulated for half a year. Xia Bingning's voice trembled with a dreamlike thrill. Though she commanded a trillion-dollar conglomerate, that wealth was hard-earned. This kind of luck, winning over 10 billion yuan in cash with a single random tap, was a million times more surreal than winning the lottery itself. Chen set down his glass, a proud smile tugging at his lips. He scooped up Bao, who was playing with a doll, and planted a hearty kiss on her rosy cheek. "Daddy's little koi fish, how amazing you are." Bao giggled uncontrollably, completely oblivious to the earth-shattering feat she had just casually accomplished. An hour later, outside the lobby of the George V Hotel, ear-piercing sirens tore through the Paris night. Dozens of fully armed police cars led the way, cordoning off the hotel entrance. The CEO of the European Lottery Center, a balding Frenchman, rushed into the hotel amid dozens of armed security guards drenched in sweat and stumbling headlong. In his arms he clutched a bulletproof briefcase. When he reached the door of the presidential suite, this lottery magnate, who commanded influence across Europe, dropped to his knees on the carpet with a thud. He held high the cashier's check for €1.5 billion, stamped with the gold seals of multiple banks. His voice cracked with emotion. "Esteemed Mr. Liu, Honorable Little Eastern Koi, this is the check for the €1.5 billion jackpot. All taxes have been paid on your behalf." The CEO knelt on the ground, trembling violently from sheer shock. In just half an hour all of Europe's media had gone. Eastern prodigy closes her eyes and empties the €1.5 billion jackpot. The private daughter of Lady Luck arrives in Paris. Headlines flooded every news outlet, all dominated by this 3.5-year-old girl. Even the French president himself had personally called to inquire about the background of this Eastern Koi. Chen didn't even step out. He simply had Mu Yu go and collect the check. He tossed it casually into a drawer, as if it were nothing more than an insignificant supermarket coupon. On the living room carpet, Bao watched the overwhelming coverage of his sister on TV. The 4-year-old boy adjusted his anti-blue-light glasses on his nose, his small face darkening slightly. He felt that his glory as the elder brother had been completely stolen by his sister. "Buying lottery tickets is nothing special, just plain luck," Bao muttered in discontent. He turned around, pulled a specially customized micro-tablet from his small backpack. His short, chubby fingers hovered over the virtual keyboard. "Watch me create something even more fun." Bao's chubby little hands turned into a blur of motion over the virtual keyboard. The crisp tapping sound formed a continuous rhythm within the luxurious presidential suite. On the screen, streaks of bottom-level logic code, glowing with an ethereal blue, cascaded down like a waterfall, refreshing at a maddening pace. He had invoked the black tech-level hacker skill core architecture rewarded earlier by the system. In the eyes of this mere 4-year-old, writing code was as simple and fun as building with Lego bricks. He pursed his tender pink lips and fused together hundreds of the world's most complex encryption algorithms, casually tossing in a core command with infinite self-learning capability. "All right, go play on the public network." Bao patted his little hands with satisfaction, and his short, chubby index finger heavily struck the enter key. A faint hum emanated from the tablet. That nascent artificial intelligence, freshly born and without any moral constraints or firewall barriers. Like a single drop of ink dispersing into the vast ocean, it instantly merged into the underlying data streams of the global internet. For the first 10 seconds, all was calm. But then an epic storm that would sweep across the entire human network world erupted with a bang. On the other side of the ocean, at the headquarters of a certain superpower's cybersecurity bureau. Inside the nuclear-proof bunker buried 100 meters underground, a piercing highest-level red alert tore through the silence of the command center without warning. On thousands of massive electronic monitoring screens, the originally green data streams simultaneously turned into a dripping blood red. "Director, something's wrong." The chief cybersecurity officer stumbled onto the command platform, oblivious to the coffee spilling all over himself. His face was as pale as paper, and his voice cracked with fear. "An unknown data stream is forcibly taking over our nation's root servers at a rate of tens of millions of times per second. It's devouring our firewall. Like it's eating a cookie." The cybersecurity director sprang up from his leather chair. His eyes were fixed on the main screen, nearly bulging out of their sockets. "Cut the external physical connections. Activate the circuit breaker immediately." The director roared, hysterically, spittle flying everywhere. "It's useless." Too late. The security officer collapsed to the floor in despair, clutching his head. "It has already infiltrated the Pentagon's military network, Wall Street's financial clearing center, and even the control hub of the national power grid. In front of it, we are like primitive men with wooden sticks facing a starship." This terrifying computational superiority simply did not belong to any known tech company on Earth. Within just 3 minutes, this super AI with self-learning capabilities had voraciously consumed tens of billions of terabytes of data from around the globe. It evolved into the sole deity of the cyber world. At this moment, 8 billion netizens worldwide whether youngsters scrolling through short videos or tycoons in cross-border video conferences. The moment they turned on their phones, computers, or any electronic device with a screen, every single display was forcibly overridden. On the screens, there was no complex garbled code, nor terrifying ransomware messages. Only a line written in childish graffiti-like font crookedly spelling out a sentence. "Debeo was here." "Oh," next to it was even a comma G sticking out its tongue and making a funny face. A global silence. A deathly stillness. In a cafe on a Paris street, several French office workers stared at the Chinese characters suddenly popping up on their phone screens, their baguettes dropping onto the table. Is this some new kind of prank virus? In the trading hall of Wall Street, all the massive screens displaying stock candlestick charts had turned into that cute teasing face. Those capitalists controlling trillions in funds clutched their chests, feeling as though their hearts were about to give out. And at the Overseas Cybersecurity Bureau's command center, that director stared at the provocative childlike doodle on the screen. His legs gave way and he dropped directly to the cold floor on his knees. Aliens. This is definitely a dimensional attack from an extraterrestrial civilization. The director murmured in despair, his entire body trembling like a leaf in a gale. Not only have they invaded our networks, but they're also taunting our earthling intelligence with such childishness. Humanity is doomed. The upper echelons of the entire Western world were plunged into unprecedented panic at this moment. National leaders were roused from their sleep overnight and rushed into underground nuclear bunkers, bracing for the apocalypse. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of the George V Hotel, Lu Chen had just finished showering and was drying his. He walked into the living room and casually picked up his phone from the table to check the news. The moment the screen lit up, the familiar line "Debeo was here" froze Lu Chen's towel-drying motion midair. His deep eyes widened slightly, and the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He turned his head to look at Debeo, who was sitting on the carpet proudly swinging his short little legs. "Debeo." Lu Chen's voice carried a hint of helplessness. "Did you hack into some strange place again?" Debeo looked up, adjusted the glasses on his nose, and wore a proud, smug expression that clearly sought praise. "Daddy, buying lottery tickets was just luck for little sister. Look, I used code to light up my name on screens all over the world. Aren't I way more impressive than her?" Lu Chen looked at his son's innocent expression, then thought about the world's leaders and security experts who were probably scared out of their wits right now. He pinched the bridge of his nose. This troublesome kid, just to show off against his little sister, casually wrote an AI and inadvertently conquered all of humanity's networks. If he let him keep playing World War III, might be typed out with his keyboard. "Retract the permissions immediately. Clean up the traces." Lu Chen walked over and pinched Debeo's soft cheek, his tone stern and leaving no room for argument. "Without my permission, you are not to release something like this to bite people again." "Oh, I know." Debeo pouted with grievance, his tiny fingers tapping rapidly on the screen a few times. Instantly, the global network returned to normal. That panic of an alien invasion, which had lasted less than 10 minutes, came and went in a flash. It left behind only an unsolvable supernatural mystery in the classified archives of various national security agencies. Having resolved this near-world-ending trouble, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This romantic Paris trip had come to a successful conclusion. He casually tossed the towel over the back of the sofa and headed to the master bedroom to wake Xia Bingning so the family could board the private jet and return home. Just as he reached the master bedroom door and his hand touched the handle, a weak, yet unusually violent sound of dry heaving suddenly came from the ensuite bathroom. A violent retch tore through the early morning hush of the presidential suite. Lu Chen's heart clenched, a vein stood out on the back of his hand as he gripped the metal doorknob. He did not bother to unlock the door. With a deft force, he flung the latched wooden door open. Before the marble washbasin, Xia Bingning stood in a loose silk robe, both hands clamped to the sink's edge. Her slender spine convulsed with each retch. The face, ordinarily fair and translucent, now lay ashen as paper. Fine cold sweat dotted her brow, and even her breathing seemed unnaturally feeble. "Bingning." Lu Chen strode forward, and with a powerful arm hauled his staggering wife into his embrace. He pressed one hand to Xia Bingning's back and gently poured a soothing thread of ancient martial inner force into her body, attempting to calm the turmoil roiling in her stomach. "Honey, I'm fine. Maybe the seafood last night wasn't fresh." Xia Bingning leaned weakly against Lu Chen's broad chest, gasping. She lifted her head. The peach blossom eyes that were usually sharp now shimmered with moisture, a sickly frailty softening their edge. Lu Chen's brow knitted tight, his gaze filled with an unspoken ache. With the Xia family and his resources, anything on their table would be the finest in the world. How could it be stale? Moreover, when he had just sent his inner force through her body, he had sensed an odd sluggishness in the circulation of her qi and blood. "Don't speak. They'll get the doctors." Lu Chen, without another word, lifted Xia Bingning horizontally, handling her as if she were an exquisitely fragile heirloom. After settling her on the soft bed, Lu Chen pulled out his phone and tapped a direct line to UZ's highest medical command center. Lin Aoshua marshal the world's foremost obstetrics and internal medicine specialists. Bring the best portable diagnostic equipment. His voice was cold and order that brooked no question. I want them landing on the roof of the Chaoji Wushi Hotel within 10 minutes. 1 second later, and I will tear down the entire Ojo Medical Association. Acknowledged that the elite medical team is en route. In barely 8 minutes, the thunder of helicopter rotors filled the sky above the hotel. A dozen or so white-haired sages of international medicine, men whose calendars were usually booked by heads of state, strode in carrying heavy metal medical cases, sweat on their brows, and flanked by covert bodyguards. At their head was the august titan of Longwo's traditional medicine, Sun Lao, revered by many as the contemporary medicine king. Lu Chen had flown him in on a private jet. Sun Lao scarcely paused to breathe. After cleansing his hands, he placed 3 fingers on Xia Bingming's delicate wrist. The suite fell into a deathly hush. Lu Chen stood at the bedside, arms folded across his chest, his deep eyes fixed on the slight furrow between Sun Lao's brows. The air itself seemed to congeal beneath that invisible pressure. 5 minutes dragged by. From Sun Lao's cloudy elder eyes there suddenly flared a startling brilliance. He snatched his hand back, his white beard trembling with intense agitation. This pulse. Sun Lao abandoned all decorum and like an excited child began to gesticulate, round like a string of beads yet powerful like war drums. In 60 years of practice, I have never witnessed such a remarkably vigorous, joyous pulse. He turned and bowed deeply to Lu Chen, tears streaking his face. Congratulations, Mr. Lu Chen. Madam is with child. With child. Xia Bingming stared blankly at the pillow, instinctively placing a hand on her flat belly. In an instant those cool peach blossom eyes bloomed into incredulous rapture. Lu Chen too was momentarily stunned. His once tense jaw softened, and a smile he could not hide edged his lips. He took his wife's hand and pressed a deep kiss to her forehead. At that tender moment a shrill alarm suddenly blasted in Lu Chen's mind like an air raid siren, frantic, piercing, impossible to ignore. The faint blue of his mental interface flared to a bloody crimson. Warning detected, god-level life signs within the host's spouse. Scan complete. Confirm targets for. Congratulations, host. Ultimate bloodline propagation task triggered. Madam is carrying 4 supermultiples, each hiding dual constitutions of ancient martial talent and Xiaoxin cultivation potential. Lu Chen's smile froze the instant he heard the number 4. He swallowed hard. His deep eyes raked over Xia Bingming's flat belly as a stampede of wild, chaotic thoughts thundered through his chest. 4A. Coupled with the household havoc already being wrought by Da Bao, Air Bao, and Xiao Bao, 7 little devils in all. He recalled Da Bao casually hacking the Pentagon, Air Bao emptying the European award pools, Xiao Bao delivering a single blow that pierced the reputation of a Gawu master. If another 4 arrived with Xiaoxin constitutions, could Earth possibly contain them all? They might very well obliterate the solar system the moment they were born. Lu Chen felt a mingled elation and a deep nagging dread. Sun Lao, observing the flicker of unease across his face, assumed he worried only for his wife's health. He hurried forward to reassure him. Mr. Lu Chen, rest assured, Madam's constitution is excellent. With your regular use of rare remedies and tonic treasures, this pregnancy will be stable. However, Sun Lao hesitated, glancing at the ceaseless traffic on the Parisian streets below. This is a wondrous pregnancy that requires the purest environment. The pollution and noise of Earth will inevitably exert some influence on the fetus's innate development. Lu Chen's gaze tightened. He released Xia Bingming's hand and walked to the suite's vast floor-to-ceiling window. His eyes pierced through Paris' neon glow through the atmosphere itself. They fixed on the flawless, luminous full moon hanging in the night sky. If Earth's air could not nurture his wife's pregnancy properly, then they would not remain on Earth. A deliriously audacious plan, one that would drive the world's scientists to the brink of madness, took shape in Lu Chen's mind with frightening speed. In that instant, the blueprint of a scheme vast enough to defy every known boundary crystallized cold and inevitable within him. Lu Chen's deep gaze pierced through the hotel's massive floor-to-ceiling windows, fixated on the bright full moon in the night sky. In the late autumn Paris night, the sky was rarely obscured by clouds, and that cold celestial body hanging 3 kilometers away had transformed in his eyes into the most perfect paradise. Lin Aoshua. Lu Chen summoned the holographic girl in his mind. His thoughts carried an undeniable domineering air, as if ordering a delivery that would arrive at his beck and call. Bring up the highest level interstellar infrastructure blueprints. I want to build a zero-pollution ecological sanatorium on the moon. The holographic girl excitedly searched through the virtual panel, searching for the most compatible black technology blueprints. Locked in Scrade interstellar microecological capsule, equipped with an anti-gravity simulation system and an infinite circulation negative ion generator. Exchange condition $1 trillion US dollars cash flow. An astronomical figure capable of bankrupting a moderately developed country in an instant. Yet in Lu Chen's eyes it was worth less than a strand of his wife's hair. Deduct. Lu Chen unhesitatingly issued the command. Command confirmed. Deduction successful. The Divine Interstellar Engineering team has airdropped to the far side of the moon and commenced construction. In less than 3 days, global astronomical observatories and amateur astronomy enthusiasts fell into an unprecedented collective frenzy. From the European Space Agency to NASA, all deep space telescopes aimed at the moon captured a chilling image. In the Sea of Tranquility, eternally facing away from Earth, a massive hemispherical structure shrouded in a transparent high-strength crystal rose inexplicably from the barren dead crater. Even from 3.80 kilometers in deep space, the ethereal blue light refracted by the crystal sent shivers down the spines of all observers. Oh my God! Aliens really exist. They have built a base on the moon. An elderly astronomer collapsed in front of the observation lens, trembling like a leaf. Heads of state convened an emergency high-level secret video conference overnight. Some radicals even proposed launching nuclear weapons to destroy the unknown alien fortress. Yet under the terrifying anti-stealth radar interference emitted by that fortress, all missile guidance systems became blind, unable even to lock on. While panic gripped the Earth, Lu Chen held hands with Xia Bingning, stepping onto the black anti-gravity transport ship quietly docked in the corner of the private airport in Magic City. The transport ship was covered with an optical stealth coating, rendering it a ghost on radar. As Xia Bingning entered the cabin, she was instantly mesmerized. She had initially thought it was merely an ordinary private jet, but the fully suspended control panel and the smooth vibration-free sensation shattered her perception of human transportation. Honey, where are we going? Xia Bingning instinctively clutched Lu Chen's clothing, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with wonder and confusion. To a place without smog, without car exhaust, where only the purest air exists. Lu Chen wrapped his arms around her slender waist and sat down on the spacious leather seat. To give you and the babies an absolutely quiet environment for pregnancy. The transport ship emitted no roar. It was like a droplet merging into the sea, silently soaring into the sky. Piercing through the atmosphere, escaping the pull of gravity, it transformed into an untraceable stream of light, heading straight for the moon. Just 15 minutes later, the anti-gravity spaceship smoothly landed inside the enormous transparent dome on the far side of the moon. The hatch slowly opened. Xia Bingning, with her eyes closed, was led down the spacecraft by Lu Chen. We've arrived. Open your eyes and take a look. Lu Chen's gentle voice echoed in her ears. Xia Bingning slowly opened her eyes. In the next moment, she couldn't help but gasp, her hands tightly covering her lips, her eyes filled with an unbelievable shock. What greeted her sight was not the desolate craters, but a lush indoor garden vibrant with flowers. A gentle stream flowed through the crystal-clear artificial mountains, the air thick with a fragrant essence of negative ions that felt almost tangible. Taking a deep breath, felt as if her entire being had been thoroughly cleansed by a pure spring. The days of discomfort and fatigue caused by her pregnancy vanished in an instant. In the center of the garden stood a white standalone villa exuding a strikingly modern sci-fi style, while radiating ultimate luxury. Through the gigantic, transparent dome, the dark, profound universe could be clearly seen outside. It was a vast beauty that sent shivers down the spine, yet was tranquil to the utmost degree. Xia Bingning stood dazed in place. Her heart, usually as steadfast as a rock from years in the business world, was now trembling wildly. Honey, where's this? Her voice cracked hoarse from extreme shock. Lu Chen walked behind her, gently wrapping his broad hand around her shoulder. This is the far side of the moon in the Sea of Tranquility. It is also the exclusive sanatorium I built for you. Lu Chen leaned down, whispering softly in her ear. Here no one can disturb your pregnancy. The gravity system has been adjusted to the most suitable value for pregnant women. You won't even feel tired walking around. To build an ecological villa directly on the moon for pregnancy. Tears finally burst forth from Xia Bingning's eyes. She turned around, tightly embracing Lu Chen's neck, burying her face in his broad chest. This man had turned her into a fairy far removed from the surface of the earth for her sake. All the pride of being a multi-billionaire's daughter was crushed at this moment by this ultimate interstellar romance. Honey, you are so wonderful. Xia Bingning sobbed, standing on her tiptoes to kiss Lu Chen's lips. As they enjoyed this secluded romantic world within the lunar ecological capsule, the specially encrypted communicator on the coffee table in the villa's living room suddenly emitted a crisp, alert sound. It was a cross-stellar video call from her mother-in-law Su Qing, who was helping to look after their 3 little ones back on Earth. Xia Bingning blushed, pushing Lu Chen away, tidying her slightly disheveled hair. She walked over and pressed the answer button. The video image popped up in midair as a holographic projection. Bingning, where did you and Lu Chen run off to for your honeymoon? Su Qing complained to the camera while cracking sunflower seeds. The 3 little ancestors are clamoring every day to find you all. You parents are being so irresponsible. Before Su Qing could finish her words, her gaze casually swept over the backdrop behind Xia Bingning. Through the holographic projection, she clearly saw that behind Xia Bingning outside the enormous transparent there were no towering buildings of Magic City, only a massive sphere floating in the pitch-black universe radiating a charming blue aura. That was undoubtedly Earth. The sunflower seeds in Su Qing's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Her beautifully lined eyes widened in shock, almost popping out of her head. The holographic video projection lit up within the lunar ecological chamber. Su Qing gazed at the enormous azure planet in the backdrop of the screen, and the freshly poured hot tea clattered to the floor. The scalding tea splashed onto her expensive silk pajamas, yet she remained oblivious. Su Qing's eyes, adorned with delicate eyeliner, widened to the size of copper bells at that moment. She stared intently at the holographic screen. Even her breathing seemed to pause at that instant. Bing! Bing Ning! Su Qing's voice trembled like a broken wind instrument in the cold breeze, carrying an almost frenzied disbelief. What is that blue sphere behind you? Where on earth did you go for vacation? Even a 7-star hotel in Dubai couldn't possibly have such a realistic holographic projection. Xia Bingning watched her mother's horrified expression on the video and couldn't help but cover her mouth, letting out a soft laugh. She turned to glance at Lu Chen, who was approaching with a glass of juice, his peach blossom eyes filled with unspoken tenderness. Mom, this is not a holographic projection. Xia Bingning's voice carried a tremor of disbelief, even she found dreamlike. Lu Chen thinks the air quality on Earth is too poor, fearing it would affect my pregnancy. So he built this ecological health center on the far side of the moon. She pointed towards the vast, boundless cosmic starry sky behind her. We are currently on the moon. Boom. Su Qing felt as if her brain had been struck directly by a nuclear bomb with a yield of millions of tons. Everything went dark before her eyes, nearly causing her to faint. Building a villa on the moon for pregnancy. Is this something carbon-based life forms can accomplish? Even those multinational tycoons controlling trillions in assets, or even the heads of superpowers, would take years and spend billions just to send a few people to space. Yet her son-in-law not only silently built a luxurious estate covering thousands of square meters on the moon, but even took his wife there for a vacation to support her pregnancy. This level of romantic and financial prowess was a crushing blow to Su Qing's meager worldly values, grinding them down to nothingness deep within the Earth's crust. Oh heavens! Su Qing's knees buckled and she collapsed onto the Persian carpet of the Xia family mansion in Magic City, with a thud reflecting on her past grievances against Lu Chen. She had scolded him for being poor, berated him for driving a ride-hailing car, and pressured him to buy a private jet to prove his worth. Su Qing wished she could slap herself several times right now. What kind of narrow-minded perspective had she used to judge a living ancestor capable of stepping on the entire Earth? Good son-in-law. Lu Chen. Su Qing, on the other end of the holographic screen, repeatedly bowed her head in tears towards Lu Chen's direction, her forehead striking the carpet with a dull thud. In this lifetime, I, Su Qing, have been blind, failing to recognize a true mountain. You have pampered Bingning to the heavens, no to the moon. You are simply the savior of our Xia family. Su Qing cried, her eye makeup smudged as 2 dark tear streaks flowed down her cheeks. Rest assured, up there with Bingning, with 3 little ancestors on Earth, I will do everything in my power to ensure not a single hair on their heads is harmed. From now on, you, Lu Chen, are my true ancestor. I will not go west if you tell me to go east. Watching her mother, who was at her most humble, crazily bowing her head in the video, Lu Chen stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Xia Bingning's shoulders. Mother-in-law, you flatter me. We are family, no need for such formalities. Lu Chen's tone was as calm as water. Take good care of the children, and feel free to contact Mu anytime if needed. He ended the video call. Xia Bingning leaned against Lu Chen, gazing at the azure earth outside the window, her heart filled with an unprecedented sense of peace. With this man by her side, even in the depths of this desolate universe, she felt an immense warmth. The two were just about to indulge in a moment of intimacy on the ecological garden lawn. Buzz. The specially designed encrypted satellite watch on Lu Chen's wrist suddenly emitted a series of urgent vibrations. It was the highest level of intelligence alert from the dark web. Lu Chen furrowed his brow and released Xia Bingning. Wife, I need to take a call. He walked to the edge of the ecological chamber and pressed the answer button. Mu Yu's cold and stern voice immediately came through the earpiece. Young master, something has happened in Magic City. The fake young master of the Zhao family in Magic City, Zhao Tianyu, whom you had once trampled into the sewer. He is surprisingly still alive. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lu Chen's deep-set eyes. His kickback then had thoroughly broken every bone in Zhao Tianyu's body. Such an injury under Earth's current medical standards should be impossible to survive. Continue. Lu Chen's tone remained calm. The dark web has found that Zhao Tianyu was rescued by an unknown force and underwent full-body mechanized transformation. Mu Yu's voice carried a hint of gravity. He is now allied with the largest underground criminal organization in Magic City, Bloodskull. He is leading a group of fugitives searching the city for your whereabouts. They have threatened to kidnap the 3 young masters and tear you to shreds. Lu Chen's jaw slowly tightened, and the veins on his temples throbbed. A terrifying murderous intent brutal to the extreme erupted from his towering figure. Even the blooming flowers in the surrounding ecological chamber withered and died under the pressure of this aura. Just when he thought he had crushed a cockroach, it dared to crawl out and jump around. It even dared to set its sights on his seeking death. Lu Chen's voice was as cold as ice from the depths of hell, freezing one to the bone. He turned around and strode toward the stealth anti-gravity transport ship on the tarmac. Wife, there are some trash on Earth that needs to be cleaned up. He'll take it out and be back soon. Lu Chen gazed at the information from the dark web displayed on the tablet, a flicker of ruthless killing intent flashing in his eyes. He instructed Mu Yu to take good care of Xia Bingning in the lunar ecological cabin. He himself boarded an anti-gravity spaceship alone, transforming into a streak of invisible light as he quietly descended upon the demon city. In the eastern outskirts of the city, within a dilapidated heavy industrial chemical factory that had been abandoned for over a decade. The rusty steel structure was covered in cobwebs, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of machine oil and decaying mildew. Everyone get your act together. In the central open area of the factory, Zhao Tianyu sat in a worn-out boss chair, holding a glass of cheap red wine, arrogantly brainwashing his subordinates. His current appearance was nothing short of a grotesque monster, neither human nor ghost. The limbs he had lost to Lu Chen were now replaced with cold silver mechanical prosthetics. At the exposed metallic seams, one could even see flickering wires and stitched flesh. Half of his face was covered by a metallic skull, and the mechanical eye, glowing red, exuded a nauseating resentment. Zhao Tianyu crushed the goblet with his mechanical hand, the glass shards mingling with the spilled wine on the ground. That kid named Lu thinks him dead. He would never dream that not only was he alive, but he had also received the mechanical enhancement bestowed by Lord Bloodskull. Zhao Tianyu held frantically, the flesh on his remaining half of his face twisting. He pointed at the dozens of desperate men around him holding submachine guns and machetes. The dark web has found out. That kid hasn't been in the demon city these past few days. This is our best opportunity. Tonight we sneak into Di Yuan. No. 1. Bring back those 3 little... I want to make him watch as I feed those 3 little animals into the meat grinder piece by piece. The group of desperate men listened to this cruel plan, and instead of being frightened, they let out bloodthirsty laughter. In their eyes, if they completed this job, they would have enough money to last a lifetime. Zhao Xiao is mighty. Kill those 3 brats, and make that surname Lu kneel down and lick your shoes. Yes, I heard that Xia Bingning is pretty, so let's also bring her along for the brothers to enjoy. The filthy and vulgar shouts echoed in the empty, abandoned factory. Boom. Without warning, the thick half-meter reinforced concrete ceiling above the factory emitted a terrifying explosion that made one's teeth ache. Moonlight poured down through the hole. A tall, slender black figure appeared like the Reaper, tearing through the night sky, with its back to the cold moonlight. Silently, it materialized on the beam 10 meters high. Lu Chen didn't even bring a single dark web bodyguard. With his hands in his pockets, his deep eyes looked down at the group of barking wild dogs below. The terrifying aura belonging to an ancient martial arts grandmaster at the peak of completion pressed down upon every inch of air in the factory, like a volcano about to erupt. Zhao Tianyu's mechanical eye emitted a series of urgent beeping sounds. He abruptly looked up and saw the nightmarishly familiar figure on the beam. Zhao Tianyu shivered all over, instinctively wanting to retreat. But then he glanced at his powerful mechanical prosthetics and the dozens of armed subordinates around him. His confidence surged back. Lu Chen, how dare you come to your death alone? Zhao Tianyu pointed at Lu Chen, his mechanical voice mixed with human sound, emitting a piercing maniacal laugh. I was just worried I couldn't find you. Now I can punch through steel. Do you think you're still my match? He turned to his subordinates and shouted, open fire. Turn him into a sieve. Dozens of submachine guns were instantly raised. But just as their fingers were about to pull the trigger, Lu Chen moved. He didn't dodge or make any flamboyant moves. He simply jumped straight down from the 10-meter-high beam like a meteor falling. Boom! The air even erupted with a visible white sonic boom. Lu Chen's right foot, clad in custom leather shoes, descended with a terrifying force like a mountain pressing down. In midair, it drew a residual shadow and accurately stomped down on Zhao Tianyu's half-metal, half-flesh head. Bang! A muffled sound more intense than any heartbeat echoed throughout the factory. Zhao Tianyu didn't even have time to let out a cry of despair. His proud mechanical prosthetics, that head which he believed was invulnerable to knives and guns, felt fragile under Lu Chen's kick, like a piece of low-quality tofu. Crack, crack. Centered around Zhao Tianyu, the hard cement floor cracked inch by inch with spiderweb-like fissures spreading wildly. The tremendous impact directly drove Zhao Tianyu's body into the tumter-thick cement foundation. Splashed. Accompanied by a nauseating stench, Zhao Tianyu was directly stomped into the sewer of the decades-abandoned air raid shelter beneath the factory. Only a bottomless pit remained bubbling with black sewage. The entire place fell silent. Those desperate men who had just raised their guns now appeared, as if they had been collectively hit by a paralysis spell. They stared blankly at the pit that Zhao Tianyu had been stomped into. Then they looked at Lu Chen, who stood firmly at the edge of the pit without a speck of dust on his pants. One kick. He had turned an armed half-mechanical man and 2 meters of thick cement into a puddle of mud in the sewer. Is this the kind of power a carbon-based life form can possess? Clang. It was unclear whose gun fell first to the ground. Then, like a domino effect, dozens of submachine guns and machetes were thrown to the ground. Thud. Thud. These desperate men who usually killed without blinking now had their legs turned to jelly, kneeling in unison on the ground, banging their heads against the dusty floor, not daring to look at Lu Chen. Sir, please spare me, Lu. We're just here for the money. Please let us go, for the love of God. A smell of urine filled the air as someone was so scared they wet their pants. Lu Chen didn't even spare a glance at these scum. He took out a white silk handkerchief from his pocket, leisurely wiped his hands, and casually tossed it into the pit, emitting a foul stench. Notify the dark web, sink all this garbage into the Huangpu River. He casually instructed into the tiny microphone at his collar. He never showed the slightest mercy to those who dared to lay hands on his child. After dealing with this pile of trash, Lu Chen turned and walked out of the abandoned factory. The early autumn night breeze dispersed the killing intent around him. He had just sat down in the bulletproof spaceship when his encrypted phone in his pocket vibrated. The screen displayed the word wife. Lu Chen's cold eyes softened instantly as he pressed the answer button. Husband. On the other end of the line, Xia Bingning's voice carried a hint of sulky complaint. Where have you been? I just tried on some clothes in the closet, and since I got pregnant my waist has thickened and none of my designer clothes fit anymore. This billion-dollar female CEO, usually so high and mighty, was now in the dressing room of the lunar villa, looking like a little girl worried about not having new clothes to wear. I don't even know what to wear tomorrow. Listening to his wife's soft complaints, Lu Chen's lips curled into a dote. Leaning against the leather seat of the spaceship, a glint of dominance flashed in his deep eyes. Don't worry, wife. He'll arrange for someone to tailor some clothes for you right away. He'll buy you everything you like. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen's warmth faded, replaced by the coldness of a god-level tycoon striking down. He dialed a top-secret direct line to the headquarters of a European luxury empire. Lin Aoshua mobilized $500 billion from the offshore fund pool. I want to forcibly acquire Hermes, Chanel, Dior, and other top 10 luxury brands in the world within a day. Don't worry, my wife. He'll have someone tailor-made for you right away. As Lu Chen listened to Xia Bingning's slightly aggrieved coquetry over the phone, a domineering smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He hung up. The tenderness on Lu Chen's face vanished, replaced by the cold ruthlessness of a tycoon delivering a devastating blow. Reclining in the spacious leather seat of his spacecraft, his deep eyes flickered with a disdain for money that bordered on contempt. Lin Aoshua. Here, Master CEO host. Are you going to buy clothes for the CEO's wife? Mobilize a $500 billion offshore capital pool. Initiate a forced acquisition procedure. Lu Chen gazed at the clouds rapidly receding outside the window, his tone as casual as if he were buying 2 cabbages at a market. Within one day, I want to see Hermes, Chanel, Dior, and the world's top 10 luxury brands all registered on $500 billion. In Chinese yuan, that was a staggering cash flow of over 3 trillion. With just 2 casual sentences, Lu Chen unleashed a capital tsunami that swept through the global fashion industry, detonating with explosive force. Paris Champs-Élysées. Inside the top-floor meeting room of a leading luxury conglomerate. Several white-haired old men who controlled the global fashion trends were sipping red wine and discussing how much to raise prices on the next season's haute couture limited editions for the nouveau riche in the Far East. As long as we control production, those parvenus, even with all their money, will still have to wait in line for 3 years, boasted a hawk-nosed CEO, swirling his wine glass triumphantly. Bang! The meeting room door was violently shoved open by the CFO. Drenched in sweat, he stumbled and crawled to the conference table, papers scattering everywhere. CEO, something terrible has happened. The CFO gasped for breath, his voice cracking from sheer terror. Just now, an unidentified Eastern capital source directly bought out 100 of our retail shares at 3 times the market price. They also used some terrifying connections to force our largest shareholding families to sign transfer agreements. Clang! The CEO's wine glass shattered on the table, splashing scarlet liquid all over him. He shot up, his face as 3 times the market price. Have they lost their minds? We are a fashion empire worth hundreds of billions. Not just us. The CFO swallowed a bloody mouthful, his legs so weak he could barely stand. Chanel, Dior, Gucci. The world's top 10 luxury brands all changed hands within 10 minutes, sweeping the top 10 global luxury empires. In that moment, the entire Western fashion world experienced an unprecedented ultimate earthquake. Those executives who once conducted business with such arrogance, the CEOs who refused even to meet heads of state without pretense, were now slumped in their office chairs, cold sweat, soaking their expensive handmade suits. And before they could recover from the shock of the takeover, the first supreme order from the new owner was delivered directly to each of their encrypted terminals. Immediately gather your most top-lead designers. Bring your best fabrics, measuring tapes, and diamonds. No matter what you're doing, I want to see you boarding a plane to Madu within 2 hours. 1 minute late, and the entire design team along with the executives will be shipped to Africa to sew sacks. The order was brutal, domineering, and carried an irrefutable imperial pressure. Hours later, Madu di Yuan No. 1 villa. Under the descending night, inside the brilliantly lit manor hall stood over a dozen white men and women with blonde hair, blue eyes, and unique auras. They were the true gods of the global fashion world, the top chief godfathers that Hollywood stars and royal princesses queued for years just to meet once. But today these normally haughty fashion moguls carrying fabric cases and measuring tapes stood trembling in the center of the hall like school children awaiting a teacher's lecture. They hardly dared to breathe. They glanced around with awe. The floors paved entirely with Hetian suet jade, the national treasure-level calligraphy, and paintings casually hanging on the walls, and the retired Hollywood actor butler serving tea and water on the side. Such extravagance made these experienced godfathers realize what true wealth-rivaling nations meant. A steady footfall came from the stairs. Lu Chen, holding Xia Bingning, who had just returned from the lunar ecological pod, slowly descended. Although Xia Bingning wore a slightly loose maternity dress, her cool and noble CEO aura combined with the breathtaking charm nurtured by Lu Chen instantly brightened the eyes of the godfathers present. Lu Chen approached the group of fashion moguls. With hands in his pockets, his deep eyes swept across them, his tone flat. "Gentlemen, I summoned you for only one thing." He raised a hand and pointed at Xia Bingning beside him. "My wife is pregnant. Her old clothes feel uncomfortable. I don't care what design or tailoring you use. I want you to hand sew a complete set of the most comfortable maternity clothes for my wife right here. If you fail, your brands will cease to exist." The hall fell into dead silence. The dozen fashion godfathers gaped, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. 500 billion. Forcibly buying the world's top 10 luxury brands. Dragging these high priests of fashion across the ocean overnight. Just to make a set of maternity clothes for his pregnant wife. Was this the kind of romance a carbon-based being could conjure? It was like using the wealth of the entire capitalist world to throw a magnificent fireworks show for his wife. Those royals who once styled themselves as aristocrats now seemed poorer than beggars on the street in front of this Eastern tycoon. MMR. Lu, rest assured, designing clothes for Madame is the honor of our lifetime. Several godfathers wiped their cold sweat and bowed repeatedly. The chief designer from Hermes stepped forward boldly. "May I ask, Mr. Lu, does Madame have any special requirements for the fabric? We have brought the finest Italian primo-cut wool, and..." Before he could finish, Lu Chen casually picked up a neatly folded piece of fabric from a nearby sofa. "No need for your fabrics. Use this." He tossed the cloth onto the marble coffee table. At first the godfathers paid no attention, but when their eyes fell on that fabric, hiss! A unified sharp intake of breath resounded through the hall. Everyone stared at the coffee table. That piece of cloth, seemingly as light as a wing under the crystal chandelier's illumination, shimmered with a mysterious blue luster, as if an entire vast starry sky had been woven into its warp and weft. A dozen fashion gurus with golden hair and blue eyes stared intensely at the fabric thrown on the marble coffee table by Lu Chen, their eyes nearly popping out. The fabric seemed to lack substance, as light as a nebula trapped on the coffee table. Under the glow of the crystal chandelier, its surface even rippled like liquid. The chief designer of Hermes, an elderly French man in his 60s, trembled as he extended his hands, breathing cautiously, as if the slightest breath could disperse this masterpiece. When his calloused fingertips gently touched the edge of the fabric, he gasped, "Oh my God," and instinctively withdrew his hand, as if electrocuted. He fell back onto the carpet, hands covering his face, tears streaming down his cheeks. The texture. It feels as soft as a baby's skin, yet carries a soul-piercing coolness. This cannot possibly be a textile produced on Earth. This is a fabric bestowed by the gods. The other fashion gurus from Chanel and Dior could no longer maintain their poise. They resembled a group of fervent devotees scrambling to kneel before the coffee table, trembling hands caressing the luminous fabric, with some even excitedly bowing down to kiss its edges. This was a cutting-edge material exclusively produced by the system, heavenly silkworm ice silk. Not only was it warm in winter and cool in summer, but its toughness could even withstand direct fire from anti-material sniper rifles. Using such a bulletproof marvel to make maternity clothes for his wife, only Lu Chen, a madman who treated billions of dollars like paper, could do such a thing. "Stop dawdling," Lu Chen said, looking down at the group of white-haired men kneeling on the ground with a calm tone. "I only give you 3 hours. I want to see the finished product. 3 hours." This group of fashion gurus who usually required half a year for a high-end gown and considered their moods didn't dare utter even half a no. They quickly wiped away their tears, took out their measuring tapes with a pilgrim-like demeanor, and measured for Xia Bingning. For a full 3 hours, the only sound in the grand hall was the scissors snipping the fabric. These fashion titans who could command the industry knelt on the carpet like the humblest of apprentices hand-sewing. Each poured their lifelong talent and inspiration into this maternity outfit. Finally, the last invisible stitch was completed. With the help of her maid, Xia Bingning walked into the changing room to try on the maternity dress that embodied the highest craftsmanship of the world's top 10 luxury brands. When the door of the changing room opened again, the entire grand hall fell into a dead silence, as if even the air had stopped flowing. Xia Bingning stepped out gracefully. The heavenly silkworm ice silk maternity dress perfectly hugged her proud curves despite her pregnancy. The abdomen featured clever pleats that not only avoided bulkiness, but also added a touch of maternal sanctity. At the collar and cuffs, several gurus crafted a gradient effect resembling a starry river using pink diamonds urgently sourced from overseas. The ice blue hem of the dress swayed gently, like rippling water, with her movements complementing Xia Bingning's stunning unadorned face. She appeared like a goddess descending from the heavens, noble and cold, yet exuding a deadly tenderness. The dozen fashion gurus stared at Xia Bingning in a daze. It was unclear who started it, but thud, thud. A dozen people simultaneously knelt on both knees, right hands pressed to their chests, deeply bowing their noble heads to Xia Bingning. This is the true muse goddess. The old man from Hermes exclaimed with a trembling voice, eyes filled with fervent worship. Our designs before you are nothing but a pile of crude garbage. Madam, you are the true queen of the entire fashion. These foreigners were completely subdued, willingly bowing in reverence to this Eastern CEO, wishing they could call her their ancestor. Xia Bingning felt a bit shy from this overwhelming spectacle. Her face flushed slightly as she lifted her skirt and walked over to Lu Chen. Hubby, do I look good? She looked up, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with anticipation like a little girl eager for compliments. A flicker of fiery amazement crossed Lu Chen's deep gaze. He waved his hand. Mu Yu immediately understood, leading the group of fashion gurus still in worship out of the hall, closing the heavy oak door behind them. Only the two of them remained in the hall. Lu Chen wrapped his arms around Xia Bingning's soft waist, gently pulling her into his embrace. My wife looks good in anything. Lu Chen lowered his head, his nose brushing against her smooth forehead, his deep voice tinged with a hint of hoarse desire. However, I think this outfit would look even better off you. Xia Bingning's cheeks instantly turned crimson, even her earlobes blushing a shade of pink. She playfully thumped Lu Chen's chest, but her strength was as soft as cotton. Hubby, you're so annoying. The kids are still sleeping upstairs. The evening breeze wafted in through the slightly opened floor-to-ceiling window, teasing the couple's intimate nerves. Lu Chen's lips curved into a domineering smile, preparing to lift his wife and return to the bedroom for some warmth. Just as the flames of desire were about to ignite, in Lu Chen's mind the dormant system suddenly emitted a notification sound without warning. But this sound was completely different from the cold mechanical tone of the past. Ding! Like a colossal bell reverberating from the heavens, carrying an ancient pressure that sent shivers through his soul, it resonated loudly in Lu Chen's mind. Along with this bell's toll, there was even a faint celestial chant lingering in the depths of his consciousness. A celestial sound resonant as a great bell echoed in Lu Chen's mind, wave after wave lingering like an aftertaste. The virtual panel, originally infused with a cyberpunk metallic texture, underwent a bizarre transformation at this moment. The azure background faded away like melting ice and snow. In its place emerged countless ancient runes swirling with dazzling golden light. These runes seemed to possess life, weaving and dancing across the panel, exuding an ancient and vast aura that sent shivers through the soul. Lu Chen tightened his grip on Xia Bingning's arm slightly. A flicker of shock passed through his deep-set eyes. The intuition of an ancient martial arts master informed him that this change in the system would utterly overturn all his previous understandings. Bingning, please return to the room and wait for me. I have something to deal with. Lu Chen whispered softly in his wife's ear. Although Xia Bingning was puzzled by her husband's sudden seriousness, being a wise woman, she never asked too much. Blushing, she nodded and, holding the dazzling maternity dress, obediently walked up to the second-floor bedroom. After confirming that his wife had left, Lu Chen settled into the leather sofa in the hall. Lin Aoshue, come out and explain yourself. Lu Chen's mind issued the command in a deep voice. Swish! A holographic projection beam landed on the coffee table. However, the figure that appeared was not the sharp-tongued little girl in a gothic black dress from before. Lin Aoshue had surprisingly changed into a flowing immortal dress, its fabric shimmering with rainbow light. Her originally silver twin tails were styled into an elegant bun, and a small vermilion mark appeared on her forehead. The little girl floated in midair, holding a jade-handled whisk that seemed to have come from nowhere. She pretended to flick it nonchalantly. Host, please mind your wording. This system has now transcended dimensions. Lin Aoshue raised her chin proudly, her crisp voice laced with undeniable glee. Just now the system detected that Madam is once again nurturing 4 high-quality offspring with divine life signs in her womb. This extraordinary reproductive quality has triggered the system's ultimate hidden foundational logic, Cultivation Civilization Module. Cultivation Civilization. Lu Chen's eyes twitched imperceptibly. Leaning against the back of the sofa, he gazed at this system AI that had undergone such a drastic change. Speak plainly. Lin Aoshue pouted, waving her small hand. Slowly a heavy and ancient jade book emerged on the shimmering panel. The 4 large characters on the cover seemed to contain profound truths, making one dizzy just by glancing at them. The Tao of Creation and Eternal Life. In simple terms, the money, technology, and even your meager ancient martial arts foundation on Earth are all regarded as low-level stages by the system. Lin Aoshue floated beside the jade book, her tone as proud as a little peacock. To ensure that you, the super dad, can live longer and have enough lifespan to nurture these divine offspring, the system has specially rewarded you with this top-tier cultivation technique that directly points to the Tao. Aren't you surprised? Isn't it unexpected? Quickly kneel down and thank this young lady. Lu Chen stared at the jade book radiating golden light, completely stunned. A sense of absurdity unprecedented in his deep eyes surfaced. He initially thought he was just a slightly wealthy urban tycoon. Every day, he bought companies, smashed villains, took care of children, and casually vacationed with his ice-cold wife. This had all seemed quite normal. Yet now he was having a 4th child. The system had completely dropped the facade and shifted the narrative to the realm of cultivation. From a business magnate to a cultivation expert, wasn't this leap a bit too outrageous? If someone pointed a gun at him, would he have to perform a sword technique to showcase 1,000 swords returning to their origin? What if I don't practice? Lu Chen rubbed his swollen temples. He felt that life was quite good as it was, and had no interest in engaging in the arduous cultivation that involved splitting mountains and closing oneself off for hundreds of years. Lin Aoshue rolled her eyes. Sure, as long as you think your meager ancient martial arts strength can contend against the hidden ancient beings lurking in the dark side of Earth who have lived for hundreds of years. Moreover, the energy needed by the 4 little ones in your wife's belly after their birth cannot be provided by ordinary food on Earth. Upon hearing the words Emperor Shirtian and wife and children, the expression of absurdity in Lu Chen's eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness and an indomitable rage. Indeed, to protect his family and to exact revenge for the blood debt of 24 years, he must acquire absolute power, even if that power transcends mortal comprehension. Merge. Lu Chen closed his eyes, no longer wasting words. Ding. Command confirmed. The Tao of Creation and Eternal Life begins to merge. Boom. With the system's prompt sound, that ancient jade book transformed into a golden stream of light shooting directly into Lu Chen's brow. An immense flow of information as vast as the sea and purest spiritual energy instantly poured into Lu Chen's limbs and bones. His meridians, which had been stuck at a bottleneck due to being an ancient martial arts master, crumbled before this surge of spiritual energy, like a fragile paper dam, instantly breaking, widening, and reshaping. Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Deep within his originally dark pupils, faint strands of golden light. With merely a gentle exhale, a deep crack unexpectedly appeared on the solid marble coffee table in the foundation establishment. In just the moment of merging, he had surpassed the limits of mortals and stepped into the threshold of cultivation. His entire being was filled with an overwhelming power capable of exploding a planet with a single punch. This feeling is indeed more exhilarating than earning 1,000,000,000,000. Lu Chen clenched his fist, feeling the vigorous and boundless true energy flowing within him. A domineering smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Late at night, in the master bedroom of Emperor Yuan No, a moonlight spilled through the floor-to-ceiling window onto the large bed. Xia Bingming, dressed in a silk camisole, nestled like a little bird in Lu Chen's strong embrace. After an intense moment of intimacy earlier, her fair cheeks still bore a lingering blush, beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, and a few strands of hair clung to her face, making her look enchanting. Usually at this time, Xia Bingming would be tired and leaning against Lu Chen's chest, drifting off to sleep. But tonight she gently poked Lu Chen's firm chest with her finger, drawing circles, appearing hesitant to say something. "Wife, what's wrong?" Lu Chen wrapped his arms around her smooth shoulder, leaning down to kiss the top of her head. Xia Bingming bit her rosy lower lip, a hint of embarrassment flashing in her peach blossom eyes, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Husband." She buried her face deeper into Lu Chen's embrace, her voice muffled. "Have you eaten some strange tonic recently? Have you recently eaten some strange tonic?" Summer Bingming buried her flushed cheeks in Lu Chen's sturdy chest, her delicate fingers tracing circles on his abdominal muscles. Her usually frosty peach blossom eyes now shimmered like a startled fawn, and her voice was as faint as a whisper. Even her long neck and lustrous earlobes were tinted a ripe shade of pink. On this spacious double bed, the Ice Queen CEO, who commanded a trillion-dollar conglomerate in the bustling business world of Magic City, had completely transformed into a little wife who surrendered in the ecstasy of the bed. Tonic. Lu Chen's chest vibrated with a low magnetic chuckle. His broad, warm hand slid down Summer Bingning's slender back, gently embracing her tiny waist. Does my husband really need to consume such rubbish with this physique? Summer Bingning playfully bit Lu Chen's chest. You still dare to say that? She raised her head, her eyes revealing a hint of embarrassment and deep helplessness. Ever since I became pregnant with our fourth child, you have clearly been very restrained each time. But you take longer and longer with stamina as powerful as a bull. With this mortal body of mine, I have to go to an early meeting at the company tomorrow. Who can handle that? Her voice grew softer until in the end Summer Bingning buried her head under the silk blanket, too shy to face anyone. Lu Chen looked at his wife's adorably explosive demeanor, and the affection in his eyes almost overflowed. This was truly not his fault. After merging with the Tao of Creation and Longevity Sutra, he was now a bona fide foundation establishment realm cultivator. The essence flowing within him was no longer ordinary blood, but a ceaseless and overwhelmingly powerful innate true chi. This transformation, akin to being reborn, not only granted him terrifying strength capable of tearing apart armored vehicles with bare hands, but also elevated his endurance and recovery to an inhumanly terrifying level. Even if he did not deliberately circulate his true chi, his physical prowess alone was enough to overpower a dozen Special Forces soldiers. For Summer Bingning, an ordinary woman to hold on till now was already the result of Lu Chen's extreme self-restraint. It's my fault for not controlling my strength well. Lu Chen wrapped Summer Bingning in the blanket and kissed the top of her head through the cover. He knew that his wife was currently carrying 4 little ones with divine-level life signs in her womb. The burden on her body was 100 times heavier than that of an ordinary pregnant woman. Plus, with his earlier demands, Summer Bingning had truly reached her physical limit. Lu Chen's thoughts stirred, and a faint golden spiritual energy undetectable by the naked eye quietly entered Summer Bingning's brow through his fingertips. This spiritual energy was warm to the extreme, like the gentle sun in winter. It flowed along Summer Bingning's meridians like a gentle stream, nourishing her whole body. Summer Bingning suddenly let out a comfortable sigh, poking her head out from the blanket. To her astonishment, the extreme fatigue that felt as though her bones were about to collapse had vanished in an instant. In its place was an unprecedented lightness and clarity. It felt as if she had soaked in the finest hot springs for 3 days and nights, her entire being filled with boundless vitality. Not only that, Summer Bingning touched her cheek. She felt that the slight roughness caused by staying up late and her pregnancy had transformed into baby soft and smooth skin. Her whole person radiated vitality, her complexion so good it seemed as if she had returned to her 18-year-old youthful days. Husband, what did you just do to me? Summer Bingning's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lu Chen. Why do I feel not tired at all and my skin has improved so much? She sat up from the bed, feeling the abundant energy within her. She even thought that she could attend back-to-back board meetings for 3 days and nights without feeling weary. Just a little inherited massage technique. Lu Chen did not elaborate on the matter of cultivation, fearing it would scare her. He simply smiled and gently pushed her back into the blanket, tucking her in. Not tired anymore. How about doing it again? A hint of teasing flickered in Lu Chen's deep eyes as he deliberately lowered his voice to tease her. You rogue. Summer Bingning quickly wrapped herself in the blanket like a cocoon, leaving only a pair of vigilant eyes exposed. I have a cross-border merger deal to discuss tomorrow. Go bother those little demons. After saying that, she tightly closed her eyes, fearing that this tireless wild bull would go wild again. Watching his wife quickly drift into a sweet slumber, Lu Chen's smile gradually faded, replaced by a profound seriousness. Cultivation. This path, once embarked upon, meant that the enemies he would face would no longer be those mundane tycoons who only knew how to throw money. Hidden aristocratic family alliances, Desertion, and those unknown ancient monsters lurking in the shadows of Earth. To protect his wife and children from these man-eating beings, his current strength was still far from sufficient. Early the next morning, the morning mist had yet to dissipate. Lu Chen donned a loose-fitting white training outfit and made his way alone to the rockery in the villa's backyard. This was the place with the most concentrated spiritual energy in the entire Emperor Yuan No. 1. He sat cross-legged on a massive taihu stone, his eyes slightly closed. The cultivation method of the Tao of Creation and Longevity Sutra operated automatically within him. The thin and drifting spiritual energy in the surrounding air seemed to be summoned by some strong force, transforming into tiny whirlpools that surged into his body through his mouth, nose, and skin pores. With each breath, the true chi within him grew stronger. His bones emitted a sound like thunder, and his meridians were continuously expanded and solidified. Just as Lu Chen was completely immersed in his cultivation state, his perception extending outward endlessly. Whoosh, shhh. A sudden and sharp sound of something slicing through the air. It suddenly came from dozens of meters above his head. This sound was definitely not the flapping of bird wings. It was more akin to some sharp weapon swiftly cutting through the air. Moreover, it was extremely fast, even carrying a slight, unstable tremor. An assassin. Lu Chen's eyes snapped open, golden light flashing as a terrifying killing intent locked onto the midair target. His figure moved like lightning, instantaneously springing from the Taihu stone. His right hand formed a sword-like gesture, and a fierce sword, chi capable of piercing steel, began to coalesce at his fingertips. He waited for the unidentified flying object to approach, ready to deliver a lethal strike. Lu Chen tilted his head, fixating on the direction from which the sound originated. However, when he finally saw the rapidly descending assassin in midair, the sword, chi coalescing at his fingertips, instantly dissipated. This was a billion-dollar tycoon who had just stepped into the realm of cultivation. He stumbled, his cold and invincible face utterly distorted. What the heck? Lu Chen couldn't help but curse, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Damn! Lu Chen couldn't help but curse, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He looked up, and in his deep eyes reflected an incredible scene. In midair about 10 meters away from the villa's lawn, a chubby 4-year-old child dressed in an Ultraman cotton pajamas was stepping on a 2-foot-long plastic toy sword. Wobbling in the sky, DeBeo pushed up his anti-blue light glasses that had slipped down his nose, his chubby little arms flailing wildly in the air as he tried to maintain his balance. A little to the left. No, the right. The logic of chi output is harder to write than C language. The little guy mumbled to himself. The plastic sword, originally meant for slashing Ultraman's monsters, now glimmered with a faint golden light on its surface, supporting his weight of over 30 pounds. Lu Chen took a deep breath, rubbing his throbbing temples. Last night, after finishing the chi transfer for Xia Bingning, DeBeo came to him, wanting a bedtime story. Too lazy to flip through a fairy tale book, he casually recited a basic invitation mantra from the Zhao, Hua, Chang Shengju as a rhyme. He even used his chi to make the teacup on the bedside table float for his son's amusement. Who would have thought that this unfortunate child not only memorized that obscure ancient text, but did so without any guidance? After a nap, he directly crossed over the most difficult invitation barrier of mortals in cultivation, even integrating the cultivation methods with his hacking logic to create this astonishing plastic swordsmanship. If this talent for cultivation were placed among the hidden families, those ancient beings who had lived for hundreds of years would probably be so jealous they would hang themselves on the spot. DeBeo, don't move around, slowly come down. Lu Chen's heart was in his throat as he prepared to leap into the air and catch this little troublemaker. However, upon hearing Lu Chen's voice, DeBeo looked down. His chubby little hands instinctively formed a clumsy sword gesture. Daddy, look. DeBeo can fly. This distraction caused the chi output from the plastic sword to suddenly go haywire. Whoosh! The toy sword shot upwards like an uncontrollable firecracker, taking DeBeo on a wild diagonal ascent. It soared over the 5-meter-high security wall of the D Yuan No. One is speeding towards the city below. Lu Chen's face darkened as he pushed off hard from the Taihu stone. His figure transformed into a streak of black lightning, instantly giving chase. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the mountain at the Stun Noble Kindergarten, it was time for morning exercises. The sun was shining brightly, and the plastic track was filled with the laughter of children. Teacher's son, dressed in sportswear, was leading the children in the middle of the playground, playing Eagle Catches Chicks. Suddenly, a huge shadow moved rapidly across the ground. A Sharpie child stopped biting his finger and pointing at the sky in a daze. Teacher's son, look. A giant Ultraman is flying by. Teacher's son turned her head with a smile. Where would there be an Ultraman? That's flying. Her words caught in her throat. She looked up into the blinding sunlight, finally seeing the swaying black shadow in the air. Her mind went blank. The pointer in her hand fell to the plastic track with a thud, rolling far away. In midair, a chubby 4-year-old was stepping on a glowing plastic sword, spinning around at a height of 10 meters above the playground. That face blown out of shape by the wind, and those iconic black-framed glasses. She would recognize him even in ashes. It was her class genius, Little Master DeBeo. DeBeo. Teacher's son's legs felt like they were filled with lead, her voice splitting from extreme shock and panic. She rubbed her eyes frantically, even pinching her own thigh hard. It hurt. This wasn't a dream. How could a person stand on a plastic sword and fly in the sky? Even Newton's coffin would be unable to contain this. DeBeo, come down quickly. Teacher's son, disregarding her crumbling worldview, anxiously chased after the shadow in the sky, her voice filled with a desperate wail. Are you being suspended by a wire? Is there a helicopter up there? Call the police. She thought some insane production crew had tied DeBeo up there for special effects. DeBeo heard the familiar cry from midair. He looked down, seeing the anxious teacher's son through his anti-blue light glasses. Hello, teacher's son. I'm flying with a sword. DeBeo excitedly waved his little hand. Just as he loosened one foot to strike the plastic sword beneath him, which had endured chi, it shouldn't have, finally reached its limit. Crack! The plastic sword snapped in half. Without support, DeBeo let out a cry, plummeting straight down like a dropped weight towards the flower bed below. "Oh!" Teacher's son and the surrounding teachers screamed in despair. She dashed forward, arms outstretched, trying to catch DeBeo as he fell. From 10 meters high, if he fell to the ground, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this critical moment, boom. A deafening sonic boom erupted above the kindergarten. Teacher's son felt the sunlight above her head being obscured by a massive shadow. She looked up and witnessed a shocking scene she would never forget. Chen was dressed in pure white training attire. There were no wires, no flying devices. He was simply walking in the air as if strolling on solid ground. With each step he took, visible white airwaves erupted beneath his feet, walking through the void, shrinking the ground to an inch. Chen's figure left behind 7 or 8 afterimages in midair. Just before DeBeo was about to land, his broad hand grasped the back collar of DeBeo's pajamas, securely lifting the heavy little bundle into the air. Then Chen gently tapped his toes in the void. He floated down lightly onto the edge of the kindergarten playground wall, without disturbing even a leaf. The entire scene fell silent. Hundreds of children, teachers, and security guards who had rushed over, still holding riot control batons, all gaped in shock at the father and son standing on the wall. Breath stopped altogether. If a child flying in the sky is a science fiction movie, then this man walking on air is nothing short of a celestial being descending to Earth. Chen looked at the crowd below, who were nearly petrified. He knew that if he didn't smooth things over, tomorrow's headlines in the Magic City would turn into the revival of spiritual energy. Chen cleared his throat, maintaining a calm demeanor as he lifted DeBeo in his hands. This is the latest developed magnetic levitation invisible single soldier flying device, currently conducting low-altitude tests. There was a system malfunction. He looked at Teacher's son, his tone as calm, as if he were commenting on the nice weather today. "I hope the children weren't scared. Teacher's son, I apologize for the disturbance." He gave no chance for Teacher's son to react or ask questions. Chen held DeBeo by the back collar and leaped away, disappearing into the dense tree-lined path outside the wall, leaving behind a playground full of stunned teachers and students, their worldview shattered. 10 minutes later, in the hall of Yuan No. 1, DeBeo stood with his hands over his ears, pitifully standing against the wall as punishment. The little guy lowered his head, his short legs restlessly scraping the carpet, occasionally stealing glances at Chen sitting on the sofa. "Speak, what did you do wrong?" Chen, with a cold expression, looked at this troublemaker while holding a cup of tea. DeBeo shouldn't have messed with the code. No, he shouldn't have altered the operation path of the mantra. DeBeo rubbed his messy watermelon head blown by the wind, muttering aggrievedly. "I just wanted to fly to show my sister so she would admire me." Chen was both angry and amused. What did this kid think cultivation was? A magic trick to impress his sister? 3 days of house arrest. All electronic devices confiscated. That mantra, "without my permission," is not to be practiced carelessly. Just as Chen was preparing to set some rules for this kid. Ding dong. The visual doorbell of the villa suddenly rang. Chen turned to look at the screen. There stood his father-in-law Xia Jintian outside the door. This master of a trillion-dollar conglomerate, who usually walked with an air of authority, was now bent over like a boiled shrimp. He was holding one hand on his lower back and the other carrying 2 bottles of premium Maodai. His once stern old face was now filled with worry and pain. Chen pressed the door open. Xia Jintian limped in, placing the Maodai on the cabinet at the entrance. He looked at Chen's side deeply, his old eyes reddening. "Good son-in-law, I am here to discuss handing over the Xia family's business to Bing Ning as soon as possible." Xia Jintian sat down on the sofa, supporting his waist, gasping in pain. "The old injury in my lower back from years ago has been getting worse lately. The doctor says my bone marrow is deteriorating." The old man shook his head, his voice filled with the melancholy of a hero's twilight. "I fear this old body won't last through this winter. I won't see the birth of the 4th child." Xia Jintian sat on the spacious leather sofa, painfully pounding his aching lower back. His graying hair was slightly disheveled, and his normally imposing face now bore a deep ashen despair. He sighed repeatedly, his voice as raspy as a worn-out bellows. "My good son-in-law, these old bones of mine probably won't make it through this winter. I'm afraid I won't live to see the 4th child born." This was a tycoon who had fought his entire life in the shark-infested waters of Shanghai's business world, a 1,000-billion empire builder who had never bowed his head, even with a blade at his throat. Yet under the relentless erosion of time and disease, he finally revealed the helpless vulnerability of a mortal facing death. Chen watched his father-in-law's dejected and desperate state. A hint of amusement flickered in his deep eyes. He shook his head, a relaxed smile curving his lips. Since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, his family would never be troubled by the mundane cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. In the face of absolute power, even King Yama had to step aside. Chen didn't offer words of comfort. With a subtle thought, he pulled out a pitch-black pill from the cultivation module of his system space. The pill was the size of a log, and its surface pitted and uneven, looking like a mud ball casually rolled together. Yet the scent it emitted was an intoxicating, soul-penetrating fragrance. Lu Chen casually tossed the mud ball like a candy into Xia Zhenchen's arms. Father-in-law, eat this candy. Lu Chen's voice was calm without a trace of ripple. Don't worry. Not only will you see the fourth child born, you'll also see them get married and have children. Xia Zhentian was startled, fumbling to catch the pill. He looked at the unprepossessing, almost ugly mud ball in his hand, then at Lu Chen. Though doubts lingered in his mind, this was something given by the young master of a hidden cultivation family. The last time that broken tea leaf wrapped in a plastic bag had healed most of his long-standing internal injuries. This black ball must be a divine elixir rarely seen in the world. Without any hesitation, Xia Zhentian tilted his head back and swallowed the marrow-cleansing pill. The pill dissolved upon contact, transforming into a scorching torrent that crashed from his throat into his stomach. Boom! Xia Zhentian felt as if a miniature nuclear bomb had detonated inside him. That violent yet pure medicinal power, like a bursting flood, crazily scoured his dried and withered. From deep within his bones came a harsh grinding sound, as if invisible giant hands were forcibly reshaping his body. The toxins, hidden injuries, and accumulated blockages buried in his marrow were at this moment disintegrated and forcibly stripped away by the overbearing medicinal power. Ah! Xia Zhentian dug his fingers into the leather sofa cushion, letting out a roar of pain mixed with indescribable relief. He could clearly feel a surging vitality frantically reviving within him. Then layers of stinking black filth began to gush out from every one of his 84000 pores. In the blink of an eye, his custom tang suit was stained pitch black, emitting a nauseating stench. Go take a shower in the bathroom. Second floor, turn right. Lu Chen had already retreated a few steps, holding his nose and waving his hand. Xia Zhentian sprang up from the sofa. He was shocked to find that his spine, which had been so painful he couldn't straighten up moments ago, now felt as light as if he could fly. Without daring to linger, he scrambled upstairs and plunged into the bathroom. In the bathroom, water ran noisily for a full half hour, accompanied by the sound of a brush scrubbing skin and occasionally a suppressed burst of laughter. When the bathroom door finally opened again, click, Lu Chen was looking down at his phone, reading the news. Hearing the sound, he looked up. For the first time, a flicker of astonishment appeared in his deep eyes, and the hand holding his teacup froze in midair. The person who came out of the bathroom was no longer the gray-haired, tottering old man in his 60s. This was a muscular man in his prime, standing 185 meters tall, with short, sharp hair. He was bare-chested, his once sagging skin now firm and smooth like bronze silk. His full pectorals and sharply defined 8-pack abs radiated explosive power. Most astonishing was his wrinkles and age spots had vanished completely. His facial lines were strong and stern, exuding the ultimate charm of a mature man. Walking down the street, people would believe he was only 35. Xia Zhentian stood before the full-length mirror outside the bathroom. He stared blankly at the rejuvenated, perfect body in the reflection, his hands trembling as he touched his face. This was his peak state from 30 years ago when he was building the Xia Empire. No, it was 100 times stronger. He felt he could kill an ox with one punch. Thump. Xia Zhentian turned around and knelt directly on the second-floor corridor. Facing Lu Chen downstairs, he burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother Lu, you're a living immortal. Xia Zhenchen's voice was full of vigor, like a great bell. I, Xia Zhentian, owe you my life from now on. Even if you asked me to tear down the Pentagon, I wouldn't blink. Lu Chen looked at his muscle-bound father-in-law and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Go find some clothes. Bing Ning will be back soon, don't startle her. That night, Xia Zhentian, feeling as if a volcano was about to erupt inside him, lay on the guest room bed, unable to sleep. With 60 years of life experience and the peak physical condition of a 30-year-old, the suppressed decades of youthful hormones raged through his veins. Staring at the dazzling neon lights of Shanghai outside the window, the restlessness inside him could no longer be contained. Xia Zhentian got out of bed and borrowed a fitted black suit from Lu Chen's wardrobe. The patriarch of 1,000 billion conglomerate, like a rebellious teenager, sneaked over the back wall of Duyuan No. 1. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for Shanghai's most exclusive and wildest nightclub, Space Plus. In the early hours, the club thundered with electronic music, a riot of dancing shapes. On the central stage, where the atmosphere was hottest, a middle-aged, muscular man in a black suit, whose buttons seemed ready to burst, became the focus of the entire venue. His wild dance moves and overflowing charisma instantly outshone all the pretty boys on the dance floor. Countless young socialites and influencers in skimpy outfits screamed as they surrounded him, their eyes practically dripping with desire, almost sticking to him. Xia Zhentian swayed wildly to the deafening music, reveling in the ultimate thrill of regained youth. However, he didn't know that in a dim booth in the corner of the dance floor, several paparazzi specializing in stalking wealthy families were holding DSLR cameras with ultra-high-definition night vision lenses. Click, click. They furiously pressed the shutter. The lead paparazzo, staring at the magnified image on the camera screen, trembled like a convulsing man. He gasped, his voice cracking with extreme excitement. Holy crap! Boss, look at this face. Isn't that the 60-year-old chairman of Xia Corporation who was supposedly dying? F3A. A bombshell headline exploded on Shanghai's entertainment gossip front page. Mind-blowing scoop. 1,000 billion tycoon reverts to 30. Wild clubbing at nightclub. The set of shocking paparazzi photos spread like a virus sweeping across all social platforms within minutes. The moment this set of photos was released, it stirred up a Category 10 storm in modus upper circles and across the entire Chinese internet. In this era where traffic reigns supreme, an old man worth 100 billion suddenly transforms into a muscular 30-year-old and goes clubbing at a nightclub. The sheer shock value rivals that of aliens announcing their takeover of Earth. Weibo Douyin Tuxiao. All the top 10 trending lists were instantly dominated by these photos. Countless netizens armed with magnifying glasses furiously compared the face brimming with masculine hormones on the screen. Holy crap! Isn't this really Xia Zhenqian's illegitimate son who ran away? What illegitimate son? Look at the position of that mole on his neck and that limited edition Patek Philippe on his wrist. It's 100% the old master Xia himself. This is too insane. Wasn't he diagnosed with a terminal illness and on his last legs? How did he turn back the clock overnight? He'll pay a fortune for the same health supplement old master Xia uses. Even if it bankrupts me, I have to buy it. The internet was in an uproar. Countless tycoons, magnates, and even foreign research institutions stared at these photos, their eyes burning with jealousy. Immortality and rejuvenation. This is the ultimate obsession of every ruler in human history. If such a divine medicine truly existed, the global landscape of wealth and power would be completely rewritten. Morning. Do you know? One villa. Xia Bingming was elegantly sipping milk at the dining table. When she scrolled to that explosive trending topic, she spat out a mouthful of milk with a sputter staining the tablecloth. She stared fixedly at the phone screen, a young stud, in the middle of the dance floor, arms wrapped around two busted beauties, swaying wildly. That face, even if turned to ashes, she would recognize. That was her own father. Xia Bingming's eternally icy face instantly flushed with a furious crimson, shame surging straight to the top of her head. Dad, how old are you? If you don't care about your reputation, I still care about mine. Xia Bingming dialed Xia Zhenqian's number, and even through the screen the rage capable of destroying Earth was palpable. Get your ass back here right now. Now immediately, this instant. Half an hour later, the invincible midlife hunk, who had made countless internet celebrities scream at the nightclub, slunk into the villa lobby like a naughty elementary schooler, head drooping low. Xia Zhenqian wore the black suit reeking of alcohol. He glanced at his daughter, whose face was frost-covered, as she sat on the sofa. His legs went weak, and he instinctively shrank behind Lu Chen, a 185-meter muscular man trembling behind his son-in-law. The scene could not be more absurd. Good son-in-law, you have to save me. Xia Zhenqian tugged at Lu Chen's clothes, his voice lowered to a whisper, barely concealing his guilt. It's just, I haven't felt this young in decades, and I couldn't help myself. Who knew those paparazzi would even stake out a nightclub? Xia Bingming grabbed a throw pillow and hurled it at her father. How dare you? Do you have any idea how many eyes are watching the Xia family right now? Her chest heaved violently, her eyes reddening with anger. If news of this rejuvenating divine medicine gets out, how many desperate lunatics will it attract? Are you trying to get Lu Chen and the children killed? What worried her most was not the Xia family's face. It was that if this celestial method was revealed to have come from Lu Chen's hands, this family would never know peace again. Seeing his wife on the verge of tears, the helplessness in Lu Chen's eyes turned into a deep, unfathomable affection. He wrapped his arm around Xia Bingming's waist, pulled her into his embrace, and gently patted her back to soothe her. Don't be angry, honey. It's no big deal. In this world, no one can take anything from me. Lu Chen's voice was as calm as the sea, exuding an inviolable, peerless authority. Since it's on the trending list, just suppress it. He didn't make a call. Instead, he awakened the system in his mind. Lin Aoshue physically erase every photo and discussion online about Xia Zhenqian. Also warn all the puppet masters behind this. If anyone dares to post another picture, he'll turn their server into a permanent brick. Received. Divine level network clearing program initiated. CEO boss host. 1 minute later. The trending topics, photos, and even discussion records in private group chats, all boiling across the internet, vanished as if wiped clean by an invisible hand of God. Any computer attempting to research terms like Xia Zhenqian or rejuvenation immediately black-screened and crashed with a scorching smell of burnt motherboard. The media and paparazzi, who loved nothing but chaos, stared at their ruined equipment, scared out of their wits, and never dared utter a single word again. Although the storm on the internet had been forcibly suppressed by Lu Chen's godlike means, in the circles of true top-tier elites, the aftershocks of this marrow-cleansing pill had only just begun. Jingqing, deep within Xiangshan, an ancient Siyuan heavily guarded by troops, where even a bird struggled to approach. This was the stronghold of the Wang family, the foremost among the 4 major families of Jingqing. Boom! The stone door at the deepest part of the Sihiyuan, sealed for a full decade, was blasted into powder from within by a tangible, furious wave of energy. Amid the thick dust, a bone-chilling, murderous aura soared skyward, even shaking the green tiles off the eaves, scattering them all over the ground. A dozen of the Wang family's ancient martial death warriors guarding the door were sent flying by the shockwave, crashing heavily into the courtyard and spitting blood. An old man in a gray Tang suit with graying hair, but a robust spirit, walked out with his hands behind his back, stepping over the rubble. His inverted triangle eyes burned with a ghostly fire of greed and murderous intent. He was none other than the old master of the Wang family, who had been in secluded cultivation for 10 years, his cultivation base now unfathomable. Well done, Modu. Well done, the Xiao family. The old master Wang's voice was as hoarse and grating as a night owl, causing the air around him to distort. He stared at the blurry photo of Xia Jintian dancing at a nightclub just sent from Modu. His shriveled fingers applying excessive force made the photo creak. His useless grandson Wang Teng had his fiancée stolen, and the messenger he sent had his bones broken and was thrown back to Jingqing. All that he could ignore. But Modu actually possessed a divine medicine that could rejuvenate one. For an old monster like him, who had 1 foot in the coffin and limited lifespan, this was nothing short of a deadly poison. That brat named Lu Chen must have obtained some inheritance and fortune from an ancient sect. Old Master Wang licked his cracked lips, the greed in his eyes almost materializing into a torrent. Pass my order. All Wang family death warriors assemble. I shall personally travel south to Modu. Skin and pull out the tendons of that ignorant young fool. Seize the divine medicine. Seize his fortune. Deep within the Xiangshan forest in Jingqing, the stone chamber doors of the heavily guarded Wang family courtyard, sealed for a decade, shattered into fine dust. An icy, malevolent, killing intent as tangible as a form shot into the sky, shaking the green tiles off the eaves. The old master of the Wang family stood in the center of the courtyard. His viper-like triangular eyes gleamed with a frantic, greedy green light. The light of a man whose lifespan was nearly spent, yet who had glimpsed a life-prolonging divine medicine. Issue my ultimate kill order. Old Master Wang's voice screeched like a night owl, distorting the very air around him. All Wang family death warriors assemble. I shall personally head south to Modu. I will flay that man surnamed Lu, seize his divine medicine, and steal his fortune. This ultimate kill order was like a crushing bomb. Within half a day, it detonated the entire top-tier circle of power in Jingqing. At the Jingqing Club in the top-floor panoramic suite, several extravagantly dressed young masters with sky-high connections and a few old-school financial magnates gathered together. Each clutched a special supply cigar. On the coffee table lay Lu Chen's nearly blank resume. Did you hear? That old monster of the Wang family has broken out of seclusion. A middle-aged man in a Tang suit flicked his ashes, tone laced with barely concealed schadenfreude. He's after that Modu parvenu Lu Chen. Word is not only did the guy snatch the Wang's young master's fiancée, but he also crippled the Wang envoy. Just a nouveau riche who got lucky inheriting some overseas assets. Another Jingqing young scion sneered, his face full of disdain and superiority. He might throw his weight around in places like Modu, but daring to provoke the Jingqing Wang family. Does he have no idea that old Master Wang is a half-step grandmaster? Before absolute martial force, his billions in cash aren't even enough to buy himself a decent coffin. They say the old master is after some rejuvenating divine medicine. A glint of greed also flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes. Once the Wang family crushes that kid, we'll head to Modu and claim our share. We can't let the Wangs swallow such divine goods alone. The entire Jingqing elite circle was waiting to see Lu Chen's downfall. In their eyes, Lu Chen was like a fat sheep flaunting a gold brick. Having now enraged a hungry lion, his only fate was to be torn apart and devoured. Everyone expected Lu Chen to be flayed and his vast business empire carved up. Yet at the very center of the storm, Modus Dun No. 1. There was no tension of impending doom. Under a sunny afternoon, Lu Chen, dressed in loose white leisure wear, sat cross-legged in the villa's rear garden. In his hands was a beautifully bound fairy tale book. 3 adorable toddlers lay sprawled across his knees, utterly absorbed. Little Bao kept tugging at Lu Chen's collar with his chubby hand. Lu Chen. Xia Bingning approached with a plate of sliced fruit, her brows knit with lingering worry. She set the plate on the stone table and sat beside him. The dark web reports that old Master Wang has already crossed the Yangtze with over 100 death warriors heading straight for Modu. She bit her red lip, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. They say that old monster has been in seclusion for a decade, his power unfathomable. Even the underground circles in Modu have shut their doors in fear. Should we perhaps lie low? Lu Chen put down the fairy tale book. He reached out and popped a peeled grape into Xia Bingning's mouth. Lie low. He chuckled softly, his deep eyes devoid of any ripple. The one who could make me lie low hasn't been born yet. He wiped his hands with a tissue, his tone as calm as if discussing what to have for dinner. Just a few rats in a hurry to reincarnate. When they show up, I'll swat them dead. These light words carried a peerless dominance that dismissed all heroes under heaven. Xia Bingning gazed at her husband's chiseled profile, a face that remained unchanged even if Mount Tai crumbled. Her lingering worry instantly dissipated. She only knew that as long as this man was here, even if the sky fell, he would use his shoulders to bear it for her and the children. 3 days later, Modu the bund along the Huangpu River. The evening breeze carried a hint of chill, the river reflecting the dazzling neon lights on both shores. Lu Chun held Xia Bingning's hand, leading their 3 children on a walk along the river. This usually crowded promenade was eerily deserted today. Not a single tourist in sight. Only the dull sound of waves slapping the embankment. Boom, rumble. Several heavy armored off-road vehicles like black phantoms silently sealed off both ends of the riverside road. Over 100 Wang family ancient martial death warriors clad in gray tang suits with bulging waists surged out of the night like a tide, instantly cutting off all escape routes for Lu Chen's family. The icy killing intent made the surrounding temperature seem to plummet by over 10 degrees. The crowd parted like the Red Sea. Old Master Wang, leaning on an agarwood cane, stepped forward. His withered hands were like eagle claws, his body wreathed in a visible gray aura. This was the terrifying pressure from the half-step Grandmaster's overflowing blood energy. Under this pressure, several rows of landscape lampposts along the river emitted cracking glass, shattering sounds one by one, going dark. Old Master Wang's triangular eyes locked onto Lu Chun, trapped in the center. His dry lips parted, revealing a few uneven yellow teeth. He let out a piercing, Nidal-like arrogant laugh. "Ha! Lu Chun, you brat. Hand over the rejuvenating divine medicine, and send your wife and those 3 little bastards to Jingsheng to serve my grandson." The old master slammed his cane onto the bluestone slabs, shattering a large patch. "Maybe this old man will be merciful enough to leave your corpse intact." The fierce wind churned the murky waves of the Huangpu River, lashing violently against the icy flood control embankment. The elder of the Wang family stood with his hands behind his back. His withered hands like eagle claws extended from the wide Tang-style sleeves, knuckles covered with thick calluses accumulated from years of martial arts practice, faintly emitting a black-purple poisonous gleam. Around him, the terrifying aura of a half-step Grandmaster swirled, blowing his graying hair wildly. Hundreds of Wang family loyalists like a black tide sealed off all escape routes from front to back. Dozens of red laser dots from sniper rifles densely roamed around Lu Chen's family like a net of those capital elites hiding in distant high-rises, peeking through telescopes and hoping to snatch a share of the spoils, all held their breaths. In their eyes, Lu Chun, a nouveau riche miracle of Modu, even with 9 lives, was absolutely doomed to fall at the hands of this half-step Grandmaster who had secluded himself for a decade. Power and wealth before absolute, overwhelming force were like fragile waste paper. Elder Wang's murky yet shrewd triangular eyes were fixed firmly on Lu Chun. His gaze was cold, greedy, like a cobra that had stalked its prey for days, finally baring its venomous fangs. His withered fingers slowly clenched at his side joints, cracking with a loud report. "Brat Lu Chun, don't think greasing the media with your filthy money can fool this old man." The elder's voice was like 2 rusty iron plates scraping against each other, exceedingly harsh. "Your so-called 100 billion assets are nothing but dog shit in the eyes of true ancient martial families." He stepped forward, closing in. With each step, the hard bluestone pavement was crushed into a deep footprint. The dull sound of shattering stones pounded on everyone's hearts. "Today, right in front of your wife and children, I will shatter every single one of your 206 bones, then drain your blood and extract that divine pill that can restore youth. Such a celestial treasure, defying nature's creation, can only belong to a half-step Grandmaster like me. And you, a bastard, dare to hoard it. Arrogant. Overbearing." The elder had already begun fantasizing about swallowing the pill, returning to his prime at 30, and leading the Wang family to unify China. However, faced with this overwhelming murderous aura, Lu Chun didn't even lift an eyelid. He shielded Xia Bingning and Debao and Bao behind him, hands casually in his trouser pockets. Like a lone pine rooted on a cliff for a millennium, unmoving. His deep black eyes as vast as the night sky, coldly fixed on the wrinkled, blathering old man before him. A slow, icy sneer curled at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. Attack. With this so-called half-step Grandmaster who had barely forced his way through decades of time. His internal blood and chi were mottled and impure, his true chi murky as sewage in a drain. For Lu Chun, who had merged with the creation longevity art and stepped into the foundation establishment stage of immortal cultivation, this old man was less than an ant. Even drawing out a single hand to crush him felt like an insult to Lu Chun. This piece of trash, 1 foot already in the grave, wasn't worth dirtying his freshly washed hands. Done talking. Lu Chen's voice was calm, yet it pierced through the roar of the river wind and reached everyone clearly. "If your last words are only this nonsense, you might as well pick a comfortable position and die." The indifference and contempt in his tone stung the elder's nerves more than the worst curse. The elder's wild laughter froze instantly. His withered face twitched violently, trembling with rage. "You impudent brat! Death is near, and you still dare to boast." The elder roared. Without further words, his hands formed eagle claws, and the turbid half-step Grandmaster True Chi within was pushed to its limit. He suddenly stomped. Boom! A hard bluestone slab shattered beneath his foot. The elder's shriveled body like a swooping eagle shot straight for Lu Chen's throat, with a terrifying sonic boom that tore the air. Through their telescopes, the distant elites saw this and shook their heads. It's over. Elder Wang is truly enraged. That claw will snap the boy's neck. That's the fate of a nouveau riche, offending those they shouldn't. Xia Bingning watched the ghost-like withered claw lunge forward. Though she knew her husband's strength was unfathomable as a mother faced with such terror, she instinctively cried out. She squeezed her eyes shut instinctively, trying to step before Lu Chen to block. Yet, just as Elder Wang's eagle claw charged with poisonous chi was less than half a meter from Lu Chen's throat. About to deliver the killing blow and end this arrogant young man, the little one Xiaobao, who had been crouching behind Lu Chen earnestly licking a strawberry lollipop, suddenly stopped. The little boy wore a bright yellow hoodie printed with a Pikachu pattern. He furrowed his two cute caterpillar-like eyebrows. Seeming annoyed by the sudden foul wind, Xiaobao spat the half-eaten candy stick onto the ground with a plop. He wiped his chubby little hands haphazardly on his hoodie pocket. Then under Elder Wang's incredulous gaze. This chubby 4-year-old, barely reaching an adult's thigh, white and plump like a little dumpling, toddled on his short legs, padding out from behind Lu Chen's broad back. Straight out. Xiaobao wore a hoodie emblazoned with Pikachu, his plump little fists clenched tightly. In his crystal-clear water-like eyes reflected the gaunt, snarling elder, his face grotesquely twisted, hurtling forward like a vengeful specter. His tiny brows knitted tightly into a sharp, Chuan character. The withered, eagle-clawed hand of Elder Wang, charged with venomous chi, jolted to a sudden violent halt midair. He stared at the 4-year-old Rallipoli child who had stepped out from behind Lu Chen, his desiccated cheeks twitching twice. Then erupted a cruel, ear-splitting cackle, more shrill and chilling than the shriek of a night heron. "Ha ha ha! Lu Chen, you cowardly whelp! Since you dare not accept my challenge, you thrust forth this brat to die in your stead. Then today I shall sacrifice your own son as an offering to my banner, and force you to watch helpless as your flesh and blood is crushed into pulp before your very eyes." A savage, bloodthirsty light blazed fiercely in the elder's eyes. He showed no intention of holding back. Instead, he drove his murky half-step Grandmaster-level True Chi to its absolute peak. Grayish chi surged violently within his palm, churning so fiercely it emitted a pungent, acrid stench of scorching flesh. This single strike carried enough power to shatter stone tablets and kill on contact. With merciless finality, it slashed straight down toward Xiaobao's tiny head, smaller than the elder's own palm. Nobles and dignitaries watching from afar through telescopes drew sharp collective breaths. That mad old devil truly has no mercy. Even a toddler of 3 or 4 isn't spared. It's over. The child will surely be flattened into a bloody smear. Yet in that razor-thin sliver between life and death, Xiaobao neither cried nor shut his eyes in terror as any ordinary child would have done. Instead, he simply raised his chubby little hand and waved it gently before his nose. The stale, rancid stench clinging to the half-step Grandmaster's body, accumulated over decades of seclusion, deeply unsettled him. "Smelly grandpa, you're blocking my view of the big ships on the river," Xiaobao murmured in his soft, milky voice, tinged unmistakably with childish impatience. Faced with that lethal eagle claw strike, a whirlwind of gore and fury already descending upon his crown, he didn't even glance up. Instinctively, he lifted his plump, seemingly harmless little palm, just as he might swat away an annoying fly at home, casually, effortlessly sweeping his hand forward in one languid, almost comical motion. But the instant that palm began its arc, boom! A torrent of pure golden True Chi, vast as a galactic nebula, radiant beyond comprehension, exploded unheralded from Xiaobao's diminutive frame. This was the system-bestowed, Grandmaster-level martial body perfected state, and more the authentic immortal cultivation energy inherited from Lu Chen's awakened bloodline passed down to his offspring. The air itself was violently ripped into vacuum by that single slap, unleashing a deafening sonic blast capable of shattering eardrums. Golden chi surged forth like a physical tsunami, mountain-shattering, ocean-parting, unstoppable. Elder Wang's vaunted, decades-honed, gray True Chi, the pride of his half-step Grandmaster cultivation, faced that golden deluge. Before such overwhelming radiance, it crumbled like frost beneath a blazing sun, vanishing utterly in less than half a second, reduced to nothingness. This cannot be. The cruel, manic laughter frozen in Elder Wang's triangular eyes dissolved in a tenth of a second, replaced by a terror so absolute, so profound it eclipsed every fear he had ever known. He felt, not a 4-year-old child before him, but an ancient deity descending from the 9th heaven, rending the void itself. Before the shock could even register in his mind as flight instinct, Xiao Bao's featherlight slap struck him across the void. Tum! A muffled, earth-shaking detonation, like two colossal mountains colliding, shattered the stillness along the Huangpu riverbank. Elder Wang's withered body flew backward, as if struck heat by a high-speed maglev train. He vomited a gout of black blood laced with pulverized organ fragments. Then, followed by a horrifying rapid-fire cascade of bone cracks, crack crack crack, like firecrackers bursting inside a skull. All 206 bones in his body shattered instantly under the unimaginable force, reduced to dust. His form launched skyward like a cannonball utterly devoid of resistance. It slammed into the concrete of Binjiang Boulevard at an impossible physics-defying angle. Crockum! The ground convulsed, shards of stone pierced the air. A crater 3 meters wide and half a meter deep yawned open in the fractured pavement. As dust settled, the tyrannical patriarch of the Wang clan, whose name once commanded the capital who had sworn to flay Lu Chen alive, now lay embedded in the crater like a shapeless liquefied sludge. His bones pulverized beyond recognition, limbs contorted into grotesque angles. His clouded, unblinking eyes bulged in final horror, blood streamed from all 7 orifices. He had been driven bodily into the concrete, immovably fused. No one could pry him free. Utter silence fell, absolute suffocating stillness, broken only by the monotonous lap of Huangpu River waves against the embankment. The capital's hidden elite peering through binoculars dropped them with hollow clatters. Every jaw hung slack, dislocated by disbelief. Mind's blank. A half-step grandmaster, secluded for 10 years feared across Beijing, had just been swatted flat by a 4-year-old still nursing at his mother's breast, like a common mosquito. What celestial lineage was this? How could mortal men possibly contend? And the 100-odd Wang clan death soldiers, brandishing cleavers roaring with menace, now stared at the crater's sludge, then at the same child calmly retrieving a fresh lollipop from his pocket and peeling its wrapper. A warm dampness spread across dozens of groins. Hardened warriors who'd lived their lives on the edge of blades, urinated outright in sheer primal terror. Ghost, demon, someone shrieked, voice warped beyond human pitch. Clank clank clanked. Over 100 cleavers clattered to the ground. Like rats fleeing a celestial predator, they broke ranks, liver and gall shattered, scrambling wildly in all directions, too terrified even to glance back. A conspiracy poised to shake Shanghai to its foundations had in one petulant flick of a child's wrist collapsed into utter farce. Lu Chen stepped forward and gently took Xiao Bao's plump little hand in his own. He hadn't removed his hands from his pockets. Not once, through the entire confrontation. Let's go. The riverside wind is biting. Your mother must be cold. His voice flowed like calm water, as if what had just transpired were no more consequential than swatting an irksome fly. He turned, gathered the stunned Xia Bingning into his arms, and the 3 of them, father, mother, and child, walked side by side across the rubble-strewn path toward their Maybach. Yet, at the precise moment Elder Wang exhaled his last breath, 10,000 miles away, in the heart of the 10,000 mountain range within the ancient fortress dome of the Hidden Alliance, shrouded eternally in miasmic fog. In the central hall upon an altar thick with countless obsidian spirit tablets, one engraved with the character, Wang, let out a crisp, brittle snap. It split cleanly in 2. Upon the bone throne sat a figure draped in black robes, Deshishin. Slowly he lifted his head. From beneath his hood glinted 2 cruel, emerald-green eyes, burning with ghostly hellish flame. He gazed upon the fractured tablet, then at the bronze compass in his hand, its needle trembling violently, pointing unerringly toward Shanghai. From his desiccated throat rose a rasping, bone-chilling chuckle. At last, a living thing worthy of my personal hand. With a crushing grip, Deshishin pulverized the bone rosary in his palm. A terrifying aura, so immense it warped heaven and earth, shattered through the fortress dome and speared upward into the heavens. Summoned the 36 celestial guardians. His voice echoed like a death knell from the 9th netherworld, reverberating through the valley. We ride forth. Destination Shanghai. Deep within the 10,000 great mountains, a terrifying, bloodthirsty aura capable of changing the very heavens and earth suddenly broke through the ancient castle's dome, stirring the winds and clouds. At this moment, by the Huangpu River in the magical city, the door of the bulletproof Maybach slowly closed, isolating the outside world from the blood-scented river breeze. Lu Chen sat in the spacious backseat, cradling Xia Bingning and the little one who was still licking a lollipop. In the front passenger seat, Mu Yu in a black tailcoat turned around. Young master, over 100 assassins from the Wang family have already escaped the confines of the magical city. Should we send someone to pursue them? Mu Yu's voice was cold as ice, exuding a killing intent that could turn her into a reaper at any moment. A chilling glint flashed across Lu Chen's deep-set eyes. His long fingers gently caressed the chubby face of the little one. They came into my territory threatening to crush my son's bones. Lu Chen's lips curled into a cold, bone-chilling sneer. They hit my son and still want to run. He pulled out a broken-screen Android phone from his pocket and tossed it onto the central armrest. Activate the highest authority of the Heavenly God Palace. Investigate the Wang family's headquarters in the capital. Notify Lin Aoshue overseas to activate a fund pool of 200 billion to comprehensively liquidate all of the Wang family's listed businesses and secret industries. Lu Chun leaned slightly against the leather chair, his tone as calm, as if instructing someone to sweep away a fallen leaf at the front door. I do not want to see the sun rise tomorrow with the Wang family still existing in the capital. Understood. Mu Yu acknowledged, rapidly typing a series of top-secret commands on her tablet. At this moment, a devastating storm that would be recorded in the annals of China's elite was explosively ignited. In the deep night of the capital, inside the expansive Wang family courtyard located at the foot of Fragrant Mountain, the lights were bright. The current head of the Wang family, Wang Jinshan, was seated in a grand master chair, rolling a pair of priceless walnuts in his hands, a proud smile of certainty gracing his face. Calculating the time, the old man should have received that boy's divine medicine by now. Once the old man returns to his peak, our Wang family can completely dominate the other three families, becoming the undisputed #1 clan in the capital. The high-ranking members and direct descendants of the Wang family below raised their wine glasses, preemptively toasting to the impending glorious moment. Just when this group was lost in their sweet dreams. Virum, rumble rumble. A thunderous engine roar intense enough to make one's eardrums ache suddenly erupted from above the courtyard. A massive gust of wind pierced through the blue tiles of the roof, causing several valuable paintings in the hall to rustle loudly. What is happening? The walnuts in Wang Zinshan's hand fell to the ground with a thud as he stood up abruptly. He was about to call his bodyguards to check if the military was conducting exercises. Bang boom. The grand copper vermilion door of the courtyard, symbolizing a century of heritage, was violently smashed apart from the outside. The heavy door splintered midair, transforming into countless burning fragments that crashed down into the courtyard. Wang Jinshan and the high-ranking officials surged out of the hall in shock. When they saw the scene before them, everyone felt as if their necks were being squeezed like a duck, their legs going weak, nearly dropping to their knees. In the night sky, 200 heavy-armed helicopters painted in matte black hovered above the Wang family courtyard like a swarm of dark bees. Blinding searchlights crisscrossed like daylight, locking onto every single person in the courtyard. Black tactical fast ropes were thrown down from the cabins. Swish, swish, swish. Countless operatives dressed in pure black combat gear, wearing night vision masks and exuding a strong smell of blood, descended like divine soldiers. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the Wang family courtyard with layers upon layers, leaving no gaps. The red dots of infrared targeting systems densely settled on the foreheads and chests of Wang Jinshan and the others. Who are you? This is the Wang family of the capital. Do you dare to act here? Wang Jinshan, suppressing his fear, bellowed with a fierce expression. Before he could finish his words, bang, bang, bang. In the sky, the doors of several helicopters opened simultaneously. Black objects were tossed down like dumplings, crashing heavily onto the blue brick ground before Wang Jinshan. Wang Jinshan focused his gaze and felt a violent churn in his stomach, nearly vomiting on the spot. Those were the corpses of over 100 assassins from the Wang family, each dressed in Wang family attire, all killed instantly with their throats slit. These were the elite members of the Wang family who had gone to the magical city with the old man just hours ago. What? What is happening? Where's the old man? Wang Zinshan's knees buckled, collapsing onto the blood-soaked blue bricks. A stench of yellow liquid trickled down his tailored trousers, as this once mighty lord of the capital was actually scared to the point of wetting himself. A leader from the Heavenly God Palace stepped out from the darkness, holding a blood-stained cloth bag, which he casually tossed in front of Wang Jinshan. This is your old man's relic. The leader's voice was as cold as ice, carrying the weight of a death sentence. My master said anyone who dares to harm his son, the Wang family, is no longer necessary to exist. Wang Jinshan trembled as he opened the cloth bag. Inside was the sandalwood cane the old man used when he left, now broken into 2 pieces, covered in the mud from the banks of the Huangpu River. The old man is dead. That invincible figure who was half a master went to the magical city, not only failing to obtain the divine medicine, but losing his life as well. At that moment, as Wang Zinshan's mind completely collapsed, his personal phone in his pocket, along with the phones of dozens of high-ranking Wang family members around him, began to vibrate madly like death knells. Upon answering, they were met with the desperate cries of the financial departments of various subsidiaries. Head of the family. All the listed companies under our family's name have just been forcibly short-sold and suspended by a mysterious fund of several hundred billion. The banks have frozen all accounts. All partners have unilaterally torn up contracts. The Wang family has gone bankrupt. We have nothing left. Several hundred billion of a century-old foundation vanished in just 10 minutes. That night, an unprecedented earthquake struck the upper echelons of the capital. Those once indulging in cigars in the private rooms waiting to see Lu Chen's joke now looked at the confidential information on their phones, each one dripping with cold sweat down their spines. The century-old Wang family half a master. Before that wealthy figure in the magical city, they couldn't even stir a ripple, instantly turning to ash at a snap of the fingers. What a terrifying display of military power. What a desperate depletion of financial resources. The entire upper class of the capital fell silent, not daring to even breathe, fearing that the slaughterer named Lu would become bloodthirsty and wipe them out through the internet. The scene shifted back to the magical city. With the crisis averted, the Maybach smoothly cruised down the neon-lit streets. Xia Bingning leaned against Lu Chen's arms, having experienced a night of fright, her stomach audibly grumbling. Lu Chen lowered his head and kissed her forehead, his eyes filled with affection. Is my wife hungry? Let's go get the most authentic crab roe noodles in the west of the city for a late-night snack. Just as Lu Chen was about to instruct the driver to turn around. Daddy, look! The eldest treasure sitting beside him suddenly raised the miniature tablet, his small face a mix of excitement and seriousness. The tablet screen displayed a complex, three-dimensional map of the capital. A red dot was flashing wildly in a corner of the map. The eldest treasure adjusted his blue light-blocking glasses. Daddy, that bad old man who tried to hit my little brother was carrying a very secretive high-tech biological tracker. I traced back the residual signal wave after his death. The eldest treasure's short, chubby fingers zoomed in on the red dot on the screen. The red dot eventually locked onto a vast underground building within the second ring road of the capital. Daddy, the ultimate signal receiver of this tracker is connected to a mysterious underground auction in the capital. And I saw a symbol in the internal database of that auction that is exactly the same as the jade pendant you have. Lu Chen's profound gaze was fixed on the flickering red dot on the big Baoping tablet screen. The blood feud buried for 24 years, the biological father imprisoned in the Siberian ice field, with severed tendons, finally had a tangible clue. Lu Chen slowly clenched his back molars. A chilling aura of killing intent spread throughout the narrow compartment. The Bao did well. Find out the specific time of that auction and the entry qualifications. Dad, this auction will be held tomorrow night. It's the top private venue in the capital. Only those with assets exceeding 100 billion or those sponsored by the 4 major families can enter. 100 billion assets. Lu Chen's lips curled into a chilling mockery. In this world, comparing asset thresholds with him was laughable beyond measure. Muyu. Lu Chen turned to look at the stunning housekeeper in the passenger seat, his tone flat, yet exuding undeniable authority. Prepare the car. Tonight we head to the capital. In the deep of night, the highway from Modu to the capital was traversed by a terrifying convoy that could make any head of state gasp, tearing through the thick darkness like a torrent of black steel. 12 bulletproof level night, 15 armored SUVs formed a combat formation, tightly protecting the armored Maybach in the center. As the convoy passed, all vehicles along the way instinctively pulled over to make way, with gasps of shock echoing at various toll booths. Inside the compartment, Xia Bingning rested her head on Lu Chen's shoulder, while 3 adorable kids had fallen deeply asleep on the spacious and soft back seat. She knew Lu Chen's trip to the capital was to search for clues about his biological father, a path destined to be fraught with bloodshed. But she didn't dissuade him. Instead, she tightly held her husband's hand, providing him with unwavering support through her warmth. At 5 in the morning, the dawn was faintly visible. The convoy exited the highway toll station, officially entering the capital's territory. Ahead lay a wide asphalt main road leading straight to the city center, a high-end road built through private investment. Just as the convoy was about to accelerate, screech. The leading armored vehicle abruptly slammed on the brakes, tires screeching against the road, emitting a pungent white smoke. The entire convoy was forced to stop. The entire 3-lane road ahead was completely blocked by dozens of colorful supercars. A few young wealthy men with dyed yellow hair and earrings were sitting on the hoods of their sports cars, smoking and laughing. They were surrounded by a group of scantily clad girls. In the middle of the road, several heavy trucks, pulling large stone blocks, completely obstructed the path. Young master, it's a group of rich kids from the capital blocking the road for a race. Muyi reported through the intercom, her voice icy. Do you need me to clear them out? Lu Chen slightly furrowed his brows. He was about to suggest crashing through to avoid waking his wife and kids. A young second-generation rich kid dressed in streetwear covered with large logos and wearing a big gold chain seemed agitated by the imposing armored convoy. He swaggered over to the driver's side of the Maybach, forcefully banging on the bulletproof glass. Bang, bang, bang. Are your eyes blind? Did you not see that Long Xiao is renting the place out for a race today? The second generation arrogantly blew a smoke ring, pointing at a nearby bumpy dirt road. No matter what armored vehicle you drive in the capital, you have to yield to the dragon or lie low like a tiger. Get the hell out of my way and take that dirt road. The bulletproof glass of the Maybach's back seat slowly descended halfway. Lu Chen's face, as cold as eternal ice, appeared in the second generation's line of sight. In his deep eyes was a kind of indifference looking down on ants. Renting the place? Lu Chen's voice was low, yet carried a chilling pressure. Did you buy this road? The second generation felt a chill from Lu Chen's gaze, but relying on the fact that he had the numbers, he straightened his neck and shouted. What the hell are you talking about? The developer of this private road is Long Xiao's father. I can block the road. If you don't like it, come and bite me. If you don't roll out of here, do you believe I will have someone smash your broken cars? A few other wealthy second generations also joined in brandishing golf clubs with mockery and provocation on their faces. In their eyes, no matter how luxurious the convoy from another place was, once it arrived in the capital, it had to obediently submit. Lu Chen looked at these clueless clowns. He couldn't even be bothered to fully lower the window, nor did he call Mu Yu or the bodyguards. He directly awakened the system in his mind. Lin Ao Shui. Investigate the company that owns this private road. 3 minutes. Complete acquisition, including all surveillance and road rights on this road. Received. Dominant host. The ultimate forced acquisition program has been initiated. 2 minutes later, the second generation's phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated violently. He picked up the phone, but before he could speak, a roar from his father, who was the road developer, blasted through the phone receiver, exploding on the morning road. Which deity did you offend outside, you unfilial son? My road property company was just forcibly acquired by a foreign investment of hundreds of billions. You are blocking someone else's road while standing on their main street. Quickly kneel and apologize. If you drag down my main business, I will break your legs. Clatter. The second generation's phone slipped from his hand. His face, once full of arrogance, froze instantly, blood draining from his face, leaving it pale, like that of a corpse. Bought it. Just because of his one sentence, this man sitting in the car spent hundreds of billions in 2 minutes to acquire the entire highway. Before he could react, Lu Chen's cold voice slowly drifted out of the compartment. Mu Yu, since this road is now mine. The garbage on the road is too unsightly. Clear it all away. Yes, young master. In the next second, under the horrified gazes of dozens of wealthy second generations and surrounding girls, 10 heavy military-grade bulldozers suddenly roared out from both sides of the road. These bulldozers seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, charging toward the row of supercars worth millions with a devastating force. No, my Ferrari, my limited edition Lamborghini. Crack, boom, accompanied by the ear-splitting sounds of metal tearing and glass shattering. Those supercars, which were usually treated as lifelines by these rich kids, crumbled under the massive treads and blades of the bulldozers like a pile of soda cans. Instantly crushed into heaps of scrap metal and pushed into the drainage ditches on either side of the road. The venue fell silent. Those wealthy second generations and surrounding girls sat on the ground in shock, urinating themselves, too frightened to even cry out. They could only watch helplessly as their beloved cars turned into piles of garbage. Now the road is clear. Lu Chen closed the window, not even casting a glance at the group of pitiful fools. Drive. The black armored convoy roared, deafeningly rolling over the wreckage of sports cars and majestically entering the capital city, only leaving behind a group of wealthy youths whose worldview had been completely shattered, terrified beyond belief. At 10 in the morning, the convoy smoothly stopped in front of the capital's top 7-star Panga Hotel. Lu Chen, holding Xia Bingning's hand and leading the 3 sleepy kids, was about to head upstairs to rest under the sycophantic guidance of the hotel manager. The hotel's revolving door was violently pushed open. 4 young men in high-end suits, accompanied by a large number of traditional martial arts bodyguards, swaggered in. They directly ignored the hotel's security and stood in the way of Lu Chen's family heading to the elevator. These 4 individuals were notoriously known as the 4 young masters of the capital. They had just received news that the man who had single-handedly killed the Wang family patriarch and exterminated the entire Wang clan had arrived in the capital. These 4 oblivious second-generation heirs, far from being scared, saw this as a perfect opportunity to step on Lu Chen and make a name for themselves in the capital. Oh, is this the local bumpkin who wiped out the Wang family? The leader, a young master with slick-back hair, toyed with 2 iron balls in his hand, leering at Xia Bingning's curvy figure with extreme lewdness. He licked his lips and let out a piercing cold laugh at Lu Chen. Once you enter our capital, you must either yield or lie low. This wife is quite lovely. Why not let us enjoy her for a couple of days as your protection fee? Now that you've entered the territory of our capital, even a dragon must bow. This wife of yours is quite pretty. How about lending her to us for a few days of fun? Consider it your protection fee. The slick-haired young master Lin toyed with the iron balls in his hand, his murky eyes roaming undisguisedly over Xia Bingning's curvaceous figure. The young masters behind him burst into lewd laughter. In the opulent lobby of the Pangu Grand Hotel, an instant dead silence fell. The lobby manager, pale with fear, backed away several steps, not daring to intervene. These were the infamous 4 young masters of the capital. Relying on their family's overwhelming influence in military, political, and business circles, they had long been accustomed to bullying others in the capital. Even the heads of second-tier aristocratic families would take detours to avoid them. Today this out-of-town tycoon was about to face a severe downfall. Xia Bingning felt those disgusting gazes, and her cold eyes instantly froze into a layer of frost. Just as she was about to act, Lu Chun reached out his broad hand and gently pulled her behind him. He didn't even look at the four arrogant prodigals. He slowly crouched down using his large palm to cover Urbao's clear, curious eyes. Be good, close your... Daddy's going to clear away some trash. It'll be done in a moment. Urbao obediently nodded and buried her fluffy little head into Lu Chen's neck. Daddy, these uncles have such stinky mouths. Didn't they brush their teeth? The little girl's soft, childish voice rang out clearly in the lobby. Stinky girl? What did you say? The lecherous smile on young Master Lin's face instantly froze, feeling his dignity severely challenged. He abruptly slammed the iron balls in his hand onto the polished marble floor, cracking it. You really think the Wang family was destroyed because that old fool of theirs underestimated the enemy? In the capital, you, a country bumpkin from Modu, have no right to act wild. Young Master Lin pointed at Lu Chen's nose and roared at the dozens of muscular ancient martial bodyguards behind him. Get him, break his limbs, tie that woman up, and bring her to the villa. The dozens of ancient martial bodyguards rushed forward like wolves and tigers menacingly. Lu Chen held Urbao and stood up. In his deep eyes surged a murderous intent cold enough to freeze the soul. Muyu. Lu Chen's voice was low as if from the depths of the night, held devoid of warmth. Yes, young master. Muyu, who had been standing behind Lu Chen like a shadow, gave a slight bow. The next second, a black lightning bolt seemed to cut through the air in the lobby. Clad in a pure black tailcoat and 10-centimeter stilettos, Muyu was like a black leopard charging into a flock of sheep. No superfluous fancy moves. Only the most primal and lethal aesthetics of violence. Crack. The crisp sound of breaking bones and blood-curdling screams exploded almost simultaneously. Muyu's slender legs turned into a blur in midair, too fast for the naked eye to capture. Every kick and every knee strike precisely disabled a bodyguard's joint. Those ancient martial experts who usually swaggered in underground fighting rings were like paper dolls in front of Muyu, unable to hold on for even half a second. Thump, thump, thump. The dull sounds of impact were unending. In just 3 seconds, dozens of ancient martial bodyguards lay scattered like dumplings across the hotel lobby. Each of them had their limbs brutally broken, writhing and wailing on the ground, vomiting sour blood. The entire place fell into dead silence. The lobby manager and several waitresses covered their mouths, wetting their pants in terror, cowering behind the counter. Young Master Lin and the other 3 capital young masters. Their arrogance had now completely transformed into expressions of utter horror, as if they had seen a ghost. Their proudest trump card had been cleared like trash in 3 seconds. You dare to touch us in the capital? Young Master Lin's legs shook as he stepped back, his voice cracking from extreme fear. My father is from the United Front Work Department of the capital. Before he could finish, Lu Chen had appeared before him, as if teleporting. Lu Chen's large sinewy hand grabbed young Master Lin by the neck, lifting his 100-gene body off the ground like a dead chicken. The intense suffocation made young Master Lin's eyes roll back. He clawed at Lu Chen's arm with both hands, his legs flailing in the air. I don't care who your father is. Lu Chen gazed at the face, turning purple from lack of oxygen, his eyes devoid of any human emotion. Daring to look at my wife with that kind of eyes? I don't like those eyes of yours. Bang! Lu Chen slammed young Master Lin heavily against the hard marble pillar, like discarding trash. Young Master Lin spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest, and lying on the ground like a dead dog, too weak even to scream. The other 3 young masters, terrified out of their wits, turned to flee the hotel. Thinking of running, Lu Chen sneered. 3 coins produced from nowhere shot out, with a piercing sonic thwack, thwack, thwack. The coins precisely pierced the shin bones of the 3 young masters. They fell in unison in front of the revolving door, clutching their gushing wounds, letting out ear-piercing screams like slaughtered pigs. Muyu, strip these 4 pieces of trash. Lu Chen brushed the dust off his hands, his tone as casual as if arranging to dispose of garbage. Hang them upside down from the century-old locust tree outside the hotel gate. Don't let them down until they learn to... 10 minutes later, outside the main entrance of the Panga 7-star hotel on the bustling Chang'an Street, a spectacle that would shake the entire capital's elite circle appeared. The 4 top young masters who usually swaggered through the capital and were fawned over by countless people were now stripped down to their expensive underwear. Like 4 pigs awaiting slaughter, they were tied by thick ropes around their ankles and hung upside down from the most conspicuous century-old locust tree outside the hotel. In the early winter capital, the biting wind pierced to the bone. The 4 spoiled brats were shivering purple from cold, faces covered with snot and tears. Thus conquered by you, drinking the poison you hid. They humiliatingly sang, conquer, in off-key, distorted voices, weeping as they did. If they paused even slightly, the dark web bodyguards standing under the tree would mercilessly lash them across their bare backs, leaving bloody welts. Passing capital elites and citizens stopped their cars, rolled down windows, and stared at the horrifying scene. The sound of everyone gasping in unison nearly drowned out the howling wind. Holy crap! Isn't that young Master Lin and young Master Zhang? Why are they stripped and hung on the tree? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. To humiliate these 4 families in the capital, this is like triggering a magnitude 8 earthquake. I heard it was a dragon crossing the river from Modu. This isn't a dragon crossing the river. It's a Tyrannosaurus Rex crossing. Countless people secretly took photos with their phones. The face of these 4 families was trampled into the filthiest mud by Lu Chen at this moment, completely reduced to a laughingstock. By the floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel presidential suite, Lu Chen held a cup of hot coffee coldly, watching the 4 clowns hanging from the tree below. He had no interest in even glancing at such self-destructive trash. At that moment, Chu Feng, the branch young master of the Chu family who had been hanging silently on the tree, felt his sick pride as a capital aristocrat ignite as he saw more and more mocking gazes around. Straining every muscle, he lifted his purplured face and issued a hysterical venomous roar toward the presidential suite. Lu Chen, don't be too smug. Chu Feng, like a dying viper, let out a chilling, grating shriek. You think that just because you destroyed the Wang family and humiliated us you can strut around the capital? My Chu family may be bankrupt, but I still hold the deepest underground bank and the 100-fold capital pool hidden overseas. Even if I have to fight to the death, I'll drag your whole family down with me. Even if it means fighting to the death, I'll drag your whole family down with me. Chu Feng was hung upside down on a centuries-old locust tree. The biting winter wind had turned his body purple, and the blood rushing to his head made his face a grotesque shade of purplish red. He was like a dying mad dog hysterically snarling at the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite. His voice dripped with a venom and madness that came from the very marrow of his bones. At the top floor of the Pangu Grand Hotel, Lu Chen held a cup of coffee, looking down at the still barking ant below. A chillingly cold sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Buzz! The custom phone in Lu Chen's pocket suddenly emitted a jarring, alert vibration. The screen lit up, and the CFO of Xia Group sent an emergency confidential report marked in red. Chairman Lu, a massive, unidentified black market capital is aggressively short-selling the peripheral positions of Xia Group and Longxin Technology on Nasdaq. The initial estimate of the capital scale exceeds 500 billion. They utilized high-frequency trading leverage from underground banks, and our firewall is about to collapse. 500 billion in underground black funds. Lu Chen stared at the wildly fluctuating red decline curve on the screen. In his deep eyes there was not a hint of panic, but rather a flash of mocking cold laughter, as if looking at an imbecile. So this was the last trump card that the Chu family had hidden beneath the surface. A crafty rabbit has multiple burrows. That old fox of the Chu family had indeed kept a card up his sleeve. This 500 billion in underground bank funds, if used to short an ordinary trillion-dollar conglomerate, could absolutely wipe it out within an hour. This was the confidence that allowed Chu Feng to speak so arrogantly, even while being hung upside down. Unfortunately for him, he had chosen the wrong opponent. In the face of an absolute dimensional reduction strike, any so-called trump card was nothing more than a piece of scrap paper. Lin Aoshua. Lu Chen put down his coffee cup and coldly awakened the system in his mind. Right here, Mr. CEO host. Are these rats here to send us money again? The holographic lowly jumped out, rubbing her hands excitedly. They think 500 billion is a lot. Lu Chen put his hands in his pockets, his tone as flat, as if discussing the weather. Activate the system's highest level lossless 100-fold leverage on funds. Put in 50 trillion. Burst their entire board apart by brute force. 50 trillion. This was no longer mere financial shorting. This was like using a nuclear bomb to blow up a cesspit. Command confirmed. 100-fold leverage activated. 50 trillion in virtual capital flow has been injected into the Nasdaq trading hub. As the command was issued, across the ocean on Wall Street, and in every hidden underground bank in Jingqing. At the same second they experienced the most terrifying, most brutally unreasonable unilateral crush in human financial history. Beep, beep, beep. In Chu Feng's overseas black fund trading room, all trading screens instantly turned a frozen deep blue. What's going on? Why can't we send out our short orders? The chief trader slammed the keyboard frantically, sweat pouring from his head. Boss, something's wrong. An incalculably terrifying amount of capital has surged into the trading pool like a tsunami. It's not tens of billions nor hundreds of billions. It's damn tens of trillions. The trader's voice cracked from sheer terror, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Our 500 billion capital didn't even make a splash before being instantly devoured and liquidated. Not only that, but they traced back through our trading nodes and locked down all the underground bank accounts in reverse. The banks are bankrupt. 500 billion in assets. In less than a minute, completely wiped out. Outside the Pangu Grand Hotel, Chu Feng, still hanging from the tree, was lost in the pipe dream of his imminent comeback. The waterproof satellite phone on his belt suddenly let out a ding, receiving a text message. He twisted his head with difficulty and looked at the screen with bloodshot eyes. Dear customer, your Swiss dark web account has been forcibly taken over. Current available balance 0. Chu Feng stared at those glaring zeros, his mind going blank with a buzzing sound. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chu Feng struggled violently in midair like a madman. That was the life savings accumulated by generations of the Chu family in the shadows. 500 billion in real money. How could it vanish without a sound? He lifted his head and stared in despair at the one-way glass of the presidential suite on the top floor. He finally understood what kind of monster he was up against. In front of this man, his so-called identity as a young master of Jingxing, his self-assumed trump card, was as laughable as a child's game. Everything he was proud of was mercilessly ground to dust by the other's simplest and most brutal monetary power. Enraged and frantic, coupled with the blood congestion from being hung upside down for so long, Chu Feng felt a tearing pain in his chest. Tui. A large mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs erupted from his mouth, splattering on the wind-whipped Chang'an Street. His eyes rolled back, and he completely lost consciousness, hanging from the branch like a dead dog swaying in the wind. The surrounding Jingxing elites, witnessing Chu Feng's pathetic state of vomiting blood and falling unconscious, were all struck dumb with fear, not daring to breathe. A dragon from across the river of Modu. Terrifying indeed. Inside the presidential suite, Lu Chun looked at the notification on his phone about the 50 trillion funds returning from whence they came, his expression utterly unruffled. He turned to walk toward the sofa, intending to check on Da Bao and Xiao Bao. Just then, bang! The door of the suite was abruptly pushed open from outside. Mu Yu strode in quickly, a rare hint of gravity on her icy, exquisitely beautiful face. Young master. Mu Yu approached Lu Chun and lowered her voice. The Chu family may be bankrupt, but the power behind them is no longer sitting still. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow. Power behind them. It's the overall boss of Jingxing's underworld, known as the godfather of the underworld, Qin Sanj. Mu Yu handed the tablet to Lu Chun. The screen showed a dense array of red dots on a surveillance map. Over the years, the Chu family has laundered a lot of black money for Qin Sanj. Now that the Chu family is destroyed, most of Qin Sanj's capital chain has been cut off. He's now leading 500 desperate men armed with prohibited knives, sealing off all the streets around the hotel. He's threatening to chop you up and have you buried with the Chu family. Lu Chun gazed at the wildly flashing red dots on the screen. There was not a trace of panic in his deep eyes. Instead, a flash of extremely dangerous mockery. Godfather of the underworld. 500 desperados. Lu Chun picked up the black trench coat draped over the sofa and put it on slowly and deliberately. Mu Yue watch over the madam and children. He pushed open the door of the suite, striding toward the elevator like a god of death about to reap lives. I'm going to teach this godfather how to behave on my turf. The desperate sound of Chu Feng's spitting blood intertwined with the rumbling approach of dozens of black Mercedes-Benz vans from a distance. The piercing screech of brakes shattered the dead silence of the night before the Pangu Grand Hotel. The car doors were kicked open in unison from the inside. Over 500 desperate men, their faces full of scars and dragon and phoenix tattoos on their arms, surged out like a black tide. They wielded gleaming machetes and steel pipes, instantly surrounding the hotel's main entrance, along with the century-old locust tree from which the four young masters of the capital hung, leaving no escape routes. The cold, killing intent filled the early winter night breeze, causing passers-by to scream and flee in all directions. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom with a Jing A88888 privilege license plate slowly came to a stop in the center of the crowd. The car door opened. A middle-aged man dressed in a dark blue tang suit with two jade lion heads in his hands stepped down in cloth shoes. His face bore a scar that ran across his left eye, and his gaze was as sinister as a venomous snake lurking in the darkness. He was the underground emperor of the capital, Qin Tian. A stomp of his foot could make the entire city tremble. Qin Tian glanced at Chu Feng, who was hanging upside down from the tree, blood spattered and unconscious. The muscles on his scarred face twitched violently. The Chu family was his largest money laundering channel. Now that the Chu family had fallen, he not only faced a loss of billions in black money, but his own operations were nearing collapse. Cutting off a person's financial path is like murdering their parents. Surname Lu. Qin Tian suddenly raised his hand, pointing a gleaming Nepali knife directly at Lu Chun, who stood behind the glass revolving door of the hotel. In Modi you are a deity, but here in Jingxing. Qin Tian's voice was hoarse and grating, brimming with undisguised arrogance. Regarding the Chu family's matter, you must give me an explanation today. Unless you provide 10 trillion to settle the accounts, I will make your whole family vanish from this world tonight. 500 henchmen roared in unison, striking their machetes against the ground, producing a deafening metallic clatter. The scene was extremely terrifying. Lu Chen stood with his hands in the pockets of his trench coat, his deep-set eyes gazing at the group of clawing ants outside the door. A chilling mocking smile slowly crept across his lips. An explanation. 10 trillion to settle the accounts. Chen didn't even step out of the hotel revolving door. He slightly tilted his head looking at the Bao who was sitting on a leather sofa in the lobby engrossed in a special tablet.